Bad news. I have traversed dimensions and found myself in the Marvel Universe, a realm teeming with supervillains and superheroes alike. Good news. Prior to my journey, I was bitten by a spider, awakening the powers of Spider-Man within me. Unlike the typical Spider-Man, however, I, Bade, had discovered that my abilities allow me to traverse quantum tunnels to alternate worlds. Thus, I set several modest objectives for myself. First, to inherit the mantle of Ultimate Spider-Man in his universe. Next, to visit Tobey's Spider World for a cordial encounter. Finally, to venture into Andrew's Spider World to rescue his Gwen. Chapter 1. So, this is how it is? Bade, a struggling author whose failures have accumulated over 2 long years, now finds himself in the most perplexing moment of his life. Just half an hour ago, he was in his dormitory, indulging in barbecue, sipping a soda, and watching a movie. Unexpectedly, his computer exhibited strange behavior, and before he knew it, he was sucked into the screen. When he regained his senses, he discovered himself standing in a dimly lit alley, reeking of unpleasant odors. His upper half was clad in pajamas, while the lower half sported oversized shorts. A sudden gust of cold wind sent shivers down his spine. What on earth is happening? Is this some sort of cruel game? Or have I been driven mad by my computer? As Bade surveyed his surroundings, he quickly noticed several peculiarities. Lying on the ground was a crumpled newspaper, its pages predominantly in English. Fortunately, Bade had managed decent grades in school, and his penchant for binge-watching raw American dramas allowed him to decipher the content. In the past 2 weeks, Brooklyn has experienced 2 mysterious earthquakes, occurring last Monday and this Friday. The specific causes are under investigation. Experts speculate that while the epicenter lies deep beneath Brooklyn, it poses no significant threat to daily life, so there is no need for undue alarm. Turning the paper over with a finger, he found another line of text on the reverse. Local philanthropist Wilson Fisk has recently donated $100,000 worth of laboratory equipment to Midtown Tech High School, marking his 4th substantial charitable contribution. This year, truly remarkable. Brooklyn? Wilson Fisk. Bade's mind raced with recognition. If memory serves, Brooklyn is a borough in the great city of New York across the ocean. Wilson Fisk is none other than the formidable supervillain featured in the Marvel Universe, known for his roles in Spider-Man, Daredevil, and the Punisher. He is more commonly recognized by another name, Kingpin. Ah, Peter gasped, contributing to the warming of this world's climate. So, have I traversed dimensions? But I do not wish to cross over. Moreover, to find myself in the Marvel Universe is utterly absurd. Here, supervillains abound, and superheroes are ubiquitous. One could perish at any moment. Let us hope it is merely a matter of nomenclature. Let us hope it is merely a matter of nomenclature, Peter murmured softly, gradually inching toward the alley's exit. Buzz. At that moment, a nerve within his mind suddenly ignited. His body, previously in motion, became rigid in an instant. He felt his senses magnified in that fleeting moment and instinctively glanced upward in a particular direction. There, suspended beneath a rooftop several meters high, was a dark silhouette. Holy crap, Peter exclaimed, startled. Hey! The figure was equally taken aback by Peter's sudden reaction, momentarily breaking off their greeting. Simultaneously, an ominous premonition crept into Peter's mind. Wait, are you Spider-Man? His voice trembled, uncertain whether from excitement or fear. Excitement, of course, stemmed from the possibility of meeting his idol, though to refer to it as such might seem an exaggeration. Among the plethora of Marvel superheroes, Peter held Spider-Man in the highest regard. Fear, naturally, arose from the earlier mentioned concern of being thrust into this world where gods clash and mortals suffer within the realm of superpowers. This was not a jest. Reflecting on the Marvel narratives, while superheroes have consistently endeavored to protect the ordinary populace, countless innocents have nonetheless been caught in the crossfire. The battle in New York City depicted in the Avengers resulted in the devastation of much of the city, with innumerable casualties and incalculable economic loss. In Captain America, the Winter Soldier, Captain America orchestrated a plan to neutralize 3 helicarriers controlled by Hydra, ultimately leading to their catastrophic descent over Washington, claiming dozens of lives and directly costing $2.8 billion. In Avengers, Age of Ultron, the Hulk, under Wanda's influence, rampaged through the streets, culminating in a fierce confrontation with Iron Man in his Hulkbuster armor. Subsequently, Ultron attempted to leverage Sokovia's elevation to initiate a catastrophic asteroid impact on Earth, threatening to obliterate all life. Time and again, while Peter may not have endorsed the federal stance in Captain America Civil War, which sought to vilify superheroes, it is undeniable that the ordinary people of The Marvel realm have suffered grievously in these calamities. To state that life is as insignificant as grass would not be an overstatement. Thus, who in their right mind would wish to inhabit such a world? However, what does it mean when fate does not align with one's desires? This present circumstance epitomizes that notion. With a gentle exertion, the figure descended gracefully before Peter. Peter's eyes widened in astonishment, leaping down from a height of several meters, utterly unscathed. Goodness, it truly is Spider-Man. Alas, it seems all is lost. However, why does the appearance of the Spider-Man before him seem rather peculiar, entirely unlike those he is familiar with? Typically, a conventional Spider-Man dons a costume adorned in vibrant red and blue hues. Yet the figure before him is clad in a striking black and gray ensemble, draped with a black overcoat that exudes a sense of coolness. Yet when one considers he is Spider-Man, the look becomes rather bizarre. The newcomer tilted his head, observing Peter with a perplexed expression, inquiring, "Indeed, I must say, my friend, while I too am astonished, there seems to be no need for such pretense among allies, does there?" Peter, taken aback, responded with confusion. "What do you mean?" Though he felt an unexpected thrill at being regarded as an ally by Spider-Man, he found himself utterly bewildered. Could it be that I am not merely wearing the guise, but rather have transcended into the persona of someone known to this world, Spider-Man? The newcomer regarded Peter with equal perplexity, scrutinizing his attire and curiously asking, "Are you not Spider-Man? Then why do we just trigger the spider sense between us?" "What spider sense?" Peter instinctively retorted. Then he recalled the peculiar sensation that had surged through his mind upon first noticing this individual. Could that have been the spider sense? But I'm not Spider-Man. True, I was recently bitten by a spider yesterday, which provided me with a convenient excuse to take the day off and laze about. Yet, many have been bitten by spiders. If merely being bitten could transform one into Spider-Man, would that not mean those bitten by worker ants become worker heroes? And those bitten by women? Cough, cough. In any case, such transformations surely cannot be so simplistic, can they? Peter began to reminisce about the moment when he was bitten by that fateful spider. Chapter 2. The Shadow Spider-Man. It was roughly last night when, after a hurried effort, I managed to finish my writing just before midnight, achieving perfect attendance. To celebrate this small victory, I decided to visit a nearby night market to indulge in some culinary delights. On my way, I encountered a circular stone sculpture, intricately etched with a web-like design. With my hands free, I reached out to pick it up. Suddenly, a spider emerged from beneath the disc and bit me. Subsequently, I stumbled back home in a daze, burning with fever throughout the day, only to awaken in the evening. Upon regaining consciousness, I realized that even if I began writing immediately, it would be too late for an update. Thus, I opted for a leisurely day off to rest. Chuckling to myself, I ordered a barbecue takeout, and, while savoring the food and watching a movie, I found myself inexplicably transported to another realm. In this day and age, the concept of traversing dimensions has become rather haphazard. I mentally retraced the events, cursing inwardly. As an aspiring writer, if I were to concoct such a slapdash method of crossing over, I would surely be met with scorn. "Hey, buddy." A voice interrupted my thoughts as a figure waved a hand in front of me. Instantly, I snapped back to reality. "Apologies, I was lost in thought. My name is Peter. May I ask what you are called?" Determined to ascertain my current situation, I acknowledged the fact that regardless of whether the spider bite had indeed caused my crossing over, I had undeniably arrived in another world. Accepting this reality and contemplating the future seemed to be the wisest course of action. "Greetings, Peter," the other replied. "What a coincidence. My name is also Peter, Peter Benjamin Parker. Are you the Spider-Man of this world?" He pronounced it in English as well. Understanding dawned upon me. Indeed, he was Peter Parker. Spider-Man. Yet, I stammered, "I am not." "Are you not, either?" Peter Parker shook his head and gestured to his attire, shrugging his shoulders. "My world is still set in 1939. Whereas I perceive this world to be at least 2039. I scrutinized his clothing more closely and recognized it as a pilot's uniform reminiscent of those seen in World War I films, with the chest area crafted from Kevlar fiber, commonly used in bulletproof vests. Surprisingly, he also had 2 holsters for handguns at his waist. A Spider-Man wielding firearms? I was taken aback. While I considered myself a fan of Spider-Man, my admiration primarily lay with Tobey's, Garfield's, and Holland's cinematic portrayals. I had also watched the 1994 animated series and the subsequent disappointing iterations of Spider-Man. Oh, and I had played the Marvel's Spider-Man and Marvel Spider-Man, Miles Morales video games. Yet, in none of the films or games I had experienced did this version of Spider-Man exist. However, his battle attire seemed oddly familiar. After observing carefully for a while, Peter's thoughts began to crystallize. Indeed, it seems that in the game Marvel Spider-Man, there exists a similar suit, albeit without this particular cape. I recall that it was unlocked upon completing a specific side quest, which granted the ability to remain undetected by enemies even if they noticed him. At times, this suit proved to be exceedingly advantageous. If I am not mistaken, it was referred to as the black suit or the shadow suit. It is said that every suit in that game has its origin, with some emerging from alternate universes of Spider-Man, while others are derived from significant events in Spider-Man's history. Is it possible that the figure before me is the original owner of that shadow suit, the Shadow Spider-Man? Peter was astonished to realize that his memory was surprisingly sharp at that moment. How could an ordinary person possibly remember the specific details of how to unlock a particular outfit in a game? Such knowledge could only belong to two types of individuals: those who obsessively study the storyline to achieve a platinum trophy or fulfill a collecting obsession, or content creators who specialize in recording gameplay. Yet, Peter was neither of these. "Are you the Shadow Spider-Man?" Peter blurted out, gazing at the Shadow Spider. "Shadow Spider-Man." The Shadow Spider tilted his head, exclaiming, "Wow, that's a fantastic name. I quite like it. From now on, I shall be known as Shadow Spider-Man." "How hasty." Peter silently scoffed, yet he couldn't help but feel a sense of relief. Although he had inexplicably traversed into the Marvel Universe, he had at least encountered Spider-Man, and it seemed he was akin to Spider-Man himself. "Could it be that I am also a Spider-Man?" Peter raised his hand, scrutinizing his palm, particularly his fingers. He recalled that in Tobey Maguire's version, his fingers had the capability to extend tiny barbs. Perhaps he possessed them as well? However, after a prolonged examination, he could discern nothing unusual. The Shadow Spider leaned closer, perplexed, and inquired, "What are you doing?" Without lifting his gaze, Peter replied, "If I have Spider-Man's abilities, might my hands have barbs or something similar?" "Barbs? Why would there be barbs?" the Shadow Spider asked, bewildered. "Because one Spider-Man has barbs on his hands," Peter said, lowering his hand, realizing he likely did not belong to the type that bore such traits. Of course, it was also possible that he lacked any Spider-Man abilities altogether, and that everything he experienced was merely an illusion. The Shadow Spider, astonished, remarked, "You know other Spider-Men? Are they from this world? What is his name? Can you take me to meet him?" Peter shook his head, responding, "He probably isn't from this world." "What do you mean by probably?" the Shadow Spider queried, puzzled. Uncertain of the world he found himself in, Peter shrugged his shoulders before bending down to retrieve a tattered newspaper from the ground. He gestured, indicating that the known clue was the existence of Wilson Fisk in this realm. In his recollection, Fisk was a notorious villain, the underground monarch of New York. "Oh, I know him. He is commonly referred to as Kingpin," exclaimed Shadow Spider, as he took the newspaper and began to peruse its contents. After reading, he grimaced. It seems that regardless of the world, Kingpin remains utterly detestable, a pretentious, hypocritical philanthropist. Peter wholeheartedly concurred. In the film adaptations, it appeared that this formidable antagonist had yet to make his entrance. His only appearance seemed to be in the closing scenes of The Amazing Spider-Man 2, where he orchestrated the release of the Green Goblin from prison. However, he had never been featured prominently. Yet, in the Spider-Man films Peter had watched during his youth, this character had considerable screen time, often entangled with various villains. Even the Massacre of Spider-Man, who attempted to annihilate the multiverse, had briefly allied with him. Contemplating this, an idea suddenly struck Peter. He turned to Shadow Spider and inquired, "Do you think our unexpected arrival in this world could be linked to Kingpin?" Shadow Spider shrugged in resignation, replying, "You've stumped me there. In truth, prior to this incident, I believed that theories of parallel universes and countless worlds were mere figments of scholars' imaginations. I never anticipated they were real." Mimicking his gesture, Peter shrugged and lamented, "Hey, who isn't perplexed? I was merely a novelist. Who could foresee encountering such phenomena?" "Ah, so you're a novelist? Impressive," Shadow Spider praised, giving a thumbs up. Peter chuckled awkwardly. "What novelist? I'm just trying to make a living. What about you? What do you do?" "I am a private detective, dedicated to opposing those nefarious capitalists. I also gather useful news to sell to newspapers, earning a modest living," Shadow Spider replied. Peter nodded slightly, realizing that this individual's circumstances seemed not much better than those of Tobey Spider. "So, esteemed detective, where shall we head next?" Peter asked. Regardless of whether he possessed Spider-Man's abilities, he was determined to cling to the Shadow Spider's support. For perhaps the hope of returning to his own world rested with this ally. Shadow Spider pointed toward the alleyway's exit. "I have no particular leads. Perhaps we should venture onto the streets and seek out clues? Optimistically, there may be a Spider-Man in this world as well. We could seek his assistance." "That makes sense," Peter responded with a smile. However, his grin faltered as another thought emerged in his mind. "Eureka!" Peter lightly tapped his left palm with his right fist. His tone slightly agitated as he spoke rapidly. "As far as I understand, Kingpin is Spider-Man's arch-nemesis. If Kingpin exists in this world, the likelihood of Spider-Man's presence is also remarkably high. Although your manner of expression is somewhat peculiar, it remains quite logical," Shadow Spider concurred. "Now, Please share your plan. Peter extended his hand, presenting 3 ideas. The first option is to find a tall building to perch upon. Spider-Man swings through the streets, which increases our chances of encountering him. Even if we do not cross paths, we can swiftly identify disturbances in the city, such as accidents, robberies, or fires. Surely, Spider-Man would not ignore such events, would he? Shadow Spider nodded in agreement. Peter raised his second finger. The second option involves searching for Spider-Man's apartment or Aunt May's residence. If I recall correctly, they should both be located in Queens, right? Shadow Spider nodded once more. However, the era in my world is quite different from this one. My experience may not apply, and the addresses are likely incorrect. Then let us begin with the first option, Peter declared. Agreed. With that, Shadow Spider raised his hand and shot out a strand of webbing, instantly appearing atop the roof. You're not taking me with you? What kind of behavior is that? Peter glanced at the wall before looking at his own hands, feeling a surge of temptation. Why not give it a try? He thought, extending his hands to tentatively press against the wall. The icy sensation coursed through his fingertips and into his body, causing him to shudder involuntarily. Suddenly, a peculiar feeling emerged in his mind. His hands were indeed sticking to the wall. It was the effect of bioelectricity, and bioelectricity is one of Spider-Man's signature abilities. Peter lifted his left hand, placing it higher, and it adhered once more. Then he tried his right hand. Yet, it would not budge. He realized his feet could not cling to the wall, likely due to his shoes obstructing the bioelectricity. Not having a spider suit is indeed inconvenient, Peter murmured, subsequently releasing his hands. Darn, I'm stuck. Let go of my hands. Let go, he chanted internally. The newly awakened ability was still beyond his control. Unbeknownst to him, Shadow Spider had returned. He was suspended upside down from a strand of webbing, hanging above Peter's head. Peter's face flushed with embarrassment. This was truly an awkward moment. While being stuck to the wall was not terrifying, the fear of being seen was palpable. Fortunately, Shadow Spider showed no sign of mockery. He extended a hand and gently patted Peter on the shoulder, saying, Buddy, you need to relax. They are your abilities, your organs, and your companions. You must trust and feel them. My abilities, my organs, my companions? Peter did not respond, but the words of the Shadow Spider echoed persistently in his mind. In the next moment, he stumbled and fell to the ground. Fortunately, he had only climbed a little over 2 meters, subtracting his own height of 1.8 meters. He simply lost his balance and landed on his backside. Yet, Peter paid little heed to this. Instead, he felt a surge of exhilaration. It seemed he had truly grasped the technique. He quickly rose, removed his shoes, and pressed his hands against the wall once more. Climbing up, he ascended over 3 meters. Then, he released his grip. Thud! His feet landed on the ground. This time, he did not topple. In that fleeting moment of descent, he sensed a natural equilibrium, allowing him to stand firm effortlessly. He climbed again, then fell. Climbing and falling in this manner several times, Peter completely mastered this newfound ability. Now, he could freely traverse the walls. Throughout this process, he also noticed numerous transformations within himself. It was not merely the ability to scale walls. His physical prowess had been significantly enhanced. Falling from a 5-meter-high wall, he emerged unscathed. Well, for Spider-Man, this was quite ordinary. However, for Peter, who had only recently been an ordinary human, it was undeniably a remarkable evolution. Moreover, he discovered that his mind had also been sharpened. His memory had improved. He could vividly recall games he had played and movies he had watched. This enhancement extended to language as well. His command of English had always been commendable. He could read English texts and watch raw American dramas, yet daily conversations often posed challenges, especially with obscure vocabulary. But now, he could converse effortlessly with the Shadow Spider. This realization had eluded him until just now, as it had occurred so naturally. His vision had also improved, despite the dim lighting in the alley. He could still discern objects clearly. Coupled with the spider sense triggered upon his first encounter with the Shadow Spider, the signs were unmistakable. After being bitten by that enigmatic spider, he indeed possessed the potential to become Spider-Man. The reason it was merely potential, rather than an immediate transformation into Spider-Man, was that being Spider-Man symbolizes not only ability, but also a certain spirit. So, let us set a modest goal, to embrace this newfound power and become a true Spider-Man. End of chapter. Chapter 4. The Woes of Spider-Man on the Rooftop. Peter tightened his thin pajamas, wearing only a pair of oversized shorts, shivering in the cold wind. Beside him stood the Shadow Spider-Man. A sense of regret washed over me regarding this proposal, Peter stammered. The Shadow Spider's gaze incessantly roamed the streets below, searching for any trace of the Spider-Man from this world, and without turning his head, inquired, Why do you say that? Peter observed the Shadow Spider, clad in a black suit modified for flight, with a large, seemingly warm overcoat draped over it. He replied, somewhat irritable, I was inexplicably transported here while preparing for bed at home. I'm freezing. The shadow spider turned his head, as if he had noticed Peter's discomfort. He swiftly removed his coat and tossed it to Peter, saying, "If you don't mind, we're mine for now. I'm uncertain whether this world accepts currency from my realm. Perhaps we can procure a fitting outfit for you? Though my funds are limited, I cannot afford anything extravagant." It's fine. Let us focus on the task at hand. Your coat is quite warm. Thank you," Peter said as he draped the coat over his pajamas. The long overcoat reached past his knees, offering some warmth despite his calves still being exposed, which was certainly preferable to being clad in mere shorts. At least it was aesthetically more pleasing, alleviating some of the awkwardness. After half an hour on the rooftop, they had yet to yield any results. Could I be mistaken? Is it possible that this world has only gold and no Spider-Man? Peter pondered, his confidence wavering. The shadow spider was equally uncertain about how to proceed. He suggested, "If all else fails, we could pursue a secondary plan and gather information about Spider-Man, Peter Parker, Aunt May, Uncle Ben, and Mary Jane. Perhaps we could also seek out the Daily Bugle," Peter proposed. Just as they prepared to turn and descend into the darker corner below, heading towards the street, a large screen on the nearby street suddenly illuminated with an image. There stood Spider-Man, adorned in his iconic red and blue suit. "This is Spider-Man Peter Parker," Peter exclaimed, his excitement palpable. Indeed, this world possessed a Spider-Man. But why was he appearing on the large screen? Before he could fully process the situation, the broadcast commenced. First appeared a somberly dressed female host, her face etched with sorrow. As she spoke in a hushed tone, "We interrupt this program for a special announcement, bearing heavy news. Our hero, Spider-Man, has departed from us today. His passing is linked to a mysterious seismic event that occurred in Brooklyn. Multiple sources have confirmed that Peter Parker, a 26-year-old graduate student and part-time photographer, has donned the mantle of Spider-Man for over a decade." Then, a photograph graced the large screen, a young man with golden hair. This was the image of Spider-Man Peter Parker from this world. There indeed existed a Spider-Man, but he was gone. Both Peter and the shadow spider stared at the screen in disbelief, struggling to reconcile the shocking revelation before their eyes. How could Spider-Man meet his demise? In which narrative did he perish? Peter racked his brain, sifting through the myriad Spider-Man films, animated series, and games he had experienced, yet he could unearth no clues. However, the appearance of this Spider-Man bore a striking resemblance to the Garfield iteration, albeit with differing hair color. The Spider-Man he was familiar with all sported dark hair with brown undertones. None possessed golden locks, nor was there a storyline involving the death of Spider-Man. Meanwhile, Shadow Spider silently absorbed the news displayed on the screen before shrugging at Peter. "It appears our plan has faltered. Our counterpart in this realm seems to be rather unfortunate." Though his words carried a hint of levity, his tone was profoundly somber. Clearly, the news of this world Spider-Man's passing weighed heavily upon him. In light of this, we must resort to our secondary plan. Peter felt an inexplicable sorrow. Perhaps it was the shock of losing his cherished hero so abruptly. Or perhaps it was the echo of his own burgeoning abilities that stirred such empathy. Subsequently, the two exchanged no further words, confirming their direction before silently proceeding along the street. They found themselves in Brooklyn, bound for Queens, a considerable journey ahead. Unfortunately, Peter was not of the kind who could produce webbing organically. Thus, even with his newfound Spider-Man abilities, he could not traverse the expanse alongside Shadow Spider. Fortunately, they were already in the midst of gathering information without a definitive target, so urgency was not a pressing concern. Moreover, Shadow Spider's stealthy attire, true to its name, allowed him to blend seamlessly into the surroundings, minimizing the likelihood of attracting attention. Their first stop was the Daily Bugle, a prominent establishment and thus the most accessible. However, late at night, the building was devoid of staff. Peter lamented the apparent lack of dedication among these individuals, seemingly indifferent to the spirit of the 996 work culture. Following several hours of searching based on Shadow Spider's recollections, they attempted to visit several familiar locations from his world. Yet, it became increasingly evident that while these realms may be parallel universes, the disparities between them were substantial. Ultimately, their efforts yielded naught. Just as despair threatened to overwhelm them, they stumbled upon a bustling locale. Despite the late hour, the area was ablaze with light, teeming with people, a rare sight in this environment. It was nearing midnight. They exchanged glances, both resolved to investigate, for they were devoid of any leads. As they turned the corner, the scene unfolded before them. A large crowd gathered in front of a solitary building. There were journalists, residents bowing their heads in mourning, and police officers. However, the most striking scene was the two individuals surrounded by reporters, two women. One appeared to be in her mid-20s, slender and curvaceous, exuding the charm of a sophisticated woman. Yet at that moment, she leaned against the threshold, silently shedding tears. The other was an elderly woman, seemingly in her 50s, her hair tinged with gray. Her expression suggested profound sorrow as well, yet she valiantly stifled her tears while dealing with the journalists. They were Mary Jane and Aunt May. The shadow spider felt a surge of excitement and took a step forward. However, Peter swiftly grasped his arm, drawing him back into the shadows of the corner. "What's wrong, mate?" Shadow Spider asked, puzzled. They had searched all night and finally found them. "Why not approach?" Peter pointed towards the crowd of onlookers. "Look over there." A long Lincoln limousine was parked on the street, and within sat a robust man clad in a white suit. His physique was round, reminiscent of a sumo wrestler, and he clearly wore a specially tailored, oversized suit that was straining to contain him. "Kingpin." This chapter concludes. "Is that really Kingpin? He seems quite different from the one in my world." Shadow Spider lowered his voice immediately. Although Kingpin in his universe was also formidable, he remained within the realm of normal human proportions. The figure before him, however, was beyond belief. He chose to trust Peter. After all, Peter was his counterpart. And Kingpin, regardless of the universe, was a nefarious force. Peter, unfamiliar with this universe's Kingpin, noted that the visage of the man before them resembled the one from the 1994 Spider-Man series perfectly. He appeared overweight. Yet 90% of that mass was muscle rather than fat. This endowment of strength was astonishing, enabling him to punch through a wall with ease. Additionally, he possessed exceptional combat skills, representing the pinnacle of unenhanced human capability within the Marvel Universe. Yet, do not mistake him for a mere brute. His intellect was equally sharp, characterized by meticulous reasoning. Ostensibly, he was a benevolent philanthropist and a prominent businessman, collaborating with numerous companies and frequently engaging in charitable endeavors. However, behind the scenes, he was the most formidable underground leader in the Eagle Nation, with estimates suggesting that 40% of its criminal activities were orchestrated by him. His adversaries included renowned figures like Daredevil, the Punisher, Spider-Man, and even the Fantastic Four and X-Men had crossed paths with him. To survive the onslaught of so many superheroes while thriving speaks volumes of his prowess. Peter even suspected that their sudden arrival in this world might be linked to Kingpin. In the face of such a formidable foe, one could never be too cautious. The good news was that, at present, Kingpin appeared to be unaware of their presence. With the enemy in plain sight and their own intentions concealed, the advantage lay with them. Under the shroud of night, the two individuals stealthily ascended to the rooftop, where they lay in wait, intent on discerning the intentions of Kingpin below. On the street, a lengthy news van stood parked. Just moments ago, a reporter, previously seen on the screen, was now holding a microphone, conducting an interview with May. "When did you first learn that Peter Parker is Spider-Man?" May regarded him with a cold stare, remaining silent. "Do you support your nephew in pursuing such a perilous profession?" The reporter continued to hurl questions like daggers, piercing the elderly woman's already shattered heart, drawing forth more blood from her wounds. With each probing inquiry, May's composure unraveled, and she abruptly turned away, covering her mouth as silent sobs racked her body. Yet, the reporters seemed relentless, intent on capturing the vulnerable moments of these two unfortunate women. These despicable scoundrels. Peter seethed with anger. Beside him, Shadow Spider echoed his disdain. Indeed, regardless of the world, journalists possess an insufferable nature. At that moment, a robust figure pushed through the crowd and entered the courtyard. It was Kingpin. With his imposing stature, he shielded May from the reporters. "All right, I believe it's time for you esteemed journalists to take your leave." His formidable presence effectively obscured May, and his reputation wielded considerable influence. As the chapter remains unfinished, one may turn to the next page to continue reading. The reporters promptly redirected their cameras and microphones towards him. "Hello, Mr. Fisk, what brings you here?" Kingpin turned to the questioning reporter, a pained expression crossing his face. "I am a close friend of Spider-Man. I have always held him in high regard. He is a true hero. Oh, what a remarkable individual he was. It is unimaginable that such merciless calamity could take his life." Both Peter and Shadow Spider wore expressions of bewilderment. This Kingpin seemed remarkably different from the one they knew. Had he truly reformed? Or was it merely a consequence of the parallel universe, where this Kingpin was, in fact, a good man? Peter felt an unsettling dissonance, but could not articulate why. Nevertheless, he remained skeptical regarding Kingpin's true nature. While stereotypes are to be avoided, he recalled that in the 1994 version of Spider-Man, Kingpin was exceptionally adept at concealing his true self. The disparity between his public persona and his actual character was stark. Faced with such a multitude of reporters, perhaps he was merely upholding his public image. Fortunately, the Shadow Spider did not act impulsively. The two continued to observe. Subsequently, Kingpin, with his silver tongue, addressed several inquiries from reporters, subtly underscoring the closeness of his relationship with Spider-Man and Peter Parker. He then publicly invited Aunt May and Mary Jane to a charity gala he was hosting in honor of Spider-Man. Furthermore, He announced his intention to establish a charitable foundation under Spider-Man's name to aid those in need, artfully proclaiming it as a means to perpetuate Spider-Man's spirit. His speech was profoundly moving, evoking both tears and admiration as he spoke of his financial contributions and efforts. Half an hour later, even Peter and the Shadow Spider, who had initially harbored reservations, were beginning to perceive Kingpin as a genuinely good man. As the reporters and ordinary citizens who had come to pay their respects gradually dispersed, Kingpin departed in a luxurious stretch limousine, basking in the accolades of the crowd. "Shall we head out now?" Peter inquired, glancing at the Shadow Spider, seeking his opinion. However, he soon realized that the Shadow Spider's condition was quite peculiar. His body exhibited a kaleidoscope of colors, with several areas appearing distorted. "Mr. Shadow Spider? Mr. Shadow Spider." Peter hesitated to reach out, fearing he might inadvertently cause further harm. Fortunately, after a few seconds, the bizarre condition subsided. The Shadow Spider exhaled deeply. "Damn, what was that? I've never experienced such a strange ailment before. Could it be a case of acclimatization?" Peter proposed. It is not uncommon for individuals to experience temporary discomfort when entering a new environment due to changes in their surroundings. However, one would expect Spider-Man's physique to be robust. Having undergone genetic mutations, surely he could not be susceptible to such ailments? The Shadow Spider hesitated before shaking his head. It felt distinctly different. The pain was excruciating, akin to an egg cracking upon striking a stone from a great height. Peter gasped. Merely hearing that description was enough to invoke sympathy. "And you managed to endure it?" The Shadow Spider chuckled softly, gesturing towards the disappearing stretch limousine. "What choice did I have? I certainly do not trust that fellow." "You're quite something," Peter commended, giving a thumbs up. "Now that the crowd has dispersed, I believe we should go meet Aunt May and the others." With that, the Shadow Spider rose and made his way in that direction. Chapter 6. Meeting Aunt May in front of the small house. Mary Jane had already departed, leaving with Kingpin to discuss the specifics of the upcoming charity gala. Only Aunt May remained, surrounded by a scene of disarray. Peter initially intended to head down directly, but the Shadow Spider stopped him, pointing to a nearby corner. "Hold on, there's a small eye over there. It's likely left by Kingpin." "Kingpin?" Peter exclaimed, taken aback, and promptly halted in his tracks. He curiously glanced in the direction indicated by the Shadow Spider, yet saw nothing. However, he firmly believed that the Shadow Spider would not act without purpose. Thus, the two shifted their approach and circled around to the backyard of Aunt May's house from the shadows on the other side. The backyard was modest in size, yet well-maintained, featuring a small lawn with a lawnmower in one corner and a small shed on the other, presumably used for storing miscellaneous items. It remained a mystery why the lawnmower was not returned to the shed. Gazing at the locked backyard door, a vision of Aunt May's heartbroken expression involuntarily surfaced in Peter's mind. He gently nudged the Shadow Spider. "Hey, could you knock on the door? I'm not very good at it." "What? Is there a skill involved in knocking?" "Of course. You know I'm a private detective. I typically choose a different entrance." The Shadow Spider shrugged nonchalantly, then pointed upwards. "That was the window on the second floor." Peter replied, "You make a compelling point. I find myself at a loss for words. Yet, you share a name with the Spider-Man of this world, Peter Parker, and you bear a striking resemblance to him. I believe you are far more suited for this," Peter reasoned. The primary reason was his uncertainty in confronting an elderly person grieving the loss of a loved one, leaving him at a loss for how to offer comfort, thus wishing for the Shadow Spider to take on the task. "But you are also Peter, my friend," the Shadow Spider retorted, likely harboring similar sentiments and also reluctant to proceed. No, I am Peter, with By as my surname and as my given name." "Oh, a marvelous name indeed. Yet that does not alter the fact that we are of the same kind," exclaimed the Shadow Spider with exaggerated astonishment. "Indeed, you are a spider, and so am I. We are but little spiders, indistinguishable from one another. Therefore, it should be perfectly acceptable for you to knock on the door. Correct?" Peter articulated a series of statements, successfully bewildering the Shadow Spider. "Very well, you've won," the Shadow Spider conceded, walking reluctantly towards the door while glancing back to say, "But truth be told, I find your penchant for rambling quite endearing." Peter retorted, "I was not rambling." Knock, knock, knock. Silence enveloped the house. After a considerable interval, a faint sound of footsteps approached, deliberately muted. However, with their enhanced hearing, Peter and the Shadow Spider could still discern it. "Who is it?" "It's rather late. If you wish to conduct an interview, please return tomorrow." Aunt May's voice called out. The Shadow Spider cleared his throat and said, "Ahem, Aunt May, it's me. I am Peter, though from another world." "Peter." Aunt May's voice rose noticeably, then quickly lowered again, though her footsteps hastened. "Do you have any proof?" "Oh." The Shadow Spider turned to Peter, conveying a look of desperation. Peter stepped forward, removing his hood and presenting his face directly before Aunt May, allowing her to see him clearly. The man beneath the hood displayed a smile that was more grotesque than sorrowful, clearly indicating that he was not accustomed to smiling, which made it appear rather awkward. The shadow spider appeared to be in his late 20s, perhaps due to his character and life experiences. He seemed to have aged considerably, looking as if he were over 30. In the realm of Spider-Man, this certainly classified him as a seasoned warrior. However, they had previously encountered another Spider-Man from this world, whose visage beneath the mask was likely in his mid-20s, appearing younger than the shadow spider. Yet, for anyone not afflicted with prosopagnosia, the striking resemblance between the two was apparent at first glance. Suddenly, a metallic clang echoed as a baseball bat fell to the ground. The door swung open forcefully, and the bat rolled out, landing on the lower step. Just as it was about to tumble further, Peter bent down to catch it. Meanwhile, Aunt May had tightly embraced the shadow spider. Peter trembled with excitement. Initially, the shadow spider was rigid, but soon, perhaps sensing the warmth emanating from Aunt May, he gently reciprocated her embrace. At that moment, Aunt May's body relaxed. The shadow spider quickly supported her, guiding her into the living room before gently placing her on the sofa. What happened to her? Peter inquired, setting the bat aside. The shadow spider gestured for silence and whispered, "A mix of great sorrow and joy has exhausted her spirit. Let her rest for a while." Peter nodded in agreement. The two found their respective spots to sit, deciding to take a moment to rest. Their earlier tension, stemming from the unfamiliarity of their surroundings, had kept them on edge. Now, in this suddenly secure environment, they felt fatigue wash over them. As they settled down, both drifted into slumber. In the midst of the night, a sudden noise jolted Peter awake. His enhanced spider senses sharpened his vision, revealing a massive, imposing figure before him. Could it be Venom? Startled, Peter instinctively reacted, leaping and hanging upside down from the ceiling. The shadow spider, awakened as well, quickly moved to Aunt May's side on the sofa. "Who are you?" a crisp, youthful voice inquired, as the towering figure raised its hands, adopting a combat stance. It was then that Peter realized the figure was not Venom at all. In fact, it was not human. It was a spherical robot adorned in red and blue, yet it possessed arms and legs, standing upright like a person. The familiar color scheme instantly reminded Peter of Spider-Man's suit. However, a robotic version of Spider-Man, and with a lowly voice? How peculiar. At this moment, the robot spoke again. "Oh, you can cling to walls like a spider. Are you also Spider-Man? Does this world have two Spider-Men? Have you come for Spider-Man? Are you also Spider-Man?" Peter posed his inquiries. Yet, in truth, he had already begun to believe, recalling the sensation that jolted him awake from slumber, reminiscent of the spider sense he had experienced when encountering the shadowy spider before. However, at that time, he had been asleep and had not fully perceived it. With a click, the robot's lid opened, and a girl in a short skirt leaped out. "Oh dear, I apologize. My name is Penny Parker, and this is my partner, Spider. Please take good care of us." The girl bowed gracefully, exhibiting impeccable manners. Chapter 7. Penny and Spider-Ham. Peter, Shadow Spider, and the just-awakened Aunt May gazed in astonishment at the young girl and her mechanical spider suit. Through their introductions, they had confirmed each other's identities. Clearly, this was yet another Spider-Man from a parallel universe, and remarkably, a young girl Spider-Man clad in a mech suit. Aunt May's eyes sparkled with joy, forming crescent shapes. She rose from the sofa, approached Penny Parker, affectionately ruffled her hair, and then took her hand. "Penny, right? Come, let us sit down and talk slowly." Penny obediently followed Aunt May to the sofa, casting a glance at Peter and Shadow Spider before preparing to share her story. Just then, a clatter echoed from the kitchen. Shadow Spider's expression shifted, and he swiftly darted to the kitchen door. Peter followed closely behind, while Penny and her spider mech stood ready for action. Peter and Shadow Spider peered cautiously into the kitchen from opposite sides. However, the sight that greeted them left them utterly dumbfounded. The refrigerator door stood wide open, and on the counter stood a small pig, half their height, donning a red and blue spider suit. Its mask had been removed, revealing a chubby pink pig face underneath. At that moment, it was cradling a bottle of milk with both hands, drinking heartily. Is that a pig?" Shadow Spider exclaimed in astonishment. "Isn't it?" Peter replied, equally bewildered. "But I can ascertain one thing. It must be another of our kind." This was not difficult to deduce, given the spider suit. As for the existence of Spider-Ham, who could fathom? Perhaps this was simply the nature of the parallel universe. "Hey, you lot. I heard that." The pig suddenly set down the milk, turning its head to shout loudly. "What do you mean it's a pig? What kind of tone is that? What is wrong with pigs? Did a pig eat your rice?" Spider Pig leaped forward, finding himself before the Shadow Spider, his hands and feet pressed against the doorframe, his pig snout nudging the Shadow Spiders in a playful encounter. A chill ran down Peter's spine as he realized that this Spider Pig's speed surpassed both his own and that of the Shadow Spider. "My apologies. The shadow spider raised his hands in a gesture of peace. I was merely taken aback by your unique appearance, nothing more. Wow, what an adorable little pig. Penny's petite head squeezed between Peter and the shadow spider, gazing upwards at Spider Pig. Hello, I'm Penny Parker, and this is my trusty companion, Spider. It's a pleasure to meet you. Spider Pig looked down at Penny and chuckled. Greetings, little Penny. I am Peter B. Parker. Peter and the shadow spider exchanged names as well, dispelling the earlier tension in the room. The group settled back onto the sofa, introducing themselves in turn. The shadow spider, full name Peter Benjamin Parker, hailed from the year 1939, a time just after the Great Depression. In his world, the adage with great power comes great responsibility did not hold. Rather, if those in power could not be trusted, it was the duty of the people to remove them. Uncle Ben was murdered by Osborne for instigating a strike. Uri Geller of the Daily Bugle exploited the shadow spider's rage, hiring him as a reporter. During an investigation into Osborne's smuggling activities, he was accidentally bitten by a spider hidden in an artifact, leading him into a coma where he encountered the spider god, Anansi, and subsequently acquired spider-like abilities. By chance, he uncovered the nefarious dealings between Uri and Osborne and chose to resign, becoming a private detective dedicated to opposing the greedy capitalists and corrupt officials. This chapter remains unfinished. Click the next page to continue reading. Having possessed his spider abilities since 1933, he had fought for 6 years, becoming a seasoned spider warrior. Penny Parker, known as the Spider Mech Girl, is 14 years old. Her spider mech was inherited from her father, who passed away unexpectedly. In her world, her Uncle Ben and Aunt May are 2 scientists and former partners and combat assistants to her father. What intrigued Peter was Penny's description of her world, which seemed to mirror his own. Ray Ayanami and Asika Langley were classmates of Penny Parker. It remained uncertain whether they were indeed the same individuals Peter was thinking of. As for Spider Pig, Peter B. Parker, he hailed from a universe populated by anthropomorphic animals. Peter had a vague recollection of this universe, having only glimpsed it briefly. Even his enhanced memories yielded little information. Spider Pig was originally a humanoid spider, transformed into his current form after being bitten by a personified pig in his world. It is said that the anthropomorphic pig, Aunt May, initially sought to dominate the hairdressing industry, which led her to develop an atomic hairdryer. Unfortunately, an atomic leak ensued, plunging her into a ferocious state, causing her to bite the unfortunate little Peter. After her transformation into a pig, Spider Pig retained some abilities from her spider form, albeit with a loss of hands. Now resembling a quadrupedal creature like a pig, Peter briefly introduced his situation to them. Compared to the other 3, his background was rather meager. After all, he was merely a novice who had just been bitten by a spider and had been transported here, with his spider abilities only recently awakened under the guidance of Shadow Spider. Are you saying you don't even possess your battlesuit? Spider Pig inquired. Peter nodded. Indeed. I don't even have webbing. How did you all acquire yours? Shadow Spider replied. After gaining my abilities, I dreamt of Anansi, and upon waking, I discovered I had the power to spin webs. Spider Pig added, it's innate. Penny then patted her companion, Spider Mech, and said, I cannot spin webs, but it can. Peter remarked, I shouldn't have asked. I must seem quite foolish. There isn't a single normal person here. He reflected on the 5 versions of Spider-Man he had seen. Tobey's spider was like Shadow Spider, capable of self-generating webbing. Garfield's spider relied on his intellect, while Holland's spider benefited from familial connections. Yes, even a godfather counts. The 94 spider synthesized his own webs, being quite the academic. As for the super spider, the material of his nanosuit was pilfered from the mystic Doctor Strange. Aware that he was likely not of the self-generating type, Peter felt a twinge of headache. He was no academic like Garfield or the 94 spider. He had no idea about crafting webbing. At that moment, Aunt May, perceiving Peter's embarrassment, gently clapped her hands and said, well, perhaps I can assist you. Curious. Peter turned to her, wondering how she could help. Could this world's Aunt May also be a scientist? She rose, gazing at the young spiders in the room with a warm smile, and said, children, follow me. Thus, they trailed behind Aunt May toward the backyard of the small house. The little eyes left by Gold seemed to be merely for surveillance, lacking the intensity of true monitoring. None of the Spider-Men present detected anything amiss, and Peter, being a novice, remained silent. Soon, they traversed the small garden and arrived at a storage room. A thought crossed Peter's mind. Could this world-s Spider-Man have left his suit in the storage room? At that moment, Aunt May produced a key and turned it in the seemingly ordinary lock on the door. With a faint hum, a complex series of codes flickered on the door lock, soon illuminated by a subtle red glow. To the astonishment of Peter and his companions, the seemingly ordinary wooden door transformed instantaneously into a high-tech metallic barrier. The metal door slid open, revealing an elevator behind them. Aunt May stepped forward first, beckoning, come in, children. Without hesitation, Peter and the others followed her inside. Once they had gathered, the elevator activated, swiftly descending. Peter curiously surveyed his surroundings, tapping the elevator walls lightly, only to discover they were composed of a remarkably durable alloy. Aunt May proudly explained, "This is Peter's underground sanctuary, designed to withstand missile strikes. The upper chamber can endure bombardments, while the subterranean section delves 100 meters into the earth, providing safety even from nuclear threats." Her tone conveyed a sense of pride, clearly indicating her progressive attitude and support for Spider-Man's endeavors. "How fortunate he is," whispered Shadow Spider, reflecting on the fact that his own Aunt May regarded Spider-Man as a masked vigilante lurking in the shadows, maintaining a respectful distance from him. Consequently, he had never dared to reveal his true identity to her, even in the slightest. This dilemma was likely one that many Spider-Men faced. To embrace heroism meant enduring hardships beyond the comprehension of ordinary individuals. Though Peter had not experienced these trials firsthand, he had watched several Spider-Man tales and could infer the unspoken sentiments of Shadow Spider from his tone. He placed a reassuring hand on Shadow Spider's shoulder, exclaiming, "But you have us, your steadfast companions." Shadow Spider smiled in response, reciprocating the gesture. Their camaraderie elicited puzzled expressions from Penny, Spider-Ham, and Spider-Mech, who stood nearby. Suddenly, a charming question mark appeared on Spider-Mech's screen. "Wow, look at this!" Penny exclaimed, prompting everyone to turn their attention around. As the elevator continued its descent, lights illuminated the underground space, brightening it as if it were day. The expanse before them was astonishingly vast. Platforms, each suspended by a special type of webbing, were arranged in an impressive display, showcasing a variety of objects. From computers and televisions to small aircraft, cars, and motorcycles, the assortment was remarkable. Peter also spotted several sophisticated machines on multiple platforms, their purposes a mystery to him. This scene reminded him of the Batcave belonging to the neighbor, leading him to ponder. Perhaps this could be called the Spider Cave, or maybe the Silk Cave. Regrettably, there were no ladies in swimsuits to be seen. Unlike in the tales of Beiji, he mused, casting a glance at Spider-Ham with a hint of impolite thoughts. At this moment, Spider-Pig and Shadow Spider, along with others, were intently observing the spider lair, exclaiming in awe. Clearly, they had not anticipated the hidden marvels concealed beneath the earth. Soon, the elevator descended to the very bottom. As directed by Aunt May, everyone stepped out. Suddenly, the lights illuminated the surroundings. A vast and expansive hall revealed itself before Peter and the others. What caught their eye first was a row of cabinets, each housing an array of spider suits in various styles. Upon a cursory count, they discovered a total of 12 distinct suits. Upon closer inspection, Peter realized he recognized them all: the Negative Space Spectre suit, the Insulated suit, the Advanced suit, the Iron Spider suit, the Secret Wars suit, the Scarlet Spider suit, the Anti-Spider suit, the Stealth suit, the Spider Armor Mark I, the Spider Armor Mark II, the Classic Red and Blue suit, and the Cloak suit. Each suit possessed its own fascinating origin. For instance, the Insulated suit was specifically designed by Spider-Man to counter Electro, and the movie version of Spider-Man used this suit against him, albeit with some modifications made for cinematic purposes. The Advanced suit, on the other hand, was one of the most popular suits featured in the game Marvel's Spider-Man, showcasing Spider-Man's physique in a manner that transformed him from a youthful figure into a muscular powerhouse, a favorite among admirers of strength. Additionally, the Iron Spider suit, crafted by Tony Stark, known as the Mentor or the Godfather in the films, was a high-tech marvel. It utilized memory nanometal as its primary material, incorporated an advanced artificial intelligence assistant, and was equipped with various exceptional web-slinging capabilities, significantly enhancing Spider-Man's combat prowess. As Peter surveyed the collection, he felt his mouth nearly watering with excitement. However, a question began to gnaw at him. What was the story behind this world's Spider-Man? Why did his lair conceal such an impressive array of spider suits? And what about that suit draped with a cloak? Could it possibly belong to Doctor Strange? Peter's curiosity about this world's Spider-Man, who had perished under mysterious circumstances, grew boundless. He must have been an extraordinarily powerful hero. Simultaneously, an inexplicable sense of foreboding crept into his heart. Although he did not subscribe to fatalism or conspiracy theories, his experience with Marvel films suggested that the congregation of superheroes often heralded the emergence of formidable villains. Now, aside from himself, 3 Spider-Men had converged in this location. Coupled with the unexpected demise of the original World-S Spider-Man, it was evident that the probability of a significant event occurring next was alarmingly high. Even the formidable and seasoned Spider-Man has succumbed to fate. Given his current prowess, can he truly survive? "Hey, buddy, what are you pondering?" At that moment, Shadow Spider gently tapped him on the shoulder. Peter turned around. Shadow Spider gestured towards the other side. "Aunt May is calling for you." Peter hastily glanced in that direction. Indeed, Aunt May was waving at him from a short distance away. "Peter, come here." The young man, bewildered, quickened his pace towards her. He soon found Aunt May standing beside a high-tech machine, smiling as she looked at him. "Child, you've arrived. This is the sewing machine left behind by that boy Peter. It's actually a 3D printer. You can design your attire on the screen over there, and once confirmed, the sewing machine will create your battle suit." End of chapter 9. Peter's spider suit. Wow! Peter exclaimed, rushing towards the sewing machine. Clearly, this affectionate name was bestowed by the previous owner, the Spider-Man of this world. Admittedly, such a hasty name seemed rather whimsical. Nevertheless, it did not detract from its advanced technology. The sewing machine resembled a reclining letter shape. The upright section housed an empty clothes hanger, presumably for storing finished products, while the horizontal part extended into a control panel. After Aunt May manipulated the control panel, a virtual screen emerged. She stepped aside, gesturing. "Now you can unleash your creativity. As for materials, we have spandex, Kevlar, ultra-high molecular weight polyethylene, aramid, polyamide fibers. Quite a variety, though I can't recall them all. However, each material's properties, advantages, and disadvantages are labeled, allowing you to decide where to use which material." Peter, feeling somewhat overwhelmed yet nodding repeatedly, was genuinely lost. He recognized spandex as an elastic fiber and knew that Kevlar is commonly utilized in bulletproof vests, but the rest were completely foreign to him. Who among ordinary people would take the time to understand various fiber materials unless it pertained to their profession? Fortunately, Aunt May's subsequent words eased his anxiety. If that were the case, even if he was clueless about materials science, he should be able to comprehend the options presented. With that thought, Peter clicked on the materials section. Meta-aramid, also known as polymetaphenylenediamine fiber, it is one of the aramid fibers, characterized by excellent mechanical properties, classified as a flame-resistant fiber, with a limiting oxygen index of 29. It does not ignite spontaneously in air and self-extinguishes upon removal from flames, exhibiting remarkable flame-retardant properties. The glass transition temperature is 270 degrees Celsius. When temperatures exceed 400 degrees, the fiber becomes brittle, carbonizes, and forms an insulating layer that provides protective benefits. The dielectric constant is notably low, ensuring good insulation. Para-aramid, also referred to as polyparaphenylenediamine fiber, this aramid fiber is produced through high molecular liquid crystal spinning. It boasts characteristics such as high strength, high modulus, exceptional heat resistance, and impact resistance, with a tensile strength of 3055 MPa, 3 times that of steel. Para-aramid resin-based composite materials are lightweight and possess low density, making them suitable for structural applications in aircraft, rockets, and other aerospace vehicles. Multi-layer para-aramid fabric, when subjected to high-temperature pressing, can serve as ballistic vests and helmets. However, a drawback lies in the lack of reactive groups on the surface of para-aramid fibers, resulting in inferior adhesion at the resin interface. Bead. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Is this not bullying? Can a normal person comprehend this? Nonetheless, he realizes that this is already quite succinct. Each of these polymer fiber materials is an exemplary creation of modern industry. If one were to enumerate the pros and cons, each could easily fill thousands of words. With this thought, Bede patiently reads through the list item by item. The more he reads, the more he discovers certain techniques and patterns. Fibers: lightweight, high strength, high modulus, heat resistant, creep resistant, wear resistant, chemically resistant, and highly flexible, typically used in high-temperature flame-retardant flight suits, firefighting gear, high-temperature conveyor belts, protective gloves, etc. Carbon fiber composites: high strength, high modulus, electrically conductive, heat resistant, corrosion resistant, fatigue resistant, with a thermal expansion coefficient approaching 0, recommended for use as internal wiring materials in combat uniforms. Glass fiber: high tensile strength, low thermal conductivity, excellent heat resistance, relatively low dielectric constant, and poor electrical conductivity. Drawbacks include limited elongation, poor torsional resistance, and susceptibility to brittle fracture. Once the more specialized terminology is stripped away, focusing solely on the performance, advantages, and disadvantages makes the selection of corresponding materials much more comprehensible. At this moment, Spider Pig, Shadow Spider, and Penny gathered around him, all intrigued by what kind of spider suit Bede would create. The spider suit, in a sense, reflects an individual's personality. Much like choosing a vehicle, aspects such as model, color, and wraps may reveal one's inner thoughts and character. "I believe you can use this fiber as the primary material," Penny suggested, having produced a stick from somewhere and chewing on it. This ultra-performance fiber possesses exceptionally superior physical and mechanical properties, as well as chemical attributes. Its strength and modulus are at least twice that of Kevlar. A slender thread with a diameter of 1 can effortlessly suspend a weight of 450 kilograms, surpassing the tensile strength of steel fiber by more than tenfold. Such a professional analysis, backed by reasoned arguments, is utterly convincing. Yet, Bede, Shadow Spider, and Spider Pig gazed at Penny with expressions of disbelief. Penny tilted her head in confusion, asking, "Isn't this common knowledge? Why do you look at me like that?" Spider Pig inquired, "Are you really only 14 this year?" Shadow Spider exclaimed, "Goodness, you make me feel as if I wasted my time in school." Bede sighed, "All hail the genius young lady. Truly remarkable to pilot a Gundam." Aunt May beamed warmly, gently ruffling Penny's hair, proclaiming, "Little Penny is indeed a prodigy." With the endorsement of such a scholarly figure, there was no need for further deliberation. Bede promptly selected fiber as the primary material for the battle suit and instinctively glanced at Penny. With an expert at hand, it was only natural to seek her counsel. Penny let out a soft sigh and remarked, "I truly wonder what you all usually do. You could opt for the 2 to 187 coupling agent to enhance the interaction between the fiber and epoxy resin. The argon low-temperature plasma treatment should be set for 2 minutes, 30, and 50. As she spoke, she took the initiative, deftly operating the console. As she continuously input various parameters, the sewing machine beside her began to whir into action. Before long, a spider suit, comparable in size to Bede, materialized on the rack. However, it was merely a base at that stage. Bede shared some of his thoughts and suggestions for modifications, and Penny diligently followed his advice, inputting each adjustment while filling different materials into various sections. Some were layered, others interwoven, until, atop the foundational layer, several distinct materials were added. Approximately 20 minutes later, the battle suit was finally complete. Bede had no particular expectations for the suit's appearance. He had always admired the advanced suits in games, so he chose a design embodying that sophistication. With a few personal touches, the colors were more vivid, and the lines appeared bolder. Perhaps it was due to the material, as the suits in the games had a somewhat bulky aesthetic. In contrast, Bede's ensemble utilized materials that were more form-fitting and intricate, radiating both technological prowess and aesthetic appeal. As he beheld the spider suit that belonged to him gradually taking shape in the display case, Bede felt a surge of excitement within him. Who wouldn't desire a spider suit? And this was not a cheap, low-quality version from a discount site, but a genuine high-tech creation. Aunt May noticed Bede's exhilaration and pointed toward a direction, saying, "There is a changing room over there. Hurry and try it on for us." Bede nodded excitedly and retrieved his battle suit from the open wardrobe. The freshly crafted suit, having undergone argon treatment, still bore a cool sensation on its surface. The polymer fiber material felt exquisitely smooth to the touch, reminiscent of an infant's skin, providing an immense sense of comfort. Bede could hardly contain his eagerness to don it. He cradled the suit and hurried into the changing room, setting aside his nightwear before slipping into the battle attire. When not worn, the suit appeared loose and baggy, akin to a simple shirt. However, it was a high-tech battle suit, primarily inspired by the one Iron Man designed for Spider-Man. Within the suit, Penny ingeniously wove soft circuits from carbon fiber composite materials, skillfully concealing them within the layers of the suit's fabric. Additionally, the suit housed an energy conversion device capable of transforming the mechanical energy generated by Bede's movements into stored electrical energy. A portion of this energy served to power the suit's built-in smart assistant system, which could be fully unleashed at critical moments to simulate an electric shock effect. Of course, the intensity of the shock was not high, comparable to that of a stun baton. Yet, in the heat of battle, a sudden application of this tactic could yield surprising results. No matter how robust one might be, a complete immunity to electric shocks was unattainable, inevitably leading to vulnerabilities. Even a mere 0.1 second paralysis could dramatically alter the course of a confrontation. As for the smart assistant system, it could not rival the prowess of Spider-Man's Karen. Nevertheless, Bede could issue voice commands, such as marking an object to track its location in real time on an electronic map, or connecting to nearby radio stations and public broadcasts for information. While its utility seemed limited, Bede found it quite satisfactory. After all, without a team behind him, having a smart assistant system would save him considerable effort. The changing room featured a mirror. Once donned, Bede stood before the full-length mirror, scrutinizing his reflection. To his surprise, the suit fit perfectly and looked remarkably stylish. He had previously made a slight miscalculation, crafting the suit too form-fitting, which could be unflattering for his physique. However, thanks to the enhancements from the spider genes, his abdomen now showcased defined abs, and his overall physique appeared exceedingly well-proportioned. He attempted a half squat, placing one hand on the ground, mimicking the classic landing pose of Spider-Man. His toned muscles were neither overly bulky nor too slender, rendering him akin to a graceful cheetah, exuding a sense of poised readiness. After executing a series of movements, Bede grew increasingly satisfied with himself and the suit. It was simply perfect. He admired his reflection for a little while longer until the voice of Shadow Spider called out from outside. "Hey there, dashing young man. Are you too shy to come out?" Peter suddenly realized he had been somewhat narcissistic for quite some time. The chapter is not over. Turn to the next page to continue reading. He hurriedly stepped outside. Wow. Spider-Ham darted over, tiptoeing and gently tapping his abs, which were quite solid, an impressive specimen indeed. Penny sat atop her spider mech, her calves swinging beneath her short skirt. It seems our collaboration is going splendidly. This suit is simply flawless. No wonder it's mine. Thank you, Penny, Peter said, bending down to fist bump Spider-Ham before waving at Penny with a smile. He then expressed his gratitude to Aunt May. After some playful banter, Aunt May's smile gradually faded. Children, there is actually something I would like to ask of you. Peter was the first to step forward. Aunt May, please go ahead. Whatever I can do, I will do my utmost to accomplish. Whether out of gratitude for Aunt May's generous support of his spider suit or from the sense of responsibility that came with his newfound powers and the mission of being Spider-Man, Peter had no reason to refuse. The others, including Shadow Spider, remained silent but looked expectantly at Aunt May for her next words. Aunt May pressed a button on the nearby computer and a virtual screen projected into the center of the underground space. In fact, I believe I know how Peter met his demise, Aunt May said through clenched teeth, her eyes slightly reddening. Penny, understanding the gravity of the situation, wrapped her arms around her waist. Aunt May gently stroked Penny's hair and reassured her, "Child, I'm all right." As Aunt May recounted the events, Peter and the others finally began to piece together the story. It indeed had something to do with Kingpin. Last Monday, an unusual earthquake shook Brooklyn's underground. Since this earthquake was unlike any caused by tectonic activity, the Spider-Man of this world went to investigate its origins. Soon, he discovered that Kingpin was behind it. He had constructed a massive particle collider beneath Brooklyn, attempting to open a gateway to parallel universes in search of his deceased wife and son. Fortunately, Kingpin had been inadequately prepared for that experiment, and it failed. However, he was undeterred and planned to conduct a second collision experiment 11 days later, which was today. The Spider-Man of this realm certainly would not allow him to succeed, as opening a portal to parallel worlds could trigger catastrophic consequences. He set out to thwart Kingpin's plans and destroy the particle collider. Unfortunately, his efforts were in vain, and he lost his life. So, it was Kingpin who killed him. Peter's eyes widened. He recalled seeing Kingpin, tearful and emotional, professing how close he was to Spider-Man and how much he admired him. Such feelings were all an act. Moreover, the man's acting skills were extraordinary. Even Peter, who has witnessed the narratives of other realms and is well acquainted with his character, along with the Shadow Spider who has engaged in battles with him in his own world, was nearly deceived by him. It is no wonder that others firmly believe in Kim's identity. If this fellow were not to assume the role of a crime lord, he would undoubtedly excel in acting. It would be an affront to the Oscars if he were not awarded the coveted golden statuette. The Shadow Spider, with a serious demeanor, declared that it was essential to let him experience the chilling winds from another world. The Spider Pig, brandishing his diminutive arms, insisted on showing him what it meant to be a clumsy oaf. However, the utmost priority was to prevent him from activating that particle collider again, Aunt May lamented. Penny looked up at Aunt May, affirming, "Auntie, we shall certainly thwart him." Chapter 11. Peter's Training Course, Part 1, the following day. In the subterranean spider lair of Aunt May's backyard, Penny and her spider mech were seated at the computer desk, her fingers dancing across the keyboard. She was attempting to infiltrate the information repository of Kim's company to uncover details about the particle collider. Regrettably, the deceased Spider-Man of this world had not left behind much information, which would have simplified matters considerably. As for Peter, the Shadow Spider, and Spider Pig, realizing they could not assist Penny, they decided to engage in other activities, namely, training Peter. This was due to the fact that among the four present, Peter was the weakest. The others were seasoned fighters. The Shadow Spider had been a Spider-Man for 6 years, possessing extensive experience and formidable combat skills, armed with a revolver. Although Spider Pig did not disclose the duration of his tenure, his speed surpassed that of the Shadow Spider, and his strength was likely superior as well. Penny had only been a Spider Mech girl for a year, but her mech contained the combat experiences of her father, making her combat capabilities formidable in their own right. Only Peter was a novice, having just acquired his spider abilities and traversed into this realm, his understanding limited to what he had gleaned from movies and games. Currently, the only skill he had somewhat mastered was wall crawling. Thus, it was imperative to train him if he were to contribute to the impending confrontation with Kim. Peter was eager to receive training from these seasoned Spider-Men, hoping to master his abilities swiftly. To this end, he even rose early to prepare a hearty breakfast for them. Utilizing the culinary skills he had honed at home, the outcome was splendid. Not only did he earn sweet praises from Penny for his delightful creation, but he also gained the full support and guidance of the Shadow Spider and Spider Pig. However, their training methods were straightforward and unrefined, consisting primarily of direct sparring. Moreover, The combat techniques employed by them were not systematic martial arts, but rather straightforward and direct methods of attack, aiming for a single decisive blow. This starkly contrasted with Peter's recollections of the Spider-Men, for he remembered that Tobey, Garfield, and Holland often engaged in prolonged battles with their adversaries. At times, they genuinely struggled, yet on other occasions, it seemed they exhibited a certain leniency. However, he sensed no such inclination from Shadow Spider and Spider-Ham. In response, Shadow Spider asserted that if one's adversary is steeped in malevolence, it is imperative to seize the opportunity to eradicate their sins entirely, thereby safeguarding countless innocents. Should the opponent engage in minor misdeeds, they ought to be subdued and brought to justice, allowing the law to enact its retribution. If one shows mercy to the wicked, who then will advocate for the virtuous when the malevolent oppress them? According to the 9 alignment classification, he would likely be categorized as neutral good, while the typical Spider-Men are often lawful good, representing the most law-abiding and peace-loving of heroes. Do you not recall how, after being possessed by Venom, Tobey's Spider-Man unleashed his inner darkness, ultimately seeking merely the salary he deserved and dominating the bar, enacting revenge on the woman who betrayed him? If it were anyone else, one might expect that embracing darkness would compel them to seek world domination, as the term darkening suggests. The methods of Shadow Spider are likely influenced by the era in which he exists. During the Great Depression, under the oppressive weight of capitalism and rampant corruption among officials, darkness loomed over the common populace, suffocating them. Shadow Spider emerged as a figure of resistance, battling against those predatory capitalists, corrupt officials, and nefarious forces, and naturally, his tactics were rather ruthless. The disparity in their respective eras has shaped their experiences, responsibilities, and beliefs, rendering Shadow Spider distinct from the Spider-Man Peter knows. At this moment, Peter is newly endowed with abilities but has yet to cultivate a corresponding character. Much of his mindset remains rooted in his past as an ordinary citizen. Shadow Spider's teachings undoubtedly sprinkle nourishment upon this fledgling seed. While the effects may not be immediately apparent, over time, they may subtly influence him. Subsequently, as Spider-Ham sparred with Peter, he shared his own insights. In contrast to Shadow Spider, Spider-Ham's philosophy was more tranquil, or perhaps carefree, within his animated animal universe. While there are indeed numerous villains, their actions and motivations are wildly varied. Spider-Ham engages with them primarily to pass the time and seek amusement. Children, let us take a brief respite and enjoy some nourishment before we continue. The voice of Aunt May resonated from the training room's speaker. All right, Aunt May. We're on our way, Shadow Spider replied, extending a hand to lift the resting Bader from the ground. How do you feel? Bader grinned, in pain yet exhilarated. Spider-Pig pinched his calf with a mischievous grin, saying, let us make you even happier this afternoon. Damn. Bader yelped in pain, his body shuddering slightly. Shadow Spider's training was notably rigorous. After assessing Bader's physical endurance, he calibrated his strength to inflict just enough pain to challenge Bader without causing injury. Any lapse in Bader's defense would leave a mark. The sharp ache in his calf was a result of a sweeping kick from Shadow Spider. However, the gains were immense. Under the attentive guidance of both instructors, Bader transformed from a novice with no understanding of combat into a proficient fighter within a mere morning. If an ordinary person's combat prowess is rated at 1, with his newfound spider abilities, he had risen to a 5, and now, having mastered adept fighting techniques, his prowess reached at least 10. He mused that if he were to confront his past self from yesterday, he could contend with at least 35 opponents simultaneously. With further practical experience, this number could potentially double. This was undoubtedly a monumental advancement. What will we train in this afternoon? Bader inquired, gently rubbing his sore spots as he walked. Shadow Spider glanced at him and replied coolly, this morning we focused on ground combat techniques. This afternoon, I will teach you how to integrate web slinging into your fighting. This is our true combat style. Integrating web slinging. A multitude of techniques flashed through Bader's mind. Web swinging, aerial kicks, web strikes, and web projectiles were all commonly employed maneuvers in the games. With his current abilities, he should be able to replicate them. Filled with confidence, Bader looked forward to the afternoon's training. The chapter concluded here. Chapter 12, Bader's Training Course, Part 2, Lunch was, of course, prepared by Aunt May. Given that Spider-Pig was, in fact, a pig, no pork was used in the meal. Instead, beef was the sole ingredient. Aunt May's culinary skills were commendable, and Spider-Pig devoured 3 oversized hot dogs stuffed with beef, exclaiming in delight. During the meal, Penny shared updates from her end. The good news was that she had discovered a plan among the documents left by the late Spider-Man. The plan was designed for the particle collider associated with Kingpin. It seemed to involve a method for completely dismantling Kingpin's collider. However, for reasons unknown, the document lacked specific details regarding the collider, leaving only a design schematic. While the rest appeared to have been deliberately erased, they speculate that the late Spider-Man, After concluding his research on the particle collider, created a corresponding destructive device and subsequently destroyed all related materials for safety to prevent others from obtaining the information and constructing a new collider. His intentions, though noble, were unforeseen by him, as he could not have anticipated that he would perish in this very incident, with the majority of the data obliterated, leaving only a single design blueprint. Even Penny would find it exceedingly challenging to decipher the construction of the destructive device in a short span of time. Ultimately, Penny resigned herself, stating, "I shall attempt it again this afternoon. If I still cannot succeed, we will have no choice but to devise a plan to infiltrate the territory of that individual named Kingpin and retrieve the detailed information on the particle collider." Indeed, it would serve as an initial endeavor for Peter, as Shadow Spider nodded, finding no fault in Penny's suggestion. Peter, too, felt a surge of excitement. The extensive training he underwent that morning had significantly enhanced his abilities, and he was already itching to put them to the test. However, mindful of their obligation to fulfill the legacy of the late Spider-Man and find a way home, he refrained from recklessly venturing out. Given the events of the previous night, it was evident that Kingpin was covertly monitoring Aunt May. Currently, they operated in the shadows while Kingpin remained in the light, a situation that would enhance the probability of success in their forthcoming actions. Should they be exposed and Kingpin prepared, it would likely lead to unforeseen complications, rendering their efforts futile. Thus, Peter had to suppress his eagerness. Yet, if it were a team endeavor agreed upon by all, there would be no need for such apprehension. With this thought, Peter could hardly contain his desire to embark on an adventure. After their meal, he gathered Shadow Spider and Spider-Ham and returned to the training grounds within the underground spider lair. The former Spider-Man must have relished experimenting with new abilities or honing his skills in this very place. After a bit of manipulation on the walls, the training arena transformed, adorned with various obstacles and laser devices that unexpectedly emerged from the walls. These not only served to enhance physical agility, but also honed reflexes. Although the spider sense provided substantial protection against ranged attacks, a simple adage holds true: the mind may react, yet the body may falter. This principle applies equally to spider sense. If the body's response time does not keep pace with the spider sense, there remains a possibility of injury. Moreover, there are instances when the spider sense does not activate. For instance, Garfied Spider had once been struck by a bullet due to a lapse in vigilance. In reality, even if he had relaxed his guard around the officers, the spider sense should have detected the impending danger just as the bullet was about to reach him. To be continued. If one had been quick enough at that time, there would have been the capability to evade. This underscores the significance of training one's reflexes. The presence of such facilities within the base also subtly indicates the diligence of the late Spider-Man during his lifetime. With a series of movements such as swinging kick, web strike, aerial combo, aerial toss, wall run, and ceiling hang, the Shadow Spider and Spider-Ham initially instructed, followed by Peter meticulously practicing all the techniques they had taught over the course of an hour. He then, relying on his recollection of the game, replicated numerous skills one by one. "Wow, kid, it seems your combat talent is quite remarkable," Spider-Ham praised. The Shadow Spider, arms crossed, remarked, "Kid, that last move was a bit too extravagant. You could be more decisive. Your arms shouldn't be stiffly extended. They should follow the direction of the web swing. Have you studied geometry? Align your arm's motion with the web to form a straight line. This will yield far more effective results. And what is your leg doing? Dancing the Latin? That move is too flashy and impractical. Are you preparing to be thrown around like a ragdoll in battle?" The Shadow Spider offered pointed critiques of Peter's movements, displaying the unrelenting demeanor of a military instructor. However, under his stern guidance, Peter made substantial progress. By eliminating some of the flashy effects from the game, he quickly mastered the combat techniques that integrated web slinging. This encompassed not only attacking but also evading, ensnaring foes, and stealth tactics. Peter absorbed knowledge like a sponge, while the Shadow Spider and Spider-Ham functioned as two vessels pouring forth their wisdom. This continuous flow enriched Peter's combat capabilities. To receive the meticulous tutelage of two seasoned Spider-Men immediately upon acquiring his powers was undoubtedly fortuitous for Peter. In contrast, one can reflect on Tobey's and Garfield's Spider-Men, who navigated their paths akin to crossing a river by feeling for stones, learning bit by bit, engaging in battles against various villains, and facing life-threatening situations to gradually evolve. Peter, however, bypassed these foundational stages. This scenario presents both advantages and disadvantages. The benefit is that his starting point is extraordinarily high, endowed with enhanced memory and physical prowess from his spider abilities. He has assimilated nearly all the experiences of the Shadow Spider and Spider-Ham, significantly amplifying his combat strength. Yet, the drawbacks are quite apparent. Currently, he resembles a flower cultivated in a greenhouse, vibrant in color and seemingly robust. However, No one can predict how he will fare when exposed to the true storms of the outside world. Such issues of temperament are ones Peter must navigate alone, adapting through genuine combat experience. Nevertheless, regardless of the teachings from Shadow Spider and Spider Pig, he harbored a deep sense of gratitude. As Peter was honing his skills, 3 unexpected guests arrived at Aunt May's house. One was a young black boy clad in a cheap Spider-Man shirt. Another was a middle-aged man wearing a Spider-Man costume on his upper half and thermal leggings on his lower half, proudly displaying his protruding belly. Lastly, there was a slender girl adorned in a black and white Spider-Man suit. Thanks are due to Brother Tao, who sells rice cakes, and to the generous supporters, the Exterminator, the Supreme Celestial Master, and book friend 20200225223838917. Thank you all for your monthly ticket support. Chapter 13. My name is Gwen Stacy. Wow, guys. I truly did not expect to have so many companions. Spider Pig exclaimed while bouncing on the ground. He approached the trio, extending his damp hand. Oh, my apologies. I just washed my hands, so it's wet. If it bothers you, I can dry it off. The thermal leggings Spider-Man bent down, shaking his hand. Not at all. It's a pleasure to meet you. However, could you explain what is happening here? Well, let us do another round of introductions, Peter suggested. Shadow Spider, with his hands in his pockets, replied, All right, I'll go first. After everyone reintroduced themselves, it was time for the newcomers. Hello everyone, I am Peter Parker. A cheerful and lively middle-aged man, the thermal leggings Spider-Man proclaimed proudly, puffing out his belly. Beside him, the young black boy shyly introduced himself. Hi everyone. I'm Miles Morales, just call me Miles. The duo stood before Peter and the others. Yet Peter's gaze primarily lingered on the girl in the black and white Spider-Man suit behind them. Her attire evoked thoughts of someone he was uncertain about. Noticing Peter's gaze, the middle-aged Spider-Man gestured towards her. Hey, girl, why don't you introduce yourself to everyone? The girl turned around, her soft blonde hair cascading over her shoulder as she revealed a delicate face. Hi, I'm Gwen Stacy. Gwen? It truly is Gwen, Peter realized. He recognized the existence of Gwen Stacy from the internet, where he had seen a fan-made video connecting to the storyline after Spider-Man: No Way Home. The content depicted how Garfield's Spider-Man, upon returning from the world of Holland's Spider, accidentally ventured into Gwen's universe, encountering Gwen Stacy, who had become the Spider-Man of her world. Initially, it was presumed to be a whimsical creation, yet through the comments of netizens, he learned that among the myriad of Spider-Men, there indeed exists a Gwen Spider. Contemplating this, Peter's gaze upon Gwen Spider grew slightly fervent. Gwen Stacy, the cherished light of many hearts when watching Spider-Man, right? However, he soon shook his head, casting aside such thoughts. This Gwen is not that Gwen. Furthermore, judging by Gwen Spider's demeanor, she appeared somewhat aloof, seemingly disinterested in engaging in conversation. Peter then redirected his attention back to Miles. Wait, you said your name is Miles? Miles Morales? Miles looked at Peter and nodded. What about it? Peter inquired. Do you have an uncle named Aaron Davis? You know my uncle? Miles exclaimed in surprise. And do you have 2 childhood friends, Finn and Rick Mason? Peter pressed on. Miles's astonishment deepened. You even know Finn and Rick Mason? Did we meet when we were kids? Peter smiled gently and shook his head. We never met in person. You are from this world, correct? Yes, Miles nodded, puzzled. What's the matter? Peter replied. Nothing. I was just confirming certain details, and now I finally have clarity. What have you confirmed? The Shadow Spider queried. Even Gwen Spider, who had long isolated herself from the crowd, cast a curious glance towards Peter. Peter then articulated his revelation. He had played several games related to Spider-Man, one of which was titled Marvel's Spider-Man, Miles Morales. The game primarily revolves around a young African-American named Miles, who, by chance, was bitten by a mutated spider, thereby acquiring abilities akin to Spider-Man. Subsequently, Spider-Man traveled abroad with Mary Jane, leaving Miles as the sole Spider-Man in New York, the character controlled by the player. As Miles trained under the lessons left by Spider-Man, he also battled against an underground gang led by his childhood friend Finn. Along the way, he discovered that his uncle Aaron Davis was, in fact, the Prowler. Ultimately, he confronted Finn, who had transformed into the Tinkerer, in a love-hate dynamic. After defeating Finn, to prevent the energy from the unstable new form from exploding, Miles utilized his powers to absorb the energy. Following this, Finn propelled Miles into the sky, causing the energy within Miles to explode, resulting in Finn's demise. Wait, Miles exclaimed, his eyes widening as he stared at Peter. You must be joking, right? Uncle Aaron could never be the Prowler. And Finn, I haven't seen her in 5 or 6 years. How could she become a gang leader? Moreover, your world actually has a game centered around me. Miles wore a bewildered expression, embodying the essence of incredulity. Beard furrowed his brow, acknowledging the discrepancies in the information. According to the data we have gathered, The current leader of the underground gang in New York is indeed Kingpin, not the repairman. As he spoke, Beard instinctively glanced at Aunt May on the other side. The shadow spider and others immediately comprehended the unspoken words he left lingering in the air. Furthermore, the Spider-Man from the game he referenced had not perished, while the Spider-Man of this reality had already met his demise. Beard hesitated for a moment, his mind racing. And then it struck him with clarity. This Miles before him must be an alternate version. The game he played was produced by Sony, and the storyline diverged from the original. Thus, this individual might very well be the original. In essence, it was a distinction between Miles and the other Miles, akin to counterparts in parallel dimensions. If this were the original Miles, he would undoubtedly be aware of this world and the identity of the deceased Spider-Man. Earth 1610, the Marvel Ultimate Universe. The fallen Spider-Man was indeed the ultimate Spider-Man. The reason Beard knew this was that when he initially played the game and discovered that this Spider-Man was, in fact, African-American, his curiosity led him to search for information about Miles. This little black spider possessed abilities that differed significantly from most Spider-Men. He wielded a unique bioelectric attack capability, which, when augmented with bioelectricity, could double the power of his strikes, accompanied by effects such as armor penetration and paralysis. It was quite an impressive ability. Additionally, he possessed a special talent, invisibility. This ability could even evade infrared detectors in the game. As a counterpart from the parallel dimension of the other Miles, it would stand to reason that this individual before him could achieve the same, right? End of chapter 14. The truth Beard had no intention of withholding information. He divulged everything he knew about the little black spider. After all, the little black spider was not only a character he had controlled in the game, but also one of their allies in dealing with Kingpin. It was only logical and reasonable for him to assist. Moreover, sharing intelligence incurred no loss. On the contrary, the others were left in astonishment after hearing Beard's description. After a long pause, the middle-aged Peter Spider nudged the little black spider's shoulder with his elbow, exclaiming, "Miles, did you hear that? You're truly remarkable." The little black spider, taken aback, nodded in disbelief. Yes. I didn't realize I was this impressive." Meanwhile, Gwen Spider scrutinized the little black spider, turning to Beard. "Can he really become invisible?" Beard hesitated, uncertain, for his knowledge was limited to Baidu Encyclopedia and the game, and now they were in reality. The phrase images for reference only wasn't just applicable to instant noodle containers. At that moment, the middle-aged Peter Spider threw his arm around the little black spider's shoulder, declaring, "I can vouch for this. He can indeed become invisible." The little black spider nodded with a sense of innocence, exclaiming, Yes, I can truly become invisible." The middle-aged Peter Spider encouraged him, "Quickly, show them." "All right, I shall demonstrate." The little black spider seemed to be swept up in the enthusiasm of the middle-aged Peter Spider. Brimming with bravado, he extended his arms and spread his legs, assuming a stance akin to a horse stance, reminiscent of a tragic tower gathering energy to transform into a super scion. "Ah," the little black spider growled as he performed the motions. Indeed, he appeared even more convincing now. Peter felt somewhat speechless, wanting to chime in but refraining for fear of interrupting the little black spider's fervor, so he silently observed. After a considerable time, the little black spider lowered his head in despair, admitting, "I can't just vanish at will." His voice was a bit hoarse, likely a consequence of his earlier exertion. Peter kindly offered him a glass of water, suggesting, "Perhaps it would be best to take a break and share your stories. We didn't have the chance to discuss them earlier." "Thank you," the little black spider replied, taking the cup and drinking it in one go. Following that, he, along with the others, recounted their experiences in turn. The little black spider, now 17 years old, was a senior at Vision High School in New York City. This detail has been slightly adjusted. In the original text, both he and Gwen were set at 15. For various reasons, they have been aged 2 years to 17. Last weekend, he visited his uncle Aaron, where he accidentally got bitten by a spider. Upon waking the next day, he discovered he had gained spider-like abilities. After spending a few days at school, unable to quell his curiosity, he followed his memories back to the subway tracks where he had been bitten. However, instead of finding the spider that had bitten him, he stumbled upon an intense battle between the Ultimate Spider and the Green Goblin, as well as an activated particle collider. During the fierce clash, the Ultimate Spider was caught off guard and was pushed into the particle stream emitted by the collider by the Green Goblin. In that moment, the collider erupted violently, resulting in the immediate demise of the Green Goblin, while the Ultimate Spider sustained severe injuries. Subsequently, he was ruthlessly slain by Kingpin. The little black spider, who had been observing from the shadows, accidentally revealed his presence and was pursued by the Prowler. After narrowly escaping, he learned of the Ultimate Spider's demise. Not long after, he encountered the middle-aged Peter Spider, though initially, they were unaware of each other's identities and had a conflict. Once they resolved their misunderstanding, they agreed to journey to Kingpin's research facility in the suburbs, where they managed to steal a computer containing data on the particle collider. Following this, they were chased by Kingpin's henchmen and, during their flight, encountered Gwen Spider. With her assistance, they successfully evaded their pursuers and arrived at their current location. Is this the computer you brought back? Splendid. With the information contained within, I can expedite my research on how to combat the particle collider. Penny chimed in eagerly. Beside her, the spider mech followed closely. This chapter remains unfinished. Click to continue reading on the next page. Peter, now in his middle age, glanced at Penny and asked, "Are you serious about the method you've devised to tackle that particle collider?" With a chuckle, he added, "Of course it's true. Penny is a genius and a beauty." Penny lifted her head proudly, straightening her fair little nose. Hee, I am indeed a genius beauty. All right then, do as you wish. Genius beauty, Peter said with a shrug, his expression tinged with disbelief. This reaction was hardly surprising. Anyone would find it hard to reconcile a 14-year-old girl with such advanced technology. Most typical 14-year-olds are still in middle school, probably just learning basic algebra. A particle collider? What on earth is that? Even Peter, a university graduate, felt utterly bewildered by it. Penny, however, was unfazed by such skepticism. She had grown accustomed to the burdens of being a prodigy. Behind her, her spider mech lifted the chassis for her. "I'll crack this open and extract the data inside," she declared eagerly as she hurried to a computer to begin her work. Peter reassured the older man and the little black spider beside him. "Stay calm. This is the realm of genius, and we mere mortals need not concern ourselves with it." To which the middle-aged Peter replied, "Thank you for your comforting words." The little black spider chimed in, "You really know how to console people." Suddenly, the little black spider exclaimed, producing a disc-like object from his belongings and placing it on the table beside Penny. "What is this?" she inquired, puzzled. "This is a little gadget Peter entrusted to me. He said it can completely shut down the particle collider," the little black spider explained, his eyes lighting up. "Wonderful," Penny responded, her enthusiasm palpable. The shadow spider interjected, "If it's such a great item, why didn't you mention it earlier?" The little black spider scratched his head sheepishly. Actually, it got broken." "What? Broken?" exclaimed Wang Defa, the shadow spider, the spider pig hero, and Peter in unison. The little black spider hung his head in shame. Penny waved her hand reassuringly. "No worries, I can fix it. It's much simpler than making a new one." "Miles, you did well." The little black spider felt even more embarrassed, knowing he had been the one to accidentally damage it. Gwen Spider, having approached them unnoticed, asked, "Do you have any plans?" The spider pig hero replied, "The plan is simple. Fix the gadget, locate the particle collider, insert the gadget, and destroy it." "But how do we return to our own world?" the shadow spider queried, prompting a moment of silence among them. Suddenly, a series of chilling screams echoed throughout the spider lair. Aside from Peter and the little black spider, the others were enveloped in a kaleidoscope of distortions. It felt as if the world itself was rejecting their presence. Chapter 15. The purpose of Kingpin. After a considerable amount of time, the group gradually regained their composure. Peter assisted the shadow spider, Gwen Spider, and Spider Ham in getting back on their feet, while the black spider helped Penny and middle-aged Peter Spider. With a grave expression, Peter remarked, "This is the second time. It seems that this cannot simply be attributed to the discomfort of acclimatization." Penny nodded in agreement. "I have studied quantum physics, and from that perspective, our current predicament can be explained as follows. We are fundamentally composed of the quantum essence from our respective worlds, which ought not to exist in this realm. Consequently, this world instinctively repels us as outsiders." The shadow spider exhaled heavily, his voice low. "What will happen to us? We will die?" Penny stated emphatically. "As our time in this world prolongs, the pressure will intensify until it obliterates us. What shall we do?" Spider Ham's expression shifted. Although he was not one to fear death, this was not the manner of demise he desired. Meanwhile, middle-aged Peter Spider placed a reassuring hand on the shoulder of the black spider. "As long as we devise a means to return to our own world, we can avert this fate, correct?" The black spider, filled with concern, inquired, "But how will you return? We do not even know how you arrived here." "No, we already have an inkling," Penny interjected, shaking her head. "It is the particle collider of Kingpin." Peter nodded, clarity dawning in his mind. "I suspect it is indeed related to the particle collider, considering we appeared in this world following experiments conducted at the collider." Penny continued, "No, primarily, I have discovered evidence." She gestured towards the computer screen before them, which displayed a wealth of intricate data. The others gathered closer to examine it. As they did, Penny explained the information to ensure their understanding. The particle collider comprises a 30-kilometer-long superconducting magnet ring and thousands of diverse magnets of various models. For instance, there are 232 dipole magnets, each stretching 15 meters in length, used to confine and bend the particle beams, as well as 392 quadrupole magnets, each measuring 57 meters, employed to focus the particle flow. To facilitate this colossal apparatus, Kingpin leveraged his influence to acquire several abandoned subway stations beneath Brooklyn, connecting them for this purpose. Additionally, within the computer, there existed a project document. By correlating it with the clues left by the ultimate spider, they ultimately pieced together the narrative of events. They finally understood the immense resources and labor Kingpin had mobilized to construct this monumental machine, and the reason behind it became clear. It turned out that the Kingpin of this world, during a confrontation with the ultimate spider, had inadvertently been witnessed by his wife and son. His wife and son had always believed him to be a successful entrepreneur and philanthropist. That day marked the first revelation of his true self. Unable to accept the harsh reality, Jean Bing's wife fled with their son, but in her panic, they encountered a tragic car accident that claimed her life on the spot. Devastated by the loss of his wife, Jean Bing sought the help of a mad scientist specializing in quantum physics, Lady Octopus, Olivia Leaf Octavius, the female counterpart to the notorious Dr. Octopus. With Jean Bing providing the funding and Lady Octopus contributing her expertise, they collaboratively constructed a particle collider. Jean Bing's aim was to utilize this machine to open a quantum channel to parallel universes, in search of his wife's counterpart from an alternate reality, hoping to bring her into this world. An unexpected turn of events unfolded during a conflict between the Ultimate Spider and the Green Goblin. As the little black spider had noted, the Ultimate Spider inadvertently found himself ensnared by the Green Goblin, who thrust him into the particle stream emitted by the collider. To locate a parallel counterpart, the collider required the genetic sample of the target to be introduced as a retrieval criterion for automatic search. The intention was to input the genetic samples of Jean Bing's wife and son. However, Spider-Man's sample was mistakenly inserted instead, resulting in the arrival of various parallel universe Spider-Men and women. This incident highlighted the significant flaws within Jean Bing's particle collider. The genetic retrieval method was evidently unreliable. Otherwise, the varied spider counterparts, differing in gender, age, and ethnicity, would not have been summoned together. The likelihood of successfully opening a quantum channel to parallel universes seemed akin to a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse, rendering them all victims of circumstance. Spider-Ham rolled his eyes, nudging with his snout. So we're all just unfortunate casualties of this mishap. Can I inquire if Jean Bing offers any post-accident support? Shadow Spider pondered seriously. He might provide some form of post-accident assistance, perhaps by capturing you for dissection to study the discrepancies between this universe and the parallel one. Nearby, middle-aged Peter Spider suddenly shuddered. What is wrong with you? Peter inquired. Middle-aged Peter Spider forced a strained smile. Nothing at all. Would he confess to the others that he had recently attempted to steal data from Jean Bing's lab with Miles, and had nearly been caught by Lady Octopus? The group continued to peruse the data while Penny provided commentary. At that moment, Peter felt a gaze lingering upon him, an unmistakable glance from Gwen Spider. Initially dismissing it as a mere illusion, he soon realized that Gwen was merely looking at the computer screen, fortuitously positioned at that angle. However, he now realized that this could not merely be an illusion. Gwen Spider had genuinely been observing him. But why? He was not so vain as to believe that Gwen Spider had fallen for him at first sight. Although there exists a certain unique connection between spiders, akin to that between Peter Parker and Silk Cindy, where proximity triggers the secretion of a specific hormone, leading to overwhelming emotions. He was certain that no such peculiar hormonal bond existed between him and Gwen Spider. Nevertheless, when he turned his head, he was immediately met with Gwen Spider's face. What is the matter? Peter inquired, touching his own face, as if he bore no residue. Gwen Spider furrowed her brow, scrutinizing Peter intently, and remarked, I have been pondering why you do not exhibit our phenomenon. Did you not also come from another world? Peter paused, momentarily taken aback before realizing the implication. Indeed, he too hailed from another realm. Yet why had he not experienced any rejection? He had arrived in this world around the same time as Shadow Spider, who had already undergone 2 episodes of rejection, yet he had not once. How peculiar. Chapter 16. You are also a Karamai Spider-Ham circled around Peter, stating, But you seem no different from us. Peter retorted, No. While I may not differ much from them, I am certainly quite distinct from you. Spider-Ham exclaimed, leaping onto Peter's shoulder and nudging his cheek with his nose. What do you mean? Are you implying that I am a pig? Are you not? Shadow Spider interjected, raising his hands in bemusement. Spider-Ham's smile gradually faded, and his hands slackened as he slid down Peter's arm. Peter promptly caught him, but Spider-Ham remained unresponsive, his antenna-like ears drooping. Goodness, do you have any idea how damaging such comments can be to an adorable humanoid spider? I implore you, cease the jesting. Penny could no longer contain herself, her gaze fixed intently on Peter. Upon reflection, it appeared that you truly were quite different from us. Your world even has a game featuring Miles. Peter nodded earnestly. Indeed, not only is there a game featuring Miles, but also numerous games, a series of films, animated shows, and reportedly, even comics. Shadow Spider, Penny Parker, Spider-Mech, middle-aged Peter Spider, Little Black Spider, Gwen Spider, Spider-Ham, looking around. Am I not shocked enough to fit in? Then I shall join in the astonishment. What is the nature of your world? It sounds quite extraordinary. Gwen Spider expressed her astonishment, her eyes shimmering with curiosity. Could it be that your world harbors individuals capable of traversing time and space, embarking on journeys to other realms, thus enabling you to glean knowledge about them? Her tone suggested a keen interest in time travel. However, Peter remained oblivious to her intrigue, merely sharing what he knew. He recounted the original Tobey Spider's Spider-Man trilogy, Andrew Spider's The Amazing Spider-Man duology, and the more recent trilogy featuring Tom Holland's Spider-Man, which included Homecoming, Far From Home, and No Way Home, along with the Marvel Spider-Man and Marvel Spider-Man, Miles Morales video games, as well as the animated version of Spider-Man that premiered in 1994. These were aspects he was relatively familiar with, supplemented by hearsay gleaned from online comments. Tales of Spider-Man, Webs, and Black Cat flowed through his mind. This is utterly astonishing, exclaimed the middle-aged Peter Spider, the first to digest the information. Your story about Tobey Spider resonates with me, though it dates back over a decade. Indeed, many issues exist between Mary Jane and me. We haven't seen each other in quite some time, and I wonder how she is faring now. As he spoke, a glimmer of reminiscence flickered in his eyes, his gaze involuntarily drifting to a nearby table. There, a framed photograph of Mary Jane rested. This world's Mary Jane, the wife of Ultimate Spider, yet she bore an uncanny resemblance to his own Mary Jane. It was akin to the only difference between him and this world's Spider-Man being the color of their hair. The notion of parallel universes was, indeed, wondrous. This chapter is not finished. Turn to the next page to continue reading. The Shadow Spider suddenly realized, no wonder when we first met. You referred to me as Shadow Spider-Man and mentioned that some Spider-Men have barbed appendages. Peter chuckled, recalling how startled he had been during their initial encounter. It was rather amusing. Little Black Spider leaned in eagerly, asking, could you assist me in honing my abilities? Peter sighed, while I have played the game, it does not equate to actual expertise. My understanding of your powers is limited to what I previously shared. You might consider exploring those avenues. Little Black Spider nodded, somewhat disheartened. All right, I understand. Nevertheless, I appreciate your guidance. Having direction is better than wandering aimlessly. He then turned to the middle-aged Peter Spider, who hesitated before saying, though I genuinely wish to assist you, Miles, time may not be on our side. The immediate priority is to return home. Otherwise, we may all meet our demise. Little Black Spider felt another wave of disappointment, yet he recognized the gravity of the situation. Penny raised her hand, shaking a small gadget. Everyone, I have some good news. What good news? Penny remarked. The true name of this little gadget is the Overload Key. It can reformat the particle collider, restoring everything to its original state. And then? Spider-Ham inquired, puzzled. Penny shot him a glance. Then we can go home. It dawned on Peter. This was their ticket home, which had been with them all along. Shadow Spider interjected. That is splendid news. I now acknowledge your title as a genius girl. The next step is for the genius girl to repair this overload key and then hand it over to me. Wait, why should it be given to you? Peter interjected, halting his words. Shadow Spider glanced at him. Because I promised Aunt May that I would assist this world's Peter in dismantling the collider. Peter shook his head vigorously. No, that is not solely your promise. Allow me to handle this. Spider-Ham was about to speak, but Peter shot him a look, then turned to Penny and stated, you can't either, Penny. Among everyone here, except for Miles and me, there are signs of rejection. Therefore, in the upcoming operation, you all should enter the particle collider. As for the task of shutting it down and destroying it, leave that to me. Black Spider voiced, why only you? What about me? Peter turned to him and gently shook his head. Miles, I understand your situation. Although I recognize your potential, it has yet to be fully realized. Joining this battle recklessly would be far too perilous. Black Spider protested, but didn't you say you just activated your abilities? I've had mine for several days. Surely I am stronger than you. Peter shrugged, yet I have just undergone rigorous training from both of them, and I now possess a modicum of combat capability. Spider-Ham nodded. I can attest to that. Peter is now essentially a competent warrior. Shadow Spider, however, shook his head slightly. To call him competent is still premature. Peter looked at him in surprise, not expecting Shadow Spider to undermine him. Shadow Spider stated, without real combat experience, how can one be considered a competent warrior? Upon hearing this, Black Spider couldn't help but feel a sense of schadenfreude. Haha, you look down on me, and yet here you are, just as clueless. End of chapter 17. Practical assessment. At that moment, Gwen Spider, who had been quietly listening, chimed in. if that's the case. Why not test him in a practical scenario? A practical test? How would we do that? Gwen Spider pointed above. We do it as we usually do. You mean, send him out to handle some spontaneous events on the street to hone his skills? Shadow Spider asked. Isn't that the best way to assess him? Isn't that how we all did it? Gwen Spider replied. Indeed, you make a valid point, but don't we lack the time for such an endeavor? The Shadow Spider furrowed his brow, steadfast in his belief that his presence was essential for stability. Of course, this was not a reflection of suicidal thoughts. Rather, it was a matter of necessity. Someone had to undertake this task. Penny interjected, we still have time. Since we are determined to dismantle the collider, I plan to enhance my little device with additional components. Additional components? What do you mean? Spider Pig inquired with curiosity. Penny elaborated. When the particle collider is activated, two beams of high-energy particles will emerge from the accelerator, traversing through separate beam pipes at velocities approaching the speed of light in opposite directions. Under the influence of a strong magnetic field, these beams will be confined within the acceleration ring, undergoing sequential acceleration until they successfully collide. However, achieving such speeds demands stringent conditions. Firstly, the environment inside the beam pipes must attain a state of ultra-high vacuum to minimize the presence of matter, thereby reducing particle loss during motion. Secondly, the strong magnetic field required to confine the particle beams necessitates a substantial number of superconducting magnets, which must be cooled to approximately -271 degrees Celsius to reach a superconducting state. Consequently, we require an enormous and sophisticated cooling system, which is precisely what this liquid helium distribution system is designed for. Penny spoke with palpable enthusiasm, yet her audience appeared bewildered. Shadow Spider could not help but interject. All right, brilliant young lady, why not simply tell us what you intend to do and the approximate time frame required? Sighing, Penny seemed to lament the inherent gap between the academically inclined and the less studious. Nevertheless, she composed herself and replied, I plan to build upon the existing overload program within my device by incorporating a Trojan virus to infiltrate and sabotage the liquid helium distribution system. At that point, the superconducting magnets will fail to cool, and the accumulated heat will transform into a bomb, allowing us to obliterate the collider with a single command. To execute this plan effectively, I estimate I will need about a day. Middle-aged Peter Spider raised two fingers, stating, so, essentially, there are 2 points. First, you need to create a foolproof detonator to make it easier for me. Second, we have half a day to train and demonstrate our capabilities. You're right. Penny pouted adorably, resembling a cute inflatable fish. Peter suppressed the urge to reach out and poke her, saying so. That means I have until tomorrow afternoon to prove my abilities, correct? Yes, Penny nodded, adding, rest assured, I have just calculated that, based on the degree of anomalous reactions, our bodies can endure for at least another 2 weeks. However, it is advisable to return within a week to avoid any adverse effects on our health. The others nodded in understanding. Gwen Spider's brow furrowed slightly, her expression somewhat disconcerted, though she remained silent. Meanwhile, the little black spider exclaimed, so? Does that mean I can also begin training? Feel free, but please do not disturb me. I must concentrate fully on crafting my gadgets. Penny's small face was taut, her demeanor quite serious, likely still vexed by the actions of those underperforming students. To mitigate any adverse effects on her health from potential rejection, it would be best for us to return as soon as possible. Well then, let us set our plan in motion tomorrow evening, Shadow Spider declared. We shall gather here tomorrow afternoon. Middle-aged Peter Spider placed a hand on little black Spider's shoulder. So, Miles, are you prepared to undergo specialized training? Really? Little black Spider's eyes gleamed with excitement. Indeed, middle-aged Peter Spider affirmed. Spider-Ham leapt down from Peter's hand, saying, if you don't mind, I could lend a hand as well. Shadow Spider's gaze flickered between little black Spider and Peter, seemingly hesitating over something. Just as he was about to speak, when Spider interjected, then I shall supervise Peter's combat training assessment. Shadow Spider sighed in relief. I truly appreciate your assistance. To be honest, I am not particularly fond of venturing out during the day, especially in such a vividly colorful world. Peter shot Gwen a peculiar glance, sensing something amiss but unable to pinpoint it. However, although plans had been laid, it was now deep into the night, and there was no need to rush. Thus, morning arrived the following day. The Spider-Men were action-oriented. With a plan in place, they each began their respective tasks. After breakfast, Penny and her spider mech remained in the underground spider lair, crafting enhanced gadgets. Middle-aged Peter Spider, Spider-Ham, and Shadow Spider trained little black Spider in the lair's training arena. Meanwhile, Peter donned his spider suit and, accompanied by Gwen Spider, departed Aunt May's home, heading towards the bustling city center. Although Queens was within the bounds of New York City, it was still somewhat distanced from the vibrant downtown area. Therefore, they planned to first reach the nearby subway station and take the train there. Throughout the journey, Peter occasionally glanced at Gwen, still somewhat perplexed about her intentions. While he certainly admired Gwen's beauty, who wouldn't he? His confidence had yet to reach the level of making a move simply because he was attracted to her. He could not delude himself into thinking that Gwen had orchestrated this opportunity for them to be alone out of affection for him. Indeed, from previous encounters, it was evident that Gwen had actively arranged their current solitude. It was likely that even if Shadow Spider had not mentioned it, she would have found a way to separate him from others. Yet, what was her true motive? Peter was thoroughly baffled. He had assumed that once they were outside, Gwen would enlighten him. However, even as they reached the subway station, entered, and found a spot to sit, Gwen had yet to utter a single word. Unable to contain himself any longer, Peter glanced around. At this hour, the subway is not particularly crowded. The two individuals nearest to them are about 7 or 8 meters apart. That is, Gwen, may I address you as such? Do you have something you wish to share with me? Peter inquired candidly. He sensed an air of subtle melancholy emanating from Gwen, a stark contrast to the vivacious girl he remembered. There is a story. Yet, in response to Peter's inquiry, Gwen appeared hesitant, her thoughts unvoiced. Observing her reticence, Peter could only shrug in resignation. Thus, ensconced in an eerie silence, the two sat side by side on the same bench, separated by approximately half a meter, journeying toward the city. Chapter 18. A World for Two. With Gwen beside him sits a beautiful woman who, despite her presence, wishes for silence and refrains from revealing the identity of her tranquility. Bored and restless, Peter soon found himself captivated by the images flickering across the screen before him. The visage displayed was that of Mary Jane, whom he and Shadow Spider had glimpsed from a distance the previous night near Aunt May's residence. This must have been footage from her interview the day prior. A faint sorrow lingered on Mary Jane's face, indicating she had yet to emerge from the shadow of Peter's loss, her exhaustion palpable. According to Aunt May, since the revelation of the Ultimate Spider's identity and the subsequent news of his demise, Mary Jane had been besieged by various individuals. Fans of the Ultimate Spider came forth to express their condolences, while villains he had previously confronted sought to exact revenge. Fortunately, the New York police had arranged for her protection, thereby averting numerous troubles. However, the greater influx came from media reporters from television stations and newspapers, as the death of Spider-Man had become a sensational topic. In fact, Aunt May's home had frequently become a gathering point for many, which was why Shadow Spider and others had remained in the underground spider lair. Peter and Gwen had only managed to slip away unnoticed due to the early hour. Had it not been for Mary Jane drawing the bulk of attention, the crowd around Aunt May's residence would likely have grown exponentially. At that moment, Mary Jane's voice resonated from the screen. My husband, Peter Parker. He was once an ordinary man. He always said anyone could become the person behind a mask. He was merely fortunate enough to be bitten by a spider. That was never his intention. Yet he chose to become Spider-Man. What I love most about Peter is that he empowers us all. Each of us possesses our own strength. We embody Spider-Man in our own ways. We need you. For reasons unknown, Peter felt a stirring within upon hearing those words. Unconsciously, he recalled the phrase often associated with Spider-Man. With great power comes great responsibility. This is an earnest admonition from Uncle Ben, as an elder, to the younger generations before his departure. Prior to his journey through time, he witnessed numerous individuals arrogantly misinterpreting this sentiment. Some assert that it signifies the greater the power, the greater the responsibility. Yet is this the essence of Uncle Ben's character? Is this truly the counsel an elder should impart to their junior? If that were the case, Uncle Ben would cease to be Uncle Ben, and Peter Parker could never evolve into the beloved Spider-Man. To speculate without context or consideration of the surrounding narrative is a form of folly. Of course, Peter does not share Uncle Ben's wisdom, nor has he received the same upbringing as Spider-Man. However, this does not hinder his quest to comprehend the significance behind his abilities. Is it the possession of power that defines the kind of person one becomes? Or is it the aspiration to become a certain individual that drives one to learn and improve? Anyone can embody the person behind the mask. Peter quietly repeated these thoughts, feeling as though he had discovered his purpose. Should he become a monstrous spider, lost in his own power, or a Spider-Man, guided by his true self? The choice lies within his grasp. He may not have Uncle Ben, but perhaps the Ultimate Spider serves as his Uncle Ben, guiding him to tame his power and avoid straying down a misguided path. At that moment, a whisper broke through Peter's contemplation. It was the voice of Gwen Stacy. Peter turned in surprise, realizing this was the first sentence Gwen had spoken after sitting there for so long. You know, I actually know a Peter too. We grew up together, inseparable friends since childhood. I tend to be quite reclusive, and he is my closest, indeed my only friend. Yet, I've never truly understood him, remaining lost in my own world until it was too late. Her voice was heavy with sorrow, evoking deep empathy. Upon hearing this, Peter began to piece together the situation. Much like in The Amazing Spider-Man, where Garfield's Spider-Man lost his Gwen, It was evident that Gwen had also lost her Peter. As she continued to speak, her narrative confirmed Peter's suspicions. In Gwen's world, it was she who was bitten by the spider and gained extraordinary abilities, while Peter Parker remained an ordinary, overlooked individual. Sometimes, he would be bullied by Ned, prompting Gwen to defend him. Her intention was to protect her dear friend from harm, yet such goodwill occasionally morphed into an emotional burden. Peter Parker grew weary of his mediocrity, unwilling to be perpetually shielded by Gwen. Consequently, he devised a biological serum to transform into a lizard, consuming it and undergoing a tremendous mutation that even altered his sanity. He became a monster, a colossal lizard, the lizard Peter, a creature consumed by madness. With vengeance etched in his mind, he stormed into the gathering of his classmates, seizing Ned, the one who had tormented him, ready to exact his revenge. Yet, it was Gwen Stacy who intervened just in time, unaware that the monstrous lizard before her was her dearest friend. After a fierce struggle, she triumphed over lizard Peter. In that moment, the effects of the mutagen began to wane, revealing Peter's frail form. His weakened body, ravaged by the mutation, ultimately succumbed in her embrace. From that day forth, she ceased her attempts to forge friendships, embracing the path of solitude. Upon hearing this, Peter experienced a moment of clarity. It was no wonder that since their first encounter, Gwen had worn an air of aloofness. What he had perceived as coldness was, in fact, a manifestation of deep-seated trauma, leading her to withdraw into herself. Peter extended his hand before Gwen, who snapped back from her reverie, turning to him with surprise in her eyes. In that moment, they stood unmasked, revealing their true selves, for they were not of this world and had nothing to conceal. As for the absence of others seeking them out, it was due to the recent surge in Spider-Man fervor following the demise of the Ultimate Spider. Particularly in the city of New York, one could encounter 3 or 4 individuals clad in Spider-Man attire every 10 steps, with the remainder sporting masks or other memorabilia. Regardless of fandom, it seemed that everyone had collectively donned Spider-Man paraphernalia in these recent days, paying tribute to the silent guardian who had protected them all. Even within the subway car they occupied, several others bore similar attire. Before revealing their spider abilities, onlookers would likely perceive them as merely 2 individuals. Meeting Gwen's gaze, Peter spoke earnestly. "I am truly sorry for what happened to your friend. However, we have an ancient saying that goes, the deceased are gone, but the living remain. It reminds us to compensate for the irretrievable loss of those who have passed by cherishing those who live. Those who remain must live fully." As Peter recited this proverb, he did so in Mandarin. Gwen was momentarily taken aback, instinctively repeating in halting Mandarin, "The deceased are gone, the living remain." A radiant smile blossomed on Peter's face. "If you would not mind, may I be your friend?" End of chapter. Add to bookmarks for easier reading. Chapter 19. The Spider Duo arrives. Have you reached the city? As the subway began to slow, approaching the city, the voice of Shadow Spider crackled through the earpiece embedded in the suit. Peter withdrew his gaze from Gwen, regrettably noting that she had not reciprocated his overture of friendship. However, it is evident that Peter is genuinely contemplating this issue. Therefore, he remains patient, allowing Gwen to sort it out at her own pace. "Shadow, we have arrived," Peter replied. Shadow is the code name for Shadow Spider. Due to the abundance of Peters here, everyone has adopted affectionate nicknames. Shadow Spider is simply referred to as Shadow. The middle-aged Peter is Mr. Parker, though Peter had wanted to call him Long Johns, a suggestion that was met with a stern refusal from the middle-aged Peter, who threatened to go on a hunger strike if he missed out on a delicious hamburger at noon. What a pity. Spider Ham is called Ham, as his code name literally means ham. Thus, his true name is Spider Ham, which makes the nickname quite fitting. Interestingly, Spider Ham himself has expressed his discontent, feeling that despite being mutated by a pig bite, he remains fundamentally a humanoid spider. Unfortunately, the majority rules, rendering his protests ineffective. As for his hunger strike, he wouldn't dare. Asking a foodie to abstain from food is less preferable than simply calling him Ham. This is Ham, or rather, Spider Ham's own words. Peter, on the other hand, remains quite Peter-like, albeit with a tone more akin to the Chinese language, distinctly different upon first hearing. Before their departure, Shadow Spider indicated that he would assist middle-aged Peter in training Miles while simultaneously investigating the recent incidents occurring in their vicinity. Could there be a case unfolding so soon? Peter inquired, somewhat astonished. Early? Do wrongdoers adhere to a schedule? Shadow Spider retorted. Well, you make a valid point. Pray tell, where might the friendly neighborhood Spider-Man be of service? Peter asked, donning his suit, having adopted a newfound sense of purpose, naturally stepping into the role of Spider-Man. There has been a robbery at a jewelry store on 16th Avenue in Flushing. The robbers have taken hostages and are now cornered inside the store. Having been at a standoff with the police for quite some time, perhaps you could lend a hand, Shadow Spider explained. How many assailants are there? How many firearms? How many hostages? Peter inquired. Regrettably, I cannot say. They have not revealed themselves, attempting to coerce the police into preparing a getaway vehicle for their escape. Currently, the officers are deliberating whether to storm in or maintain a steady position. In any case, they find themselves in a stalemate, Shadow Spider replied. All right, I understand. I wonder how willing these officers would be to accept assistance from a humble novice spider? Peter shrugged, pulling the spider mask over his head. His field of vision immediately narrowed somewhat, akin to the sensation of someone who has just put on glasses after a lifetime without them. There is a slight discomfort. Additionally, the mask covering his entire face altered his breathing slightly. Fortunately, the materials used are sufficiently breathable, and Penny had taken care to consider ventilation when she crafted this suit. Employing mask-like fabric around the mouth and nose area, not only can it filter out larger particles of dust to a certain extent, but it also possesses commendable breathability. Of course, there was an initial discomfort, yet he swiftly acclimated to this sensation. Subsequently, he turned his gaze towards Gwen, who also bore a communicator, and they were now on the same communication channel. Thus, she naturally heard the voice of the Shadow Spider. I will not intervene, but once I do, it signifies your assessment task has failed, Gwen stated, her tone neutral, making it difficult to discern her present emotions. The chapter is not yet finished. Click the next page to continue reading. Peter nodded. Just then, the subway gradually came to a halt. The two stood up simultaneously and exited. As they approached the escalator, a young blonde man initiated a conversation. Hey, buddy, the texture of your spider suit is impressive, nearly rivaling Spider-Man's. Where did you get it? Peter contemplated for a moment. Beside him, Gwen urged, do not waste time. Let us proceed directly. With that, she leapt nimbly, landing atop the escalator's ceiling and swiftly ascending. Observing this, Peter shrugged and said to the young man, what if this suit is not merely a costume, but rather a battle suit? As he spoke, he exerted a slight force with his legs, propelling himself upward, landing with both hands and feet on the ceiling. However, he had yet to reach Gwen's level of agility, which allowed her to run backward at will, so he could only scramble to keep pace. Before departing, he extended a hand, gesturing to the young man below. Unable to contain his astonishment, the blonde exclaimed a phrase he had learned from a gaming friend. No way. Spider-Man, it's Spider-Man. Impossible. Spider-Man has died. I attended his memorial yesterday. Who was that just now? That was definitely not the original Spider-Man. His voice and physique are different. Fantastic. Is that the new Spider-Man? Did you notice the girl in the spider suit before him? Could the new Spider-Man be part of a team? Perhaps a male-female Spider-Man duo? What a ridiculous name. It would be better to call them the Spider Hero couple. Your suggestion is equally lame. I think it should be called Gwen and Peter. The actions of Gwen and Peter created quite a stir in the subway station. However, at that moment, Peter and Gwen had already traversed several streets, arriving near their destination. Clinging to the wall of a 20-meter-tall building, Peter looked down. Not far across the street, several police cars were stationed. Two of them flanked the street, preventing onlookers from entering and potentially being harmed, while also hindering the gang of robbers from mingling with the crowd and causing chaos. The incident location was a shop named Cordial's store. Before the arrival of Peter and Gwen, a fierce exchange of gunfire had likely transpired here. The glass windows of the Cordial's store facing the street bore numerous shattered fragments, with deformed bullet heads still clinging to them. Yet, due to the bulletproof nature of the glass, the windows remained steadfast, segregating the interior from the outside world. The only significant damage was to the shop's entrance. The double glass doors, seemingly of inferior quality, had sustained considerable destruction on one side. Two police cars, angled to provide cover at the entrance, displayed several bullet holes, and bloodstains marred the ground. Confronted with such a scene for the first time, Peter was momentarily taken aback. He had contemplated various scenarios on the way here, even choreographing a series of suave entrance maneuvers, but now he found himself at a loss for action. Chapter 20. Mr. Spider, a gentle hand suddenly rested on his shoulder. The warmth radiating from it penetrated through the thin fabric of his suit to his skin. At the same moment, Gwen's voice whispered in his ear, "Do not worry. Just do your best." Peter nodded affirmatively. He took a deep breath and, without hesitation, leaped from the towering building. As he neared the ground, he extended his right hand and pressed the trigger of his web shooter. A strand of webbing erupted from the nozzle, swiftly solidifying. Simultaneously, he released the trigger, grasping the webbing in his hand. A pendulum-like motion formed between him and the web, wherein, in this state, his arm functioned as an integral part of the pendulum alongside the web. Thanks to the single pendulum effect, the tension the web had to endure was minimal. Likewise, the burden on his arm was considerably lighter than he had anticipated. This revelation stemmed from his recent training with Shadow Spider and Spider-Ham and his own practice. On the surface, his movements mirrored those of other Spider-Men. His actions soon attracted the attention of passers-by. During the time Peter and Gwen had traveled by subway, the streets had come alive with numerous individuals. those heading to work, to school, or to open shops. New York City truly lived up to its reputation as one of the world's 3 major financial centers, bustling with life. Hey, look, is that Spider-Man? No way. It really looks like Spider-Man. The suit seems different. Is he the new Spider-Man? Parker's successor? Hey, new Mr. Spider, what's your name? Voices from below called out to him. Unfortunately, our novice, Mr. Peter, was too preoccupied to acknowledge any of it. He was calculating his landing point, only to realize it diverged slightly from his initial estimation. Just a fraction. Boom. A resounding crash echoed as Spider-Man descended from the heavens. He landed upon the door of a police vehicle, causing it to shift slightly. A police officer, alerted by the shouts of the distant crowd, froze mid-greeting, his expression turning to one of astonishment. With a slight shake of his head, Spider-Man pushed gently against the police car and stood up, feeling as though a new horn had sprouted from his forehead. Was this a sign of his burgeoning prominence? It seemed rather unfortunate, for it was painfully excruciating. The officer, having just steeled himself for a conversation, found his words stifled once more by Spider-Man's musings. There was an odd impression that this new Spider-Man may not possess the sharpest intellect. Officer, do you require assistance from your friendly neighborhood Spider-Man? He inquired, rubbing his head. In truth, the officer wanted to ask, are you all right? He gazed at Spider-Man, his demeanor serious as he replied, I'm more concerned about your well-being. Let me be frank, Spider-Man began earnestly. I was merely playing a little prank just now. Do you believe me? He lowered his hands with a grave expression. What do you think? Coughing lightly, he continued, I presume you would appreciate this brand of humor. Realizing that lingering on such a socially awkward topic would be unwise, he decided to redirect the conversation. By the way, how shall I address you? My surname is Orlando, and you may call me Spider-Man, Spider-Man, or whatever you prefer. But please refrain from calling me Spider-Boy. It sounds rather juvenile, he responded. Officer Orlando shook his head. That won't do. In my eyes, Spider-Man is Mr. Parker. Therefore, if we are to engage, I would prefer a more fitting appellation. Upon hearing this, Spider-Man experienced a moment of clarity. Recognizing that Officer Orlando was evidently a devoted fan of the ultimate Spider-Man, holding him in high regard. Acknowledging this, he felt the need to distinguish himself slightly. What shall I be called then? Spider-Demon? A peculiar image of a spider spinning silk from its navel flashed through his mind. No, that won't do. Countless thoughts raced through his mind until he finally declared, in that case, you may refer to me as the Temporal Spider-Man. The term temporal did not imply that he possessed mastery over time itself, but rather signified that he hailed from a reality distinct from any known Spider-Man within the Marvel Universe, a tangible world. Even now, he remained perplexed as to how he had arrived here. He harbored a vague sense that, should he, akin to the Shadow Spider and others, enter the particle collider and activate the overload key, he might never return to his own world. Perhaps this was why he did not experience the same rejection as Shadow Spider and the others. If that were indeed the case, he would be a wanderer through the Marvel timeline, a wayward soul from another dimension. Thus, the term temporal not only signified his unique origins, but also expressed his nostalgia for the world he once knew. Temporal Spider-Man? Officer Orlando repeated the term with a hint of surprise, yet he quickly composed himself. After all, Spider-Man is indeed a marvel of a superhero. How about we call you Mr. Spider? Sounds fitting, doesn't it? Mr. Spider? It struck Peter as somewhat absurd, yet he shrugged it off. Well, I am here to handle special incidents, so that's fine. Now, Officer Orlando, could you enlighten Mr. Spider about the current situation inside? The atmosphere appears rather peculiar. From a cursory glance, it seemed a gunfight had erupted, with injuries reported, suggesting a tense scenario. However, given that Officer Orlando was still able to converse so freely, it seemed less dire than Peter had anticipated, leaving him rather perplexed. Were these individuals simply desensitized due to familiarity? Returning to the matter at hand, Officer Orlando lost the inclination to continue idle chatter. His expression grew serious as he stated, the situation inside is indeed quite complex. There are 3 robbers, each armed with a handgun. They have taken a hostage, Miss Kirkley, the owner of this jewelry store. Peter surveyed the surroundings, puzzled. I noticed there seemed to have been a gunfight here moments ago, with casualties. Officer Orlando's demeanor shifted to one of discomfort, as if struggling to articulate the truth. Actually, it wasn't a gunfight. It was during our attempt to breach the entrance that our bullets struck the bulletproof glass, ricocheting back and injuring one of our officers. Chapter 21. 3 buffoons faced with this predicament. Officer Orlando was evidently quite vexed. Who could have anticipated that this jewelry store would employ such remarkably robust bulletproof glass? While standard bulletproof glass does offer protection, it has its limitations, and they are not high. Typically, with their service Glock handguns paired with 9mm parabellum ammunition, aiming at the right spots and firing multiple rounds could shatter the glass, thereby ceasing its protective efficacy. In the past, This strategy had proven unfailingly effective. Yet, in this instance, the store's bulletproof glass was unusually thick and possessed superior protective qualities. Caught unawares, an officer tasked with breaking the window was injured by the ricochet. Of course, the New York police were no strangers to adversity. After suffering one officer's injury, they finally identified the most vulnerable point, the store's entrance. Regrettably, the formidable barrier of bulletproof glass had thwarted their assault, nullifying the element of surprise. Upon the robbers discovering the situation, they immediately resorted to threats, declaring that should any similar incidents occur, they would not hesitate to eliminate the hostages. Helpless, the standoff persisted until now. What should I do? Peter inquired earnestly. If it were merely a band of robbers inside, he would dare to charge in despite their firearms. In prior training, the Shadow Spider had utilized his revolver to conduct coordination exercises on spider sense and bodily reactions with Peter. In this regard, both the Shadow Spider and he agreed that Peter had proven his competence. Thus, he was not particularly intimidated by firearms. The efficacy of his spider sense evasion was no trivial matter. However, with hostages at stake, he felt somewhat paralyzed. Should he inadvertently harm a hostage, he would become akin to a second incarnation of Dreambius. What would he have protected? Just a jest. Nonetheless, Peter was genuinely concerned that if he forcefully entered, the robbers might resort to executing the hostages without hesitation. To his knowledge, the Eagle Nation did not impose the death penalty. This implied that even if these robbers were to kill someone, they would merely face a few additional years of imprisonment. It would be best to devise a more suitable approach to prevent them from becoming desperate and taking drastic measures. Officer Orlando stated, "We were initially hesitant, but since you are here, perhaps we need not deliberate any longer." Huh, what do you mean? Peter replied, puzzled. "We have decided to comply with the robbers' demands, providing them with a vehicle to facilitate their escape from the Cordial store, at which point we can take the opportunity to eliminate them," Officer Orlando explained. "Wait, you mean to kill them?" Peter expressed his astonishment. Officer Orlando solemnly nodded. "They are armed criminals who may pose a lethal threat to our officers. Unless they surrender their weapons, lethal force is the only viable option." Peter momentarily found himself at a loss for words, suddenly realizing that he was in the Eagle Nation, not a land he was familiar with. The laws here differed significantly from those he knew. Officer Orlando disregarded his unease and continued, "At that moment, you will need to intercept their vehicle as best as you can. This is Spider-Man's forte, is it not?" Peter slowly nodded, contemplating when he would ever intercept a vehicle. Yet, Officer Orlando seemed to possess more confidence in him than he had in himself. After concluding the conversation with Peter, he communicated the situation via the radio. Before long, a vehicle was halted at the entrance of the Cordial store, while the police cars that had been blocking the road symbolically cleared a path. At least from this vantage point, an escape route had indeed been established. However, further afield, several police cars and numerous officers lay in wait, prepared to open fire and neutralize the robbers at the command. This audacious maneuver left Peter astonished, exclaiming in disbelief. The robbers within the jewelry store appeared perplexed by their own actions. After surveying the surroundings, they indeed emerged from the establishment. At last, Peter caught sight of the three assailants. Two were black and one was white, all seemingly in their late 20s. Each of them wielded a handgun. Moreover, the leading black robber had one arm wrapped around the neck of a middle-aged woman, while the other brandished a firearm at her. This woman was unmistakably Mrs. Kirkley, the proprietor of the jewelry store. The robber holding Mrs. Kirkley clearly exhibited some awareness of the need for protection, intentionally concealing himself behind her. The two young criminals trailing behind, one black and one white, each held a handgun in one hand, while the other clutched a somewhat heavy bag, likely containing the stolen gold jewelry, considering it was a jewelry store. The trio cautiously observed the distant police vehicles and officers before swiftly entering their getaway car. "Thank you for your generosity," the leading black robber exclaimed as he shoved Mrs. Kirkley aside after entering the vehicle. Simultaneously, the engine roared to life, and the car sped away. "Ah!" Mrs. Kirkley gasped, stumbling and nearly falling. Peter, quick on his feet, shot out a web to catch her, swiftly arriving at her side to support her. Thank you," Mrs. Kirkley stammered, still shaken. "Spider-Man." Yes, I am Spider-Man, but not the one you know," Peter casually explained. "All right, madam, I shall now teach those ruffians a lesson. Farewell until we meet again." With that, he exerted a slight force with his legs, leaping over 10 meters into the air. Concurrently, he shot out a series of webs, propelling himself forward with remarkable speed. Below, the robber's actions heralded the start of a vibrant day in New York. As if by agreement, the streets and alleys echoed with the sound of sirens. The bumbling robbers fortuitously coincided with the shift change of the local police officers, who had just begun their duty. At this moment, with no other cases at hand, all officers were in a state of readiness. 1, 2, 3, wow! To apprehend 3 robbers, at least 20 officers have been dispatched. Such vigor, Peter mused as he swiftly pursued them. Swinging through the streets was considerably more complex than within buildings, as he had to account for unexpected circumstances. Furthermore, the robber's vehicle, in its desperate bid to evade capture, sped through the city, swerving wildly, which heightened the challenge of the chase. After a while, Peter began to sense that the distance between himself and the robber's vehicle was widening. This involuntarily reminded Peter of the exhilarating sensations he experienced while playing the Spider-Man game, which often featured chase missions requiring one to seize opportunities to leap directly onto a vehicle. This method seems promising. I shall give it a try. Chapter 22. A successful initial encounter. Peter suddenly halted, pressing his body against the exterior wall of a building. Not far behind, Gwen, who had been tailing him, also came to a stop. What was he doing? Why had he paused? Was he contemplating giving up? Gwen felt a twinge of disappointment toward Peter, as certain thoughts began to fade from her mind. At that moment, Peter sprang into action. He abruptly changed direction, swiftly scaling the side of the building. When he was about 20 meters from the rooftop, he simultaneously shot out strands of webbing from both hands and yanked them forcefully. With a classic web swing maneuver, Peter's speed surged dramatically. He deftly vaulted onto the rooftop and then leaped several times, reaching another building on the opposite side of the street. Below, the getaway vehicle sped toward him. 3, 2, 1. Peter leapt from the rooftop, landing squarely atop the rapidly moving getaway car. This had, of course, been meticulously planned. Earlier, from the rooftop, he had observed that police cars were stationed along several routes the criminals would likely traverse, leading him to deduce that they would not dare venture toward the police and would instead opt for the current path. Thus, he decided to take a shortcut from above. Traversing the sky meant avoiding concerns about road conditions and turns, enabling him to move more swiftly than those driving below. Damn it, what is that? A voice erupted from within the vehicle, but no one dared to peek outside. After all, with police cars pursuing them, none could guarantee that sticking their heads out wouldn't result in a bullet. Peter reached down and firmly secured himself atop the car, then leaned down, tapping on the window. Hey, could you roll down the window? I have something to discuss with you. Fuck. Startled, the black robber, who was pulling a large gold ring from his pocket to adorn his hand, jumped back in shock. When he finally recognized Peter's appearance, his shock intensified. Spider-Man. I thought you were dead. I am not the Spider-Man you are familiar with. This is a long story. Why don't you pull over so we can talk? Peter suggested earnestly. Even if you are the real Spider-Man, we aren't getting out. The black robber retorted vehemently. The white robber beside him whispered, this is Spider-Man. Perhaps we should just surrender? The black robber shot back, surrender? Did you not hear him? He is not the Spider-Man we know. Why should we surrender? Well, it's admirable to have such spirit as a robber, Peter commended, then raised his fist. In that case, I shall have to persuade you with reason. Bang! The sound echoed sharply. The car window was shattered by a punch from Bide. The kinetic energy of his fist sent shards of glass scattering across the back seat, causing the 2 robbers seated there to scream in agony. At that moment, the vehicle suddenly slammed to a halt. The driver, a black robber, had noticed the chaos in the rear and attempted to shake Bide off. Indeed, Bide's body was propelled forward due to inertia. However, the power of biological static electricity should not be underestimated. He had become quite adept at harnessing this ability, allowing him to control it with remarkable finesse. Not even a sudden stop, or even a rollover of the car, could dislodge him if he did not wish to be thrown off. Nevertheless, the abrupt stop had its effects. He had only one hand clinging to the vehicle, while the rest of his body remained free. Caught off guard, his body was slightly tilted and flipped, causing his back to crash heavily against the sharp edge between the door and the roof, denting it significantly. Oh, my back! Bide exclaimed in agony. His cries elicited an involuntary smirk from the irritable black driver, who accelerated the vehicle once more, turning back to boast to his 2 wounded companions. See? This rookie Spider-Man who appeared out of nowhere is quite easy to deal with. Before he could finish his sentence, a series of knocks echoed against the driver's window. Bides had appeared at the window. My back. Did you think I would say that? It's not that painful. Really, nowhere near as painful as a punch from Mr. Shadow during training. However, my friend, your behavior is not only impolite, but also constitutes reckless driving. I believe not only should you be imprisoned, but your driving license should also be revoked. Damn it, go die? The driver, clearly irate, grabbed a handgun from beside him and fired 2 shots directly at Bides' face. The car was an ordinary one, and its windows were equally mundane. They shattered easily. Yet, that damned Spider-Man merely tilted his head slightly and evaded the bullets with apparent ease. Fuck! The driver roared, repeatedly pulling the trigger, determined to empty the magazine in one go. This is too dangerous, buddy, Bide retorted, shooting a web that ensnared the robber's wrist. Knocking the gun from his grasp and securing his hand to the seat, he then shot another web, binding the steering wheel. Damn it, you two. Hurry up and kill him. The driver shouted at his companions in the back seat. Always threatening to kill me. How terrifying. Bide shifted his body slightly, pressing his hand against the back door. Channeling his biological static electricity, he yanked forcefully. Boom. The car door was ripped off with sheer force. Now, will you exit the vehicle willingly, or shall I come in? Bide asked, waving the detached door playfully. Get out of the car. We surrender. Mom. I'm terrified. His actions utterly shattered the mental defenses of the three bumbling robbers. Ripping apart the car door, who could withstand such a display? They feared that if they did not comply, in the next instant, that hand would be upon them, tearing them asunder. With a screech, the robber's vehicle came to a sudden halt, leaving a long skid mark on the ground. The three robbers disembarked in an exceptionally obedient manner. As Peter loosened his grip, the car door crashed to the ground with a clang, causing the trio to shudder once more. Hands on your heads, crouch down, crouch properly, Peter commanded. Under the weight of his physical intimidation, the robbers complied without hesitation. Before long, Officer Orlando arrived in pursuit from behind. Peter had no intention of continuing their conversation. He lifted his gaze and quickly spotted Gwen's figure atop a nearby building. How did I perform? Was it adequate? Peter inquired with a hint of anticipation. This was his first encounter with such a situation, and it was only natural for him to feel a surge of excitement. Strangely enough, he felt even more exhilarated now, after resolving the situation, than he had while it was unfolding. He pondered for a moment. Could it be that banter was indeed Spider-Man's passive skill? Did it serve to alleviate tension? Gratitude to the generous patrons. 5,000 points from Wandering White Text, 1,500 points from Frozen, and acknowledgments to fellow readers for their support. Chapter 23. Post-war reflection. Gwen turned to him and remarked coolly, not bad. If the maximum score is 100, I'd give you 70. So low? Peter protested, feeling he had performed admirably. Gwen replied, actually, you could have intervened when the robbers were entering the vehicle outside the jewelry store. There was no need to chase them all the way, you nearly lost them. Peter considered this and realized she had a point. He had been hiding behind a sign slightly diagonally in front of the jewelry store, but upon seeing Ms. Clive about to fall, he instinctively rushed to assist her first. Had he acted directly against the robbers at that moment, he could have subdued them within seconds. No, wait. If I had acted then, they might have still harmed Miss Clive. Peter defended himself. At that time, the robber's car was still positioned in front of the jewelry store, and the back seat aligned with Miss Clive. From that angle, it was indeed possible that the robbers, in a panic, could have shot her. You could have flipped the car, Gwen said matter-of-factly. Upon realizing the nature of the operation, Peter had an epiphany. The vehicle in question weighed merely around 2 tons. With his strength, he could not only overturn the car, but could easily lift it entirely. Once the car was flipped, a typical person's constitution would likely render them disoriented, thus incapacitating the robbers within from firing their weapons. However, was it truly reasonable for such a violent approach to be suggested by a delicate young lady? Contemplating this, Peter cast a peculiar glance at Gwen. Sensing the unspoken thoughts in his eyes, Gwen responded, isn't it preferable to solve problems in the most direct and effective manner? Indeed, you've imparted much wisdom to me. Thank you, Gwen. Having a friend like you is a true blessing, Peter said earnestly, gazing into her eyes. Gwen met his gaze briefly before hastily averting her head. All right, take a moment to rest, and then continue seeking your next target. Peter nodded, feeling a tinge of regret. He sensed that Gwen had more to say. Thoughts that transcended the stories shared in the subway. Yet, she was unwilling to express them, and he could not press her. The truth was, they had yet to reach a level of intimacy where everything could be openly discussed. He couldn't help but wonder what could be more difficult to articulate than the tale she had already shared. The stories Gwen had recounted had indicated a sense of camaraderie. Yet this bond was merely a consequence of their shared abilities and mutual alienation. It was a far cry from genuine friendship. Peter awaited the day when Gwen would willingly share her deeper thoughts. In fact, after their recent endeavor, Peter had not exhausted much of his energy. After a brief rest, he felt rejuvenated. He exchanged greetings with Gwen and resumed their mission. The remainder of the morning yielded no significant incidents. He merely saved a child from an oncoming vehicle, assisted an elderly lady across the street, and provided expedited service for a delivery person nearly caught in a traffic jam. Despite the day's simplicity, there were rewards to be had. The elderly lady, grateful for his assistance, insisted on treating him to a meal, expressing her appreciation for his contributions to the community. Peter understood that she mistook him for the ultimate spider. Nevertheless, unable to refuse her generosity, he silently thanked the ultimate spider in his heart as he accepted her offer of meat pies. Flushing Meadows is a neighborhood in New York known for its Asian immigrant community, and this particular meat pie shop was run by a Hakka individual, blending traditional flavors with Western influences, making it quite popular among locals. Mr. Spider, Our entire family adores you." The elderly lady exclaimed as they waited for the pies to bake, holding Peter's hand and engaging him in cheerful conversation. "Haha, that's truly delightful," Peter remarked, feeling a warmth in his heart. To have one's efforts acknowledged by others is the greatest affirmation and the finest reward. After exchanging a few more words, the elderly lady abruptly shifted the topic, her voice tinged with indignation. "Yesterday on television, they announced that Spider-Man has died. I inquired with Gillard, and he claimed it was nothing but the sensationalist drivel of unscrupulous journalists. I was so incensed that I barely touched my dinner. How dare they spread such falsehoods? Those reporters are truly without conscience." Upon hearing this, Peter found himself at a loss for words. The news was indeed accurate. The ultimate spider had perished. Yet, he could discern that the elderly lady genuinely cherished Spider-Man. The person named Gillard must have been a family member living with her. Perhaps this was the reason he had refrained from disclosing the truth to her. For some unknown reason, he was reminded of Aunt May's sorrowful demeanor. With that thought, Peter smiled softly, placing his other hand atop the elderly lady's hand that grasped his, and said, "Grandma, look at me. I'm perfectly fine here. Their words are meaningless. Indeed, it's wonderful to see you well," the elderly lady exclaimed, her face lighting up with a joyful smile. Shortly thereafter, the meat pie was ready. After expressing his gratitude to the elderly lady, Peter returned to the rooftop, where Gwen was waiting for him. Gwen was not wearing her mask, likely due to its discomfort. In fact, Peter himself preferred to be unmasked when possible. However, for some reason, he felt that there was a hint of envy in Gwen's gaze as she looked at him. Envy for what? The meat pie? Peter pondered. Yet he was not one to be stingy. He extended his hand, saying, "Here, would you like some? It smells delightful. I'm not eating. You should eat it." Gwen hesitated, shaking her head, and added, "This was bought for you by the elderly lady. But this meat pie is quite large, and I had a substantial breakfast. I simply cannot finish it," Peter said with a grimace. "Wasting food is a most disgraceful act, Gwen. Surely, you wouldn't want me to become a villainous, wasteful person, would you?" I didn't realize this could be connected to being a villain," Gwen replied, somewhat irritated. "Do you think I'm a child? What's with that tone as if you're talking to a little kid?" Hee, Peter chuckled, unabashed. He couldn't help but tease Gwen, noticing her closed-off demeanor, as if she were a fortress against the outside world. Yet, his intentions were sincere. With a swift motion, he tore the meat pie along with its wrapping in half, offering one portion to Gwen. "Consider this a reward for assisting me in my assessment." "Well, I suppose I shall reluctantly accept," Gwen said, after a moment's hesitation. As she took the half of the meat pie and took a bite, her expression suggested a hint of excitement. Curious, Peter mused to himself, is it truly that delicious? He took a bite of his own half of the meat pie. End of chapter. Chapter 24. Oh no, it's the feeling of a heartbeat. To speak candidly, the taste of this meat pie is indeed quite delightful. It retains certain elements of summer while also being adjusted to better suit the palate of the people of Eagle Country. Its remarkable popularity is not without reason. However, to deem it a culinary masterpiece would be an exaggeration. It merely reaches the level of being enjoyable, in my opinion. He could not fathom why Gwen was so exhilarated. Unbeknownst to him, her excitement stemmed not from the flavor of the meat pie itself, but from the significance it represented. The meat pie is rather small, merely the size of a hand. Before long, half of it was consumed. After crumpling the wrapping paper into a ball, Gwen seemed to arrive at a certain decision. "Would you care to hear my story?" she inquired. Peter was taken aback for a moment, then felt a flicker of joy within. He had awaited this moment for quite some time. "Pray, I am all ears," he replied. Subsequently, Gwen began to recount her tale. In her world, becoming Spider-Woman was not, in fact, a source of joy. Prior to acquiring her powers, her life was far from idyllic. Her father served as the chief of police in New York City, a position of great authority, yet it left him little time to attend to her. Consequently, she developed a passion for music and formed a band with a few friends, becoming the drummer. Her academic performance was abysmal, and her social life was tragically dismal. After gaining her abilities, her circumstances did not improve significantly. In fact, they deteriorated further. She endeavored to use her powers to assist others, yet those she aided regarded her as a masked menace and were far from welcoming. Occasionally, in her battles against villains, she inadvertently caused damage, and they attributed it to her, viewing her as a destroyer. Gradually, Spider-Woman became an unwelcome figure in her world. However, up until that point, things were still bearable. What truly shattered Gwen was the events that followed. Her childhood friend, Peter Parker, having long been a victim of bullying, developed a desire for vengeance. He concocted a serum that transformed him into the lizard. To prevent the lizard from harming others, she bravely intervened, only to discover his true identity. Tragically, once the effects of the serum wore off, Peter succumbed to severe injuries in her arms. This heart-wrenching scene was witnessed by her father, who, without hesitation, concluded that Spider-Woman had murdered Peter Parker and issued a warrant for her arrest. From that moment on, Spider-Woman became a pariah, branded as a murderer. No one recognized her, understood her, or even liked her. Even she herself felt like an omen of misfortune. Yet, she refused to surrender. From the demise of her dear friend Peter, she gleaned the profound truth that with great power comes great responsibility, compelling herself to embrace a dual existence as a nocturnal vigilante. In pursuit of this path, she sacrificed much. Her relentless battle against crime often led to her tardiness during band rehearsals, resulting in a rift with her bandmates, ultimately forcing her to depart from the ensemble. In that moment, she felt as though the entire world had forsaken her, rendering her the most solitary of souls. Even in moments of injury, she could only silently nurse her wounds in the shadows. This dual existence gradually seemed to morph into a singular isolation. Whether as Gwen Stacy or Spider-Woman, she became a figure forgotten by the world. Loneliness enveloped her like a colossal hand, constricting her in its grasp, suffocating her spirit. This chapter remains unfinished. Turn the page to continue reading, until serendipity led her to this new realm, where she encountered a group of individuals possessing the same abilities as hers, rekindling within her the sensation of camaraderie. Yet, the shadows of her past experiences instilled within her a dread of this newfound connection. She feared that her ill fortune might inadvertently bring calamity upon these companions she had so painstakingly found. Thus, she maintained a respectful distance from Peter and the others. Observing their laughter from afar, she silently joined in their mirth, and while she admired their revelry, she hesitated to approach them. Peter suddenly grasped the situation. No wonder Gwen had been acting so strangely. However, he could empathize with her feelings, not through personal experience, but by recalling the 1994 animated series of Spider-Man, where the titular hero faced similar predicaments. The 1994 Spider-Man often found himself unjustly blamed due to a series of fortuitous events. For instance, though Morbius had stolen his blood samples for his experiments, transforming into a vampire, Spider-Man was falsely accused of abducting Morbius and subsequently became the target of the Punisher's wrath. Merely contemplating such a plight evokes an understanding of the hardships and inner torment involved. Unlike the 1994 Spider-Man, who had a wealth of social experience as an adult and the support of Aunt May, Mary Jane, Dr. Connors, and Dr. Maria, Gwen had only herself to rely upon, and she was merely 17. Reflecting on this, Peter's heart swelled with compassion for Gwen. He turned to catch a glimpse of her profile. Just as she looked back at him, their eyes met, creating a ripple in the stillness of a tranquil pond. Gwen inched closer to Peter, asking softly, "Could I borrow your shoulder?" After a moment's hesitation, Peter nodded, "Of course." A subtle fragrance wafted through the air, yet Peter's mind remained unclouded. "Gwen, yes, from now on, I shall be your friend." "All right, you shall be my very first friend." Why was she the first? "Because I will take you to explore more of the world, to witness more beautiful scenery, and to make countless new friends." Gwen's face flushed slightly as she smiled radiantly, expressing her anticipation. Observing the girl's bashful demeanor, Peter's heart raced uncontrollably. Alas, it was the feeling of infatuation. At that moment, it seemed that Gwen had sensed Peter's unusual reaction, as her cheeks visibly reddened. Witnessing this scene, Peter instinctively recalled a profound truth. In this world, genuine words are scarce, yet a woman's blush speaks volumes more than lengthy dialogues. The two remained silent, locked in a gaze for an eternity. Ultimately, Peter felt he could no longer endure the tension. If this standoff continued, he might inadvertently commit an impolite act. Ahem, have you rested enough? Perhaps I should resume my patrol? Peter retracted his hand, awkwardly breaking the silence. "Yes, you may go. I will be right here, watching over you." Gwen replied, her blush still evident, yet her demeanor appeared more forthright. This was influenced not only by her personality, but also by her surroundings. Nevertheless, the recent fluttering in Peter's heart had stirred an unusual sentiment towards Gwen. He could sense that Gwen felt similarly. Chapter 25, Gwen's Thoughts and Truth. Despite Gwen not articulating it directly, Peter had already discerned the reason for her proximity. It stemmed from her desire to escape. From Gwen's descriptions, it was easy to infer that her life in her own world was far from pleasant, perhaps even exceedingly dreadful. He harbored doubts about whether, if Gwen continued on this path, she might one day succumb to her burdens. Gwen was likely aware of her circumstances as well. Originally, she felt powerless against the entirety of her world. However, this unexpected event had transported her from her dark existence to this unfamiliar realm merely a week prior. Throughout this week, Gwen had been investigating the occurrences surrounding her while simultaneously savoring the rare tranquility of her new life. Here, even if she occasionally donned her spider suit and ventured out, she was met not with scorn or derision. In stark contrast to her original world, She found this place to be akin to paradise, utterly delightful. This realization led her to unconsciously grow fond of her new surroundings. Perhaps this explained why, despite having arrived a week earlier than Peter and his companions, she waited for them before seeking a way back. Deep down, she harbored no desire to return. Unfortunately, however, they, the interdimensional visitors, faced instinctive rejection from this world. Thus, she was compelled to return. Thus, when she inadvertently discovered that Peter seemed to possess some ability to circumvent this rejection phenomenon, she was profoundly stirred. However, Gwen Stacy was evidently at a loss as to how to broach the subject. As for Peter himself, he was equally bewildered by his current predicament. What could he possibly know about why he was unaffected by the rejection? The only explanation he could fathom was that he hailed from the real world while this was the Marvel Universe. Perhaps he was indeed a unique entity. Consequently, his existence was, for the time being, irreplaceable. Yet, he was reluctant to embrace the notion of being unreplicable, even out of a desire for deeper self-understanding. He felt compelled to unravel the mysteries surrounding his situation. For instance, why had he traversed worlds? And from where had the spider that bit him in the real world originated? Why had it granted him the powers of Spider-Man? Moreover, if his existence was indeed extraordinarily exceptional, it would imply that he would not be shunned by any realm. In that case, the moniker he had adopted to deal with Officer Orlando, that of the Temporal Spider-Man, would take on an additional layer of significance. A Spider-Man capable of traversing different timelines and parallel universes. The Marvel Universe was vast, and he could not fathom that he would be unable to discover a means to navigate freely alongside others. Thus, he boldly promised Gwen that he would show her more worlds, more beautiful vistas, and introduce her to a multitude of friends. His motives were twofold. On one hand, he felt compassion for Gwen, a soul who wished to meet the world with light and should not be met with darkness in return. On the other hand, he laid his cards on the table. He was indeed infatuated with her, and he was shameless. Perhaps he hadn't intended it initially, but after conversing with Gwen, he found himself genuinely smitten. It is rare in life to encounter someone one admires, who does not harbor disdain, and may even reciprocate those feelings. Now that he had found such a person, he was determined to make every effort to explore this connection. He silently resolved that if it became evident he could not return to his own world, he would simply accompany Gwen to hers. After all, it mattered little in which world he resided. Going to Gwen's world seemed quite appealing. Following a more profound exchange with Gwen, the atmosphere between them improved significantly. The most noticeable change was the increase in the smiles adorning Gwen's face. Her smile resembled a gentle spring, sweetening the heart at a mere glance. Peter felt invigorated. In the hours that followed, he attended to various mundane affairs, yet he encountered none of the turmoil that had marked his morning. New York City felt remarkably quieter than usual. Lunch was taken care of at a roadside hamburger joint. As they departed in the morning, Aunt May had discreetly slipped each of them a $10 bill, sufficient for a meal. It felt somewhat awkward to accept money from an elder, yet they had no choice. After all, they had been without funds for nearly a week. Gwen had utilized the money she brought from her own world, but even that was nearly depleted. This uncomfortable situation prompted Peter to reflect. If he intended to reside in any particular world for an extended period, he ought to seek stable employment or consider entrepreneurship. Ultimately, economic independence and self-sufficiency in daily life were imperative. Balancing his responsibilities as Spider-Man with his personal life was essential. He could not afford to mirror Tobey's struggle, who had continually faltered in managing his dual identities, resulting in chaos until it was too late to rectify. Although this was Tobey's experience, it served as a cautionary tale for Peter. By the way, he suddenly pondered, would joining the Avengers come with a salary? However, he quickly dismissed the thought. Engaging with the Avengers would inevitably involve dealings with SHIELD, an organization he was not particularly fond of. It was perhaps best to devise his own means of resolving his financial issues. As Peter silently strategized, he navigated through the bustling city, with Gwen at his side. It was now 3 in the afternoon. Recently, Gwen had confirmed, alongside Shadow Spider and others, that Peter had successfully completed his practical assessment. Shadow Spider had also informed them that Penny and the Spider-Mech had finalized their gadget. Thus, he and Gwen were now on their way back to Aunt May's residence in Queens. What are you thinking? Gwen occasionally glanced at Peter, noticing his contemplative demeanor, and could no longer suppress her curiosity. Upon seeing her expression, Peter felt a playful urge arise within him. He turned to meet her gaze and earnestly replied, I am contemplating our future. Gwen's face instantly flushed crimson, and she quickly averted her eyes, unable to meet Peter's gaze. Peter stifled a chuckle and added, ahem, just kidding. In truth, I was pondering a different matter. What matter? Gwen queried. Peter analyzed seriously. New York can be considered the stronghold of Kingpin. We've been busy in this vicinity all morning. Do you think Kingpin has noticed us? The chapter concludes here. Why have they not come to trouble us? Asked Peter. Gwen paused momentarily at Peter's question. Indeed, why had Kingpin not sought them out? Logically, Kingpin and Spider-Man were arch-enemies, and middle-aged Peter had infiltrated his laboratory, stealing a computer containing data on the Collider. Moreover, Gwen had even dealt a blow to Dr. Octopus. With grievances old and new combined, the animosity must surely be at its peak. Furthermore, Kingpin's objective in creating the Collider was to locate his wife and son from a parallel universe. Yet, his repeated experiments indicated that the Collider technology was evidently still in its infancy. Now, however, there were several viable test subjects present, having been successfully transported to this world by the particle Collider. If he could capture them, perhaps he might glean insights from them to refine the Collider and achieve his aims. Yet, Kingpin had not pursued this course of action. Even now, there was no indication that he intended to seek them out. Gwen felt a suspicion brewing within her and turned to Peter once more. Peter met her gaze, his expression serious. I was not certain before, but after this morning's activities and further contemplation, I believe Kingpin has fully mastered the Collider technology. Perhaps today or tomorrow, he will conduct his next Collider experiment. Gwen nodded in agreement. Their thoughts aligned. That must be why he hasn't bothered with us. Firstly, he is preoccupied with his experiments and reluctant to expend energy searching for us. Secondly, he has likely achieved his objectives and therefore sees no need to concern himself with us. Peter grinned. He may not wish to seek us out, but unfortunately for him, we are determined to find him. After all, we have a significant score to settle. Indeed, Gwen affirmed with a firm nod. Meanwhile, in Queens, at Aunt May's home, the Spider-Men were relishing the tranquility before the impending storm. Shadow Spider reclined on the sofa, diligently attempting to solve a Rubik's Cube. The Spider-Mech displayed a cheerful emoji on its screen, observing Shadow Spider's efforts from behind the couch. Spider-Ham was indulging in snacks, ever the glutton, perpetually munching throughout the day. Middle-aged Peter held a cup of tea, sipping leisurely while gazing at the coffee table, seemingly lost in thought. In truth, he was merely emptying his mind, daydreaming. Penny sat alone on a small sofa, rubbing her shoulders like a little adult. Aunt May approached with a tray laden with freshly baked cookies. Placing it beside Penny. Little Penny, you've worked hard. Come and try some. Thank you, Aunt May, Penny exclaimed, taking a cookie and flashing a delightful smile. Aunt May returned her warmth with a kind smile before encouraging the others to partake in the cookies. Gazing at the multitude of tiny spiders in the room, she felt an overwhelming sense of healing envelop her. Suddenly, a figure dashed frantically from the street, bursting through the door of Aunt May's house. Middle-aged Peter Parker was startled, nearly toppling the teacup in his hand. Unfinished chapter. Click the next page to continue reading. He turned to see the small black spider, panting heavily while leaning against the doorframe, and reproached, Miles, must you create such a commotion? The shadow spider and others paused their activities, directing their attention towards Miles. Uncle. Uncle. The small black spider gasped, his expression fraught with urgency, yet he struggled to articulate his thoughts. Uncle? Middle-aged Peter Parker was taken aback. Well, I suppose I am of an age to be your uncle. Personally, I have no desire for children, but I wouldn't mind a nephew by chance. Aunt May set the tray down on the coffee table, casually picked up a glass of water, and approached the small black spider. Miles, do not rush. Sit down and explain slowly. Miles accepted the water from Aunt May and gulped it down, feeling somewhat better. He spoke with a sense of urgency, my uncle. He is a wraith. Wasn't he this already conveyed to you by Peter? The shadow spider inquired, puzzled. Peter had indeed mentioned this when introducing the game version of Miles. The small black spider stammered, momentarily at a loss for words, as he recalled this fact. It turned out that after a morning of training, he had essentially grasped his abilities, at least being able to stabilize web shooting, maneuver quickly with his body, and become invisible. Feeling confident, he abandoned the idea of continuing training in the afternoon. He requested a leave of absence from his head coach, middle-aged Peter Parker, wishing to return home during this interim period. After all, he was still a child, participating in a grand battle for the first time, and his heart raced with anxiety. Moreover, having witnessed the demise of the ultimate spider had left him with a psychological shadow. Furthermore, the primary individuals responsible for shutting down and destroying the Collider were Peter and others. Training Miles was merely a precaution. With these thoughts in mind, middle-aged Peter Parker approved his leave. Thus, Miles departed from Aunt May's home and made his way back to Brooklyn. He first visited his home, secretly observing his mother from the shadows. He intended to check on his father at the police station, but alas, his father was on duty and he could not find him. Consequently, he ventured to the home of his uncle, Aaron Davis. He shared a close bond with Uncle Aaron, to the point of having virtually no secrets between them. Naturally, he had no intention of revealing his newly acquired spider powers to his uncle. He merely sought to have a heart-to-heart conversation to alleviate his mounting anxiety before the impending battle. However, upon arriving at his uncle's house, he encountered the wraith, who, to his astonishment, turned out to be none other than his Uncle Aaron. In a state of utter panic, the little black spider fled from his uncle's home. However, despite being cloaked in invisibility at that moment, the gust of wind created by his departure alerted the seasoned wanderer immediately. The wanderer promptly gave chase. Thus ensued a fierce pursuit through the streets, akin to a familial battle between uncle and nephew, reminiscent of a father-son conflict. Ultimately, the little black spider managed to elude the wanderer's relentless pursuit, and, fearing to linger outside, he dashed towards Aunt May's residence. Upon hearing the little black spider's account, middle-aged Peter's expression shifted. "You came straight here?" Penny exclaimed. "You fool. Have you not considered that he deliberately let you go to follow you here?" Shadow Spider was even more resolute, tucking the cube into his chest and standing up. "Peter, Gwen, where are you? There's been a situation here. You must be cautious on your end." Spider-Ham glanced at the bewildered little black spider, leaped off the sofa, and made his way to the kitchen. "I'll wash my hands. It's a matter of combat etiquette. After all, I am a spider of refinement." Many thanks for the generous reward of 100 starting coins from Wandering White Text. End of this chapter. Chapter 27. Peter and Gwen's battle. Meanwhile, Peter and Gwen, still aboard the subway, had grasped the situation to some extent. Yet, the subway was the fastest mode of transportation available to them at present. There was no alternative. Peter glanced up at the stations above, silently calculating. At that moment, Gwen remarked, "Approximately 13 minutes remain." Peter looked at her in surprise. He recalled Gwen mentioning that after the passing of her friend Peter, she had scarcely devoted her thoughts to her studies, believing herself to be quite academically challenged. Little did he know that her self-deprecating characterization was far from the truth. You must also exercise caution with Kingpin's tactics. He would not limit his actions to just our side. Shadow Spider interjected. Peter and Gwen nodded in unison. "We will be vigilant. If all goes well, we will return promptly." A few minutes later, as Peter and Gwen disembarked from the subway, the moment they set foot outside, their spider senses began to ring alarmingly. Without hesitation, they swiftly dodged and quickly located the source of the warning. A gang of ruffians, clad in gaudy attire and armed with various weapons, surrounded them from all sides. Recalling the news from Shadow Spider mere moments ago, Peter and Gwen quickly deduced that this was undoubtedly the handiwork of Kingpin. As the underground Kingpin of New York, orchestrating such a band of miscreants was a task of little challenge for him. The motive was evident: to delay the two of them. Concerned about the unfolding events, Peter and Gwen wasted no time and sprang into action. Despite the fact that most of the morning's practical assessment involved Peter taking the lead while Gwen watched, they had nonetheless developed a certain level of tacit understanding. Peter launched himself forward with a powerful leap, approaching a nearby thug. With a swift kick, he sent the man flying several meters before he collided with a central pillar. Finally coming to a halt, Peter's strike was measured. He aimed to incapacitate the thug without inflicting fatal harm. Subsequently, he landed deftly, crouching to evade the blades and baseball bats swinging towards him from either side. Crossing his arms before his chest, he released a pair of webs. With a resounding snap, the webs struck the faces of two thugs flanking him, exploding into a network that obscured their vision. The impact of the webs stung their faces, but more importantly, it severely hindered their sight. Instinctively, both men reached up to claw at the webs clinging to their faces. At that moment, Peter pulled down sharply, launching another set of webs that adhered to one of each thug's feet. With a slight leap, he yanked them together. The sound of their bodies colliding was akin to a dramatic twist of fate, a double serving of misfortune. In midair, Peter almost fancied he heard the sound of eggs cracking. The two unfortunate souls, now bereft of their dignity, curled up like two boiled shrimp, discarding their weapons and moaning in agony. Yet, just as 3 or 4 more thugs brandished their weapons and closed in on Peter, he remained undeterred. They observed his figure suspended in the air, about to descend, with no means of escape. With a numerical advantage of 4-1, they felt confident in their victory. However, Peter deftly shot a web from his right hand, anchoring it to the ceiling of the subway station, halting his descent. He swung gracefully, tracing an arc in the air. With a series of dull thuds, 3 thugs were sent sprawling, unable to rise again. As for the last one, Peter opted to grant him a minor reprieve. He landed beside the thug, delivering a punch to his abdomen that left him gasping, then skillfully wrapped the other end of the web around him a few times. Releasing his grip, the thug was hoisted 2 meters into the air. Just as Peter was making headway, a sudden cry from Gwen drew his attention. He turned swiftly to see her covered in a multitude of colorful, mottled squares, an indication of a rejection reaction. It appeared to have manifested at a most inopportune moment, likely as she had approached a nearby thug, preparing to strike. However, Due to the rejection reaction, her movements came to a complete halt, causing her to plummet from the air and fall to the ground. The thug, momentarily stunned, then swung the knife in his hand toward Gwen's neck. In a moment of desperation, Peter even uttered a phrase from his native tongue, without hesitation abandoning the current situation. He propelled himself forward and collided forcefully with the thug. This blow was fueled by Peter's pent-up fury. Although he subconsciously moderated his strength, it still exceeded the limits of an ordinary person. The thug was sent flying at least 10 meters away, sliding and rolling before landing on the ground, unconscious and possibly lifeless. Even if he were to survive, he would likely be left severely disabled. Yet at that moment, Peter could not afford to dwell on such matters. Had he not intervened, Gwen could have perished under that blade. Nevertheless, the knife still managed to slice her arm, leaving a gash that bled profusely, staining Gwen's battle attire. Peter's heart raced with panic. He had never learned any first aid techniques. Even with Spider-Man's extraordinary physique, continuous bleeding could lead to dire consequences. Just then, a flash of inspiration struck him, recalling a scene from a film where Garfield's Spider-Man dealt with a wound in an emergency. In The Amazing Spider-Man, Garfield was accidentally injured by his oblivious uncle's men, resulting in a wound on his foot. To prevent the injury from hindering his movement, he used webbing as a makeshift bandage to temporarily seal the wound. Upon reflection, this method indeed held some merit. Earlier, in his quest to create his own web, he had inquired about the web-slinging formula from everyone. Among them, Penny, who utilized advanced technology to synthesize web fluid, explained that the web solution is essentially a man-made nanomaterial, typically in liquid form. However, some Spider-Men, such as a certain unnamed genius girl, opt to employ high technology to further compress the web fluid solution to subatomic levels. When activated via the web shooters, a variable frequency current triggers the web fluid container, releasing the nanomaterial. This nanomaterial then transitions from subatomic to atomic, and subsequently combines into a gaseous state. The web gas, propelled at high speed, undergoes intense friction with the atmosphere, generating heat that transforms the nanomaterial from gas to liquid, and then solidifies it. In fact, the web fluid compressed to atomic levels is entirely sufficient. Most Spider-Men utilize this liquid web solution. End of chapter. However, should one further compress it to the subatomic level, not only could it be physically minimized and contained within a diminutive vessel akin to a coin for ease of transport, but it would also enhance reusability and prolong its operational lifespan, eliminating the need for frequent replacements of the web fluid and so forth. The advantages abound. Among those who have mastered this technology is Spider-Man, featuring characters such as the mechanized Spider-Girl Penny, the late Ultimate Spider-Man, blonde-haired Peter Parker, and the Dutch Spider-Man, who, with the support of Iron Man, transitioned from a small beaker of liquid web fluid to a coin-sized web container, which in essence contains the subatomic web solution. Though no larger than a coin, it can rival the efficacy of 4 or 5 vials of liquid atomic web fluid. Peter's suit was crafted in the secret lair of the Ultimate Spider, utilizing its advanced technology, and was designed by Penny. Thus, the web shooters and fluid he employs are, naturally, high-tech iterations. The webs rapidly formed at the subatomic level should theoretically be safer, non-toxic, and sterile compared to those formed by the Amazing Spider-Man at the atomic level. They are perfectly suited for temporarily dressing wounds. Consequently, Peter sprayed several clumps of web onto Gwen's injury, yielding immediate results as the wound was quickly sealed, halting the flow of blood. However, he was acutely aware that this was merely a stopgap measure. After all, the wound had not been sanitized, and he was only stanching the bleeding for the moment. Contemplating this, Peter lifted Gwen and leaped onto a beam, swiftly weaving a large net of webbing in the angle between the beam and a load-bearing column, placing Gwen upon it. Roughly estimating, more than 30 thugs had arrived. He and Gwen had just dispatched 15 of them, leaving about half remaining. Gwen's injuries stirred a sense of anger within Peter, causing him to strike with increased force. Previously, his intent was merely to incapacitate these foes temporarily, inflicting minor injuries to teach them a lesson for better conduct in the future. But now, every punch he delivered could result in lost teeth or fractured ribs. One could surmise that they would be confined to a hospital for months afterward. After all, these individuals were merely gang members, and Peter bore no substantial guilt for striking them harder than necessary. Clearly, while undergoing training with the Shadow Spider, he had been somewhat influenced by the latter's merciless nature. The title of Punisher among Spider-Men was not bestowed lightly, and it aptly illustrated his modus operandi. Fortunately, Peter had yet to reach the same level of ferocity as the Shadow Spider. After all, he did not share the same upbringing, nor did he possess the same level of enlightenment. Under Peter's nearly unrestrained force, the remaining dozen or so thugs were subdued within minutes. He bound them all together with webbing and unceremoniously discarded them onto the ground. The rumor of Spider-Man's confrontation with the gang at the subway station has spread throughout New York City, and it won't be long before the police arrive to take over these miscreants. Although these individuals are unarmed, their violent altercation and intent to harm innocent civilians will undoubtedly lead them to incarceration. Peter, however, chose not to concern himself further with them. He returned to the web he had spun, whereupon he was met with the gaze of a pair of enchanting eyes. "Gwen, how are you?" Peter inquired with genuine concern. Gwen, the spider, blinked and replied, "I'm completely healed. It's hard to tell that you have a knack for treating wounds. Additionally, my combat skills have significantly improved." As she spoke, she proudly flexed her arm. Peter leaned in to examine the injury on Gwen's arm, noting that it had ceased to bleed. He furrowed his brow, uncertain whether this was good news or bad. Given the regenerative abilities bestowed by their spider genes, rapid healing from superficial wounds is not uncommon. However, the injury had been inflicted by a blade, which had not been sanitized. Left untreated, the risk of tetanus was a genuine concern. "Gwen, wait here while I fetch some alcohol to disinfect the wound." Gwen instinctively wanted to call out to him, but Peter had already leapt down from the web and departed. As she watched Peter's silhouette vanish down the escalator, an inexplicable warmth enveloped her heart, and a sweet smile graced her lips. The sensation of being cared for was truly delightful. Peter returned shortly, bearing an emergency medical kit that he had procured from the subway station staff. Initially, he had intended to request only some antiseptic iodine and alcohol, along with a few bandages. However, upon realizing that it was Spider-Man making the request, the staff, without hesitation, offered him the entire kit. They even inquired if he required assistance, as they had received training in basic first aid for emergencies. After a brief contemplation, Peter graciously declined their offer. He was uncertain whether Gwen would be comfortable with someone else attending to her injury. While accepting help and experiencing the kindness of others could indeed provide some healing for Gwen's spirit, Peter understood that some matters should not be rushed. It was essential for Gwen to gradually emerge from her self-imposed isolation. Furthermore, upon inspecting her wound, he discovered that it was not as deep as he had initially feared. His primary concern was merely the potential for infection, which could be mitigated with proper disinfection. Besides, they were still within the subway station, should the need for assistance arise. Bringing Gwen to the staff would not pose an issue. Peter returned once more to the web at the corner, his gaze colliding with Gwen's eyes. The air seemed to be suffused with a subtle pink aura, emanating from the slight blush on Gwen's delicate face. Upon closer inspection, one might notice that her cerulean irises reflected Peter's figure. However, Peter remained oblivious to this detail. He gently urged Gwen to raise her injured arm, cautiously unfastening the strands of webbing. For an ordinary person, handling such webs would be challenging. Yet, Spider-Men possessed the ability to utilize bioelectricity to adhere the strands to their hands, a force far surpassing the adhesive quality of the webs themselves. Concerned that Gwen might be in pain, Peter merely used a fingertip to delicately peel away the strands, bit by bit. "Gwen, does it hurt?" he suddenly inquired. Lifting his gaze, Gwen instinctively averted her eyes, akin to a startled fawn. However, she quickly regained her composure and replied, "No, it's fine. Just go ahead." Chapter 29. Cleaning the wound. As Gwen spoke, Peter suddenly exerted force, ripping away the entire web. It turned out that some of the strands had adhered to her blood, and peeling them off gradually would only prolong her pain. He steeled himself. Sometimes, a brief moment of discomfort is preferable to enduring prolonged suffering. Gwen shot him a reproachful glance, yet refrained from voicing any complaints. Though she had long withdrawn into herself and struggled with interpersonal interactions, it did not imply a lack of intelligence. On the contrary, her sharp mind quickly discerned Peter's intentions. Thus, Peter successfully removed all the webbing, revealing the wound beneath. The first sight was of congealed blood. Peter retrieved a sterile gauze from the medical kit, dampened it with iodine, and gently wiped away the bloodstains. Their skin, separated only by a thin layer of gauze, pressed closely together, allowing them to feel each other's warmth. As Gwen sensed Peter's warm fingers gliding repeatedly over her skin, her face flushed a deeper shade of crimson. She gazed down at the man diligently tending to her wound, his clumsy technique tempered by a careful touch. As if fearful of causing her further pain, her heart felt as though it were immersed in a pot of honey, sweetness enveloping her entirely. An unprecedented sense of happiness embraced her so thoroughly that it allowed her to momentarily forget her physical discomfort. In truth, Peter occasionally applied too much pressure, unintentionally aggravating her wound. Yet, aside from the involuntary gasp earlier, Gwen uttered no further sounds of pain, leaving Peter to grapple with guilt while marveling at her resilience. In truth, he sensed that Gwen's current state was somewhat peculiar, though he could not quite articulate what was amiss. Little did he know that his actions, born from concern, had silently opened a gateway to her heart, which had been shrouded in layers of protective barriers. At this moment, this gateway served as the nexus between the girl and the world, with his figure standing at the threshold. As articulated in the 2003 film Love at First Fight directed by Samuel Yang, a good love allows you to see the entire world through one person, while a bad love compels you to forsake the world for one person. At this juncture, Gwen was utterly convinced that she had encountered a good love. The boy before her had suddenly appeared, illuminating her path in the darkness, and then, with a smile, he assured her, "I will take you to witness more of the world, to experience more beautiful sights, and to make more friends." And thus, the world became vibrant. For he himself was a beacon of light. Once the viscous bloodstains in the vicinity had been thoroughly cleaned, Peter discarded the soiled gauze he had been holding and retrieved a bottle of saline solution. Disinfecting the area around the wound could be done with iodine or alcohol, but he understood that these antiseptics should not be poured directly onto the wound itself. He recalled watching a film titled The Unsung Heroes before his journey, where the clumsy Lee Hai-jin had nearly harmed his brother by using alcohol to disinfect his glasses. At the time, he found it strange, as he had always heard that alcohol was effective in killing bacteria, but had never been informed of the pain it could cause. Upon further research, he learned that typical disinfectants are intended to suppress bacteria on the skin surrounding the incision, while saline solution is required for cleansing the wound itself. However, he was uncertain about the level of irritation that saline solution might cause when applied to the wound. Gwen had been observing him intently and immediately grasped his hesitation from his sudden pause. "Do not worry about me. Quickly tend to the wound. We still need to assist Aunt May." Peter nodded, feeling a tightening in his chest. Since earlier, there had been no updates from the earpiece, leaving him in a state of anxious uncertainty. Nevertheless, the opposing forces were formidable, comprising the seasoned middle-aged Spider-Man and Shadow Spider, the powerful Spider-Ham, and the astute Spider-Mech girl. Penny. Logically, there should not be any unforeseen complications. In essence, Jean was merely a street-level threat, compared to the truly formidable entities such as the fierce purple yam spirit, the goddess of death, and Uncle Venom. He was hardly significant. However, he hastened his actions. First, he placed a piece of gauze underneath to prevent the saline solution from leaking into his suit. Subsequently, he looked up and saw that Gwen was ready, prompting Peter to begin cleansing the wound. As the saline solution was poured over the wound, he could feel the muscles in Gwen's body involuntarily quivering, clearly indicating a considerable level of discomfort. Yet, she remained silent, unwilling to burden Peter with any unnecessary psychological strain. With every twitch of her muscles, he felt a pang of sympathy. Fortunately, although the wound appeared deep and extensive, it was not gravely severe, and soon enough, it was cleansed, revealing fresh, crimson blood. This was indeed a positive sign, as it indicated the expulsion of potential bacteria that might have lingered. Peter swiftly wiped it all away, and after rinsing the wound, he could finally discern its true nature. At the upper arm of her suit lay a gap approximately 1 finger in length and 2 in width, exposing the ghastly wound beneath. The injury itself was about 5 millimeters deep, a result of Peter's earlier intervention that had shifted its position. It was unfathomable to consider the outcome had the blow landed squarely. Though he had gleaned the essence of Gwen's harrowing experiences over the years from her descriptions, it was still difficult to fathom the brutal environment that had forged such strength and courage in a 17-year-old girl. An ordinary girl would likely weep uncontrollably at the mere prospect of a cut on her hand, yet she remained stoic, watching him tend to her wound without a single tear or complaint, silently enduring her pain. Peter felt an involuntary surge of compassion for this remarkable girl. The bright red granulation stood out starkly against her fair skin, yet perhaps due to Spider-Man's enhanced physiology, some of it had already begun to bond. After examining it closely, he sighed in relief and smiled, stating, "It seems the injury is not as severe as I imagined." Gwen nodded in agreement, her face lighting up with a smile. Peter retrieved a clean piece of gauze from the medical kit and swiftly placed it over the wound, followed by some bandaging. Knotting the bandage was a skill in itself. If tied too tightly, it would impede blood flow, while too loosely might lead to further bleeding. Thus, he opted to spray a few strands of webbing instead. The webbing, being mesh-like, was both breathable and snug, providing the perfect balance. "How does it feel?" Peter inquired, looking at Gwen expectantly. Her cheeks flushed a vibrant hue, and feigning nonchalance, she moved her arm slightly, replying, "You did a wonderful job. Thank you, Peter." At this, a genuine smile crept across Peter's face. "I'm glad to help. I'll head back now. You should rest here for a bit." End of chapter. Chapter 30. Returned to the main battlefield. By the time they had finished tidying up, nearly 10 minutes had passed since they had disembarked. He felt a twinge of concern for the situation unfolding on the other side. Initially, it would have been prudent to provide everyone with a communication device, thus avoiding the current predicament. The previous means of communication were directly linked to the computer situated in the ultimate spider lair. Only 2 devices were allocated to Peter and Gwen, facilitating their connection. In essence, Without anyone stationed by the computer, communication with that location became impossible. Considering the elapsed time, nearly 20 minutes had passed with no updates from that end, leaving them in uncertainty regarding the situation. Now that Gwen's condition appeared stable, Peter was eager to return and offer assistance. Gwen shook her head, declining Peter's suggestion, asserting her desire to accompany him. She justified her stance by recalling her years as Spider-Woman, enduring the elements alone. Sustaining injuries was commonplace for her. She did not perceive herself as a delicate maiden, but merely as someone with a wound that had been treated. Furthermore, by her own reckoning, she was his senior in experience, urging him not to underestimate her. With that, Gwen leaped down from the web, gazing up at Peter. From Peter's vantage point, he could fully appreciate Gwen's stature. He quickly reminded himself to maintain decorum and then descended from the web, grabbing a medical kit. Then let us proceed, he declared, eschewing any pretense. Gwen was indeed correct. Her tenure as Spider-Woman far exceeded his. Such minor injuries were unlikely to diminish her combat efficacy. Hesitating would only undermine his resolve. He could remain vigilant once they engaged in battle. After returning the medical kit to the subway station staff and expressing his gratitude, Peter and Gwen exited the station. The subway entrance was less than a kilometer from Aunt May's residence. With their ability to swing through the air at full speed, they would arrive in mere seconds. Upon their emergence, they beheld a slender figure clad in a black spider suit, being pursued by another figure in a purple costume. "It's Miles," Gwen exclaimed. "I know. I'm going to save him," Peter replied, swiftly launching himself into action. Simultaneously, he shot a web towards the small black spider and yanked forcefully. Just then, a gunshot rang out. Someone had been shot. However, the victim was not the small black spider, but rather the prowler. By a twist of fate, Peter's action seemed to have inadvertently saved the prowler. He immediately turned to the direction of the gunfire and spotted a burly man in a white suit, standing beside an elongated vehicle, his frame reminiscent of two doors. Kingpin, Peter thought, bewildered. The prowler was not one of Kingpin's subordinates. Why would he target him? The scene then shifted back to moments earlier, at Aunt May's doorstep. Bang! This chapter is not yet complete. Click the next page to continue reading. A slender figure descended from the sky, landing heavily on the cement ground at Aunt May's doorstep, cracking the surface beneath. Upon closer inspection, what stood on the ground was not a pair of human legs, but rather a duo of soft, tentacle-like appendages reminiscent of an octopus. As these tentacles gradually retracted, the figure settled onto the ground. It was a woman with a voluminous afro, clad in a high-tech, teal-hued armored suit. For the sake of mobility, her hair was secured at the back of her head with a hair tie. A pair of goggles perched on her slender nose obscured her eyes. She was known as Dr. Octopus, or more fittingly, Lady Octopus. In most realms, Dr. Octopus is depicted as male, yet in this universe, she is authentically female. Regardless of gender, Dr. Octopus remains Dr. Octopus, a brilliant and eccentric scientist endowed with advanced technology and intellect. Quite the delightful location. It should be easy to locate, she mused, her gaze peering through the window and spotting the middle-aged Peter Parker and his companions. A sly smile crept across her lips, reminiscent of a cat toying with a mouse. "Oh my, so many Spider-Men. Am I interrupting?" Her arrival instilled a sense of foreboding in Peter and the other Spider-Men, particularly the middle-aged Peter Parker and the young Spider-Gwen, who had previously crossed paths with Lady Octopus while attempting to steal data from a company in the outskirts of the city, only to be pursued by her. "Guys, we have company," shouted Spider-Pig, emerging from the kitchen with damp hands. His spider sense was indeed keen, alerting him to Lady Octopus's presence outside. "Peter, how much longer until you arrive? We have a guest," Shadow Spider inquired. Meanwhile, Peter and Gwen, still on the subway, were beginning to grasp the situation. However, the subway was currently their fastest means of transportation, leaving them with no alternatives. Peter glanced upward at the station signs, silently calculating. At that moment, Gwen remarked, "It should take about 10 to 13 minutes. Peter looked at her in surprise. He recalled her mentioning that after the death of her friend Peter, she had not focused much on her studies and had struggled academically, assuming she was a poor student. He had not anticipated that her self-deprecating remarks were, in fact, an understatement. Unfazed by this, Gwen's eyes glinted as she continued, "It seems there's a third point." Returning to Aunt May's residence, the middle-aged Peter Parker chimed in. "There's only one of her. Should we confront her directly?" Before he could finish his sentence, the sound of a helicopter thundering overhead interrupted him. The spider sense tingled once more. Above the residence of Ms. May, a helicopter descended slowly from the sky. It was evident that Mrs. Octopus had previously leapt from this very aircraft. Inside, there must have been more than just her. Indeed, as the helicopter lowered, a figure emerged from the open side door. A man clad in a black suit, with skin as silvery gray as steel, appeared. His name was Lonnie Thompson Forrestkin, one of the most notorious mob bosses in New York and a formidable subordinate of Gene. Originally an African American, he had suffered from albinism since childhood, which subjected him to ridicule from those around him. The frigid environment of his upbringing forged his merciless character. Initially, he extorted his classmates at school, leveraging his robust physique. However, his actions were discovered by a classmate, Robbie Robertson, who attempted to expose him but was intimidated into silence. Consequently, he spiraled further down the path of crime, adopting the moniker Gravestone, and continued his illicit activities for nearly 3 decades. In a turn of events, Robbie Robertson accumulated substantial evidence and succeeded in incarcerating him. Yet, for various reasons, Robbie himself was also ensnared in the prison system. Later, Gravestone was confined in a room saturated with a preservative gas known as 3, which mutated his body, granting him impenetrable skin, extraordinary speed, and the ability to withstand extreme temperatures, immense impacts, and even the assault of large-caliber bullets. His once pale skin transformed into a metallic silver gray. With a resounding crash, Gravestone leaped from a height of over 20 meters, creating a massive crater upon landing. Remarkably, he emerged unscathed, brushing off the dust from his suit and gazing at the Spider-Men within the building with a cruel smile. How delightful it would be to crush you one by one and bury you in the earth. But that was not the end. Following Gravestone, another figure clad entirely in green leapt from the helicopter. This was a peculiar individual donned in a vibrant green scorpion suit, with his lower body transformed into 4 mechanical legs resembling those of a scorpion, accompanied by a long mechanical scorpion tail. The glimmering tip of that tail revealed its sharpness and implied a potent venom. This character was named McDonald Gaggan, originally a private investigator hired by the owner of the Horn called Daily to uncover Spider-Man's true identity. He faced repeated setbacks. These failures not only left him disheartened, but also ignited his competitive spirit. Utilizing his connections, he procured a high-tech scorpion combat suit from a certain laboratory. However, he was unaware that this suit bore a significant flaw akin to Dr. Octopus's tentacles. It was directly linked to the central nervous system of the human spinal cord, meaning any malfunction could directly impact the wearer. The scorpion suit profoundly affected McDonald's psyche, transforming him from a private detective into a criminal. He earned the moniker, Scorpion. In nature, scorpions are considered one of the natural enemies of spiders, and for Spider-Man, Scorpion proved to be a formidable adversary. A distant roar of motorcycles echoed, as a striking purple motorcycle, radiating a dazzling violet light, approached at high speed. A peculiar figure clad in a purple high-tech combat suit emerged before the gathered crowd. This individual was none other than the enigmatic Aaron Davis, the uncle of the young Black Spider. At this point, the 4 formidable warriors under Kingpin's command had assembled, seemingly intent on ensnaring Spider-Man and his allies. What do you suggest we do? Shadow Spider inquired, glancing at the foes outside before turning to middle-aged Peter Spider with a cunning glint in his eye. Perhaps I could engage Liv in a friendly discussion. I am quite confident in my masculine charm, replied middle-aged Peter Spider. Shadow Spider nodded in agreement, and the two exchanged a knowing look. Peter then opened the door and stepped outside. Mr. Parker. Young Black Spider reached out to stop middle-aged Peter Spider. He raised a hand to gently ward him off. Ruffling his hair, Miles, stay inside. I shall return shortly. With that, he ventured forth. In truth, his intent was to buy time. Although the room housed 4.5 combatants, middle-aged Peter Spider, Shadow Spider, Spider-Ham, and Spider-Mech Girl, with young Black Spider as the half, given their understanding of Kingpin, they knew he must have a sinister plan in motion. To mitigate any risks, they resolved to stall as long as possible, awaiting the return of Gwen and Peter. However, they lacked any better means of delaying the imminent confrontation. Alas, middle-aged Peter Spider had to resort to sacrificing his appearance. As he descended the steps, he refrained from approaching Kingpin's formidable quartet. Instead, he extended a greeting toward Lady Octopus. Hello, Liv. How have you been? Lady Octopus regarded him with a bemused expression. Only those who are truly friends may call me Liv. Do you presume we are that familiar, you rotund Spider-Man? With a hand pressed dramatically against his heart, middle-aged Peter Spider feigned a gesture of anguish. Oh, how could you say that? Have you forgotten that we are still in your laboratory? Upon hearing this, both the spiders inside and Aunt May, as well as the 3 formidable warriors outside, displayed expressions of astonishment. In this moment, the lines of friend and foe blurred, for everyone was merely an onlooker. Ms. Octopus's face twitched with a vein bulging. It seems you have quite the nostalgia. Then why did you flee back then? How about we conduct a thorough physical examination now? Middle-aged Peter Spider shook his head vigorously. Perhaps not, but if you don't mind, I could invite you out for a meal or a movie. Are you asking me out on a date? Miss Octopus's face revealed a bashful expression. Indeed, middle-aged Peter Spider nodded earnestly. Oh, Miss Octopus's head lowered slightly, as if genuinely pondering the proposition. The next moment, her head shot up, her 4 white mechanical tentacles swaying in tandem. Her expression darkened. But I don't want that. I simply wish to capture you, bind you in my laboratory, and meticulously unravel the secrets within you. With a resounding swish, a tentacle shot towards middle-aged Peter Spider. The material of Ms. Octopus's mechanical tentacles was extraordinary. In mere moments, they could retract completely into the armored container on her back, rendering her appearance indistinguishable from that of an ordinary human. When extended, however, they could reach lengths of over 20 meters. This was a synthetic active nanometal developed by Ms. Octopus through her studies of deep-sea octopuses. This metal possessed the remarkable ability to rapidly reshape itself, allowing for swift adaptation of the equipment. Yet, it was indeed genuine metal, exhibiting durability and strength, impervious not only to cold weapons, but even to bullets. The sudden assault from Ms. Octopus was formidable. However, it appeared trivial to Spider-Man. Middle-aged Peter Spider merely sidestepped the attack, ignoring the wall that was shattered by the mechanical tentacle, and instead turned to greet Shadow Spider and others. It seemed negotiations had broken down, and everyone was ready for battle. Shadow Spider remarked, somewhat exasperated, "Your conversational skills are truly top-notch." Too kind, too kind. Middle-aged Peter Spider replied, though awkwardly, he pressed on. This chapter was completed overnight. Grateful for everyone's support through tips, monthly votes, and recommendations. I humbly seek another wave of votes. End of chapter 32, The Battle of the Spiders. At this moment, a mechanical tentacle beside him suddenly retracted, attempting to ensnare him. Middle-aged Peter Spider extended his hands, gripping the bifurcation at the tip of the mechanical tentacle. To his astonishment, the bifurcation felt soft and was moving, much like a real octopus tentacle. Suddenly, the middle-aged Peter Spider felt a chill run down his spine, and with a hint of disdain, remarked that this creature was far more unsettling than the notorious Dr. Octopus he was familiar with. Upon hearing this, Lady Octopus was incensed, her fury igniting a desire to eliminate him. Despite being a mad scientist, she was still a woman, and such derogatory comments about being repulsive and disgusting were intolerable to her. With a swift motion, a mechanical tentacle shot towards him. This time, the middle-aged Peter Spider was not about to take it lightly. After all, in his realm, Dr. Octopus was an exceedingly formidable adversary. He regarded the current threat with utmost seriousness. With a powerful leap, he evaded the onslaught of 2 tentacles, landing several meters away. The battle commenced with ferocity. Meanwhile, after Lady Octopus initiated her attack, the others swiftly followed suit. Tombstone crossed his arms before him and charged towards the wall facing the street with a resounding crash. "Good grief, do you think you're a tank?" Spider-Pig exclaimed, appearing beside Tombstone in a flash. He raised his hoof and delivered a forceful kick, sending Tombstone flying. "Damn it, my hoof. Ugh, my foot feels swollen. This brute is too tough." Despite his complaints, Spider-Pig's movements were swift. He shot a web line, propelling himself rapidly towards Tombstone. "Let us see how this unfolds." Scorpion shook his head, raising his mechanical scorpion tail high. A yellow-green venomous orb erupted from the tail, crashing against the wall and creating a substantial hole, the acrid stench permeating the entire room. Shadow Spider twitched his nose, his expression darkening. "Be cautious. That venomous orb contains aqua regia, possessing extreme corrosive properties." "Quite the connoisseur, aren't you?" Scorpion replied smugly, "but it's not just aqua regia. I've also infused it with my special neurotoxin, a proprietary formula of the Scorpion King." "Neurotoxin?" Shadow Spider gasped, swiftly grabbing Aunt May and retreating towards the backyard. "Leave this to me. You take her away." Transforming into the Spider Mech Girl, Penny controlled the mech, snatching a small object from the coffee table and tossing it to Little Black Spider, who hurriedly followed Shadow Spider into the backyard. The Spider Mech Girl assumed a combat stance, one hand morphing into a razor-sharp disc, launching an attack on Scorpion. In the backyard, as Shadow Spider held Aunt May's hand, just as they were about to step through the back door, his spider sense flared intensely, prompting him to halt abruptly. 2 gunshots rang out, and bullet holes appeared before them. "Aunt May, stay here." Shadow Spider released her hand, then turned to Little Black Spider. "Miles, protect Aunt May." "Okay." Little Black Spider replied nervously, clutching the small object. Shadow Spider nodded, drew his revolver, and with a swift motion, exited the house. To speak candidly, facing off against Spider-Man is akin to seeking one's demise by lighting a candle in a restroom. The Shadow Spider, guided by his spider sense, promptly discerned the positions of the 2 gunmen. With a swift roll out of the gate, he fired 2 shots midair. Bang, bang. 2 bullets erupted from his revolver. It is likely that even Kingpin, who orchestrated the deployment of these gunmen, could not have anticipated that a Spider-Man would wield firearms as a means of combat. This chapter is not yet complete. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. The Spider-Man of the Ultimate Universe has operated for an extended period. relying predominantly on webs and his fists, with only the occasional manipulation of his webbing, and has never been seen wielding a firearm. After all, in modern America, the approach to armed versus unarmed assailants is starkly different. When confronting an armed assailant, law enforcement first assesses the level of threat posed and then decides whether to neutralize or de-escalate the situation. The threat level is often gauged by skin color. The darker the complexion, the greater the perceived threat. While this jest is grim, it holds a kernel of truth. Of course, this is somewhat of a digression. Additionally, the presence of a mask also carries its own implications regarding threat levels, comparable to the former. Hence, to avoid confrontation with the police, Spider-Man typically refrains from carrying dangerous weapons. Even a fist weighing 20 tons can be perilous. Moreover, as a good neighbor to all, Spider-Man strives to eschew actions that might incite panic. A masked man bearing a firearm and a bare-handed masked individual, one can easily deduce which presents a more amicable demeanor. However, the circumstances for Shadow Spider differ significantly. His understanding of this world is rather superficial, thus he harbors no reservations. The two gunmen were swiftly dispatched. Yet, the warning signal from his spider sense remained unrelenting. Shadow Spider quickly realized that Kingpin had likely stationed more than 2 gunmen in the vicinity. To prevent the conflict from spilling over and endangering Aunt May, he wasted no time fleeing down the street. Indeed, those threats relentlessly pursued him. In Aunt May's backyard, only Little Black Spider and Aunt May remained. Observing the quaking legs of Little Black Spider, Aunt May shook her head slightly. She seized a baseball bat from the side and hoisted it onto her shoulder, proclaiming boldly, "I shall see who dares to trespass into my home. Such an act is a serious violation of the law. Should they come, I shall not hesitate to strike them down." Suddenly, a low, ominous hum resonated above their heads. In the next moment, the roof was violently torn open, and a purple figure plunged downwards, targeting none other than Little Black Spider. "Ah!" Little Black Spider screamed in terror. Aunt May, however, was quick-witted. With one hand, she pushed aside the small black spider, while with the other, she forcefully swung the baseball bat from her shoulder. The bat collided violently with the metallic uniform, producing a resounding crack. The figure, whether struck by the bat or having reconsidered its course of action, slightly veered to the side midair. As a result of pushing the small black spider away, Aunt May narrowly dodged the impending attack. Nevertheless, the floor bore the brunt of the encounter. With a thunderous crash, the Wanderer plummeted into the ground, creating a deep crater. Yet, unfazed, he swiftly rose to his feet. His menacing cloak, a suffocating shade of purple, coupled with the low rumble of the engine emanating from his uniform as he moved, rendered the Wanderer akin to a demon emerging from the depths of hell, instilling sheer terror. "Step aside. I have no desire to engage with the elderly." A deep voice resonated from beneath the Wanderer's mask. Chapter 33. The Scorpion with no sense of honor, but who was Aunt May? She had quietly supported her nephew, Peter Parker, for over a decade as Spider-Man, consistently confronting villains as a spirited matriarch of the 21st century. How could she possibly be intimidated by the Wanderer? Without hesitation, she seized the baseball bat once more and swung it towards him. The Wanderer furrowed his brow, extending his left hand to grip the bat firmly with his steel claws. "If you insist on learning a lesson, I would be more than willing to let you experience its consequences." With that, he yanked the bat forcefully. "Run." Aunt May clung tightly to the bat, allowing herself to be pulled closer by the Wanderer's strength, seemingly resigned to her fate. This scene struck a profound chord in the small black spider. Instantly, he sprang into action, darting in front of the Wanderer and with a clenched fist, delivered a blow to his face. Release. The Wanderer was sent staggering back, but obediently relinquished his grip on the bat. Aunt May collapsed to the ground. The Wanderer rose once more, sensing that the voice he had just heard was somewhat familiar, though he could not recall where he had encountered it before. However, he dismissed the thought, turning his attention to the small black spider and stating, "Isn't this much better? You know my target is you, and only you." The small black spider remained silent, torn between the desire to acknowledge Uncle Aaron and the fear of revealing his concealed identity. He helped Aunt May to her feet, glanced at the Wanderer, made a provocative gesture, and then crashed through the glass to escape outside. "Huh," the Wanderer scoffed, promptly following him through the shattered window. Uncle and nephew, round 2, begins. The scene shifts back to the main battleground. "Hey, Liv, to be honest, should we take a moment to rest? Aren't you tired? Liv, did you craft those tentacles yourself? How did you create them? I mean, they truly look magnificent, simply splendid." "Wow, Liv, that last move was incredibly impressive. Though it seems somewhat out of character for you, perhaps a gentler approach would suit you better." The middle-aged Peter Parker deftly maneuvered nearby, persistently taunting Lady Octopus, drawing her ire firmly towards him. His incessant verbal jibes darkened her previously composed demeanor. She remained silent, yet her tentacles launched an increasingly fierce assault. each strike imbued with lethal intent. Any object struck by her appendages was obliterated in an instant, whether it be stone slabs, bricks, or even a street lamp, which she seized and hurled at the middle-aged Peter. In truth, Peter felt some discomfort amid his agile movements, primarily stemming from his burgeoning belly. Following his separation from Mary Jane, he had succumbed to prolonged despondency, indulging in excessive eating and neglecting exercise, leading to a noticeable decline in his physical condition and agility. This predicament rendered him perilously vulnerable. Fortunately, the middle-aged Peter Parker possessed a wealth of combat experience. He was significantly older than the late Ultimate Spider-Man of this universe, having been Spider-Man for a staggering 22 years. Throughout his life, he had faced countless adversaries, and the foe before him seemed merely a minor inconvenience. Yet, the middle-aged Peter Parker harbored little desire to engage Lady Octopus directly. It was not that he was enamored by her beauty. Rather, he believed himself to be a visitor from a parallel universe, reluctant to meddle in the affairs of this realm. This chapter is not yet finished. Turn to the next page to continue reading. As for traversing parallel universes, he had encountered such phenomena before. In his youth, he ventured into a universe of the year 2099, where he met an exceedingly arrogant Spider-Man known as Spider-Man 2099. Oh, that fellow was insufferably conceited. His costume was made of anti-gravity material, allowing him to fly, something Peter's own suit could not do. But that was irrelevant. Flying was hardly what he desired. Could a Spider-Man truly fly? It was infuriatingly enviable. As he mused, a tear of envy trickled down his cheek. His numerous experiences with parallel universe travel had taught him that, barring necessity, one should minimize their impact on the original universe. Disruptions caused by interdimensional visitors could severely threaten the stability of the original universe, potentially leading to dire consequences. Thus, Peter's approach towards Lady Octopus was one of evasion. He would delay confrontation as much as possible, for she could not harm him in any case. The two combatants appeared to be engaged in a fierce struggle. Yet the only casualties were the surrounding ground and structures, while both sides sustained negligible harm. On the other side, Spider-Pig did not contemplate matters as deeply as middle-aged Peter Parker. However, it was evident from his skirmish with Tombstone that his mind was elsewhere. Perhaps Tombstone's physique was simply too formidable. With each strike, Spider-Pig grimaced and hopped about, as if in great pain. Nevertheless, his movements remained swift and unimpeded, sending Tombstone scurrying for cover, both frustrated and helpless, devoid of any means to retaliate. He even found the leisure to stuff his mouth with food, leaving one to wonder from where his battle attire had acquired pockets and how he had procured such an abundance of snacks. The clash between the Spider-Mech girl and the Scorpion seemed more evenly matched. The Scorpion, rather cunningly, opted to maintain his distance after realizing he could not best the peculiar mech in close combat, resorting instead to attacking with the venom stored in his mechanical scorpion tail. At this point, Penny had not yet been the Spider-Mech girl for long and was still in the learning phase, leading to her being somewhat outmatched by the Scorpion. As he fought, the Scorpion's eyes darted about, contemplating whether to maintain his current course of action or to bide his time and wait for the others to falter, thus displaying his prowess before his boss. The former option seemed more prudent, as he understood his employer's intent in sending them here was not to engage the Spider-Man, but rather to issue a warning against causing trouble. The latter option, however, entailed considerable risk. While in combat, he glanced around and noted that the opponents faced by the others appeared quite formidable, with only his own adversary seeming somewhat hesitant. He remained puzzled by this rotund mech, which emitted a feminine voice. How curious. Gakken, what are you doing? Dispose of your opponent and assist Dr. Octavius. Just as the Scorpion hesitated, the voice of his boss, Kingpin, crackled through his earpiece. Detecting the displeasure in Kingpin's tone, the Scorpion jolted into action. Yes, yes, boss, he responded, and after unleashing another venom ball, he abruptly shifted his target, launching a surprise attack on middle-aged Peter Parker. Thanks to a generous donation of 10,000 starting coins from the bald-headed monk, I shall put in some extra effort. I should still be able to release a chapter in the morning. Chapter 34. Uncle and nephew middle-aged Peter Parker was enjoying a pleasant conversation with Lady Octopus when his spider sense suddenly began to tremble violently. Instinctively, he attempted to evade to the side. However, Lady Octopus had already received word of the Scorpion's ambush through her earpiece. In a swift motion, she extended two mechanical tentacles. One swept across to block middle-aged Peter Parker's path, while the other seized his ankle with a firm grip. A foul, yellow-green venomous orb soared across the back of the middle-aged Peter Spider, its highly corrosive essence swiftly dissolving his battle attire. Fortunately, he had just managed to evade a significant portion of the assault. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. However, the neurotoxin within the venomous sphere began to infiltrate his body upon contact with his skin, causing a slight lethargy to overtake him. With a resounding crash, A mechanical tentacle was raised high and brought down mercilessly upon the ground. A pained cry escaped middle-aged Peter Spider as he made intimate contact with the earth. Hearing his anguished voice, Lady Octopus was overwhelmed by a surge of both new and old grievances, and she viciously slammed him down several more times until he saw stars. Release him. The spider-mech maiden felt immense guilt within her heart. Had she not been so careless and afforded the enemy an opportunity, Mr. Parker would not have sustained injuries. She threw herself into the fray, her metallic gears spinning rapidly as they sliced through the mechanical tentacles, igniting bursts of flames. Is that all you've got? Lady Octopus scoffed, extending another mechanical tentacle to strike the spider-mech. Whoa, isn't that a bit excessive? A strange cry suddenly echoed from a distance. Shortly after, a silvery gray figure was hurled through the air, sending the Scorpion Man, who was poised to launch another ambush from behind the spider-mech, flying away. Simultaneously, Spider-Hog lunged forward, seizing the mechanical tentacle and yanking it back, delivering a powerful kick to Lady Octopus's face. Lady Octopus screamed in agony as she was sent reeling backward. Her mechanical tentacles, linked by a neural connection, released their grip under the impact. The spider-mech maiden caught middle-aged Peter Spider, urgency lacing her voice. Mr. Parker, how are you? Clutching his waist, middle-aged Peter Spider cried out, ouch. My back. That fiend is truly venomous. My back is burning with pain. Spider-Hog inspected middle-aged Peter Spider's injuries before turning to the Scorpion Man. You fiend, your strikes are extraordinarily vicious and underhanded. Given such treachery, do not blame me for using my mighty hoof to strike your forehead. With that declaration, Spider-Hog charged forward, his demeanor now exuding utmost seriousness. Meanwhile, on another front, Little Black Spider found himself being relentlessly pursued, almost cornered into despair. This was hardly surprising. He had only recently acquired his abilities and lacked any real combat experience. Furthermore, his opponent was his own beloved uncle, making the thought of fighting him unbearable. Coupled with the Wanderer's extensive battle experience, he adeptly anticipated Little Black Spider's every move. Before long, Little Black Spider was driven to a rooftop by the relentless Wanderer. After exchanging several blows, he found himself grasped by the neck and lifted high off the ground. The Wanderer gazed coldly at this young man, who bore a striking resemblance to his nephew, and spoke with chilling indifference. Originally, none of this was your concern, but the boss has issued a death order. You must be eliminated. Blame it on your knowledge. It has proven far too perilous. Gazing upon the sinister visage of the Wraith, the Little Black Spider seemed to discern within it the cold, indifferent eyes of his Uncle Aaron. A wave of panic surged within him. Though he had intended to conceal his identity, at that moment, he could no longer afford such pretenses. The chapter was not yet concluded. Turn to the next page to continue reading. He reluctantly raised his hand to his head and forcefully lifted the mask to his crown. With a snap, the Wraith slowly raised his hand, poised to extinguish the life of the Black Spider, only to halt abruptly in midair. Miles. Even through the mask, the shock emanating from the Wraith was palpable, and the grip upon the Black Spider's throat loosened instinctively. It is I, Uncle Aaron, the Black Spider managed to utter with great difficulty. The Wraith yanked off his mask in astonishment, exclaiming, But Miles, how could it be you? How could this happen? Why? The Black Spider, beholding the familiar and comforting visage, felt his heart ease slightly as he replied, This tale is long-winded, but Uncle Aaron, could you please release me? All right, the Wraith acquiesced. Just as he prepared to set the Black Spider down, a voice crackled through his earpiece. Wraith, what are you doing? Kill that little brat. Mr. Fisk. The Wraith froze, his expression shifting rapidly. How could you? That child has seen everything. If he speaks, it will ruin me. He must be silenced. Otherwise, I shall kill you, and then him myself. You know I am capable of fulfilling my threats. Yet the Wraith remained indecisive. Having served Fisk for so many years, he was acutely aware of Fisk's ruthless nature. Once, he had not been the ruler of New York's underworld. In those days, the city's criminal realm was rife with competition. However, Fisk had emerged, his formidable intellect and iron fists consolidating the entirety of New York's underground. Opposition to him was not absent. Some were reduced to mere puddles of flesh, while others were unceremoniously cast into the sea to feed the fish. From that point onward, New York's underworld was left with but a single voice, Fisk. He was the undisputed monarch of New York's shadows. No one could refuse him. No one could dismiss his threats. The Wraith understood that to defy Fisk's current decree might result in the morbid sight of his own brother, Jefferson Davis, his sister-in-law, Rael Morales, and his nephew, Miles, lying lifeless before him. Do not doubt, for this was indeed within Fisk's capacity. Yet how could he bring harm to the very person before him? This individual was none other than his beloved nephew, Miles. The Wraith's heart was ensnared in turmoil, remaining frozen in place. In the distance, a shadowed figure awaited in a parked car. Although it was indeed an extended version, it was not the well-known Lincoln limousine associated with Jean Bing. This distinction stemmed from the fact that the public was familiar with that particular vehicle, while today, Jean Bing had darker intentions and wished to separate his overt identity from the impending crime. As for his preference for a stretched model, after a lifetime of conflict, why shouldn't he indulge himself? The truth was, his physique had become so imposing that he could hardly fit into a standard car. Only an extended version could accommodate him comfortably. At this moment, Jean Bing gazed through the car window, observing the silhouettes of the Wanderer and the little black spider lingering atop the distant rooftop, his expression as cold as ice. He could scarcely fathom that the Wanderer, who had always been obedient to him, would now defy his orders. Was there an association between that imp and him? He had intended to send this message early in the morning, but he found himself still struggling to compose anything by 7 o'clock. Chapter 35. Jean Bing executes the Wanderer. As thoughts raced through Jean Bing's mind, his hands moved with unerring speed. He casually retrieved a handgun from the nearby cabinet, lowered the window, and aimed at the rooftop in the distance. Since that individual was hesitant to act, he would take matters into his own hands. First, he would eliminate the Wanderer, and then the little black spider. Jean Bing's resolve was unwavering, and he regarded the little black spider with disdain. This was hardly surprising. He had witnessed the earlier confrontation between the little black spider and the Wanderer, and the opponent's combat responses and tactics bore little resemblance to a seasoned fighter. Such an entity was hardly worthy of his attention. A few hired guns could easily dispatch this nuisance. In truth, judging by the opponent's physique, he appeared to be merely a child of 16 or 17. Were it not for the fact that this individual had witnessed Jean Bing execute Spider-Man, thereby posing a risk of exposure, Jean Bing would have deemed it beneath him to even consider killing him. Jean Bing aimed his specially crafted handgun at the Wanderer. This weapon was a high-tech pistol, modified from the Desert Eagle, enhancing both its power and precision. However, this improvement came at the cost of increased recoil. For an ordinary person, firing it would likely result in a shattered wrist. But Jean Bing was no ordinary man. As a superhuman with muscles constituting 90% of his being, he could effortlessly wield this formidable handgun with one hand and even fire it with ease. Moreover, the ammunition was specially designed armor-piercing rounds, crafted specifically for his encounters with the masked troublemaker, Spider-Man. During its creation, consideration was given to the materials left behind in the opponent's battle attire and the protective levels revealed in various surveillance footage. It could be said that the armor-piercing rounds fired from this gun could penetrate even high-quality bulletproof vests. Even Spider-Man would find it quite painful to be hit by such a round. Upon the rooftop, after a brief moment of hesitation, the Wanderer resolved to shoulder all burdens alone. Perhaps, upon the conclusion of this endeavor, he could entirely align himself with Jean, thus earning his forgiveness. Contemplating this, he pulled down the mask atop the little black spider's head, completely shrouding his face. The young one's expression was a tapestry of complexity, leaving him at a loss for words with his own nephew. Once, they had shared an unbreakable bond, yet now they stood divided, representing the opposing forces of light and darkness. Suddenly, a resounding boom erupted, illuminating the distance with a burst of fire. In an instant, a specially designed armor-piercing round shot forth from the barrel of a gun, hurtling towards them. The target was unmistakably one of the two figures on the rooftop. Upon hearing the sound, the little black spider turned his gaze. At that moment, he felt as though the world had slowed to an agonizing crawl. He could vividly see the slender bullet racing towards his Uncle Aaron, yet he found himself powerless to intervene. Move. The little black spider silently screamed, desperately trying to command his body. However, the bullet was not aimed at him. The spider sense did not trigger at an instinctual level, rendering his reaction slower than his perception. Helplessly, he watched as the bullet drew ever closer to Uncle Aaron. Just then, a sudden whoosh, a strand of silk shot from an unseen source, striking the little black spider. A surge of force traveled along the silk, causing him to veer slightly off course. The Wanderer seized the little black spider, and under the influence of this force, he too shifted a fraction to the side. With a resounding crack, the Wanderer's armor shattered as the armor-piercing round spiraled into his body. In an instant, a spray of crimson erupted, staining his chest and mingling with the violet hue, creating a vivid tableau of blood. Chaos reigned in the Wanderer's mind. The initial reaction to being shot is often one of numbness. The bullet travels at such an astonishing velocity that the pain receptors in the body have not yet relayed the sensation to the brain before it has already penetrated its target. Thus, being shot can feel akin to a mere mosquito bite, though the reality is far more severe. This bite incites the body's muscles to trigger a reflex, resulting in an involuntary stiffness. Mere seconds after being shot, the pain surges into the mind with overwhelming intensity. For those with weaker wills, it could even lead to instantaneous unconsciousness. The Wanderer was experiencing just such a fate. His will had already proven remarkably strong. Yet the specially designed armor-piercing round fired from the custom Desert Eagle shattered not only his protective gear in an instant, but also tore through his bodily defenses, likely fracturing his ribs and possibly penetrating his left lung. At that moment, the Wanderer was nearly incapacitated by the sheer force of the shot, his limbs succumbing to weakness as he slumped helplessly on the rooftop, sliding down its incline. Meanwhile, the little black spider, ensnared by webbing, was yanked down from the roof after a brief struggle, falling to the ground. After a hard landing, he grasped the webbing behind him, tearing it away before hastily making his way back to the rooftop. Uncle Aaron. The little black spider cried out in panic. Just before his fall, he had witnessed his uncle being shot. Suddenly, two figures emerged from a distant rooftop. One was a man clad in a red and blue suit, adorned with a large white spider emblem on his chest. The other was a slender, agile woman dressed in black and white. It was none other than Peter and Gwen, returning from their patrol. Upon assessing the situation, Peter swiftly made his way towards the little black spider. As Peter vaulted onto the rooftop, he saw the little black spider cradling the Wanderer's head, pressing his hands against the injured chest while weeping profusely. With a sigh, Peter reflected on the gravity of the situation. Regardless of the Wanderer's moral standing, he was undeniably the little black spider's uncle. Employing his knowledge, Peter gently pried the little black spider's hands away, spraying web fluid onto the wound to temporarily staunch the bleeding. At least on the surface, it appeared that blood would no longer gush forth. The true condition within, and whether he could be saved, would ultimately rest in the hands of fate. Peter urged Miles, "Quickly call for an ambulance. The bleeding has stopped for now. There may still be hope. But if we delay, it might be too late." The little black spider jolted awake. "Right. The ambulance. Thank you, Peter." He hurriedly descended to borrow a phone from Aunt May. Although Peter possessed a phone from his own universe, the two worlds' networks were incompatible, and he lacked even the authority to dial emergency numbers. Thus, he found himself powerless to assist. Cough, 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 cough. Suddenly, the Wanderer on the rooftop began to cough violently. Peter noticed that his eyes seemed to flutter open slightly. The Wanderer parted his lips, uttering a simple sound. Peter understood immediately. He knelt down and reassured, "Don't worry, Miles is fine. He has gone to call for help. If you want to spare him the anguish, you must hold on and stay alive until the ambulance arrives." The Wanderer peered at Peter through the slits of his eyelids, opening his mouth but uttering no words. Peter, however, stood up, choosing not to linger any longer. He only lingered a moment longer to exchange a few words due to his regard for the little black spider. Otherwise, he would have had no interest in this individual. He hastened to the edge of the rooftop. Below, on the street, Gwen Spider had unknowingly engaged in a fierce battle with Kingpin. Chapter 36. Kingpin undoubtedly deserved the title of the strongest man in the world, non-mutant. His iron fists, when swung, created a formidable wind. One punch struck a streetlight pole, bending it as if it were made of mere paper. Although the pole was hollow, it was still constructed of metal. What kind of normal person could crush it with a single blow? Observing Kingpin's extraordinary physique, Peter began to suspect he might be some sort of physically mutated being. After all, mutations theoretically exist within the Marvel Universe, as evidenced in the 1994 Spider-Man series. It was not entirely impossible for Kingpin to be a mutant, which could explain how he had honed his body to such an incredible degree. Though Gwen Spider feigned nonchalance, claiming she was unscathed, the injury to her arm had indeed affected her mobility, significantly diminishing her agility. After all, shooting webs relies on one's hands, and utilizing webs in combat is one of the primary tactics employed by the Spider heroes. Rather than engaging Kingpin in combat, she was more accurately being chased and battered by him. Fortunately, even without her webs, her agility remained remarkably high. Her extensive combat experience rendered her as nimble as a cat. Kingpin's flurry of movements appeared ferocious, akin to a descending tiger. Yet aside from wreaking havoc on the surrounding terrain, he accomplished little else. Observing this, Peter ceased his hesitation. He seized the opportunity and suddenly shot out two strands of web, deftly ensnaring Kingpin's raised fists from either side. With a powerful tug, Kingpin's massive form was sent tumbling. Peter was uncertain whether he had achieved the typical strength of 15 to 20 tons that most Spider-Men possessed, but even if he considered the smallest value and halved it, he still reached an impressive 7.5 tons. In contrast, Kingpin, despite his imposing stature, was merely an ordinary human. His strength, at best, was only about 0.7 tons. The disparity in strength was akin to a chasm. With such a vast difference, Kingpin could only be dragged toward Peter. However, the dragging did not last long. Peter's figure shot forward, his right leg slightly bent, as he crashed his knee into the downed Kingpin with tremendous force. Kingpin's remarkable physique, capable of bending streetlight poles, compelled Peter to exert considerable strength, more than double what he had previously used against the small thugs. He estimated that even if Kingpin withstood this strike, he would undoubtedly sustain significant injury. However, just as Peter's knee was about to collide with Kingpin's chest, suddenly, Kingpin's massive hands reached out, seizing Peter's legs with a vice-like grip. "You fool, that's not how you fight," he jeered, his formidable bulk sitting upright as he slammed Peter down onto the ground. "Peter!" Gwen Stacy cried out from a distance, rushing towards them. "No need to come over. I'm fine, really," Peter shouted, only to be struck down again by Kingpin's overwhelming strength. The damage inflicted upon him was indeed significant, surpassing the injuries he had sustained earlier that day. However, truth be told, it was not as dire as it seemed. With Peter's feet in his grasp, Kingpin held him aloft, seemingly eager to revel in his torment. Nevertheless, Peter defiantly extended his middle fingers in a gesture of insolence. "Is that all you've got, Kingpin? You are far weaker than I had imagined. Perhaps you should consider leaving the underworld behind and opening a massage parlor instead. Your strength is only suitable for tickling. Humph. Let's see how long you can keep up that bravado," Kingpin retorted with a scoff, tightening his grip on Peter's legs before attempting to slam him down once more. However, the sound of this impact was notably different from the last. Previously, when Peter's upper body had met the ground, it produced a dull thud akin to a ripe melon. This time, however, the noise was faint, reminiscent of a fragile egg. As is widely known, a fragile egg can be lethal. It turned out that Peter had managed to brace himself with his hands, absorbing the brunt of the blow. Before Kingpin could react, Peter utilized the strength in his arms, arching his body, and then propelling himself upward with a powerful kick. Bam! Kingpin was sent flying, crashing into a nearby wooden fence, shattering it to pieces. Peter advanced towards Kingpin, poised to deliver a decisive blow. Even if he did not intend to kill him, he aimed to render him incapacitated for life, avenging the death of the ultimate spider in this world. At that moment, Kingpin rose from the ground, spitting out blood and sneering. "You think you can kill me? Then you shall never return." Peter's hand froze midair. His own return was of little consequence. He had long accepted that he was unlikely to return to his world. However, Gwen, Shadow Spider, Paney, Spider-Ham, and middle-aged Peter Parker were all at risk of rejection. Among them, Gwen was in the gravest danger. This realization struck Peter only recently. The others had only just crossed over a few days prior, while Gwen had arrived a week ago. According to Paney, the rejection process would not severely affect the body within 2 weeks, but after that, the consequences would intensify, potentially leading to death. This meant that Gwen had only 1 week left. As Peter hesitated, Gwen suddenly exclaimed, "Peter, do not heed him. Remember your promise to her." Since Kingpin was present, she refrained from mentioning Aunt May directly. However, Peter understood that Gwen referred to his prior vow to Aunt May to defeat Kingpin. Yet, Peter found himself wavering. His decision held the fate of 5 friends in the balance. Kingpin, perceiving Peter's indecision, laughed heartily. "How about we make a wager, Mr. Spider from another world?" Peter narrowed his eyes slightly. "What sort of wager do you propose?" A glimmer of cunning flashed in Kingpin's eyes as he declared, "Let this battle cease for now. I shall take my people and depart. At 9 o'clock tonight, I will activate my collider beneath Fisk Tower. At that time, I will lay out a web of traps, and we shall see if you dare to come." Peter grasped the implications of this so-called wager. The stakes for Kingpin involved the timing of the collider's activation and granting access to Peter and his companions. Conversely, Peter's wager revolved around the path leading home, with the risk being the traps Kingpin mentioned. This signified that their conflict would be brought from the shadows into the light. "How can I trust you to keep your word?" Peter scoffed. "I know precisely who you are, Wilson Fisk." "Oh." Kingpin appeared taken aback. Peter continued, "In my world, there exists another Wilson Fisk, whose father was a small-time mob boss, slain in a street shootout. His father's death did not incite sorrow within Wilson, rather, it clarified for him the law of the jungle." As Peter spoke, Kingpin's expression visibly darkened. This chapter concludes here, with a bookmark for easy reading. Chapter 37. Kingpin's Evening Invitation. In truth, Peter was recounting the story of Kingpin from the 1994 Spider-Man series. He too was gambling, wagering that the essence of Kingpin would remain consistent across both worlds. After all, their accomplishments appeared comparable at this juncture. One's environment shapes one's character, and vice versa. A person's career can reveal much about their nature and upbringing. Of course, this reasoning applies to the current peculiar circumstances. Peter was well aware of the alternate Kingpin's entire narrative and his achievements, allowing him to reverse engineer insights from this Kingpin's successes. Judging by Kingpin's expression, the conclusion was likely accurate. At this moment, tumultuous waves surged within Kingpin's mind. Many of the past events Peter recounted were memories that even Kingpin himself might have long forgotten. Yet, at this moment, they were all brought to light. While Kingpin marveled at the wonders of the parallel universe, he became increasingly convinced that this Spider-Man had indeed triumphed over a version of himself. To empathize with one's adversary, only a highly regarded opponent could possess such intimate knowledge of another's past. It was precisely for this reason that Kingpin suppressed some of his underlying thoughts. Initially, he intended to feign an agreement with Peter regarding the wager, while discreetly manipulating the situation elsewhere. For instance, leveraging certain connections to incite trouble for the Spiders with the New York City police. These Spiders, having traversed from parallel universes, evidently faced identity issues. Troubling them from this angle would indeed be a relatively effortless endeavor. However, it now appeared that the adversary's understanding of him surpassed his own expectations. Thus, it would be more honorable to engage openly in this contest. As Kingpin, a formidable ruler of New York's underworld, he possessed the audacity to do so. Kingpin reached into his pocket, a motion that heightened the vigilance of Peter and Gwen. Yet, in the next moment, he withdrew a gold-embossed invitation. With a flick of his wrist, he tossed the invitation with the precision of a boomerang. Peter, unfazed, caught it deftly. Upon opening, he found the words inscribed, "Dear Sir Madam, greetings. We are honored to invite you to the memorial service for our beloved Spider-Man, to be held on December 16th at Fisk Tower." The date was marked as yesterday, and the signature read Wilson Fisk. Clearly, this was an invitation issued under Kingpin's facade as a prominent businessman. The content echoed the memorial Peter and Shadow Spider had heard about during their recent encounter with Kingpin. "Is this a provocation?" Peter inquired, his face darkening. "You invite the Spiders to attend the memorial for Spider-Man, orchestrated by the very perpetrator himself? Provocation? No, certainly not," Kingpin retorted, as if greatly offended. "In truth, whether you believe it or not, I hold a genuine admiration for Mr. Spider-Man. Yet you personally took his life? Do you expect me to believe your deceitful words?" Peter replied coldly, Kingpin's declaration igniting a flicker of murderous intent within him. This chapter is not complete. Turn to the next page to continue reading. Gazing at Kingpin's hypocritical visage, Peter felt an overwhelming urge to strike him with his fist. It was the lives of his friends that restrained his rationality. Kingpin laughed heartily, asserting, "I may admire him, but that does not mean I will tolerate his repeated interference in my endeavors. All who obstruct my path shall be crushed beneath my iron fist." His laughter bore a hint of mockery, as if deriding Peter's naivety. Peter regarded him with a cold stare. At that moment, Gwen approached his side, placing her hand gently atop his clenched fist. Peter hesitated briefly, meeting her gaze, and the tension in his hand eased somewhat. Gwen Spider gently pried open his fingers, taking the invitation into her hands. After a brief glance, she lifted her gaze towards Kingpin and said, "So, Mr. Fisk, tonight at 9 o'clock, Fisk Tower. We shall not fail to meet." Peter looked at her in confusion, unsure why she had acquiesced. Kingpin's words were not to be trusted. Not even a single punctuation mark. However, Gwen Spider chose not to respond, merely signaling him to remain calm, before turning her attention back to Kingpin. Tonight at 9. We shall not fail to meet, Miss Spider-Man," Kingpin remarked, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes as he regarded Gwen Spider. Yet, she ignored him, taking Peter's hand and proceeding directly to Aunt May's house. Behind them, Kingpin observed their retreating figures, his mind racing with thoughts, yet still unable to comprehend the motive behind Gwen Spider's sudden agreement. Moments later, he pulled out his phone and stated coolly, "Wrap it up, we're leaving." At his command, the chaotic skirmishes in various locales suddenly ceased. Nevertheless, in this confrontation, Kingpin had suffered considerable losses. In terms of elite combat power, the Shroud had been personally wounded by him and now lay on the rooftop awaiting rescue. Even if he managed to salvage his life, he would no longer serve Kingpin. Moreover, there were casualties on the battlefield involving Spider-Ham, middle-aged Peter Spider, and Spider-Mech Girl, who faced off against Lady Octopus, Scorpion, and Tombstone. Lady Octopus and her companions had been severely beaten by the fully unleashed Spider-Ham. Scorpion had his mechanical tail stinger removed, while Lady Octopus nearly lost one of her mechanical tentacles. Tombstone was knocked to the ground, completely unconscious. Spider-Ham and the others intended to leave him on the street for the New York police. Tombstone was a long-established figure in organized crime, with a considerable list of offenses. Being incarcerated would certainly not be without consequences. Even if Kingpin wished to extricate him, it would require significant effort. Thus, of the 4 formidable warriors Kingpin had brought, one was severely injured, another was incapacitated and captured, leaving only 2 to flee in disarray. In other developments, Shadow Spider single-handedly dealt with 4 snipers armed with rifles, as well as over 10 handgun-wielding thugs. His strikes were lethal. Most of the snipers fell to a single shot. A few of the handgun thugs survived, but each sustained varying degrees of injury, making a hospital visit inevitable. Additionally, Peter and Gwen Spider had vanquished over 30 gang members at the subway station. Overall, the results were remarkable. Of course, the Spider heroes also faced some injuries. The most severe was middle-aged Peter Spider, who was burned on his back by the scorpion's venom. The venom's primary component was aqua regia, a potent mixture of concentrated hydrochloric acid and concentrated nitric acid in a 3:1 volumetric ratio, capable of dissolving metals and exhibiting tremendous power. Middle-aged Peter Parker recounted that many years prior, he had sustained an injury to his back, leaving him with a lingering affliction. Although he had become aware of it, it was but a moment too late, and he thus fell victim to its effects. Chapter 38. A calculated trap. Gwen Stacy suffered a laceration on her arm. Fortunately, Peter acted swiftly and effectively, and thanks to Spider-Man's remarkable regenerative abilities, she had nearly recovered by dinner time. However, Peter, still uneasy, unwrapped the bandage to inspect the wound, discovering that it had yet to form a scab. He then sanitized the areas surrounding the injury and re-wrapped it with a fresh bandage. While Gwen thought Peter was being somewhat overprotective, she welcomed the feeling of being cared for and even found joy in it. The shift in their dynamic did not go unnoticed by the other Spider-Men. Yet no one voiced their thoughts. The primary concern for Peter and the others was for Miles Morales. At this moment, Miles was absent from their little group. His uncle had been rushed to the hospital shortly after the battle concluded, and Miles had naturally accompanied him. The outcome of the rescue efforts remained uncertain. Nevertheless, everyone tacitly accepted that Miles would not participate in the evening's mission. Fortunately, their original plan had positioned Miles as Peter's support, although they were down a member. Based on Peter's performance throughout the day, Shadow Spider and the others unanimously recognized his capability to handle the task independently. After much discussion, they formulated the final strategy for the night's operation, which was divided into 4 steps. Step 1. Peter, Gwen, Penny, and middle-aged Peter would together take the invitation from Kingpin and head to Fist Tower to attend the memorial for the Ultimate Spider. According to their, primarily Penny's, investigation over the past few days, the control room for Kingpin's particle collider was directly beneath Fist Tower. The invitation Peter received from Kingpin undoubtedly lent further credence to this discovery. Step 2. Locate Kingpin and closely follow him. Kingpin's pursuit of the particle collider experiment was driven by his desire to find his wife and son from a parallel universe, seeking to fill the void within his heart. Therefore, his presence at the collider's activation was a certainty. By shadowing him, they could effortlessly uncover the true location of the collider without the need for additional avenues of inquiry. This was also the reason Gwen accepted Kingpin's wager. Step 3. Shadow Spider and Spider-Ham would operate from their end. One was adept at stealth, while the other was quick and agile. They would enter the vicinity of the particle collider through the subway tracks provided by Miles. This route had been introduced to him by his uncle, the Prowler. Prior to all these events, Miles was merely an ordinary boy. The Wanderer works with Kingpin. Hence there exists a refuge within the forsaken underground warehouse adjacent to the particle collider. It serves both as a temporary sanctuary during work breaks and a vigilant watchpoint to prevent outsiders from inadvertently uncovering Kingpin's secrets. After all, the revelation of such secrets can be fatal, a perilous endeavor. As for who meets that grim fate, I shall refrain from disclosing. On one occasion, the little black spider was brought to this place by the Wanderer, drawn by the expansive blank walls that beckoned him to unleash his creativity through graffiti. It was on that very day that he was bitten by a spider, thereby acquiring extraordinary abilities. Subsequently, driven by a desire to locate the very spider that had bestowed these powers upon him, the little black spider returned to this site. He traversed the subway tracks, drawn by the sounds of conflict. Following the commotion, he unexpectedly stumbled upon an epic battle between the Ultimate Spider-Man and the Ultimate Green Goblin. Thus, this path could lead directly to Kingpin's particle collider. Upon learning these details, Peter instructed the little black spider to delineate the route on the map. Their initial plan was to traverse this very path. However, this route bore significant risks, as the little black spider was discovered by Kingpin and his associates, subsequently pursued by the unaware Wanderer. Ultimately, he managed to escape thanks to the timely arrival of a subway train. Therefore, it was reasonable to assume that Kingpin would implement necessary precautions along this route. The strategy, a clever ruse combining the second and third steps, was conceived to exploit this very risk. Peter and his companions would enter boldly, creating chaos to divert attention. Meanwhile, Shadow Spider and Spider-Ham would stealthily infiltrate through an alternate route, aiming to further diminish Kingpin's power. In this way, they could strive to seize control of the particle collider. The final step, of course, would be to return home and deactivate the collider. This last task would fall solely upon Peter, who had already prepared himself for the possibility of remaining forever in the Ultimate Spider world. Perhaps inheriting the mantle of the Ultimate Spider-Man and becoming the second in line would not be so bad? Thoughts of the comically serious Officer Orlando and the kind grandmother who offered him special meat pies flitted through Peter's mind as he entertained this notion. His previous world felt insignificant, and the risk of returning to it potentially leading to the censorship of this narrative loomed large. It seemed far more appealing to remain here. Of course, these were merely fleeting thoughts. If the little black spider could rise to the occasion and take on the responsibility of deactivating the collider, Peter would not hesitate to attempt to return to his original world. Unfortunately, he knew that the little black spider was likely preoccupied with other concerns, and no one would expect him to engage in combat at this moment. However, considering the possibility that they may not meet again after tonight, under the suggestion of the middle-aged Peter Parker, they decided to gather together to bid farewell to the little black spider. After all, they had known each other, albeit for a brief few days, and leaving without saying goodbye seemed rather impolite. At the Brooklyn Community Hospital, the lights in the operating room remained illuminated. On the bench outside the operating room sat Jefferson Davis and his son Miles Morales. Jefferson, still clad in his police uniform, rushed over upon receiving a call from Miles informing him that Aaron Davis had been shot and was in critical condition. Miles, on the other hand, had removed his spider suit, wishing to keep his identity concealed from his family. The expressions on their faces mirrored each other, both etched with deep concern. Aaron Davis, the Prowler, was evidently in a far more severe condition than anticipated. The surgery had already extended for 2 hours, with no sign of conclusion in sight. Jefferson leaned his elbows on his knees, cradling his head in his hands, perspiration beading on his forehead as his anxiety reached a near unbearable level. Upon his arrival, Aaron had already been rushed into the emergency room, but from Miles' description, he understood the location of the gunshot wound. It was likely to have struck the lung, and the prognosis appeared grim. At that moment, the little black spider was engulfed in remorse. He pondered whether, had it not been for him, Uncle Aaron would not have been shot. A troubling thought crossed his mind. If he had not inadvertently intervened, would Spider-Man still be alive? Had he unwittingly caused Spider-Man's demise? And now, would he, in a similar vein, be responsible for Uncle Aaron's fate? Chapter end. At the end of the chapter, a peculiar sound resonated from a window at the end of the corridor. The noise was faint, and the window was situated more than 10 meters from the seats. An ordinary person's ears would not have detected it, especially Jefferson Davis, who was currently enveloped in sorrow. However, the little black spider, enhanced by spider genes, heard it distinctly. Instinctively, he lifted his gaze towards the source of the sound and glimpsed a fleeting hand, red, adorned with a web-like pattern. It was Mr. Parker's hand. Casting a glance at his father, the little black spider rose and walked towards the window. Behind him, Jefferson noticed his son's departure but assumed he was merely going to the restroom, saying nothing. As the little black spider approached the window, before he could assess the view outside, a hand emerged from a nearby storage room and pulled him inside. The door was gently closed. Here, in the hospital, loud noise was prohibited, as it was a place of healing. The middle-aged Peter Parker placed a hand on the little black spider's shoulder and inquired, "Hey, Miles. How is your uncle?" The little black spider, dejected, remarked, "They are still in the process of rescue." Peter placed a comforting hand on his shoulder and replied, "Do not dwell on such thoughts. He will be all right." "Thank you, Peter," the little black spider said, casting a grateful glance at him. "If it weren't for your intervention, Uncle Aaron would have been shot in the heart, and there would be no chance for rescue now." Peter let out a faint sigh and suggested, "If we must express gratitude, let your uncle treat me to a drink once he recovers." Though he spoke lightly, a sense of pessimism lingered in his heart. He pondered whether, had he exerted more force at that moment, the current situation might have been considerably better. Regrettably, hindsight is a luxury rarely afforded. Now, all he could do was to play his part and leave the rest to fate. Before his journey through worlds, he had heard of a particular fatalism associated with Spider-Man, which suggested that every Spider-Man must lose a close relative or someone dear to them. For instance, among those present, the Shadow Spider lost his uncle. The middle-aged Peter also lost his uncle. Gwen lost her best friend, Peter Parker, and Penny lost her father, inheriting her abilities and responsibilities from him. The only two exceptions were Peter and Spider-Ham. Spider-Ham, being a character from a comedic narrative aimed at children, did not experience such tragedies, as the tone of humor did not necessitate sorrowful embellishments. As for Peter, having come from the real world, he perhaps remained untouched by this so-called fatalism, or perhaps it simply had yet to affect him. In truth, whether before or after his transdimensional journey, Peter held a firm disbelief in fatalism. This skepticism stemmed not only from the age-old belief that human determination can triumph over destiny, but also from the perspective that everything within the Marvel Universe is merely a construct created by its editors. This, in essence, is what is termed fate. So, as an entity existing beyond the confines of fate, does it mean he is free to disregard all of this? At this moment, Peter fervently wished for the Prowler to be saved, for such an outcome would signify that this world was devoid of the so-called fatalism, at least. Not in his presence. The little black spider managed a faint smile, seemingly rejuvenated, and nodded yes. I will tell him. He then turned to the others. What are you doing? The shadow spider responded. We came to see you and to bid you farewell. With that, he leaped through the window behind him. Spider-Ham and Penny also exchanged brief farewells before departing. The little black spider anxiously exclaimed, What is this? Why must you say goodbye here? We could have done so at the collider. Peter's hand exerted a gentle pressure as he squeezed his shoulder, saying, No, your uncle needs you more. As for the situation over there, I shall handle it, right? Gwen nodded, reassuringly adding, Rest assured, Peter is quite dependable. You can stay here at ease, Miles. However, a flicker of hesitation crossed Gwen's expression as she glanced at Gwen's eyes. Peter increased his grip slightly and turned to Gwen, saying, Gwen, you should leave now. Gwen shot him a disapproving look before bidding farewell to the little black spider and leaping out the window. Miles, I must warn you. Do not entertain any thoughts about Gwen. Peter threatened. The little black spider gazed, somewhat bewildered, in the direction Gwen had departed, then looked back at Peter, ultimately casting a pleading glance toward the middle-aged Peter. The older Peter shrugged. The romantic entanglements of you youngsters are not my concern. But I advise you to abandon this pursuit sooner rather than later, Miles. He patted the little black spider's shoulder in a consoling manner. Turning back to Peter, he added, Hey, Peter, let him be. He has already faced a double blow. Peter huffed softly, releasing his grip. Although he and Gwen were merely in the early stages of mutual affection, still enveloped in ambiguity, eliminating a rival was certainly advantageous. Why complicate matters when love could flourish effortlessly? Peter was not one to complicate his own path. All right, I understand, the little black spider mumbled, lowering his head in despondence. Indeed, his feelings for Gwen were budding, yet this spark was extinguished prematurely by Peter. Peter smiled broadly, extending his hand over the gadget. The little black spider instinctively reached for his pocket but stubbornly replied, The gadget isn't with me. I left it in my suit's pocket. I'll go get it now. He pretended to make a move to leave. Swish! A strand of web shot from Peter's hand, ensnaring the little black spider. What are you doing? He exclaimed in surprise, only to realize he was tugging at the web. However, Peter, not adhering to the rules of fair play, closed the distance swiftly, delivering a sweeping kick that sent him crashing to the ground. Consequently, the web that clung to him wrapped around, binding his hands. Peter leaned down, retrieving the gadget from the little black spider's pocket, remarking, You see, I told you. You weren't prepared, were you? With that, he leaped out of the window. He had no need for farewells, for according to his plans, he would ultimately remain in the ultimate universe. While this was not his desire, given the current turn of events, acceptance was the only course. He had already resolved that if he stayed, he would inherit the mantle of the ultimate spider and continue as Spider-Man. As for the journey ahead, he could simultaneously embrace his role as Spider-Man while seeking his path. Chapter complete. In the storage room, the middle-aged Peter Parker observed the small black spider, who had been effortlessly knocked to the ground. He had to concede that, although the little black spider had possessed its abilities for a longer duration, 7 days, Peter's combat prowess far surpassed that of the small black spider. Particularly after enduring a morning of rigorous practical assessments, the disparity in their performances was stark. This gap diminished Peter's earlier inclinations. He had originally intended to propose faith in the small black spider, believing it would allow him to return home. However, it was evident that the little black spider was not yet ready to shoulder such responsibility. Thus, he resigned himself to this conclusion. He bent down and gently removed the webbing that clung to the small black spider. The little black spider, feeling a surge of anger, prepared to dash out the window in pursuit, but was firmly restrained by Peter. Enough, Miles. You are not ready yet. Let it go. The small black spider retorted defiantly. What do you mean I'm not ready? I am completely prepared. I can do this. Peter grasped the fabric of his clothing, pulling him closer, and admonished. If you truly are prepared, then use your electricity to stun me, or become invisible and slip past me. Just vanish. After all, he was the first individual he had encountered in this world. If possible, he wished to grant him another chance. The little black spider hesitated, clenched his fists, and began to concentrate. Yet, it was clear that a mere morning of training, coupled with the emotional turmoil stemming from his uncle's injury, had led him to doubt himself. All of these factors had robbed him of the ability to control his powers freely. No matter how hard he tried, nothing occurred. Neither electricity nor invisibility manifested. Miles, go and spend time with your uncle. I believe you wish to hear news of his recovery as soon as possible, Peter said, releasing his grip on the boy's clothing. The small black spider's earlier fervor was quelled by Peter's words. Memories of his uncle Aaron surfaced, along with the haunting image of Aaron lying in his arms, gravely wounded. The light in his eyes gradually faded. Peter felt an increasing sense of disappointment, extinguishing the last remnants of hope he had harbored. He gently patted the small black spider's shoulder and said, "Goodbye, Miles." "Goodbye," the small black spider replied, raising his hand, only to find Peter had already vanished through the window. He rushed to the window and called out loudly, "How will I know when I am ready?" The figure clad in a red and blue spider suit paused momentarily against the wall and responded, "You will never know. It is a matter of belief." With that, he resumed his motion. The little black spider stood frozen in place, gazing at the distant street, where a figure clad in a red and blue spider suit swung gracefully away, gradually receding from view until it vanished around the corner. Finally, he murmured, "Farewell, everyone." The night in New York is multifaceted. For the common neighborhoods, it is a realm of revelry and crime. Conversely, for the affluent areas, it serves as a summation and conclusion of a splendid day. In the towering Fisk Tower, a well-known hero's life was being commemorated today. It was a memorial service for our most beloved Spider-Man, organized by the city's renowned philanthropist and business magnate, Mr. Wilson Fisk. Fisk Tower, a skyscraper exceeding 30 stories in height, stands nearly 200 meters tall, making it one of the rarer edifices even amidst the skyline of New York City. Yet, no one knows precisely how much illicit money was funneled into its construction. Of course, few care about such matters. Those in the know remain silent, while those ignorant of the truth may never discover it. This is evident from the array of celebrities and socialites descending from their vehicles, adorned in gold and silver. Their attire ostentatious and smiles affable. Clearly, for them, this so-called memorial service, this charitable gala, is merely an event leveraging Spider-Man's name to satisfy their social appetites, indistinguishable from previous gatherings. Suddenly, four figures emerged amidst the crowd. A rotund man, a muscular individual, an elegantly proportioned woman, and a little girl perched atop a round, mechanical contraption. Each of them donned spider-themed attire or sported similar insignia. These four stood in stark contrast to the throng entering the building. "Are those four also servers? I heard tonight's staff would be dressed as Spider-Man," remarked a dapperly dressed man. "Clearly, yes, but those outfits are quite hideous. I hope they don't approach me." His companion, a woman clad in evening attire, replied disdainfully while eyeing the quartet. Another man, impeccably attired in a sharp suit, who had overheard their exchange, inquired with curiosity, "Isn't tonight a memorial for Mr. Parker, the Spider-Man? Why would the servers be dressed as him?" The woman chuckled, responding, "Isn't Spider-Man our friendly neighborhood hero? Isn't it only natural for him to serve us?" These scoundrels, Peter clenched his fists. Although he had never encountered the ultimate spider, he had gleaned much about the battles waged in this city against villains over the past decade. It could be said that he had saved this city, and indeed the world, from peril on numerous occasions. He is a true hero, yet he was treated thus after his demise. At that moment, a gentle hand clasped Peter's arm. Gwen whispered, "Do not pay them any mind. We have our own tasks to undertake." Beside them, the middle-aged Peter added, "It is impossible to please everyone, and that is perfectly acceptable. Peter, aren't you at all angry?" Peter inquired. Gwen shook her head, saying, "In my world, things are far worse. If I were to be upset over every little thing, where would that leave me?" "Indeed," the middle-aged Peter patiently advised, "if you find yourself vexed, focus instead on those who bring you joy." To him, Peter and Spider-Gwen were both mentor. They would each carve their own paths ahead. As a mentor, it was his duty to ensure their journeys were as smooth as possible, sparing them the tribulations he had endured. "I understand now," Peter nodded. "Here, Peter, dear brother. Have a sweet treat to chase away all your unhappiness." Penny chimed in, offering him a confection. After tasting it, Peter felt a wave of relief wash over him. "Thank you, everyone. Let us take action and show Kingpin the consequences of disrespecting the departed." Chapter 41. Arrival at the venue. Please present your invitation. Peter and his companions were halted at the entrance of Fisk Tower by two imposing security guards clad in black suits and sunglasses. Their fierce demeanor suggested they were likely operatives of Kingpin's underground organization. Peter produced the invitation and slapped it into the guard's hand. "May we enter now?" The bulky guard pointed at the spider-mech, stating, "You may enter, but that cannot." "Oh, why not? We are special guests of Mr. Fisk. Are you certain you wish to prevent our entry?" Peter emphasized the word special guests, casting an amused glance at the guard. The guard remained unfazed, responding with a brusque tone, "No means no. Vehicles are not permitted inside." Peter chuckled and replied, "Then I shall speak with Mr. Fisk personally. Kindly convey my regards to him and ensure my companions are allowed entry." Before Peter could finish his sentence, a somewhat familiar voice crackled through the guard's earpiece. Gwen scoffed softly, leaning towards Peter's ear, "Kingpin truly has a fragile ego." Peter nodded in agreement, finding her sentiment entirely justified. If they had been invited, they should be graciously welcomed inside. A brawl would suffice to settle matters. There was no need for such petty antics in this venue. This only served to diminish Kingpin's stature in their eyes. Yet, it could also be a deliberate tactic by Kingpin, aimed at lowering their psychological defenses. Unfortunately, such a strategy was destined to fail. Pushing open the door and stepping into the hall, a cacophony of sounds immediately flooded their ears. The heightened senses, augmented by spider genes, left Peter's mind buzzing momentarily. Taking a deep breath and clearing his thoughts, the overwhelming noise became less pronounced. Gwen's voice resonated in his ear. With a profound inhalation, the clamor gradually receded. The other three appeared unaffected by Peter's experience, evidently accustomed to such environments. As he surveyed his surroundings, a shiver of unease washed over him. He never imagined that one day he would be so unnerved by the presence of many people. An experience reminiscent of childhood horror films. Haha, you simply haven't experienced enough. You will grow accustomed to it. Trust me, buddy, chuckled the middle-aged Peter. Penny whispered. The spider has scanned the building and generated a three-dimensional map. According to the estimates, at the end of the corridor to the left rear of the hall, there is an elevator leading underground. That should be the passage to the particle collider. Her voice emanated from the earpiece. In light of the events earlier that afternoon, at Peter's suggestion, Penny and the middle-aged Peter had hastily outfitted each of their suits with a communicator for easier contact. Although this feature might only serve a single purpose for now, it not only enhances their coordination but also serves as a memento, which holds significant value. Shall we proceed directly? Gwen proposed. Let us move forward. Hesitation invites danger. Peter nodded in agreement. However, Penny, can you scan the corridor for any high-energy substances? Penny replied. Are you suspecting that Norman may have planted explosives in the corridor? Indeed. There are two types of people in this world that one must never trust. One of them is Norman. And the other? Penny inquired curiously. Peter, speaking only partially, responded. Mr. Parker, what is it? The middle-aged Peter suddenly moved, striding towards a corner of the hall while the others conversed. However, he did not respond, continuing to walk forward in a daze. Gwen glanced over and pointed to a table. Look, isn't that Mary Jane? Mary Jane? Peter followed Gwen's gesture and spotted a familiar figure. This evening, she wore a black off-shoulder gown, her burgundy hair cascading over her shoulders, her expression pained, and her eyes slightly swollen, evoking a sense of affection. It was indeed this world's Mary Jane, the beloved of the ultimate Spider-Man. Peter hurried forward, grasping the middle-aged Peter's hand. Mr. Parker, she is not your Mary Jane. We have far more pressing matters at hand. Middle-aged Peter Parker continued to move forward, the force beneath his feet gradually intensifying, compelling Bede to augment his own strength. The two, one in front of the other, surprisingly began to engage in a contest of strength. Oh no, I feel we're not pressed for time. Allow me to pass and take a look, just a glance will suffice. Realizing he could not overpower Bede, the middle-aged Peter resorted to verbal persuasion. Bede shook his head vigorously, signaling Gwen to assist him. Gwen promptly approached Peter, saying, Hey, focus. Trust me, I've been through this too, but you must look ahead. Just once, truly. I only wish to be with her, Peter implored, his tone nearly desperate. Excuse me, what are you all doing? A sultry voice interrupted. The three turned in unison to find Mary Jane had somehow appeared beside them. It seemed their actions had drawn her attention. Hello, Peter stammered, acutely aware that she was not the person he longed for, yet still unable to articulate his thoughts. Bede and Gwen silently took a step back, remaining close enough to Peter to intervene should he react impulsively. After a moment of silence, Mary Jane inquired, could you help table 12 with some bread? Apparently, she mistook Peter for a waiter, as all the servers in the hall were donned in Spider-Man attire. Peter inhaled deeply, replying, I must apologize. Mary Jane looked confused. No need to apologize, it's just bread. I was absent when you needed me. I didn't even try hard enough, Peter lamented, lost in his own tragic reverie. Mary Jane awkwardly responded, It's okay, but I think I should be going. I know I can do better, and if given another chance, I will certainly make it right, Peter continued. At that moment, a heavy cough echoed in his earpiece, jolting him back to reality. He quickly amended his words. The bread you deserve. Are you all right? Mary Jane asked, perplexed by the odd remarks of this peculiar server. Just then, Bede stepped forward and grasped Peter, urging, All right, enough. Go fetch the bread. Without resistance, Peter allowed himself to be led away. Meanwhile, Mary Jane observed Bede, and a flicker of obscure insight crossed her previously sorrowful eyes. She couldn't shake the feeling that this spider costume seemed familiar, reminiscent of something she had seen in her husband's basement, though he seldom wore it, leaving most with only a vague impression. At this moment, Gwen approached and said, I apologize, madam, the bread will arrive shortly. In the distance, the middle-aged Peter, nearly being dragged away by Bede, continued to murmur, For you, they should have laid fresh bread all over this place. Bede, utterly speechless, quickened his pace. Meanwhile, Penny interjected. Mina-san, I have completed my assessment. There are no anomalies in the elevator. As she spoke, she projected an image onto Bite's suit. This was a video module integrated into his attire, functioning alongside the communication module, capable of facilitating real-time video calls and relaying images from the mini-spider scouts. However, with Penny present, there was no need for him to operate these functions. Then let us depart, Bide declared, releasing his grip on the middle-aged Peter. Mr. Parker, have you calmed down? I am completely fine, the middle-aged Peter replied, stooping with a dejected demeanor. Bide, Gwen, and Penny exchanged glances, noting, You certainly do not appear to be well. Yet, they refrained from further comment. As the most experienced elder among them, the middle-aged Peter was presumed to possess clarity on significant matters. Suddenly, a faint tremor resonated from beneath the ground, due to a recent official notification. It was known that minor earthquakes occasionally occurred in the Brooklyn underground, though their deep origins posed little threat to individuals. Consequently, the people in the hall remained unperturbed, some drinking and others chatting. This was also information disseminated following Kingpin's acquisition of the television station. Nevertheless, Bide and the others grew solemn. The middle-aged Peter, who had been stooped over, straightened his back. They all realized a critical issue. The particle engine had commenced its activation. We must go. Simultaneously, deep within Fisk Tower, dozens of meters underground, a technologically advanced laboratory buzzed with activity. Initializing primary ignition sequence echoed through the chamber as two massive particle nozzles began to extend slowly. The earlier tremor was a direct result of their movement. In the control room, Kingpin stood before a large screen filled with a grid of surveillance videos, several of which displayed the figures of Bide and his companions. Observing this, Kingpin's lips curled into a sinister smile. Our delightful audience has arrived. Let us commence. Yes. Upload the genetic sequences of Vanessa Fisk and Richard Fisk. Begin spatial matching. In the control room's technical area, Lady Octopus also received Kingpin's notification. Juggling multiple tasks, her mechanical tentacles swiftly adjusted the data preparations for the collider's ignition. The particle accelerator began to operate at an accelerated pace. Two streams of particles, imbued with immense energy, surged forth from a distant coil, propelled by the formidable constraints of surrounding magnets, ultimately arriving at the collider's location. The countdown for secondary ignition commenced. As the countdown reached its conclusion, two brilliant streams of particles erupted from the accelerators, colliding spectacularly. The entire borough of Brooklyn trembled in response. On the streets, streetlights, buildings, skyscrapers, and bridges all warped as if experiencing a reaction of rejection. Bede and his companions boldly traversed the banquet hall, entering a pre-identified pathway and locating the elevator. Standing at the elevator's entrance were two armed henchmen. Without hesitation, Bede and the middle-aged Peter Spider sprang into action, swiftly eliminating the two men and binding their unconscious forms to the ceiling with webbing. Subsequently, Penny, now encased in her spider mech and transformed into a mechanical maiden, raised her foot and forcefully kicked the elevator doors open, performing a display of violent beauty. Under normal circumstances, Bede and the others would have teased her, but the frantic warnings of spider sense in their minds extinguished any inclination for jest. They wasted no time and leaped into the elevator shaft. "Be careful," shouted the middle-aged Peter Spider as they plummeted several dozen meters, nearing the exit. At that moment, he extended his hands, weaving an enormous web that enveloped the entire shaft. Simultaneously, Bede's spider sense intensified. Without a moment's thought, he turned and embraced Gwen Spider, pressing their bodies against the wall. On the opposite side, the middle-aged Peter Spider also adhered to the wall. Only the spider mech maiden remained exposed, unable to evade due to her size. However, she had her own means of protection. Stretching out her hands and feet, she deployed several metallic plates that assembled into a shield-like structure. A cacophony of impacts echoed as a torrent of bullets converged from the stationary elevator below, unleashing a metallic storm upon them. "Is that all you've got?" scoffed the spider mech maiden. In the next instant, the spider mech transformed again, her hands morphing into two rapidly spinning gears, plunging into the elevator below. With a flash of sparks, the elevator was cleaved in two. Bede and Gwen Spider exchanged glances, resolutely following suit. Inside the elevator below, aside from a hapless individual who appeared to have been crushed upon the mech's descent, no bodies remained. Clearly, Kingpin's subordinates possessed commendable combat training. As the trio of Peter, Gwen, and Ben found themselves trapped in the elevator, the spider mech girl had already made her escape. At the entrance, a considerable number of gang gunmen lay in ambush, all armed with automatic rifles. For the underground emperor of New York and the entire Eagle Nation, acquiring such weaponry was a trivial matter. However, even though these gunmen wielded automatic rifles and armor-piercing rounds, they paled in comparison to the formidable mech. Bullets ricocheted off the spider mech, producing a cacophony of metallic clangs. And soon, the gunmen were sent flying with a few decisive strikes from the mech. In truth, everyone had underestimated Penny. This girl, emerging from a parallel world, possessed not only of brilliant intellect but also considerable strength, having witnessed her fair share of brutality. The only aspect she had lacked, resolve, was fortified earlier that afternoon when an unfortunate incident led to the injury of middle-aged Peter Parker. Now, she was undergoing a transformation, stepping into her role as the true pilot of the spider mech. The chapter has undergone some revisions, primarily concerning the sequence of two events, with no significant alterations otherwise. End of chapter. Chapter 43. Bilambod. Naturally, Peter, Gwen, and Ben were not idle. Taking advantage of the spider mech girl-esque cover, they swiftly exited the cramped elevator and dispersed. After several hours of recovery, the injuries sustained by middle-aged Peter Parker and Gwen had largely healed, allowing them to resume their activities without hindrance. Consequently, Peter felt confident in allowing Gwen to act independently. In truth, this reflected Peter's uncertainty regarding his own role. Faced with such a grand scenario for the first time, he was, in fact, quite anxious. Family, who could understand? Just 2 days prior, he had been an unsuccessful author, and now he was confronting a hail of automatic gunfire, fighting to carve a bloody path through the chaos. Anyone would be overwhelmed with anxiety in his position. Unbeknownst to him, this tension was visibly apparent. This anxiety had both advantages and disadvantages. The advantage was that his spider sense and reflexes seemed to have received a boost. For instance, moments ago in the elevator shaft, as gunmen fired from below, bullets had barely emerged from their barrels, yet Peter had already begun to evade the impending danger. The downside was equally clear. His reactions were overly heightened, bordering on the neurotic. Thus, among all participants in this operation, he was indeed the one who required the most concern from his companions. Meanwhile, Gwen and middle-aged Peter Parker engaged in combat, while occasionally keeping an eye on Peter. Oblivious to the fact that he had unwittingly become the object of their collective protection, Peter pressed on. With a sudden forceful push of his feet, he propelled himself forward, racing up the wall and onto the ceiling. Behind him, a series of bullet holes marked the path of his escape. The gunmen aiming at him attempted to anticipate his movements, but his speed was astonishingly swift, rendering their predictions futile. Meanwhile, Peter was not idle. He relentlessly fired his web shooters. The so-called web bullets were a technique that launched strands of web at high velocity. Without Spider-Man's guidance to dissipate the force, the web retained its full momentum. While not lethal, an unprotected ordinary person struck in the face by a web bullet would be left dazed and disoriented. At that moment, several unfortunate souls were struck by Peter's erratic fire, collapsing to the ground, motionless. Upon reaching the ceiling directly above, Peter leaped down, landing squarely among 4 or 5 gunmen. "Hey, fellas, how is the shooting? Mind if I join in?" In a moment of tension, Peter resorted to banter to ease his nerves. One gunman shouted an expletive, yet hesitated to fire, opting instead to swing his rifle butt at Peter. Without flinching, Peter caught the rifle butt and thrust it forward. Crack! The rifle rebounded off the gunman's face, the uncontrolled force sending him sprawling several meters away from their small stronghold. The remaining gunmen quickly regained their composure. Some swung their firearms, while others reached for their knives. However, to Peter, their movements were painfully slow. He deftly evaded their attacks, and, in no time, had bound the remaining assailants together. Subsequently, he delivered a swift blow to each of their heads, rendering them unconscious. "Well, since you're not keen on letting me join, I'll just move on to the next group," Peter remarked, shrugging at the heap of bodies. He bent down to pick up an automatic rifle, having long desired to experience the feel of a real gun, and now the opportunity had finally presented itself. He squeezed the trigger, and a barrage of bullets erupted forth. His formidable physical prowess ensured his grip remained steady as the recoil was minimized. Excitedly, he approached the cover and unleashed a volley of bullets toward another group of gunmen not far away. The sound of screams echoed back immediately. Listening to the cries, Peter felt no remorse. Previously, he had refrained from killing due to the discomfort of using his fists, but with a gun, he could not see the aftermath. Moreover, these weapons belonged to the enemies. It was merely tit for tat. After all, they were all armed. Whoever fell victim was simply out of luck. "Did you say I could dodge bullets? Then why can't you? If you don't dodge the bullets, do you expect them to dodge you?" Peter resembled a child who had discovered a new toy, his finger firmly pressing the trigger. The rapid-fire assault rifle unleashed a storm of bullets, exhausting dozens in mere seconds. Peter examined the weapon, bewildered by the mechanism for reloading, as he had never learned how to operate it. He lacked the luxury of time to study it thoroughly. However, he did not mind. After all, there were several more firearms available. He picked up 2 guns in each hand, transforming into a Rambo-like figure, and unleashed a barrage of fire upon the nearby enemy stronghold. Soon, The ammunition from the multiple weapons was spent. Feeling the warmth of the guns, Peter, somewhat reluctantly, discarded them onto the ground. If only he had a storage space to carry these away, perhaps they could fetch a decent sum. Alas, desperation had driven him to madness. And in his anxiety, his thoughts began to scatter aimlessly. He then maneuvered through the stronghold, charging towards the opposite side. Thanks to his earlier ferocious firepower, the enemy gunners hesitated to reveal themselves, allowing him to slip into the next position with ease. Once again, he executed a straightforward operation, incapacitating the foes, binding some and rendering others unconscious, before engaging in a classic reenactment. After Peter had successfully subdued a third stronghold in a similar fashion, the voice of middle-aged Peter Parker crackled through the earpiece, jolting him back to reality. Don't get too attached to the fight. Our objective isn't them. Just push forward. Peter chuckled sheepishly, realizing he had gotten a bit carried away. He quickly dismissed the notion of attacking the next stronghold and charged toward the side front. There, a dazzling light erupted, evidently the result of particles colliding from the particle accelerator. It was at this moment that Peter noticed Gwen and the other two had already arrived. Ah, you finally made it. Gwen was about to head back to find you, middle-aged Peter remarked. Peter glanced at Gwen, offering an awkward smile. Sorry, I got a bit carried away. It's fine. We understand, middle-aged Peter replied. Shadow and Ham have emerged from that side and are currently searching for a place to set up the gadgets. We're buzzing at the location. Are you on your way? The fragmented voice of Shadow Spider came through the earpiece. Middle-aged Peter's eyes lit up. It seems they've found a spot. Let us hurry over. All right. Chapter 44. The ultimate Green Goblin taking advantage of the fact that the enemy gunners had yet to pursue them. The group exchanged brief words before departing, delving deeper into the unknown. From Penny's descriptions, they had previously envisioned the particle accelerator as an immense structure. Yet, it is only when one stands here that the profound impact truly resonates. Merely beside the collider, there exists a structure spanning hundreds of meters, ample enough for a person to traverse. Such pathways, upon a cursory glance, are ubiquitous. Clearly, these are designated for the personnel engaged in construction, routine maintenance, and other tasks. The particle collider itself is even more monumental. The nozzle alone measures over 10 meters in diameter, and as one gazes further back, its girth expands dramatically, ultimately reaching over 100 meters. This, too, symbolizes the vastness of this subterranean expanse. It is likely that those residing in Brooklyn above remain wholly unaware that beneath the very ground they inhabit lies an immense cavity housing a machine capable of annihilating worlds. Only upon their arrival in proximity do they realize the gravity of the situation exceeds their imagination. A formidable stream of particles is visibly tearing apart the surrounding space, with peculiar phenomena continuously manifesting all around. These are remnants from alternate realities. We must shut it down swiftly, Penny exclaimed. Otherwise, the parallel worlds, which have been breached by the particle flow, will collide, leading to mutual annihilation. Rejection reaction? Peter bellowed amidst the roaring of the collider. The spatial fluctuations and resultant magnetic field disturbances rendered their communication devices utterly inoperative, compelling them to rely on rudimentary vocal signals. No, it's quantum collapse, Penny shouted. Where are Mr. Shadow and Mr. Ham? Gwen Spider inquired loudly. Middle-aged Peter Spider, who had been observing intently, declared, There's a commotion of battle over there. It must be in that direction. Let us proceed. With that, he swiftly shot out his webbing and swung forward. All right. The others quickly followed suit. However, before they could cover much distance, Peter's spider sense began to alert him. Buzzing filled the air as they rapidly dispersed. In the next instant, a hail of bullets rained down upon the very spot they had just vacated. Meanwhile, from below, gunmen emerged from corners and concealed pathways. Damn it, Kingpin. How many henchmen has he summoned against us? Middle-aged Peter Spider shouted. 300? 500? Perhaps even 1,000, Gwen Spider replied. What shall we do? Should we engage? Peter asked. No, there is no need for that. Our priority is to locate Mr. Shadow and Mr. Ham, provide cover for you to insert that device, and then we can make our escape, middle-aged Peter Spider asserted. Then what are we waiting for? Let us move quickly. I doubt they will invite us for a meal. Peter indicated towards the encroaching gunmen from all directions. Indeed, they likely wouldn't hesitate to serve us a bullet, Gwen Spider retorted. The group began to disperse slightly, each maintaining a distance of 4 to 5 meters apart, advancing towards the direction indicated by middle-aged Peter Spider. The intricate surroundings provided ample concealment from their relentless pursuers. After all, these pursuers lacked the unique ability to traverse the terrain using webs as the spiders did. To chase the arachnids, they could only run along the narrow passageways. However, the cunning gene being undoubtedly possessed more than just these rudimentary tactics. As they rounded a corner, the spider mech was suddenly ambushed. The adversary had meticulously planned this attack. The spider mech barely evaded in time, resulting in a sizable portion of the cockpit's glass being melted away. Immediately following, a sharp, emerald-hued mechanical scorpion tail lunged ferociously toward it. With a swift motion, Peter darted forward, simultaneously unleashing webs from both hands, successfully diverting the mechanical scorpion's deadly strike. In doing so, the assailant's figure was finally revealed. It was a scorpion man, clearly utilizing Gene Bing's devices. He had reattached the mechanical scorpion tail that had been removed by Spider Pig earlier that afternoon. "You treacherous fiend," Peter shouted angrily, advancing to deliver a punch. This dishonorable adversary had ambushed him earlier, nearly exacerbating his previous injuries. "Do you understand how vital the waist and back are for a middle-aged man?" Grabbing the scorpion man, Peter unleashed a flurry of punches. The scorpion man was bewildered. He had only sought an opportune moment to strike, but was now ensnared by two brawny figures. Penny's anxious, slightly tearful voice reached their ears, prompting Peter and middle-aged Peter to intensify their efforts. "You bully our brilliant young lady." Peter seized one of the scorpion man's mechanical legs, forcefully bending it at the joint until it snapped off. "You too, young lady, strike him. I disdain you." Middle-aged Peter similarly broke off another mechanical leg and then used it to deliver several blows. All right, you're nearly beating him to death," Gwen exclaimed, unable to watch any longer. In a mere 20 seconds, the scorpion man had lost 3 of his legs, and the recently repaired mechanical scorpion tail was once again wrenched away by middle-aged Peter. His face was bruised and battered, his eyes glazing over, clearly on the verge of defeat. "Mr. Parker, Brother Peter, let us depart. The spider is not gravely harmed," Penny urged, tugging at their clothing. Peter took a deep breath. "Let us spare him for now, but I shall bind him up first. Once we return you safely, I will leave him to the authorities." "Indeed." Penny nodded vigorously. Subsequently, Peter and middle-aged Peter secured the scorpion man with webs, fastening him upside down to a pipe to prevent any rescue attempts from the pursuers. Having completed their task, they set forth once more. After yet another turn, they finally laid eyes on the shadow spider and Spider-Ham. It was Mr. Ham. Goodness, with whom was he engaging? Could that be Godzilla? Penny exclaimed. There, at the nozzle of the particle collider, Spider-Ham was battling a colossal monster. This creature towered at least 13 to 14 meters high, accentuating the diminutive stature of Spider-Ham, who was only half the size of an adult. Its body was adorned with muscle resembling rugged rock, and its skin was a deep shade of green. Most astonishingly, this monster boasted a pair of wings. Wait a moment. Could this figure possibly be the Green Goblin? Peter gasped. Despite the drastic transformation, he could still discern some resemblance to the Green Goblin he had known. Additionally, the little black spider had mentioned that in this world, the Green Goblin was a massive creature. But hadn't the little black spider claimed that the Green Goblin had perished in a battle against the ultimate spider, struck down by the particle collider? How could he still be alive? Chapter 45. The Final Battle. Seeking continued reading. The Green Goblin? Norman Osborn? With Peter's reminder. The middle-aged Peter Parker also recognized elements of his old adversary in the hulking figure before him. Indeed, that elongated, shoehorn-like face, and those goblin-like ears, it was unmistakably the Green Goblin. The ultimate Green Goblin of the Ultimate Universe? So, was his physique also supposed to be so ultimate? Peter quipped. It certainly appeared to be quite formidable. Gwen agreed wholeheartedly. I believe we ought to assist Mr. Ham, suggested Penny. No, I think Mr. Ham can handle him with ease. We should focus on finding where the little gadget should be inserted, the middle-aged Peter Parker countered, shaking his head. Given the current situation, the collider issue is escalating, and shutting it down must be our top priority. Spider-Ham was indeed more than capable of facing the ultimate Green Goblin. He seemed diminutive, likely not even 1/20th the size of the ultimate Green Goblin. Yet, when power reaches a certain threshold, a smaller size can become an advantage. In a flash, he appeared at the feet of the ultimate Green Goblin, whistled, and tripped him. The ultimate Green Goblin staggered. At that moment, Spider-Ham produced a small wooden hammer from his pocket. Just as Peter and the others wondered what he intended to do, the hammer suddenly transformed into a massive mallet. Indeed, in an instant, it grew from mere centimeters to several meters in size, even larger than the ultimate Green Goblin. Thud! The ultimate Green Goblin was smashed to the ground by a single blow. Subsequently, Spider-Ham stowed away the small hammer, whistled, wiggled his piggy nose, leaped high, and plopped down on the ultimate Green Goblin's back. Ack! The ultimate Green Goblin let out a wail. Spider-Ham's relaxed and carefree demeanor made it seem as though he were on vacation rather than engaged in battle. By the way, where's Mr. Shadow? Peter surveyed the surroundings. Spider-Ham and Shadow Spider had infiltrated to locate the main control panel of the particle collider, as the little gadget needed to be plugged into the control board to function. However, they only saw Spider-Ham and not Shadow Spider. In truth, Shadow Spider was directly opposite them, within a mere 100 meters. Yet, the eruption of particle streams obscured their senses. Accompanying Shadow Spider was another figure clad in a similarly dark suit, Spider-Man, Miles Morales. Engaged in combat with them was none other than Dr. Octopus. "I didn't expect you to show up," Shadow Spider remarked as he seized one of Dr. Octopus's tentacles and hurled her forcefully away. Laughter emanated from beneath the mask of the little black spider. "Of course. We are a team." As he spoke, he moved to intercept where Dr. Octopus was flying, launching a punch. However, she swiftly caught him, swinging him onto the ground. "What about your uncle?" Shadow Spider liberated the little black spider from the grasp of Dr. Octopus's metal appendage. "The surgery finished 2 hours ago. He was out of danger an hour ago," replied the little black spider. "Wow, that's truly wonderful. My Uncle Benjamin didn't make it," Shadow Spider said, evading a flurry of rapid strikes from Dr. Octopus. "I'm sorry, Mr. Shadow," the little black spider apologized. "It's not your fault. Where are Peter and Mr. Parker? I wish to express my gratitude to Peter. The doctor mentioned that if the bullet had deviated by just 1 centimeter, my uncle would have," asked the little black spider. "They're coming from the other side," Shadow Spider replied. "How about you leave this to me? You go find them and deal with that thing behind you first. There are so many colors, it's almost blinding. Although I can't distinguish many, there are definitely more than I have." "All right, take care," the little black spider said, stepping out of the fray. Yet, Dr. Octopus was not willing to let him slip away so easily. Shadow Spider unleashed a relentless barrage of attacks, each strike lethal, forcing Dr. Octopus to engage with all her might, leaving no room for complacency. She felt a pang of urgency and confusion. The unfolding events had exceeded her expectations. For this night's gamble, she had mobilized 300 men from various corners of New York, each armed with a firearm, strategically positioned at several critical nodes. This was still under the constraint of time. Otherwise, the number could have been multiplied several times. Due to the absence of the tombstone and the Prowler's combat strength, she had expended considerable resources to rescue the gravely injured Green Goblin. Thus, she, Scorpion, and the Green Goblin, 3 high-level combatants, paired with 300 armed men, should have been an infallible strategy. Yet, what she had not anticipated was, moments ago, reports emerged from both the front and rear interception lines indicating that the defenses had been breached. The central area, originally under the purview of the Scorpion, had yet to receive any updates. To make matters worse, their much-anticipated powerhouse, the ultimate Green Goblin, found itself ensnared by a ludicrous cartoonish pig. This left her, a solitary woman, to fend for herself amidst the chaos. Lady Octopus even contemplated surrender. It was clear that a desperate struggle was futile. Her alliance with the Green Goblin was merely a temporary partnership, devoid of any hierarchical structure. The Green Goblin provided funding for research, while she directed the research outcomes, each benefiting their own interests. Furthermore, after several experiments, she had gathered a considerable amount of data from the particle collider, marking a preliminary success in her endeavors. Thus, there was no need to stubbornly persist in this situation. With such thoughts in mind, Lady Octopus's aggression waned significantly. Meanwhile, the little black spider propelled himself into the air, hanging from the rotating jet nozzle of the particle collider. Utilizing the rotational force, he leaped at the apex of his ascent, landing atop the structure. At that moment, there were no obstructions between him and Peter and the others. "Hey, Mr. Parker, Peter, Gwen, Penny." Little black spider waved to them. "Miles," Gwen Spider exclaimed in surprise. "What brings you here?" Middle-aged Peter Spider felt a glimmer of relief. He had finally arrived and did not disappoint. Peter shouted, "Have you seen Mr. Shadow?" Little black spider pointed behind him. "Mr. Shadow is over there battling Lady Octopus. He sent me to lead you to deal with this situation." He gestured towards the particle flow below. It seemed everything was proceeding smoothly, middle-aged Peter Spider remarked. "Then let us allocate our tasks. Peter, you and Miles go insert the device and overload the collider. Gwen, assist Shadow in defeating Lady Octopus. Do not let her hinder our path home. Penny, we shall join forces to aid Ham and take down this hulking green menace." "All right." The group immediately dispersed. Peter shot a web and leaped towards Little Black Spider. "Miles, I'm relieved to see you," he said upon reaching his side. Little Black Spider beamed. "I owe you my gratitude. Peter, you saved my uncle's life." "It was nothing. We are partners, are we not?" "Indeed. Let us put an end to this together, partner." As they conversed, the two quickly ascended towards the top of the collider. The situation around them had grown increasingly dire. Dark voids emerged in succession around the particle flow, with various entities erupting from within. Bede even spotted a handle, though it was unclear from which realm it had drifted. All this was indicative of a multiverse being squeezed, with quantum space collapsing. Unbeknownst to them, chaos had already erupted in the Brooklyn neighborhood directly above. Waves of tremors incessantly battered the ground, causing numerous houses to teeter precariously. At the same time, quantum particles sweeping in from other universes began to overflow, with the phenomenon intensifying closer to the collider. Along the roadside, several streetlights fused with those from other universes, while a phone booth was overloaded and burst due to the overlap with its counterparts from different realms. Portions of the roadway were drawn in by other dimensions, and some individuals nearly found themselves swept away. A pervasive sense of dread enveloped everyone, yet they remained oblivious to the cause of the turmoil. The streets echoed with the wailing of sirens. Even the police were bewildered, unable to ascertain the source of the chaos, scurrying about like headless flies, or attempting to soothe the panicked citizens. Good heavens, what has transpired here? Where's the interface? When Bede and the Black Spider arrived at the original interface located at the apex of space, the Black Spider suddenly gasped. The interface remained intact, yet the green emergency button meant to activate and deactivate the collider, which should have been nearby, had vanished. Unlike the Black Spider, Bede did not succumb to panic. Instead, he surveyed his surroundings. After enduring the recent tumult, he had undergone a complete transformation, embodying the maturity expected of a seasoned Spider-Man. At that moment, the chaotic particle flow had spiraled entirely out of control, transforming the vicinity into a realm awash with dazzling and bizarre colors. In the brief time they had ascended, only a small patch remained intact amidst the chaos, suspended like a solitary island in a sea of vibrant hues. What on earth is happening? The Black Spider couldn't help but inquire. Bede pointed nearby, where a subway train was hurtling toward them at breakneck speed. He recognized this train. It belonged to the same model he had ridden earlier that day with Gwen. The Black Spider exclaimed, "My goodness, this is the subway that passes through here. But how is it here? And why is it floating in midair?" Bede pondered aloud. The particle flow from the collider temporarily opens portals to other worlds, disrupting the space-time continuum of this realm. Thus, this subway, originally hundreds of meters away, has appeared here. We must act quickly, Miles. If this continues, in mere minutes, the opened worlds will intertwine, leading to their total annihilation. He retrieved a small device from his pocket and plugged it into the interface, declaring, "No time to waste. Let us upload the overload program and open the portal to send them back to their respective worlds." Indeed, the little Black Spider, influenced by Peter's calm demeanor, gradually regained composure. "No, not only them. Peter, you must return as well." "I cannot go back." Peter shook his head. "My world exists in a form entirely different from theirs. But we must at least attempt it," the little Black Spider retorted. Peter fell silent for a moment before nodding. "All right, I shall give it a try. But can you manage the conclusion alone?" The little Black Spider raised a fist, affirming, "Rest assured, I am capable. Do not underestimate my resolve." "Very well, I shall convey this news to them while you seek the insurance button." Seeing this, Peter ceased to insist. Observing the little Black Spider, he noted its considerable growth and felt a sense of reliability. This chapter is not yet finished. Click the next page to continue reading. Keep going. Keep going. Peter and the little Black Spider exchanged a fist bump before parting ways. Peter retraced his steps to find Gwen and the Shadow Spider. The little Black Spider ventured forth to locate the area where the insurance button was stashed. Amidst the strange space torn asunder by chaotic currents, Peter leaped onto a skyscraper that had drifted from an unknown world, crouching in a corner with all fours, closing his eyes. At that moment, his spider sense transformed into an exquisite web. The intricate chaos of the surrounding time and space currents became his ally. Within the chaotic flow, an unusual rhythm seemed to emerge. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide. Over there, Peter leapt, plummeting freely from the skyscraper. After descending several dozen meters, a building loomed ahead, standing tall before him. He shot out webs from both hands, using one to propel himself, increasing his speed further. In such a convoluted environment, his movements remained unaffected. Instead, they appeared to be enhanced. As he traversed through the time-space turbulence, Peter experienced a peculiar sensation. It was difficult to articulate, yet undeniably comforting, as if this realm were truly his domain. In this state, his spider sense, strength, and speed seemed to elevate. Before long, several familiar figures materialized before him once again. Madame Octopus had long since vanished, likely having slipped away upon sensing danger. At that moment, several other Spider-Men were engaged in a fierce battle against the ultimate Green Goblin. The exact strength of this ultimate Green Goblin was unclear, but its resilience was undoubtedly formidable. Surrounded by numerous Spider-Men and enduring for so long was quite remarkable. Given the urgency of the situation, Peter had no time for idle chatter. With the multiple accelerations he had previously executed, his current speed could only be described as terrifying. Gwen and the others merely perceived a flash of red and blue lightning suddenly hurtling towards them from afar. Subsequently, the ultimate Green Goblin, who had been struggling against their relentless assault, was abruptly sent flying. In midair, countless droplets of blood fell. Thud. Peter's figure landed heavily on the ground. Peter. Wow, Peter. Did you just learn that move from Astro Boy, or Aral? Well done. His companions were generous with their praise for Peter's stunning strike. Yet, Peter simply stated, the reload program has been completed. Everyone, hurry into the particle stream. What about Miles? Inquired middle-aged Peter Parker. The situation was urgent, leaving no time for detailed explanations. In short, the safety switch and inlet had been severed, and now Miles was searching for the safety switch while I would remain here to assist him. However, before that, I must ensure all of you return safely. Only then can I destroy the collider after locating the safety switch. Peter's expression turned grave. The chaotic particle flow, the tilting buildings, and the errant subway cars presented an imminent threat of collapse, making him acutely aware of the heavy responsibility that came with his abilities. Chapter in seeing Peter's expression, the others began to grasp the gravity of the situation. Well then, I shall take my leave first, Spider-Ham said briskly, clapping his hands. Just as he was about to leap from the edge, he turned back and pulled out a familiar little wooden hammer from his pocket, offering it as a keepsake. Peter accepted the small hammer, vividly recalling how Spider-Ham had transformed it into a larger one to strike down the Green Goblin. Can I make it bigger to smash things too? He asked. Probably not. It's just a memento, Spider-Ham shrugged before diving into the particle stream. Shadow Spider was the second to approach Peter, placing a hand on his shoulder. You can do this, Peter. I sense something in you that is unlike the rest of us. Your future holds infinite possibilities. A sense? Peter mused. What sense? I don't know, just a feeling, an instinct. The instinct of a spider detective, Shadow Spider replied, tapping his head before leaping in. Penny stepped forward, producing an assortment of items. Peter, if you want something from Penny. Peter nodded, patting her head. Then the spider mech. I will miss you all. After Penny departed, middle-aged Peter Parker approached and embraced Peter. Say goodbye to Miles for me. I will, Peter nodded. Mr. Parker, when you return, perhaps you should look for Mary Jane. I believe she has been waiting for you. Thank you. I will, middle-aged Peter Parker acknowledged. To be honest, seeing Miles and Penny makes me curious about what it feels like to have a child. It must be nice, right? Peter laughed. Then I wish your child possesses Penny's intellect. Finally, only Gwen remained. She walked a few steps toward Peter, but said nothing, seemingly struggling to find the right words. Peter extended his hand with utmost seriousness, stating, Gwen, I promised you that I would show you the true beauty of this world and introduce you to countless friends. I will surely find a way to traverse time and space to reach your world. Yes, I believe in you. Gwen stepped forward, embracing Peter tightly. He paused momentarily before reciprocating her embrace. After a few seconds, they released each other. All right, Gwen, it's time for you to return, Peter said softly. Remember, I am still with you in your world. Gwen nodded earnestly. Her world had once been shrouded in darkness, but at that moment, a beam of light illuminated it. Just as she was about to leap from the edge, Gwen suddenly turned and bestowed a light peck on Peter's cheek. Gwen. Peter stood stunned for a moment, then jolted awake, realizing what she had just done. However, when he approached the edge to look down, he saw her figure gradually disappearing into the particle flow. He touched the spot on his face where she had kissed him, feeling the lingering warmth of her affection. At that moment, Peter longed to leap into the particle flow without hesitation, to follow her into her world. He closed his eyes and took several deep breaths. Gwen, I will definitely come back for you. Wait for me, he murmured. An increasingly intense spider sense guided him in a particular direction. His physical abilities were inexplicably growing at that instant. He was uncertain whether this enhancement was temporary or permanent, yet he did not dwell on it. At that moment, a singular thought consumed his mind. Find the safety button to end it all, and then discover a method to traverse time and space to reach Gwen's world. The chapter was not over. Click the next page to continue reading. No, if I can resolve everything here swiftly, perhaps I can enter the particle collider before it is destroyed and directly reach Gwen's world. In the next instant, a strand of web shot out, and Peter's form rapidly moved through the tumultuous currents of time and space. Before long, he spotted the figure of Little Black Spider amidst the chaotic realm. However, at that moment, Little Black Spider was not near the safety button but was engaged in a fierce battle with a figure as robust as a double-door refrigerator. Goldman. It's him again, Peter thought. Earlier in the battle, he hadn't seen Goldman and assumed he had fled like Octopus Lady, frightened by the turbulent currents. To his surprise, Goldman was still present, actively obstructing Little Black Spider from reaching the safety button to end everything. Damn it, do you wish for the destruction of all these worlds? Peter, already feeling a bit disheartened from parting with his friends, now viewed Goldman as a mere outlet for his frustrations. He roared, transforming into a bolt of lightning. Propelling himself forward, Goldman lacked the spider sense. Originally, the battle with the Little Black Spider was relatively easy for him. The Little Black Spider's abilities and combat experience were still quite immature, and he was severely bullied by Gene. This allowed Gene to regain a measure of confidence. However, the sudden roar prompted Gene to involuntarily recall the fear of being dominated by fists the size of sandbags. Just as he uttered a single word, "You," he was sent flying by a punch from Bide. His massive body prevented him from being thrown far, instead causing him to roll several times on the ground. "Thank you, Bide. You saved me once again," the little black spider said as he climbed up from the ground. When Bide arrived, he was being pinned down by Gene, who was gripping his neck with one hand while ruthlessly hammering his face with the other. The ferocity of the blows made him forget that his strength surpassed Jin's, and that breaking free from Jin's grasp was not particularly challenging. "Have you found the safety button?" Bide inquired. The little black spider pointed in a direction and replied, "It's over there, but I was just intercepted by Gene and couldn't get through." "Then let us proceed." Bide prepared to move. Gene had already been knocked to the ground by Bide, who had transformed into a hero of immense strength. This final obstacle had been entirely removed. "No, Bide. You should leave now." The little black spider shook his head. Bide looked at him. The little black spider spoke earnestly. "Thank you for all that you have done for this world, but I belong to this world. The time has come. I will handle the rest. In fact, I was waiting for you to leave before pressing the button." "Very well, then, farewell, Miles." Bide nodded, embraced him briefly, and added, "Mr. Parker and the others also asked me to bid you farewell." "Goodbye, Bide." "Thank you," the little black spider said, touched. Bide released him, shot a web, and soared towards the direction of the particle stream. Suddenly, the little black spider called out from behind, "Before you go, may I ask what exactly you do? You seem to understand some remarkable things." He was referring to Bide's earlier mention of the space-time continuum. Bide smiled gently, admitting that much of his knowledge was based on speculation, yet the truth was approximately accurate. "Me? I am merely a writer of science fiction. Gratitude to the users, 20180718204701016 and 20221227014131475 for their generous support. End of this chapter. Chapter 48, Awakening. Character abilities. As Bide entered the particle stream, he suddenly felt an overwhelming silence envelop him. The particles around him continued to leap wildly, a chaotic array of elements appearing and disappearing in an instant. This was due to the connection between several worlds, allowing them to traverse through different parallel universes. At that moment, Bide found himself within one of those universes, only occasionally able to observe them. However, this situation will not persist for long. Soon, several parallel universes will collide, much like the rigid Roche limit that exists between celestial bodies. Two excessively close parallel universes will attract and dismantle each other, ultimately reverting to their most primordial quantum forms, vanishing entirely. Peter first attuned himself to his own condition. According to Penny, as everyone entered the particle stream, due to the heavy load of the program, the particle stream would read the quantum information inherent to each individual, thereby unlocking quantum channels to parallel universes that resonate with their unique quantum signatures. Thus, as long as one navigates through the particle flow, following intuition, one could retrace their steps back to their own world. However, upon attuning himself, Peter discovered that he felt nothing at all. He had no way home. Indeed, Peter was not surprised. Deep down, he had already realized that his journey was fundamentally different from that of Gwen and the others. Now, this suspicion had merely been confirmed. He then attempted to move his hands, and quickly found that he could swim through the particle stream. Could this be my unique ability? It is not unusual for certain Spider-Men to possess distinct abilities of their own. For instance, Black Suit Spider has invisibility and electric discharge, referred to as Venom in the game. Penny pilots a mech, Shadow Spider exhibits greater stealth, and Gwen has enhanced speed albeit with diminished strength. These were the differences he had come to understand over the past few days. Yet, what puzzled him was that, like middle-aged Peter, his spider genes seemed quite orthodox, possessing only basic enhancements without any unique traits. After extensive experimentation yielded no results, Peter accepted this outcome. Though he lacked peculiar additional abilities, possessing spider genes was already a divine blessing. One must learn to find contentment in simplicity. However, at that moment, he felt as though he had discovered his unique ability. The particle stream? No, it was quantum. He recalled the indescribable joy he felt when entering the turbulent expanse of the particle stream. At the time, he had not considered it deeply. Yet now he realized that this sensation stemmed from his bodily cells absorbing quantum energy from the particle stream. Due to the excessive energy intake, surpassing what his cells could endure, it was involuntarily released, resulting in a comprehensive augmentation of his physical form. Peter endeavored to control his body, refraining from absorbing energy from the particle stream. Initially, it was somewhat difficult to manage, but soon, he found it as intuitive as moving his own limbs. He could automatically switch the quantum energy within his body on and off. When activated, it it would continuously expend quantum energy, allowing him to choose between a holistic temporary enhancement or a boost in specific aspects. Conversely, when deactivated, he would revert to his normal state. This revelation illuminated the truth. Indeed, this was his innate ability. The powers of Spider-Man were, after all, passive skills, inherently embedded within him, representing his true strength. Thus, once unearthed, mastering them would come swiftly. This ability evidently held vast potential for exploration. However, Peter had more pressing matters at hand. Gwen, since returning to his own world was not an option, he would naturally venture to the realm of Gwen Stacy, the Spider-Woman. His aspirations were not grandiose. If he could simply form a partnership with Gwen as a duo of spider-themed partners, that would suffice for a fulfilling life. Within the particle flow, there was no need to contemplate energy expenditure, and Peter maximized the quantum energy, channeling it entirely to enhance his spider sense. 100 meters, 200 meters, 400 meters, his spider sense rapidly expanded outward. Images of myriad parallel universes unfolded in his mind. There was Tobey as Spider-Man, robust in his classic red and blue suit. Andrew, tall and clad in the spectacular Spider-Man outfit, and the six-armed Spider-Man, with eyes and bristles adorning his head. The particle collider's influence on the parallel universes intensified. However, a troubling development arose. Since moments ago, these visions of parallel universes had been vanishing, indicating that the Black Spider had successfully shut down the collider. Peter now found himself at a convergence of numerous parallel universes. Why had he not yet located Gwen's universe? As he perceived each parallel universe dissipating from his senses, Peter felt a mix of joy and mounting urgency. Just then he found it. Peter's eyes widened in delight. A familiar figure stood atop a dark skyscraper, gazing into the distance. It was Gwen. He infused quantum energy into his arms and legs, propelling himself toward her. However, before he could reach halfway, his spider sense faltered. Damn it, Peter cursed under his breath. The sensation of success being merely a step away was infuriating. Yet, he had no time for lamentation. Before him lay but one course of action: to find a quantum portal and slip through. Otherwise, as the opened quantum pathways converged, he would become eternally trapped in the interstice of this parallel universe. Unless someone else managed to open a quantum portal in the future, he would be doomed to remain here forever. Peter once again maximized his spider sense. This time, he refrained from seeking distant quantum portals and focused solely on the three nearest ones. He was confident he could traverse through one of them in an instant. But which one to choose? The first appeared to lead to a Lego universe. The thought of himself, a real person, manifesting in a Lego universe was almost intoxicating. No, that wouldn't he do. The second one appears to be from a prehistoric era. Wait, why is there a T-Rex clad in a spider suit? And why are you carrying Pingroo's wardrobe? Peter decisively eliminated this option. Spending time in this world, he feared, might lead him to become a primitive man. Was he destined to be the ancestor of humanity in that realm? The third reality, an authentic universe. This is it. Without a moment's hesitation, Peter dashed forward and plunged into it. Meanwhile, in a certain authentic universe, within a building, a peculiar passage resembling an oversized and miniature tunnel belonging to a certain blue, rotund character was radiating an extraordinary light. In the room adjacent to the passage, three individuals, two in red and one in white, were engaged in a fierce battle. One combatant was a woman dressed entirely in white. Her form occasionally wavered, appearing exceedingly unstable, as if she might vanish from this world at any moment. The other two alternated between enlarging and shrinking, presenting a bizarre sight. Just as the three were locked in a fierce struggle, a dazzling light suddenly erupted from the passage. A figure emerged from within. "Dad." The three combatants turned their attention towards the newcomer. One woman exclaimed, "Huh. Chapter 49. Intrusion. Ant-Man 2? No, it's Avengers 3. Finally emerging from the quantum passage and feeling the solid ground beneath him, Peter was momentarily relieved, only to hear someone seemingly calling him Dad. For a moment, he was taken aback. "No, wait, Hope, that's not your father." The man grasped the woman who had called out for Dad. "Hey, buddy, who are you? Why did you come out of there? Wait a minute, are you that little boy?" The man stepped forward, inquiring. Peter furrowed his brow as he recognized the identity of the individual before him. "You are Ant-Man." Scott made an exaggerated expression of surprise. "Wow, I seem to be quite famous. But buddy, how about we first discuss who you are?" Peter swiftly scanned behind Ant-Man and immediately recognized the identities of the other two individuals. Hope Van Dyne, the biological daughter of the original Ant-Man, Hank Pym, and also the second Wasp, Ant-Man's official partner. The other, clad in a white battle suit, was Ghost, whose real name was Ava Starr, the daughter of the villainous Egghead, Elias Starr. During an experimental quantum incident, an explosion had occurred, resulting in the deaths of both Egghead and his wife. While Ava's body was affected by radiation, leaving her in a state of extreme molecular instability. SHIELD sought to harness her abilities, creating a suppression suit and training her as an invisible operative, codenamed Ghost. After the fall of SHIELD, Dr. Hank Pym's friend, Professor Bill Foster, a quantum physicist, took her in and endeavored to heal her. So, have I somehow landed in Ant-Man and the Wasp? Wait, that can't be right. Suddenly, Peter recalled, this is not a movie set. Ant-Man and the Wasp, as a superhero installment, seemingly lacks the presence of other superheroes to enhance Ant-Man's significance. However, in reality, the timeline of Ant-Man and the Wasp closely aligns with that of Avengers: Infinity War, perhaps at this very moment. In the distant cosmos aboard a refugee ship from Asgard, Thor and Hulk are engaged in a fierce battle against Thanos. Goodness, Peter cursed inwardly. There is both good news and bad news. The good news is that he has arrived in the Marvel Cinematic Universe, a realm filled with many superheroes he adores: Iron Man, Hulk, Thor, Captain America, Black Widow, Hawkeye, Black Panther, Captain Marvel, Doctor Strange. And let us not forget that eternally youthful Spider-Man, regardless of the trials he endures. The bad news is that Thanos is about to snap his fingers. Damn it. He merely sought a suitable world to take refuge, yet he has suddenly plunged into a hellish scenario. Although he recently resolved a crisis that could have led to the destruction of the multiverse alongside other Spider-Man, that challenge was relatively manageable. The villains he faced were merely street-level threats. Yet, in this chapter, the stakes are even higher, with the potential annihilation of half the population of a single universe at stake. But who are the adversaries? It is quite likely that Thanos has already gathered 2 or 3 Infinity Stones. There is the formidable Blade General, whose very essence is a sword, claiming immortality as long as the blade remains unbroken. The cunning Ebony Maw, wielding various telekinetic powers and possessing an exceptionally high intellect. The robust Black Dwarf, whose defenses are unparalleled. The fierce Proxima Midnight, skilled in combat and wielding a spear that may possess deadly attributes. And let us not forget the seemingly endless army of darkness. How on earth can one contend with this? Peter felt utterly overwhelmed. His gaze gradually regained focus, settling on Ant-Man and the Wasp before him. The reassuring aspect is that this world possesses the technology to create quantum portals, suggesting a significant chance for him to return to Gwen's Spider-World. Ultimately, the key lies with these 2 individuals. Dr. Hank Pym's quantum tunnel is one of only 2 known capabilities within this universe that can traverse parallel realities. The other is the character America Chavez, who appears in Doctor Strange in the Multiverse of Madness. However, setting aside the fact that her ability is fundamentally uncontrollable, and even she herself is unaware of which universe she might end up in, it is equally unclear to Peter where Miss America is currently wandering. If they were to wait for her, it would take at least 5 more years. The quantum tunnel created by Dr. Pym stands right before them, leaving no room for hesitation in their choice. As prospective sons-in-law to Hank Pym, the original Ant-Man, forging a good relationship with them would surely facilitate the future borrowing of the quantum tunnel. Peter quickly solidified his decision within his mind, though it may seem lengthy. These thoughts traversed his mind in mere seconds. To Ant-Man and the Wasp, this sudden newcomer appeared to be lost in contemplation before approaching them with a warm smile. Hello. My name is Peter, and I am, a Spider-Man from a parallel universe. I was nearly trapped in the quantum realm, and I am grateful to you for opening the quantum tunnel to rescue me. Peter's words were laced with a measure of calculation, being only half-truths. Indeed, he hailed from a parallel universe, having defeated Kong, dismantled the particle collider, and thus narrowly qualifying as a Spider-Man after saving the multiverse from a crisis. As for the near entrapment in the quantum realm, that too was true, though he had willingly ventured through the tunnel. The rationale behind his statements was twofold. Firstly, in this world, the Dutch Spider-Man is regarded as a virtuous hero. The timeline from Captain America, Civil War to Ant-Man and the Wasp spans approximately 2 years, during which Ant-Man was under house arrest for 2 years, only 3 days shy of his release. The Dutch Spider-Man, having been summoned by Iron Man during Civil War, became an in-turn Avenger, sufficient time to establish the concept of Spider-Man as a good person. By revealing his identity, he could naturally garner the favor of morally upright heroes like Ant-Man, even though they were not acquainted. Secondly, there exists a notion known as the Franklin effect, which posits that individuals who have previously helped you are often more inclined to assist you again compared to those whom you have aided. This reflects a social wisdom. When one realizes that their small act of kindness has significantly benefited another, they derive a sense of recognition and respect from that individual, thereby bridging the emotional distance between them. In this instance, as Peter expressed his gratitude, the wariness of Ant-Man and the Wasp towards him diminished considerably. Ant-Man stepped forward, extending his hand in greeting. Hello, Peter. I'm Scott, and this is Hope. Oh, and this is our enemy, Mississippi. She has stolen our laboratory, and we are currently engaged in battle to reclaim it, and that's that. The chapter concludes. Chapter 50, The Ghostly Woman. Greetings, Scott and Hope. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance, said Bede, addressing the two of them, before casting a glance at the ghostly woman standing nearby. Since her initial appearance, she had refrained from attacking Ant-Man and the Wasp, instead merely observing Bede with intense eyes. Naturally, Bede did not entertain the notion that she was infatuated with him. Rather, her interest lay in energy. His unique spider abilities endowed him with the capacity to store quantum energy within himself, and thanks to the particle flow from the collider, his cells were currently brimming with this energy. The unstable molecular state exhibited by the ghostly woman bore a striking resemblance to the phenomenon known as quantum collapse, which was observed in Gwen and her companions within the Ultimate Universe. The appearance of quantum collapse in Gwen and others stemmed from the quantum energy they carried from their respective universes. The very essence of parallel universes is rooted in their fundamental differences. The greater these differences, the more pronounced the quantum disparities, leading to a more evident quantum collapse phenomenon. And vice versa. A prime example is found in Spider-Man: No Way Home, where Tobey's Spider-Man and Andrew's Spider-Man, hailing from their distinct parallel universes, arrived in this world. However, due to the relatively minor differences between their worlds and this one, both being real-world universes from similar eras, the quantum collapse they experienced was not severe. Moreover, their brief sojourn in this reality meant that they did not exhibit significant quantum collapse. However, given enough time, such phenomena would likely manifest. The ghostly woman's unstable molecular state is similarly affected. When Doc Ock's quantum device exploded, it likely temporarily opened a portal to parallel universes, allowing quantum energies from other realms to flood into Ava, the ghostly woman. The mingling of diverse quantum energies from multiple universes caused her body to oscillate between several parallel realities. When she oscillated into another universe, she appeared invisible within this one. Due to the incompleteness of her abilities, she was unable to receive information transmitted from other parallel universes and could not perceive her brief forays into them. In truth, she had not genuinely traversed these realms. Rather, it was her body's partial quantum energies that returned to those universes for a fleeting moment before swiftly returning to her. The solution to her predicament is, in fact, quite simple. Stabilizing the molecular structure of her body with quantum energy would liberate her from this state. Her desire to seize Dr. Pym's laboratory and confront Ant-Man and the Wasp was driven by her intention to utilize the quantum tunnel within the lab to extract quantum energy for her healing. The ghostly woman gazed at Bede, uttered a single word, and suddenly stumbled backward, leaning against a laboratory table before collapsing to the ground. Her body began to exhibit countless phantoms. Some stood, some sat, some gazed upward, and some wept bitterly. These were manifestations of her from various parallel universes or different timelines. Symptoms of the quantum distortions occurring within her. Peter sighed, approached, and crouched down. The ghostly woman stared at him, enduring her pain as she did so. Peter extended a finger. Hey, buddy, what do you intend to do? I think it would be wise for you to keep your distance. She seems rather peculiar and quite perilous. A voice behind him belonged to Ant-Man, offering a friendly warning. Peter remained silent, placing his finger against the ghostly woman's forehead while simultaneously activating the quantum switch within himself. His fingertips shimmered faintly as imperceptible quantum energy flowed into the ghostly woman's body, mending her damaged molecular structure. As this restoration progressed, her body gradually stabilized, and all those strange and eerie illusions vanished entirely. Behind them, Ant-Man and Wasp exchanged glances, realizing that this Spider-Man from a parallel universe was indeed healing the girl. Does the Spider-Boy you know possess such abilities? Wasp nudged Ant-Man with her elbow, inquiring. Ant-Man shrugged. Maybe. I'm not well acquainted with him. That kid sounds barely older than my daughter. How could I possibly have played with him? All right. Your body should no longer experience issues, Peter announced after a considerable time, rising to his feet. He held no particular fondness for the ghostly woman. In the original narrative, she nearly descended into madness in her quest for healing, completely disregarding the lives of Dr. Pym and the original Wasp, who were still trapped within. She even uttered the foolish words that if he were to die, it would be perfectly fine. While one could understand the desperate measures taken by a terminally ill individual to survive, her willingness to usurp another's achievements at the cost of others' lives was indeed unlikable. Seeking to live is not a crime, but doing so at the expense of others' lives is fundamentally wrong. Moreover, that other happened to be her savior. If she were to be healed by the quantum tunnel, it would be Dr. Pym, who studied the quantum tunnel, that saved her. Was this not a classic case of the farmer and the wolf? As for why he chose to save her now. First, to deter her from pursuing the quantum tunnel, as he needed that tunnel to open a quantum pathway to find Gwen. Secondly, as long as the quantum tunnel existed, his quantum energy could be replenished at any time, making its consumption inconsequential. Furthermore, his internal reserves were vast, and he had absorbed plenty from the particle flow. Healing the ghostly woman only depleted a fraction of his total energy, having minimal impact on him. Lastly, it served as a minor experiment. If he could harness his quantum energy to stabilize Ghost Spider, would it not imply that he could likewise stabilize Gwen's body using the same quantum energy? This would truly enable him to whisk Gwen away to traverse the myriad parallel universes. Meanwhile, Ghost Spider sat on the ground, astonished as she surveyed her own form. Steady hands, a stable body, everything in equilibrium. Since the fateful accident at the tender age of 7, she had endured over 2 decades of torment, with her cells being torn apart and sewn back together, a relentless agony that nearly drove her to madness. Yet now, that suffering had vanished entirely. The world had transformed into a realm of beauty. She reached out to touch the leg of the table beside her, finding her body did not pass through it. The sensation of tangible reality at her fingertips filled her with exhilaration. Not far away, a tall, robust black man observed her, an involuntary smile of reassurance gracing his face. As he cast a grateful glance at Peter, Buzz. Just then, a brilliant light erupted from the nearby quantum tunnel. A sleek vehicle magnified in size, swiftly darting out from within. Moments later, boom. The quantum tunnel exploded. Peter exclaimed, "Where has my massive quantum tunnel gone?" Gratitude to Xiangjuan and reader 20180718204701016 for the tip in Chidian coins. This chapter concludes. Chapter 1. Is this how I travel? Peter, a struggling author with 2 years of unsuccessful attempts, found himself at the most bewildering juncture of his life. Just half an hour prior, he had been in his dormitory, savoring barbecue, sipping on soda, and watching a movie. Unexpectedly, his computer exhibited a bizarre reaction, sucking him in. When he regained his senses, he discovered himself standing in a foul-smelling alley, his upper body clad in pajamas, and his lower half in oversized shorts. A chill swept through, sending goosebumps across Peter's skin, prompting him to press himself against the wall. What on earth was happening? A prank? Or was I hallucinating after some computer malfunction? Peter's gaze wandered around, quickly identifying several peculiarities. A tattered newspaper lay on the ground, with only a small strip remaining, and it was entirely in English. Fortunately, Peter had performed adequately in school and had a penchant for watching raw American dramas, allowing him to decipher the text. In the past 2 weeks, Brooklyn has experienced 2 mysterious earthquakes, occurring last Monday and this Friday, with the specific causes currently under investigation. Experts speculate that although the epicenter of the earthquake lies directly beneath Brooklyn, its considerable depth will not severely impact the daily lives of residents. So there is no need for undue alarm. This is a positive note. Bede extended his hand, flipping the paper over, where he found another line of text. Our city's esteemed philanthropist, Mr. Wilson Fisk, has recently donated laboratory equipment valued at $100,000 to Midtown Tech High School. This marks Mr. Fisk's 4th significant charitable contribution this year. Truly remarkable. Brooklyn? Wilson Fisk. Bede's mind raced. If memory served him correctly, Brooklyn was a district in New York City, across the ocean. Wilson Fisk was notorious as a formidable villain in a series of Marvel superhero narratives, including Spider-Man, Daredevil, and the Punisher. He was perhaps better known by another name, Kingpin. Bede inhaled sharply, realizing he had inadvertently contributed to the warming of this world's climate, thus prompting his unexpected transportation. Yet, he had no desire to traverse realms. Moreover, to find himself in the Marvel universe was utterly absurd. This place was rife with supervillains and superheroes. One could meet their untimely end at any moment. He hoped it was merely a case of shared names, whispering to himself as he cautiously moved toward the alley's exit. Suddenly, a nerve in his brain sparked to life, rendering his previously moving body rigid. He felt his senses sharpen instantaneously and instinctively glanced upwards. There, suspended beneath a 10-meter-high eave, hung a shadowy figure. Goodness! Bede was startled. The figure was equally taken aback by Bede's sudden reaction, momentarily losing their greeting. Simultaneously, an unsettling intuition crept into Bede's mind. Wait, are you Spider-Man? His voice trembled, uncertain whether from excitement or fear. Excitement, of course, stemmed from the prospect of meeting his idol, though perhaps that was an exaggeration. Among the myriad of Marvel superheroes, Spider-Man held a special place in Bede's heart. As for fear, it was rooted in the earlier mentioned apprehension. He dreaded being caught in a world where celestial beings clash and mortals suffer the consequences. This was no jest. Throughout the Marvel narratives, while superheroes strive to protect the common folk, countless innocents have nonetheless been caught in the crossfire. In the epic battle of the Avengers that unfolded in New York City, A significant portion of the metropolis was obliterated, resulting in countless casualties and immeasurable economic losses. In Captain America, the Winter Soldier, Captain America orchestrated a plan that led to 3 helicarriers, controlled by Hydra, engaging in mutual fire above Washington, ultimately crashing and claiming dozens of lives, with direct losses amounting to $8 billion. In Avengers, Age of Ultron, the Hulk, driven to madness by Wanda's manipulation, rampaged through the streets, subsequently clashing with Iron Man, who piloted the Hulkbuster armor. Following this, Ultron deployed a device to elevate Sokovia, aiming to orchestrate an asteroid collision with Earth to eradicate all life. Time and again, although Peter never subscribed to the federal narrative in Captain America, Civil War that sought to hold superheroes accountable, it is undeniably true that countless innocent lives were lost amid these calamities. To say that life is as fragile as a blade of grass would not be an exaggeration. Who, then, would willingly choose to inhabit such a world? Yet, what does it mean when fate does not align with one's desires? This predicament exemplifies that very notion. Suddenly, a figure descended gracefully before Peter, landing effortlessly from a height of several meters, completely unharmed. Astonished, Peter thought, "Goodness, it truly is Spider-Man." However, there was something peculiar about this Spider-Man. His appearance diverged significantly from the ones he was familiar with. The traditional Spider-Man donned a red and blue suit, while the figure before him wore a black and gray ensemble, draped in a black coat that exuded a coolness, yet rendered the costume rather bizarre upon realizing this was Spider-Man. The newcomer tilted his head, regarding Peter with a look of confusion. "You know, buddy, while I'm just as surprised, there's really no need to put on a facade in front of your own kind." Peter, perplexed, responded, "What do you mean?" Although it was somewhat surprising to be regarded as one of his own by Spider-Man, he found it utterly bewildering. Was it possible that he had not merely donned a costume, but had somehow transcended into this world, inhabiting the persona of someone Spider-Man knew? The figure scrutinized Peter carefully, curiosity evident in his demeanor. "Are you not Spider-Man? Then why did we just trigger the spider sense between us?" "What spider sense?" Peter instinctively queried. Then, he recalled the tingling sensation that had stirred within him when he first spotted this individual. Could that have been the spider sense? But he was not Spider-Man. Although he had been bitten by a spider just yesterday, which had afforded him a convenient excuse to take the day off, countless others had also been bitten by spiders. If a spider bite could render one a superhero, then those bitten by worker ants would surely become labor heroes, and those by women. Well, let us not go there. In any case, the process of mutation could not possibly be so simple. As Peter's mind began to retrace the moment of his encounter with that spider, he pondered the implications of his newfound reality. This chapter concludes. Chapter 2, The Shadow Spider-Man. It was likely late last night when, in a hurried rush, I finally completed my writing just before midnight, achieving full attendance. To celebrate this small victory, I decided to visit a nearby night market to procure some food. On my way, I stumbled upon a circular stone sculpture resembling a spider web. With my hands free, I reached down to pick it up. Unexpectedly, a spider emerged from beneath the disc and bit me. Subsequently, I returned home in a daze, burning with fever for an entire day, only to awaken in the evening. Upon waking, I realized that even if I began writing immediately, it would be too late for an update. Thus, I decisively opted to take a break and rest. Afterward, I ordered a barbecue takeaway, and, while indulging in the food and watching a movie, I found myself transported to another realm. In this day and age, interdimensional travel has become quite haphazard. In my mind, I rapidly reviewed the sequence of events, cursing silently. As a struggling author, if I dared to orchestrate such a hasty downfall, I would undoubtedly face harsh criticism. "Hey, buddy." A person waved their hand in front of me. I snapped back to reality. "Apologies, I was lost in thought." "Hello, I am Peter. May I ask your name?" I resolved to clarify my current situation. Regardless of whether my transportation was indeed caused by the spider's bite, the fact that I had arrived in another world was undeniable. Accepting my circumstances and contemplating the future seemed to be the wisest course of action. "Hello, Peter. What a coincidence. My name is also Peter Benjamin Parker. Are you the Spider-Man of this world?" At this juncture, I also pronounced Peter in English. I realized immediately that he was indeed Peter Parker, Spider-Man. However, I hesitated to respond. "I am not. Are you not either?" Peter Parker shook his head, extending his hands to showcase his attire, then shrugged. "My world is still in 1939, while this world appears to be at least in 2039. I scrutinized his outfit more closely and recognized it as a pilot's uniform reminiscent of those seen in World War I films, with the chest area crafted from Kevlar fiber, the material commonly used in bulletproof vests. To my astonishment, he also bore 2 holsters at his waist. A Spider-Man wielding handguns? This revelation surprised me. Although I was an avid Spider fan, my admiration primarily lay with Tobey, Andrew, and Tom's portrayals of Spider-Man in films. I had also watched the '94 animated series and the subsequent poorly received Super Spider-Man. And I had played Marvel's Spider-Man and Marvel's Spider-Man, Miles Morales. Nevertheless, neither in the films I had viewed nor the games I had played did I encounter a Spider-Man resembling the one before me. However, this suit of armor seems rather familiar. After carefully scrutinizing it for a while, Peter's thoughts began to crystallize. Yes, it resembles the one from the Marvel Spider-Man game, albeit without the accompanying cape. If memory serves, it was unlocked upon completing a certain side quest, granting the wearer the ability to remain undetected by enemies, even if discovered. At times, this suit proves to be exceedingly useful. Its name, if I recall correctly, is the Black Suit or the Shadow Suit. It is said that every suit in that game has its origin. Some are derived from parallel universe versions of Spider-Man, while others stem from particular events in Spider-Man's lore. Could it be that this individual before me is the original owner of the Shadow Suit, the Shadow Spider-Man? Peter was surprised by his own remarkable memory at that moment. How could an ordinary person recall the specifics of unlocking a particular outfit from a game? Such detailed recollection is likely possessed by only two types of individuals: those who meticulously pursue platinum trophies or collect every item, or content creators who specialize in video documentation. Yet, Peter belonged to neither category. "Are you the Shadow Spider-Man?" Peter blurted out, gazing at the figure. "Shadow Spider-Man." The Shadow Spider tilted his head, exclaiming, "Wow, I like that name. From now on, I shall be called Shadow Spider-Man." Such a hasty conclusion, Peter silently critiqued. Yet he couldn't help but feel a sense of relief. Although he had inexplicably traversed into the Marvel Universe, he had encountered Spider-Man, and it seemed he might even share a kinship with him. Could it be that he, too, was a Spider-Man? Raising his hand, Peter examined his palm closely, particularly the fingers. He recalled that in Tobey Maguire's version, Spider-Man's fingers bore tiny, retractable barbs. Perhaps he possessed them as well? However, after considerable scrutiny, he could discern nothing of the sort. The Shadow Spider approached Peter, puzzled. "What are you doing?" Without lifting his gaze, Peter replied, "If I have Spider-Man's abilities, would there be barbs on my hands?" "Barbs? Why would there be barbs?" The Shadow Spider inquired, somewhat confused. "Because one Spider-Man has barbs on his hands," Peter reasoned, lowering his hand, realizing he likely did not belong to the thorny variety. Of course, it was also possible that he had no Spider-Man abilities at all, and everything that had transpired was merely an illusion. The Shadow Spider expressed surprise. "You know other Spider-Men? Are they from this world? What are their names? Can you take me to meet them?" Peter shook his head. "They probably aren't from this world." "What do you mean, probably?" The Shadow Spider queried, perplexed. Unsure of which world he inhabited, Peter shrugged his shoulders and bent to retrieve a tattered newspaper that lay on the ground, indicating that the known clue was the presence of Wilson Fisk in this realm. In his recollection, Fisk was a notorious villain, the underground king of New York. "Ah, I know him. Others often refer to him as Kingpin," exclaimed Shadow Spider as he took the newspaper and began to peruse its contents. After reading, he grimaced. "It appears that regardless of the universe, Kingpin remains utterly detestable, an insincere philanthropist." Peter wholeheartedly agreed. In the film adaptation, it seemed this formidable antagonist had yet to make a proper appearance. His only moment in the spotlight was in The Amazing Spider-Man 2, where he was seen releasing the Green Goblin from prison. However, he had never been featured directly. Yet, in the Spider-Man films of Peter's childhood, this character had substantial screen time, entangled with nearly every villain. Ultimately, he even had a brief collaboration with the Massacre of Spider-Man, who sought to obliterate the multiverse. This thought suddenly sparked an idea in Peter's mind. He turned to Shadow Spider and inquired, "Do you think our sudden appearance in this world could be connected to Kingpin?" Shadow Spider shrugged, bemused. "Now that poses quite the conundrum. In truth, prior to encountering this situation, I believe the theories of parallel universes and countless worlds were merely the fanciful musings of scholars. Who would have thought they were real?" Peter mirrored his gesture, expressing his own resigned disbelief. "Indeed, who could have imagined? I was merely a novelist, and never anticipated stumbling into such an affair." "So you're a novelist? How impressive." Shadow Spider commended, giving a thumbs up. Peter chuckled awkwardly. "A novelist? Hardly, I'm just scraping by. And what about you? What do you do?" "I'm a private detective. Opposing those nefarious capitalists. I also gather useful news to sell to newspapers, earning a modest living," Shadow Spider replied. Peter nodded slightly, noting that this individual's circumstances seemed little better than those of Tobey Spider. "So, great detective, where shall we venture next?" Peter asked. Regardless of whether Shadow Spider possessed Spider-Man's abilities, he resolved to cling to this enigmatic ally, hoping that perhaps the path back to his own world lay with him. Shadow Spider gestured towards the alleyway's exit. "I have no clear direction. Perhaps we should first explore the streets for clues. Optimistically, this world might harbor its own Spider-Man, and we could seek his assistance." "That makes sense," Peter replied with a smile, though it soon faltered as another thought crossed his mind. Eureka! Peter lightly tapped his left palm with his right fist, his tone slightly agitated as he spoke rapidly. From what I understand, Kingpin is Spider-Man's arch-nemesis. If Kingpin exists in this world, the likelihood of Spider-Man's presence is exceedingly high. Although your manner of expression is somewhat peculiar, it remains quite logical, Shadow Spider concurred. Now, do share your plan. Peter extended his hand, presenting 3 potential strategies. The first option is to find a tall building to wait in. Spider-Man swings between the city blocks, which significantly increases our chances of encountering him. Even if we don't, we can swiftly identify any disturbances in the city, such as car accidents, robberies, or fires. Spider-Man would undoubtedly not ignore such matters, correct? Shadow Spider nodded in agreement. Peter raised his second finger. The second option is to seek out Spider-Man's apartment or Aunt May's residence. If my memory serves me right, they should be located in Queens. Yes? Shadow Spider nodded again. However, the era of my world differs greatly from this one. My experience is ineffective, and the address is certainly inaccurate. Then let us commence with the first option, Peter declared. Very well, Shadow Spider replied, as he raised his hand and shot out a strand of webbing, instantly appearing atop the roof. Peter exclaimed, "You won't take me with you? What kind of behavior is that?" He glanced at the wall before him and then at his hands, feeling a surge of curiosity. Should I give it a try? He pondered, extending both hands tentatively toward the wall. The icy sensation coursed through his fingertips into his body, causing him to shiver involuntarily. Suddenly, a peculiar feeling naturally emerged in his mind. His hands were genuinely stuck to the wall. It was the result of bioelectricity, and bioelectricity was one of Spider-Man's signature skills. Peter raised his left hand higher, re-establishing his grip. Then he tried his right hand. Yet, it wouldn't budge. He realized that his feet could not adhere to the wall, likely due to his shoes obstructing the bioelectricity. Not having a spider's suit is indeed inconvenient, Peter muttered, then released his hands. Damn, I'm stuck. Let me go? Release me, he repeated in his mind. The newly awakened ability was not yet under his control. Unfinished. The chapter beckoned readers to turn the page for more. What are you doing? Shadow Spider had returned without Peter noticing. He was suspended upside down from a strand of webbing, dangling right above Peter's head. Peter's face flushed with embarrassment. This was indeed an awkward moment. Being stuck to the wall due to his own powers was not frightening, but being seen was another matter entirely. Thankfully, Shadow Spider showed no inclination to mock him. He extended a hand and patted Peter on the shoulder, saying, "Buddy, you need to relax. They are your abilities, your organs, and your companions. You must trust them and feel them." My abilities, my organs, my companions? Peter remained silent, yet the words of the Shadow Spider echoed persistently in his mind. In the next moment, with a thud, he found himself on the ground. Fortunately, he had only fallen from a height of over 2 meters. And subtracting his own height of 1.80 meters, it merely resulted in him stumbling and landing awkwardly. However, Peter paid little heed to this and instead felt a rush of exhilaration. It seemed he had truly grasped the technique. He quickly regained his footing, removed his shoes, and placed his hands against the wall once more. He ascended, inching upwards for over 3 meters. Then, he released his grip. Thud! His feet landed firmly on the ground. This time, he did not topple over. In that fleeting moment of descent, he sensed a natural equilibrium, allowing him to stabilize effortlessly. Climb, descend. Climb, descend. After several repetitions, Peter had thoroughly mastered this ability. He could now traverse the wall with ease. Throughout this process, he also became aware of numerous changes occurring within him. It was not merely the ability to scale walls. His physical prowess had significantly improved. Falling from a 5-meter-high wall, he emerged unscathed. For Spider-Man, this was quite ordinary. Yet, for Peter, who had only recently been an ordinary individual, this represented a remarkable transformation. Moreover, he discovered that his mind had been enhanced. His memory had sharpened. He could vividly recall the games he had played and the films he had watched. This improvement was evident in his linguistic abilities as well. Although his English proficiency had been commendable, allowing him to comprehend English literature and enjoy American dramas, engaging in casual conversations often posed challenges, particularly with obscure vocabulary. Yet now, he found himself conversing effortlessly with the Shadow Spider. He had hardly noticed this change, as it had occurred so naturally. His vision had also sharpened. In the dimly lit alley, he could still discern objects with clarity, coupled with the spider sense that had been triggered upon his initial encounter with the Shadow Spider. The signs were unmistakable. After that inexplicable spider bite, he had indeed unlocked the potential to become Spider-Man. The reason it was merely potential, rather than an outright transformation into Spider-Man, was that being Spider-Man embodies not only power, but also a spirit. Thus, he decided on a modest goal, to embrace this newfound ability and strive to become a true Spider-Man. End of chapter. Chapter 4. The Woes of Spider-Man on the Rooftop. Peter tightened his thin pajamas, wearing oversized shorts, shivering in the cold wind. Beside him stood the shadow Spider-Man. "I somewhat regret this suggestion," Peter stammered. The shadow spider's gaze continuously roamed the streets below, seeking the presence of this world's Spider-Man, and without turning, he inquired, "Why do you say that?" Peter gazed at the shadow spider, clad in a modified black suit reminiscent of a flight uniform, draped in a voluminous overcoat that seemed exceedingly warm, and replied curtly, "I was inexplicably transported here while preparing to sleep at home. I'm freezing." The shadow spider turned, seemingly noticing Peter's discomfort. He promptly removed his coat and tossed it to Peter, saying, "If you don't mind, wear my coat for now. Though I wonder if the currency from my world is accepted here. Perhaps we could procure you a fitting outfit? Although, my finances are rather limited, so I cannot afford anything extravagant." It's fine. Let us focus on the matter at hand first. Your coat is quite warm." "Thank you," Peter replied, draping the coat over his pajamas. The long overcoat, even though it still left his calves exposed, was preferable to nothing at all. It certainly offered a more aesthetically pleasing alternative to wearing shorts, alleviating some of his embarrassment. After half an hour on the rooftop, both remained empty-handed. Could I have been mistaken? Is there only gold in this world, devoid of Spider-Man? Peter pondered, a hint of self-doubt creeping in. The shadow spider seemed equally perplexed. He suggested, "If all else fails, let us explore the second option, to inquire about Spider-Man, Peter Parker, Aunt May, Uncle Ben, and Mary Jane. Perhaps we could also check the Daily Bugle," Peter proposed, just as they prepared to turn and descend into a darker corner to venture onto the street. A large screen on the nearby street suddenly illuminated with an image. It depicted a Spider-Man donned in a red and blue suit. "This is Spider-Man Peter Parker," Peter exclaimed, excitement coursing through him. This world indeed had a Spider-Man. But why was he appearing on the large screen? Before he could fully process the situation, the screen began to play a broadcast. First appeared a formally dressed female host, her face etched with sorrow, as she spoke in a somber tone. "We interrupt this program for a special announcement, a grave report. Our hero Spider-Man has departed from us today. His death is associated with the mysterious earthquake incident that occurred in Brooklyn earlier. Multiple sources have confirmed that Peter Parker, a 26-year-old graduate student and part-time photographer, has played the role of Spider-Man for over a decade." Following this, a photograph graced the large screen. It was an image of a young man with blonde hair, the Spider-Man of this world, Peter Parker. But he was dead? Both Peter and the shadow spider stared at the screen, incredulous and struggling to believe their eyes. How could Spider-Man meet his demise? In which narrative did he perish? Peter racked his brain, scouring his memories of the myriad Spider-Man films, animations, and games he had encountered. Yet he found no clues. However, the appearance of this Spider-Man bore a resemblance to the one portrayed by Andrew Garfield, albeit with a different hair color. The Spider-Men he was familiar with all had dark hair tinged with brown, and none had golden locks. Moreover, there was no storyline depicting Spider-Man's untimely end. Meanwhile, the shadow spider silently finished watching the news on the screen, and then shrugged at Peter. "It seems our plan has gone awry. Our companion in this world appears to have met with misfortune." His words had a playful tone, yet his voice was deeply somber. Clearly, the news of the Spider-Man's death in this universe weighed heavily upon him. In light of this, we shall have to execute our secondary plan. Peter felt an indescribable sadness. Perhaps due to the sudden loss of his beloved hero, or perhaps because he now possessed similar abilities, thus feeling a kinship with the fallen. Subsequently, the two ceased their conversation, confirmed their direction, and quietly proceeded down the street. They were currently in the Brooklyn area, with a considerable journey ahead to Queens. Regrettably, Peter was not capable of producing webbing organically, so even with Spider-Man's abilities, he could not swing along with Shadow Spider. Fortunately, their expedition was one of exploration and information gathering, lacking a definitive objective, thus time was not of the essence. Moreover, Shadow Spider's attire, true to his name, was quite understated, making it difficult for passers-by to take notice of him even as they walked down the street. Their first stop was the Daily Bugle. Being a major enterprise, it was the easiest to locate. Yet, late at night, the building was devoid of even a security guard. Peter could only lament the absence of the 996 spirit among these individuals. What a pity they forsake such benefits. In the following hours, the two followed Shadow Spider's recollections to search familiar addresses from his world. Yet, it was evident that despite the possibility of parallel universes, the differences were substantial. Ultimately, they found themselves at an impasse. Just as despair began to settle in, they stumbled upon a bustling location. It was peculiar for such a late hour, as the lights blazed brightly, drawing a considerable crowd, a rarity in this country of eagles. It was nearing midnight. Exchanging glances, they resolved to investigate. After all, they had little direction at present. Turning the corner, they finally beheld the scene before them. In the open space in front of a solitary house stood a large gathering, reporters, solemn residents bowing their heads in mourning, and police officers. However, the most striking sight was the two individuals surrounded by reporters, two women. One appeared to be in her mid-20s, slender and curvaceous, embodying the allure of a mature woman. Yet at this moment, she leaned against the threshold, silently shedding tears. The other, an elderly matron seemingly in her 50s, her hair flecked with gray, bore an expression of profound sorrow, valiantly stifling her tears as she faced the throng of journalists. They were Mary Jane and Aunt May. The shadow spider felt a surge of emotion and took a bold step forward. However, Peter swiftly restrained him, pulling him back into their hiding place around the corner. "What's the matter?" the shadow spider asked, perplexed. They had searched all night and finally found them. "Why not approach?" Peter pointed discreetly to the crowd. "Look over there." Stationed on the street was a stretched Lincoln limousine, inside which sat a burly man clad in a white suit. His physique was rotund, resembling that of a sumo wrestler, and the custom-tailored suit appeared to strain against his bulk. Kingpin. The chapter concluded with a note to bookmark for easier reading. Chapter 5. Kingpin, is that the Kingpin? He seems quite different from the one in my world. The shadow spider immediately lowered his voice. Although the Kingpin from his realm was also robust, he still fell within the realm of normalcy. The figure before him, however, was beyond comprehension. He chose to trust Peter, for Peter was his kindred spirit, and Kingpin, regardless of the dimension, was notoriously malevolent. While Peter was unfamiliar with this world's Kingpin, the visage before him mirrored that of a 1994 Spider-Man portrayal. He appeared corpulent, yet in reality, the majority of his weight was muscle rather than fat, granting him astonishing strength, capable of punching through walls with bare hands. He also possessed exceptional combat skills, representing the pinnacle of unaltered human capability within the Marvel Universe, devoid of mutations or technological enhancements. Yet, do not be deceived by his imposing stature. He was far from a mere brute. In truth, his intellect was remarkably sharp, exhibiting meticulous reasoning. Ostensibly, he was a grand philanthropist and a prominent entrepreneur, collaborating with numerous companies and frequently engaging in charitable endeavors. However, behind the scenes, he was the most formidable underground kingpin in the nation, with incomplete statistics indicating that 40 of all criminal activities in the country could be traced back to him. His adversaries were equally formidable: Daredevil, the Punisher, Spider-Man, and even the Fantastic Four and X-Men had crossed paths with him. To survive amidst such a barrage of superheroes speaks volumes of his prowess. Peter even harbored suspicions that their abrupt arrival in this world might somehow be intertwined with Kingpin. Faced with such a formidable opponent, caution could not be overstated. The silver lining was that, for the moment, Kingpin appeared oblivious to their presence. The advantage lay in the shadows. Under the cover of night, the two individuals stealthily ascended to the rooftop, where they lay in wait, observing the scene below, eager to discern the intentions of Kingpin. On the street, a lengthy news van was stationed, and a journalist, previously seen on screen, stood before May, microphone in hand, conducting an interview. "When did you first realize that Peter Parker is Spider-Man?" May regarded him with a cold stare, remaining silent. "Do you support your nephew in pursuing such a perilous profession?" The reporter continued to hurl questions at her, each inquiry piercing her heart like a dagger, reopening the wounds of her already shattered spirit. As these relentless questions persisted, May could no longer maintain her composure. She abruptly turned away, covering her mouth, stifling silent sobs. Yet, the reporters showed no sign of relenting, intent on further tormenting the two unfortunate women. These despicable bastards. Peter seethed with anger. Beside him, Shadow Spider echoed his sentiments. Indeed, regardless of the world, journalists are universally insufferable. At that moment, a towering figure pushed through the crowd and entered the courtyard. It was Kingpin. Using his imposing stature to shield May from the reporters, he declared, "All right. I believe it's time for you esteemed journalists to take your leave." His formidable presence effectively concealed May from view, and his notorious reputation served to bolster his authority. The chapter is not yet complete. Turn to the next page to continue reading. The reporters swiftly redirected their cameras and microphones towards him. "Hello, Mr. Fisk, what brings you here?" Kingpin turned to the questioning journalist, his expression heavy with sorrow. "Spider-Man was a dear friend of mine. I have always held him in high regard, believing him to be a true hero. Oh, what a remarkable individual he was. It is unimaginable that such a cruel fate could snatch his life away." Both Peter and Shadow Spider exchanged bewildered glances. How does this Kingpin differ so markedly from my recollections? Peter pondered. Could it be that this Kingpin has reformed? Or perhaps, due to the nature of parallel universes, this version of Kingpin is genuinely benevolent? Peter felt an inkling of dissonance, but could not articulate why. Nevertheless, he remained skeptical regarding the question of Kingpin's morality. While he acknowledged that stereotypes are often misleading, he recalled that in the 1994 Spider-Man series, Kingpin was adept at concealing his true self, presenting a public persona that was entirely at odds with his actual character. Faced with the throng of reporters below, it was conceivable that he was merely upholding his public image. Fortunately, the shadow spider did not act impulsively. The two continued to observe. Subsequently, Kingpin, with his silver tongue, addressed several questions posed by the reporters, subtly conveying the intimacy of his relationship with Spider-Man and Peter Parker. He then publicly invited Aunt May and Mary Jane to a charity gala he was hosting in honor of Spider-Man. Furthermore, he proclaimed his intention to establish a charitable foundation under Spider-Man's name to aid those in need, artfully framing it as a means to perpetuate Spider-Man's spirit. His words were profoundly moving, evoking tears and admiration, as he pledged both financial support and personal effort. Half an hour later, even Peter and the Shadow Spider, who had initially held reservations, began to perceive Kingpin as a genuinely benevolent individual. As the journalists and ordinary citizens who had come to pay their respects gradually dispersed, Kingpin departed in a lavishly extended Lincoln amidst the crowd's accolades. "Shall we step outside now?" Peter inquired, glancing at the Shadow Spider to seek his opinion. However, he soon realized that the Shadow Spider was in an unusual state. His body exhibited a kaleidoscope of colors, with several areas appearing distorted. "Mr. Shadow Spider? Mr. Shadow Spider." Peter hesitated to reach out, fearing he might cause further harm. Fortunately, after a few seconds, the bizarre condition subsided. The Shadow Spider exhaled deeply. "Damn, what was that? I've never experienced such a strange ailment before. Could it be a case of acclimatization?" Peter suggested. When individuals enter a new environment, their bodies may temporarily react to the changes. Nevertheless, considering Spider-Man's robust physique, one would assume he would not suffer from such issues, even with his genetic mutation. The Shadow Spider hesitated before shaking his head. It felt distinctly different, an excruciating pain, akin to an egg smashing against a rock from a great height. Peter inhaled sharply. Merely hearing that description was agonizing. "How could you endure it?" The Shadow Spider chuckled softly, gesturing toward the Lincoln that had vanished around the corner. "What choice did I have? I certainly don't trust that guy." "You're quite right," Peter acknowledged with a thumbs up. "Now that the crowd has dispersed, I believe we should go meet Aunt May and the others." With that, the Shadow Spider rose and made his way in that direction. Chapter 6. Meeting Aunt May in front of the small cottage, Mary Jane had already departed, leaving with Kingpin to discuss the particulars of the charity gala scheduled for a few days hence. Only Aunt May remained, amidst the chaos left behind. Peter initially intended to descend directly, but the Shadow Spider restrained him. He pointed to a corner slightly ahead. "Hold on, there's a little eye over there. Probably left by Kingpin." "Kingpin," Peter exclaimed, startled, and promptly halted. He curiously glanced in the direction indicated by the Shadow Spider, but perceived nothing amiss. Nonetheless, he firmly believed that the Shadow Spider would not act without reason. Thus, the two shifted their strategy and circumnavigated to the backyard of Aunt May's residence from the opposite shadows. The backyard, though modest in size, was well kept, featuring a small lawn, a lawnmower nestled in one corner, and a small shed on the other side, presumably for storing miscellaneous items. It remained a mystery why the lawnmower had not been returned to the shed. Gazing at the securely locked backyard gate, images of Aunt May's heartbroken expression involuntarily surfaced in Peter's mind. He gently nudged the Shadow Spider, saying, "Mate, could you knock on the door? I'm not particularly adept at it." "What? Is there a skill involved in knocking?" "Of course. As you know, I am a private detective, and I typically prefer to enter through that way." The Shadow Spider shrugged, adopting a tone of nonchalance, then gestured upwards towards the second-floor window. Peter responded, "Your argument is quite valid. I find myself at a loss for words. However, like the Spider-Man of this world, you too are named Peter Parker, and you bear a striking resemblance to him. Thus, I believe you are more suited for this task," he reasoned earnestly. The underlying cause of his reluctance stemmed from his uncertainty on how to console an elderly person grieving a loss, prompting him to suggest the Shadow Spider take on the task instead. "But you are also Peter, my friend," the Shadow Spider interjected, likely harboring similar reservations about facing the grieving individual. "I doubt he wishes to engage either." No. I am Peter, with By as my surname and Da as my given name." "Oh, a marvelous combination of names. Yet, this does not alter the fact that we are of the same ilk." The Shadow Spider expressed in an exaggerated gasp. "That may be true. You are a spider, and I too am a spider. We are but small spiders, indistinguishable from one another. Therefore, it should be quite acceptable for you to knock on the door. Wouldn't it?" Peter articulated a series of statements, successfully confounding the Shadow Spider. "Very well, you have prevailed," the Shadow Spider relented, approaching the door while glancing back, adding, "But honestly, I must admit, I resonate with your last statement. For no other reason than your talent for idle chatter. I find it quite endearing." Peter retorted, exasperated. "When did I engage in idle chatter?" Knock, knock, knock. Silence enveloped the interior. After a considerable pause, a soft footstep gradually approached. The footsteps were deliberately muted. But Peter and the shadow spider's enhanced hearing still discerned them. Who is it? It's rather late. If you seek an interview, please return tomorrow. Aunt May's voice resonated. The shadow spider cleared his throat, stating, Ahem, Aunt May, it's me, Peter, though from another universe. Peter. Aunt May's voice noticeably heightened, only to drop again, yet her footsteps hastened. Do you have any proof? The shadow spider turned to Peter with a look of desperation. Peter stepped forward a few paces, removed his mask, and, with both hands, pressed his face close to the peephole so Aunt May could see him. The man beneath the mask revealed a smile that was more grotesque than sorrowful, clearly indicating that he was not accustomed to smiling, which made the gesture appear quite awkward. The shadow spider appeared to be in his late 20s, yet due to his demeanor and experiences, he looked significantly older, resembling someone in their 30s. In the realm of Spider-Man, this would undoubtedly classify him as a seasoned warrior. However, they had previously encountered another Spider-Man from this world, who, beneath his mask, appeared to be around 25 or 26, looking younger than the shadow spider. As long as one was not face-blind, it was almost immediately discernible that the two bore an astonishing resemblance to each other. Suddenly, a metallic clatter resounded as a baseball bat fell to the ground. The door swung open forcefully, and the bat rolled out, landing on the lower step. Just as it was about to tumble further down, Peter bent down to catch it. Meanwhile, the shadow spider found himself tightly embraced by Aunt May. Peter trembled with excitement. Initially, the shadow spider was rigid, but he soon sensed the warmth emanating from Aunt May, prompting him to gently return the embrace. At that moment, Aunt May's body went limp. The shadow spider quickly supported her, carrying her into the living room before gently placing her on the sofa. What is wrong with her? Peter inquired. Setting the baseball bat aside, the shadow spider made a soft gesture and replied quietly, a blend of great sorrow and great joy has exhausted her spirit. Let her rest for a while. Peter nodded in understanding. The two then found their respective spots to sit, deciding to take a moment to rest. Their earlier tension from being in an unfamiliar environment had kept them on edge, but now, in this sudden haven of safety, they felt a wave of fatigue wash over them. Soon after sitting down, both drifted off to sleep. Suddenly, in the dead of night, a noise pierced the silence. Peter jolted awake. His enhanced spider sense sharpened his vision, and he quickly focused on a massive, imposing figure before him. Could it be the Green Goblin? Alarmed, Peter instinctively reacted, leaping and hanging upside down from the ceiling. The shadow spider, awakened by the commotion, immediately rushed to the sofa where Aunt May lay. Who are you? A crisp, youthful voice rang out, as the towering figure raised its hands and assumed a combat stance. It was then that Peter realized the figure was not the Green Goblin at all. In fact, it was not human, rather. It was a spherical robot adorned in red and blue, standing upright with arms and legs like a person. The familiar color scheme instantly reminded Peter of Spider-Man's suit. However, a robotic version of Spider-Man, with a lowly voice? How peculiar. At that moment, the robot spoke again. Oh, you can stick to walls like a spider. Could you be Spider-Man as well? Are there two Spider-Men in this world? Did you come here for Spider-Man? Are you also Spider-Man? Peter posed his inquiries. Yet, he found himself somewhat convinced, recalling the sensation of being startled awake from a dream, reminiscent of the spider sense he experienced when encountering the shadow spider. It was merely that he had not paid much attention to it while asleep. With a click, the robot's lid opened, and a young girl in a short skirt sprang forth. Oh dear, my name is Penny Parker, and this is my partner, Spider, she introduced politely, bowing gracefully. Chapter 7. Penny and Spider-Ham, huh? Peter, the shadow spider, and the newly awakened Aunt May gazed in astonishment at the little girl and her accompanying spider mech. Through their introductions, they had confirmed each other's identities. Clearly, she was yet another Spider-Man from a parallel universe, and notably, a young girl Spider-Man clad in a mech suit. Aunt May's eyes sparkled with delight. She rose from the sofa, approached Penny Parker, gently ruffled her hair, and took her small hand. Penny, is it? Come, have a seat, and tell us your story. Penny obediently followed Aunt May to the sofa, casting a glance at Peter and the shadow spider before preparing to share her tale. Just then, a clatter echoed from the kitchen. The shadow spider's expression shifted as he swiftly darted to the kitchen doorway. Peter, albeit a moment slower, hastened to join him. Penny, along with her spider mech, stood ready for action. Peter and the shadow spider peered into the kitchen from either side. However, what unfolded before them left them utterly astonished. The refrigerator door stood wide open, and perched upon the countertop was a small pig, half their height, adorned in a red and blue spider suit, with its headpiece removed, revealing its rosy visage. At that moment, it was cradling a bottle of milk in its hands, guzzling it down voraciously. Is that a pig? The shadow spider exclaimed in disbelief. Is it? Peter echoed, somewhat dazed, yet certain of one thing. It must be another of their kind. This was not difficult to ascertain, given the spider suit. As for the existence of Spider-Ham, well, who could say? Perhaps this was the nature of parallel universes. Hey, you all, I heard that. The pig suddenly set down the milk, turned its head, and shouted indignantly. What do you mean, is that a pig? What tone is that? What is wrong with pigs? Did a pig eat your rice? The spider pig leaped and found himself before the shadow spider, his hands and feet pressed against the doorframe, his snout brushing against the shadow spider's nose in a delightful encounter. A chill ran through Peter as he realized that this spider pig was swifter than both himself and the shadow spider. Apologies, the shadow spider gestured with his hands. I was merely taken aback by your unique appearance, nothing more. Wow, such a cute little pig. Penny's small head squeezed between Peter and the shadow spider, gazing up at Spider Pig. Hi, little pig, I'm Penny Parker, and that's my dear companion, Spider. It's a pleasure to meet you. Spider Pig looked down at Penny and smiled. Hello, little Penny. I am Peter B. Parker. Peter and the shadow spider introduced themselves briefly, dispelling the earlier tension within the room. The group settled back onto the sofa, engaging in further introductions. The shadow spider, whose full name is Peter Benjamin Parker, hails from the year 1939, shortly after the Great Depression. In his world, the adage with great power comes great responsibility does not apply. Rather, if those in power are untrustworthy, it is the people's duty to remove them. Uncle Ben was murdered by Osborn for instigating a strike. Yuri of the Daily Bugle exploited the shadow spider's fury, hiring him as a reporter. During an investigation into Osborn's smuggling activities, he was bitten by a spider within an artifact and, while unconscious, encountered the spider god Anansi, which granted him his abilities. By chance, he uncovered a sordid affair between Yuri and Osborn, leading him to resign and become a private detective, embarking on a mission to combat greedy capitalists and corrupt officials. This chapter is not finished. Click the next page to continue reading. Since acquiring his spider abilities in 1933, he has fought for 6 years, becoming a seasoned spider warrior. Penny Parker, known as the Spider Mech Girl, is 14 years old. Her spider mech was inherited from her father, who passed away unexpectedly. In her world, Uncle Ben and Aunt May are 2 scientists, former partners of her father, and battle allies. Peter found it intriguing that, based on her description, her world seemed to mirror his own. Rei Ayanami and Asuka Langley are both classmates of Penny Parker. He wondered if they were indeed the same individuals he had in mind. As for Spider Pig Peter B. Parker, he originates from a universe inhabited by anthropomorphic animals. Peter had a vague recollection of this universe, having only encountered limited information, even in his enhanced memories. Spider Pig was originally a humanoid spider, transformed into his current form after being bitten by a personified pig from his world. It is said that the anthropomorphized Aunt May, in her quest to dominate the hairdressing industry, developed a nuclear-powered hairdryer. However, a catastrophic nuclear leak ensued, plunging her into a furious state, during which she bit the unfortunate little Peter. After her transformation into a pig, Spider Pig retained some of her abilities from her spider days, albeit losing her hands and becoming a quadrupedal creature akin to a pig. Peter briefly introduced his situation to the others. In comparison to the other 3, his background was rather meager. After all, he had just been bitten by a spider before being transported to this universe, and his spider powers had only recently been awakened under the guidance of the shadow spider, making him an absolute novice. Are you telling me that you don't even have your battlesuit? Spider Pig inquired. Peter nodded. Yes, I don't even possess web fluid. How did you all acquire yours? The shadow spider replied. After gaining my abilities, I dreamt of Anansi, and upon waking, I discovered I had the power to produce webbing. Spider Pig remarked, it's innate. Penny chimed in, patting her companion. The spider mech. I cannot produce webbing. It does. Spider mech. Peter, perhaps I shouldn't have asked. I truly am foolish. Is there not a single normal person among you? He reflected on the 5 versions of Spider-Man he had seen. Tobey's Spider-Man, like the Shadow Spider, was of the self-generating type. Garfield's Spider-Man relied on his intellect. Holland's Spider-Man had connections. Well, a godfather is still family. The 94 Spider-Man synthesized his own, being quite the scholar. As for the superior Spider-Man, his nanotech suit's materials were pilfered from the mystical doctor. It was evident that I do not belong to the self-generating type, thus I must figure this out for myself. Peter lamented, feeling a bit overwhelmed. He was not the academically gifted type like Garfield or the 94 Spider-Man, so how could he possibly comprehend the synthesis of web fluid? At that moment, Aunt May, perhaps sensing Peter's discomfort, lightly clapped her hands and said, This, I might be able to assist you with. Aunt May? Peter turned curiously, unsure how she could aid him. Could it be that this world's Aunt May was also a scientist? Rising to her feet, she regarded the room full of little spiders with a warm smile and declared, Children, follow me. Chapter end in the 8th chapter, Spider Insights. Peter and the others followed Aunt May to the backyard of the small house. The small eyes left behind by Gold seemed merely to keep watch, not reaching the level of surveillance. In any case, the present Spider-Man detected no anomalies, and Peter, being a novice, remained silent. Soon, they traversed the quaint courtyard and arrived at the storeroom. A thought struck Peter. Could this world's Spider-Man have left his battle suit in the storeroom? Just then, Aunt May produced a key and turned it in the seemingly ordinary door lock. With a faint hum, a complex sequence of codes flickered to life on the door lock, swiftly followed by a subtle glow of crimson light. To the astonishment of Peter and his companions, the seemingly unremarkable wooden door transformed instantaneously into a high-tech portal crafted entirely of metal. The metallic door slid open, revealing an elevator behind it. Aunt May stepped in first, beckoning, "Come in, children." Prompted by her invitation, Peter and the others hurriedly followed suit. Once they had settled inside, the elevator commenced its rapid descent. Peter curiously surveyed his surroundings, tapping lightly on the elevator walls, only to discover they were composed of a remarkably sturdy alloy. Aunt May explained, "This is Peter's constructed basement and safe house. The above cabin can withstand missile strikes. The underground section extends 100 meters beneath the surface, providing shelter even from nuclear threats." There was a note of pride in her voice, clearly indicating her progressive stance and unwavering support for the endeavors of the Spider-Man in this world. "How fortunate," whispered Shadow Spider. His Aunt May perceived Spider-Man as a masked vigilante lurking in the shadows, maintaining a respectful distance from him, which had prevented him from disclosing his true identity, even in the slightest. This dilemma is likely a shared challenge among many Spider-Men. To become a hero, one must endure hardships that are often unbearable for the ordinary person. Although Peter had not experienced these trials firsthand, he had watched several Spider-Man stories and could discern the underlying thoughts in Shadow Spider's tone. He reached out, placing an arm around Shadow Spider's shoulder, exclaiming, "But you have us, your loyal friends." Shadow Spider smiled, reciprocating the gesture by draping his arm over Peter's shoulder. Their sudden camaraderie left Penny, Spider-Ham, and Spider-Mech standing nearby with perplexed expressions. The screen of Spider-Mech displayed a charming little question mark. "Wow, look," Penny suddenly exclaimed, drawing everyone's attention. As the elevator continued its descent, lights illuminated the surroundings, casting a bright glow over the underground space. It was astonishingly vast. Platforms, suspended by some specially designed webbing, were meticulously arranged, creating a breathtaking spectacle. Upon these platforms lay an array of items, ranging from computers and televisions to small aircraft, automobiles, and motorcycles, an impressive assortment indeed. Peter also noticed several sophisticated-looking machines whose purposes eluded him, spread across several platforms. This scene reminded him of the Batcave belonging to the old man next door. Perhaps this should be called the Spider Cave, or the Silk Den. Unfortunately, there were no swimsuit-clad maidens bathing within. Peter glanced at Spider-Ham, his thoughts wandering irreverently. At this moment, Spider-Pig and Shadow Spider, along with others, were intently observing the spider lair, exclaiming in astonishment. Clearly, they had not anticipated the hidden mysteries concealed beneath the ground. Soon, the elevator descended to the very bottom. At the signal from Aunt May, everyone stepped down. Suddenly, the lights around them illuminated, revealing an even larger and more expansive hall before Peter and his companions. The first thing that caught their eye was a row of cabinets containing various styles of spider suits. Upon a cursory count, there were precisely 12 sets. Upon closer inspection, Peter realized he recognized them all. The negative space phantom suit, the insulated suit, the advanced suit, the iron spider suit, the secret wars suit, the scarlet spider suit, the anti-spider suit, the stealth suit, the spider armor Mark I, the spider armor Mark II, the classic red and blue suit, and the cloak suit. Each one had its own remarkable story. For instance, the insulated suit was developed by Spider-Man to combat Electro, and the design scene in the film featuring Holland's Spider-Man was derived from this suit, albeit with some modifications for cinematic purposes. The advanced suit, on the other hand, is one of the most popular suits in the game Marvel's Spider-Man, fitting snugly and showcasing Spider-Man's physique, transforming him from a youthful figure into a formidable presence, adored by strongmen. Additionally, the Iron Spider suit, crafted by Tony Stark, who is referred to as a mentor but is, in essence, a father figure for Holland's Spider-Man, features cutting-edge technology. It employs memory nanometal as its primary material, incorporates a highly advanced AI assistant, and is equipped with various exceptional web-slinging options, significantly enhancing Spider-Man's combat capabilities. As Peter surveyed the array of suits, he felt as though he might drool. Yet, simultaneously, a question arose in his mind. What was the origin of this world's Spider-Man? Why did his lair contain such an abundance of spider suits? And what of that suit with the cloak? Surely, the cloak could not belong to Doctor Strange? Peter's curiosity about the Spider-Man of this world, who had mysteriously perished, grew immensely. He must have been an exceedingly powerful Spider-Man. At the same time, an inexplicable sense of unease began to settle within him. Although he did not subscribe to notions of fate or conspiracy theories, his experience with Marvel films suggested that the gathering of superheroes often heralds the arrival of formidable supervillains. Currently, aside from himself, who felt rather inexperienced, 3 Spider-Men had already assembled here. Not to mention the unexpected demise of this world's Spider-Man. It was evident that there was a 99% chance that significant events were about to unfold. Even the formidable seasoned Spider-Man has succumbed to fate. Given his current prowess, can he truly survive unscathed? Hey, buddy, what are you contemplating? At that moment, Shadow Spider gently tapped him on the shoulder. Peter turned around. Shadow Spider gestured towards the other side. Aunt May is calling for you. Peter quickly glanced in that direction. Indeed, Aunt May was waving at him from a short distance away. Peter, my child from the east, come over here. Peter, bewildered, hurried towards her. He soon discovered Aunt May standing beside a high-tech machine, smiling warmly at him. Child, you have arrived. This is the sewing machine left by that boy Peter. In fact, it is merely a 3D printer. You can spontaneously design a style on the screen over there, and once confirmed, the sewing machine will assist you in fabricating your battle suit. Chapter 9, Peter's Spider Suit. Wow! Peter exclaimed, hastening to the sewing machine. Clearly, this affectionate moniker had been bestowed by the former owner, the Spider-Man of this world. Well, such a hasty name seemed to have been conjured on a whim. However, this did not detract from its advanced technology. The sewing machine resembled a reclining letter Z. The upright section housed an empty hanger, presumably for storing finished products, while the horizontal section extended into a computer panel, evidently serving as the control station. After Aunt May deftly manipulated the computer panel, a virtual screen emerged. She took a step back, gesturing, now you may unleash your creativity. As for materials, there are spandex, Kevlar fibers, ultra-high molecular weight polyethylene fibers, aramid fibers, polyamide fibers, so many that I can hardly recall them all. Nonetheless, each material's properties, advantages, and disadvantages are clearly indicated. You may decide where to employ each type. Peter, both bewildered and nodding repeatedly, struggled to comprehend. He truly had not grasped it. That string of material names. Apart from spandex, which he recognized as an elastic fiber, and Kevlar, commonly used in bulletproof vests, left him entirely befuddled. Who among the general populace would take the time to delve into various fiber materials, unless one were in a corresponding profession or field? Fortunately, Aunt May's subsequent remarks provided him with solace. If that were the case, even with his ignorance of materials science, he should be able to understand the essentials, right? Contemplating this, Peter clicked on the Materials tab. Meta-aramid fiber, also known as polymetaphenylenediamine fiber, is one of the aramid fibers characterized by excellent mechanical properties. It is classified as a flame-resistant fiber with a limiting oxygen index of 29, indicating it will not ignite in air and will self-extinguish upon removal from a flame, demonstrating commendable flame-retardant capabilities. Its glass transition temperature is 270 degrees Celsius, and when temperatures exceed 400 degrees Celsius, the fiber becomes brittle, carbonizes, and forms an insulating layer that serves a protective function. Additionally, it possesses a very low dielectric constant, contributing to its excellent insulating properties. Para-aramid fiber, or polyparaphenylenediamine fiber, is another type of aramid fiber produced through high-polymer liquid crystal spinning. It exhibits remarkable strength, high modulus, exceptional heat resistance, and impact resistance. With a tensile strength of 3055 MPa, which is 3 times that of steel, composites reinforced with aramid resin are lightweight and possess a low density, making them suitable for structural materials in aircraft and rockets. Furthermore, multi-layer para-aramid fabric can be subjected to high-temperature pressing to create bulletproof vests and helmets. However, a drawback of para-aramid fibers is the lack of reactive groups on their surface, which results in poor adhesion at the resin interface. As for Bide, he pondered, who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Is this not a form of bullying? Can any reasonable person comprehend this? Nevertheless, he recognized that this was a sufficiently concise summary. Each of these advanced polymer fiber materials is a remarkable achievement of modern industry. And if one were to enumerate their advantages and disadvantages, each could easily fill thousands of words. With patience, Bide meticulously examined each detail, and through his extensive reading, he began to discern certain techniques and patterns. In summary, fibers are lightweight, high strength, high modulus, heat-resistant, creep-resistant, wear-resistant, chemically resistant, and highly flexible, typically utilized in high-temperature flame-retardant flight suits, firefighting gear, high-temperature conveyor belts, and protective gloves. Carbon fiber composites are noted for their high strength, high modulus, electrical conductivity, heat resistance, corrosion resistance, fatigue resistance, and a thermal expansion coefficient that approximates 0, making them ideal for use as internal wiring materials in combat attire. Glass fiber possesses high tensile strength, low thermal conductivity, good heat resistance, a relatively low dielectric constant, and poor electrical conductivity. However, it is characterized by limited extensibility, poor torsional resistance, and a propensity for brittle fracture. By eliminating some of the more technical vocabulary and focusing solely on the performance characteristics, advantages, and disadvantages of the materials, the information becomes significantly more accessible. At this juncture, Spider Pig, Shadow Spider, and Penny joined him, all curious about the type of spider suit Bide would create, as the design of a spider suit can, in a sense, reflect an individual's personality. Much like choosing a car, factors such as model, color, and decals can reveal one's inner thoughts and character. I believe you should use this fiber as the primary material, suggested Penny, who had produced a stick from somewhere and was chewing on it. This super performance fiber possesses exceptionally superior physical, mechanical, and chemical properties, with strength and modulus at least double that of Kevlar. A slender thread with a diameter of 1 can effortlessly lift a weight of 450 kilograms, which surpasses the strength of steel wire fibers by more than tenfold. Such a professional analysis, grounded in reason and evidence, is truly convincing, isn't it? Yet, Peter, Shadow Spider, and Spider-Ham gazed at Penny with expressions of utter disbelief. Penny tilted her head, perplexed, and asked, "Isn't this common knowledge? Why do you look at me like that?" Spider-Ham inquired, "Are you really only 14 this year?" Shadow Spider exclaimed, "Goodness, you make me feel as if I wasted my school days." Peter sighed, "All hail the genius lowly. It's no wonder that someone who can pilot a Gundam is extraordinary." Aunt May offered a warm smile, gently patting Penny's head. Little Penny is indeed a prodigy. With such endorsement from a top student, there was no need for further deliberation. Peter immediately selected fiber as the primary material for the battle suit, then instinctively looked towards Penny. Naturally, one would seek the expertise of a professional. Penny let out a slight sigh and spoke, "I really wonder what you all usually do. You can opt for the 2 to 187 coupling agent to enhance the interaction between the fiber and the epoxy resin. For the argon low-temperature plasma treatment, select conditions of 2 minutes, 30 and 50. As she spoke, she effortlessly engaged with the control panel. With her continuous input of specific parameters, the nearby sewing machine began to operate. In no time at all, a spider suit, resembling Peter's physique, appeared on the display rack. However, the suit was still in its foundational stage. Subsequently, Peter shared some of his thoughts and suggestions for modifications. Penny followed his recommendations, inputting and adjusting them one by one, with various materials being filled into different positions. Some were layered, while others intertwined. Finally, on top of the base layer, several layers of materials with distinct functions were added. Approximately 20 minutes later, the suit was finally completed. Peter had no particular thoughts about the suit's appearance. He had always been fond of the high-end suits in the games he played. So he chose a similar design while incorporating some of his own elements. The colors were more vibrant, and the lines were somewhat sharper. Perhaps it was also due to the materials used. The suits in the games had a rather bulky texture, while Peter's design utilized materials that were more fitted and refined, exuding a sense of technological sophistication and aesthetic appeal. End of chapter. As Peter watched his very own spider suit gradually come to life in the display cabinet, he felt an uncontainable excitement within. Who wouldn't desire a spider suit of their own? Moreover, this was not some inferior version available for a mere $9 with shipping included, but a genuine high-tech creation. Aunt May noticed Peter's exhilaration and pointed towards a direction. "There's a changing room over there. Go try it on for us." "Sure." Bede nodded excitedly, retrieving the battle suit from the open wardrobe. Freshly crafted, the suit retained a slight chill due to the argon treatment it had undergone. The high polymer fiber material felt exquisite and silky to the touch, reminiscent of a baby's skin, providing immense comfort. Bede could hardly contain his eagerness to don it. He cradled the suit and hurried into the changing room, discarding his pajamas to the side before slipping into the battle attire. When not worn, the suit appeared loose and draped, akin to a casual shirt. Yet, it was a marvel of high technology, heavily inspired by the suit designed by Iron Man for Spider-Man. Within the suit, Penny had crafted soft circuits from carbon fiber composites, cleverly concealed within the layers of the suit's fabric. Additionally, the suit was equipped with an energy conversion device capable of transforming the mechanical energy generated by Bede's movements into stored electrical energy. A portion of this energy would power the built-in intelligent assistance system, which could also be fully discharged at critical moments to simulate an electric shock effect. Although the intensity of the shock was not severe, comparable to that of a stunned batten, it could still yield surprising results during combat. Even the slightest moment of rigidity, lasting merely 0.1 seconds, could significantly alter the tide of a battle. As for the intelligent assistance system, it was, of course, not as sophisticated as Karen, Spider-Man's AI companion. However, Bede could still issue voice commands to it, such as marking an object for real-time tracking on an electronic map or connecting to nearby radio stations and public channels for information. While its capabilities seemed limited, Bede found it quite satisfactory. After all, lacking a team behind him, having an intelligent assistant would alleviate many burdens. The changing room featured a mirror. Once fully attired, Bede stood before the full-length mirror to assess his appearance. To his surprise, the suit fit perfectly and made him look quite dashing. He had initially erred in making the suit overly fitted, which could be unflattering for someone of his former physique. However, thanks to the enhancements from the spider gene, his abdomen now boasted a few well-defined muscles, and his overall physique appeared remarkably balanced. He attempted a half squat, placing one hand on the ground, executing a classic Spider-Man landing pose. His toned muscles were neither overly bulky nor too slender, rendering him akin to a poised cheetah, exuding an aura of readiness. After performing a few more movements, Bede grew increasingly satisfied with both himself and the suit. It was simply perfect. After admiring himself for a while longer, he heard Shadow Spider's voice calling from outside. "Hey there, charming young man. Are you perhaps too shy to make an appearance?" Peter suddenly realized he had been rather self-absorbed for quite some time. The chapter is not yet finished. Click the next page to continue reading. He hurriedly stepped outside. Wow. Spider-Ham leaped over, tiptoeing to lightly tap his abs, which were quite firm, definitely a fine specimen. Penny sat atop the spider mech, her calves swaying beneath her short skirt. "It seems our collaboration is going splendidly. This battle suit is simply perfect, as expected of me." "Thank you, Penny." After Peter bent down to exchange a fist bump with Spider-Ham, he waved cheerfully at Penny. He then expressed his gratitude to Aunt May. After a bout of playful banter, Aunt May's smile gradually faded. "Children, there is actually something I would like to entrust to you." Peter was the first to step forward. "Aunt May, please speak. I will do everything in my power to assist." Whether it was for Aunt May's generous support of his spider suit or the sense of responsibility instilled by his newfound powers and the mission of becoming Spider-Man, Peter found no reason to decline. The other members of Shadow Spider remained silent but looked expectantly at Aunt May, awaiting her next words. Aunt May pressed a button on a nearby computer, and a virtual screen projected in the center of the underground space. "In fact, I believe I know how Peter met his demise," Aunt May stated through clenched teeth, her eyes glistening with tears. Penny, understanding the gravity of the moment, embraced her waist. Aunt May gently stroked Penny's hair and said, "Child, I am all right." Subsequently, as Aunt May recounted the events, Peter and the others gradually pieced together the situation. It indeed had something to do with Kingpin. Last Monday, an unusual earthquake occurred in Brooklyn. Unlike typical tectonic activity, this quake prompted the Spider-Man of this world to investigate its cause. Soon, he discovered that Kingpin was behind it. He had constructed a massive particle collider beneath Brooklyn, attempting to open a gateway to parallel universes in search of his deceased wife and son. Fortunately, Kingpin was inadequately prepared for that experiment, resulting in its failure. However, he was undeterred and planned to conduct a second collision experiment 11 days later, which happens to be today. Naturally, the Spider-Man of this world would not allow him to succeed, as opening a portal to parallel worlds could lead to dire consequences. He set out to thwart Kingpin's plans, intending to destroy the particle collider. Yet, unexpectedly, his efforts were in vain, and he lost his life. So, it was Kingpin who killed him. Peter's eyes widened. He recalled seeing Kingpin not long ago, tearfully proclaiming how close he was to Spider-Man and how much he admired him, all an elaborate charade. Moreover, his acting was exceptionally convincing. Even Peter, who has witnessed the narratives of other worlds and is well acquainted with his character, along with the Shadow Spider who has clashed with him in their own realm, nearly fell prey to his deception. No wonder others firmly believe in Kingpin's identity. If this fellow were not leading a crime syndicate, he could easily take to the stage. It would be utterly unjust if he were not awarded an Oscar. The Shadow Spider, with a serious countenance, declared the necessity of allowing him to experience the biting chill of the winds from another realm. The Spider Pig brandished his diminutive limbs, eager to show him what it truly means to be a clumsy oaf. Yet, the most pressing concern was to prevent him from activating that particle collider again. Aunt May said with tears in her eyes. Penny looked up at Aunt May, resolute. "Auntie, we shall certainly stop him." Chapter 11. Peter's Training Session, Part 1. The following day, in the underground spider den of Aunt May's backyard, Penny and her spider mech sat before the computer desk, fingers flying across the keyboard. She was attempting to breach the information vault of Kingpin's company to uncover relevant details about the particle collider. Unfortunately, the deceased Spider-Man of this world had left behind scan information, which would have made matters considerably simpler. As for Peter, the Shadow Spider, and Spider Pig, realizing they could not assist Penny, they decided to engage in other activities, namely, training Peter. Presently, among the 4 individuals here, Peter was the weakest. The others were seasoned. The Shadow Spider had been Spider-Man for 6 years, possessing extensive experience and formidable combat skills, armed with a revolver. Although Spider-Pig did not disclose his tenure, his speed surpassed that of the Shadow Spider, and his strength was likely superior as well. As for Penny, she had only been the Spider Mech for a year. Yet within the mech resided her father's past combat experiences. With the mech's enhancements, her combat prowess was certainly not to be underestimated. Only Peter remained a novice. Having just acquired his spider abilities, his understanding was limited to what he had gleaned from films and video games. Currently, he had only mastered wall crawling with any degree of proficiency. Thus, it was imperative to train him if he were to contribute in the upcoming confrontation against Kingpin. Eager to receive the seasoned guidance of these experienced Spider-Men, Peter was even willing to rise early to prepare a substantial breakfast for them, showcasing his culinary skills. The result was impressive. Not only did he earn sweet praise from Penny for his delightful meal, but he also received invaluable knowledge from the Shadow Spider and Spider-Pig. However, their training methods were straightforward and somewhat brutal. Direct hand-to-hand combat was the order of the day. Moreover, the methods they employ are not systematic martial arts, but rather straightforward and direct forms of assault, aiming for a decisive blow to subdue the enemy. This notably contrasts with Peter's impression of the various Spider-Men, as he recalls that Tobey, Garfield, and Holland's incarnations often engaged in prolonged battles with villains. Sometimes they were genuinely outmatched, while at other times, it seemed they hesitated to strike with full force. However, from the Shadow Spider and Spider-Ham, he sensed a different ethos. In response to this, Shadow Spider articulated that if one's adversary is steeped in wrongdoing, it is imperative to seize the opportunity to eradicate their sins entirely, thereby safeguarding more innocent lives. Should the foe commit minor transgressions, they must be subdued and brought to justice, allowing the law to impose its sanctions. If one shows leniency towards evildoers, who then will advocate for the virtuous when the wicked oppress them? According to the 9 alignment classification, he would likely be categorized as neutral good. While the typical Spider-Man falls into the lawful good category, representing the most law-abiding and peace-loving of superheroes. In this chapter, one might recall how Tobey's Spider-Man, after being possessed by Venom, unleashed the darkness within, ultimately seeking only the salary he felt entitled to and exacting mild revenge on the woman who betrayed him, nothing more. Were it anyone else, to darken their heart without attempting world domination would be a disservice to the very notion of corruption. Shadow Spider's approach is likely influenced by the era he inhabits. During the Great Depression, with the weight of capitalist oppression, official corruption, and pervasive darkness suffocating the common populace, he exists as a figure of resistance. He confronts the voracious capitalists, corrupt officials, and nefarious powers, necessitating a more severe approach. This divergence in time has shaped Shadow Spider's experiences, responsibilities, and beliefs, setting him apart from the Spider-Man Peter knows. At this juncture, Peter finds himself newly endowed with powers, yet lacking a corresponding character. Most of his thoughts remain tethered to his past as an ordinary citizen. Shadow Spider's guidance undoubtedly nourishes the seedling that is Peter's potential. While the effects may not be immediately apparent, over time, they may subtly influence him. Subsequently, Spider-Ham engaged in a friendly spar with Peter while sharing his own philosophies. In comparison to Shadow Spider, Spider-Ham's ideals are more serene, or perhaps, carefree. In his cartoon animal universe, while there are indeed numerous villains, their actions and motivations are remarkably varied. When Spider-Ham encounters them, it often serves merely to pass the time and find amusement. Children, let us take a brief respite, enjoy a meal, and then continue. The voice of Aunt May resonated through the training room's speakers. All right, Aunt May, we're on our way, responded Shadow Spider, extending a hand to lift the resting Bader from the ground. How do you feel? Bader grinned, in pain but enjoying it. Spider-Pig playfully pinched his calf and chuckled. We'll make you even happier this afternoon. Oh no, Bader yelped, his body trembling from the unexpected jolt. Shadow Spider's training was indeed rigorous. After assessing Bader's physical strength, he calibrated his strikes to inflict just enough pain without causing injury. Any lapse in Bader's defense would leave a mark. The aching pain in his calf was a result of a sweeping kick from Shadow Spider moments ago. Nevertheless, the gains were immensely rewarding. Under the diligent tutelage of his companions, Bader transformed from a mere novice with no combat knowledge into a proficient martial artist within just one morning. If an average person's fighting capability is rated at 1, then with his spider-like abilities, he had risen to a 5, and now, having acquired adept fighting techniques, his prowess soared to at least 10. He mused that if he were to face his former self from yesterday, he could contend with at least 35 opponents simultaneously. With further practical experience, this figure could potentially double. This was undoubtedly a remarkable advancement. What shall we practice this afternoon? Bader inquired, gently massaging his sore spots as he walked. Shadow Spider glanced at him and replied coolly, this morning focused on ground combat techniques. This afternoon, I will teach you how to integrate your web slinging into your fighting style, which is our true method of combat. Integrating webs. A myriad of techniques flashed through Bader's mind. Web swinging, aerial kicks, web strikes, and web slings were all common maneuvers in the games he played, but with his current abilities, he should be able to replicate them. Filled with confidence for the afternoon training, Bader anticipated the challenge ahead. Chapter 12, Bader's Training Course, Part 2, Lunch was, of course, prepared by Aunt May. In consideration of Spider Pig's porcine nature, she opted not to use any pork ingredients, instead substituting everything with beef. Aunt May's culinary skills were impressive. Spider Pig devoured 3 enormous hot dogs stuffed with generous beef strips, exclaiming in delight. During the meal, Penny also shared updates from her side. A piece of good news emerged. She had discovered a plan among the documents left by the late Spider-Man. The plan was designed in relation to the particle collider operated by Kingpin. It seemed he had been researching a method to utterly obliterate the collider. However, for reasons unknown, the documentation lacked specific details regarding the collider, leaving only a design blueprint, while the rest appeared to have been deliberately erased. They speculated that the late Spider-Man, after completing his research on the particle collider, had devised a corresponding destructive device and, for safety's sake, destroyed all related materials to prevent others from accessing them and subsequently constructing a new collider. The intention was noble. However, the deceased Spider-Man could not have anticipated that he would meet his demise during this incident, with the majority of the materials obliterated, leaving only a single design blueprint. Even Penny would find it exceedingly challenging to decipher the construction of that destructive device within a short span of time. Ultimately, Penny resigned herself to the notion of attempting again in the afternoon. If unsuccessful, she would have no choice but to devise a plan to infiltrate the territory of the individual known as Kingpin that evening and retrieve a detailed copy of the particle collider's information. This endeavor would also serve as an initial battle for Peter. Shadow Spider nodded, finding no fault in Penny's suggestion. Peter felt a surge of excitement. The intensive training throughout the morning had significantly enhanced his abilities. He had been itching for action. Yet the necessity of fulfilling the late Spider-Man's legacy and discovering a means to return home anchored him from recklessness. Given the circumstances of the previous night, it was evident that Kingpin had been covertly monitoring Aunt May. At present, they were in the shadows while Kingpin operated in the light, which would increase the likelihood of their forthcoming action succeeding. However, should they become exposed and Kingpin prepared for them, it would likely lead to unforeseen complications, rendering their efforts futile. Thus, Peter had no choice but to suppress his eager anticipation. Yet, if it were a team endeavor agreed upon by all, he need not harbor such concerns. With this thought, Peter could scarcely contain his eagerness to engage in action. After their meal, he gathered Shadow Spider and Spider-Ham and returned to the training ground within the underground spider lair. The original Spider-Man must have enjoyed experimenting with new abilities or honing his skills here. After a brief manipulation of the walls, the training ground was transformed with numerous obstacles strewn about and laser devices unexpectedly protruding from the walls. This setup not only served to enhance physical flexibility, but also to sharpen reflexes. Although his spider sense significantly mitigated the risk of distant attacks, a simple truth resonates. The mind may react, yet the body might lag behind. The same applies to spider sense. Should the body's reaction time fail to keep pace with the spider sense, the possibility of injury remains. Furthermore, there are instances when spider sense does not activate, as was the case when Garfield's spider was struck by a bullet due to a lapse in vigilance. In reality, even if he had relaxed his guard around the officer, spider sense should have detected the impending danger just before the bullet reached him. If his reaction speed had been sufficiently swift at that moment, he would have possessed the ability to evade. This underscores the significance of training one's reflexes. However, the presence of such facilities within the base subtly indicates the remarkable diligence of the late Spider-Man during his lifetime. With moves like swinging kick, web strike, aerial combo, aerial toss, wall run, and ceiling hang, the Shadow Spider and Spider-Ham provided their respective teachings. After spending a couple of hours replicating every technique they demonstrated, Peter, relying on his recollections from the game, managed to recreate numerous skills. "Wow, kid, it seems your combat talent is rather impressive," Spider-Ham praised. The Shadow Spider, arms crossed, remarked, "Kid, that last move was a bit too flamboyant. You could be more decisive. Your arms shouldn't be flailing. They should follow the trajectory of the web. Have you studied geometry? Align the direction of your arm movements with the webbing to create a straight line. This will yield far more effective results. And what is that leg doing? Are you attempting to dance the Latin? That move is far too showy and impractical. Are you planning to end up on the ground, at the mercy of your foes?" The Shadow Spider critiqued Peter's movements with unrelenting candor, reminiscent of a drill sergeant during military training. Nevertheless, under his stringent guidance, Peter made substantial progress. By eliminating some of the flashy effects from the game, He swiftly mastered combat techniques that synchronized with web attacks. His skills extended beyond mere offense to include evasion, entrapment, and stealth. Peter absorbed knowledge like a sponge, while the Shadow Spider and Spider-Ham served as two vessels pouring forth their wisdom. This continuous influx of training significantly enhanced Peter's combat abilities. It was undoubtedly fortunate for him to receive the attentive mentorship of two seasoned Spider-Men right upon acquiring his powers. In contrast, one can reflect upon Tobey's Spider-Man and Andrew's Spider-Man, who navigated their journeys akin to crossing a river by feeling for stones, learning through trial and error, engaging in battles against various villains, and facing perilous situations before gradually maturing. Peter, however, had bypassed these initial stages. This situation presents both advantages and disadvantages. The benefit is evident in his elevated starting point, with his spider abilities providing him with extraordinary memory and physical prowess. He nearly absorbed the entirety of the experiences from the Shadow Spider and Spider-Ham, greatly amplifying his combat effectiveness. Yet, the drawbacks are equally pronounced. Currently, he resembles a flower cultivated in a greenhouse, vibrant and seemingly healthy. Yet, no one can foresee how it will fare when exposed to the genuine storms of the outside world. This psychological challenge is one that only Peter can navigate, adapting through real combat experiences. Nevertheless, he harbored a profound sense of gratitude for the teachings of the Shadow Spider and Spider-Pig. While Peter was honing his skills, three unexpected visitors arrived at Aunt May's front door. One was a young African-American boy clad in a cheap Spider-Man shirt. Another was a middle-aged man whose upper body was adorned in a Spider-Man costume, while his lower half was clad in thermal pants, proudly sporting a protruding belly. The last was a slender girl dressed in a black and white Spider-Man suit. Thanks to Brother Tao for selling rice cakes, the Destroyer, the Supreme Ultimate Celestial Master, and book friend 20200225223889117 for their generous contributions. I appreciate everyone's support with monthly votes. Chapter 13. My name is Gwen Stacy. Wow, guys. I truly didn't expect to have so many companions. Spider-Pig exclaimed, bouncing on the ground. He approached the trio and extended his damp hand. Oh, my apologies. I just washed my hands, so they're wet. If it bothers you, I can dry them. The thermal pants Spider-Man bent down and shook his hand. Not at all. It's a pleasure to meet you. However, could you enlighten us about what exactly is happening here? Well, let's do another round of introductions, Peter suggested. The Shadow Spider placed his hands in his pockets. All right, I'll go first. Subsequently, they took turns introducing themselves again. Then it was the turn of the three newcomers. Hello everyone, I'm Peter Parker, a cheerful and lively middle-aged man. The thermal pants Spider-Man proudly puffed out his belly. Beside him, the young African-American boy shyly introduced himself. Hi, everyone, I'm Miles Morales, just call me Miles. The duo stood before Peter and the others. However, Peter's gaze was primarily fixated on the girl in the black and white Spider-Man suit behind them. Her attire evoked memories of someone he was uncertain about. Noticing Peter's gaze, the middle-aged Peter Spider waved towards her. Hey, girl, why don't you introduce yourself to everyone? The girl turned around, her soft golden hair cascading over her shoulder, revealing a delicate face. Hello everyone, I'm Gwen Stacy. Gwen? Indeed, it's Gwen. Peter realized. He was aware of Gwen's existence because he had once encountered a fan-made video online, which connected to the storyline following Spider-Man: No Way Home. The content revolved around the premise that after Garfield's Spider-Man returned from the Holland Spider's world, he inadvertently found himself in Gwen's universe, meeting Gwen Stacy, who had become the Spider-Man of her realm. Initially, it was presumed to be a whimsical creation, yet through the comments of netizens, he discovered that among the many iterations of Spider-Man, there indeed exists a Spider-Gwen. Contemplating this, Peter felt a slight warmth in his gaze towards Gwen. Gwen Stacy has been the cherished ideal for countless fans of Spider-Man. However, he soon shook his head, dismissing certain thoughts. This Gwen is not that Gwen. Moreover, the demeanor of Spider-Gwen suggested a certain aloofness, indicating she was not inclined to engage in extensive conversation with them. Peter then redirected his attention to Miles. Wait, did you say your name is Miles? Miles Morales? Miles looked at Peter and nodded. What's the matter? Peter inquired. Do you happen to have an uncle named Aaron Davis? To Miles' astonishment, he responded, You know my uncle? Peter continued probing. And do you have two childhood friends, Finn and Rick Mason? Miles, increasingly surprised, exclaimed, You even know Finn and Rick Mason? Did we meet when we were kids? Peter smiled faintly and shook his head. We've never met face to face. You belong to this world, right? Yes, Miles nodded, perplexed. What is going on? Peter replied, It's nothing. I was merely confirming certain matters, and now I finally have clarity. What have you confirmed? Spider-Gwen asked, her curiosity piqued. Even she, who had always kept herself distanced from the crowd, cast a curious glance at Peter. He then revealed his findings. He had previously played several Spider-Man-related games, one of which was titled Marvel's Spider-Man, Miles Morales. The narrative revolved around a young black man named Miles who, by a twist of fate, was bitten by a mutated spider, thereby acquiring abilities akin to Spider-Man. Subsequently, Spider-Man traveled abroad with Mary Jane, leaving Miles as the sole Spider-Man in New York, the character controlled by the player. As Miles trained under the lessons left by Spider-Man, he also battled against an underground gang led by his childhood friend Finn. Along the way, he discovered that his uncle Aaron Davis was, in fact, the Prowler. Ultimately, he confronted Finn, who had transformed into the antagonist known as the Tinkerer. After defeating Finn, to prevent the explosion of a new form of energy called Newform, Miles harnessed his abilities to absorb its energy. Following this, Finn launched Miles into the sky, resulting in an explosion of energy within him that tragically claimed Finn's life. "Wait," Miles exclaimed, his eyes wide in disbelief as he gazed at Peter. "You're joking, right? Uncle Aaron can't possibly be the Prowler. And Finn, I haven't seen her in 5 or 6 years. How could she have become a gang leader? Moreover, your world actually has a game featuring me as the protagonist?" Miles displayed a look of utter bewilderment. Bade furrowed his brow, acknowledging the discrepancies. "According to the information we have gathered, the current leader of the New York Underground Mafia should still be Kingpin, not the Fixer." As he spoke, Bade instinctively glanced at Aunt May across the room. The Shadow Spider and the others immediately comprehended the unspoken words lingering in the air. Moreover, the Spider-Man within the game he referenced had not perished, while the Spider-Man of this world had already met his demise. Bade hesitated for a moment, his mind racing, before a sudden realization dawned upon him. This Miles before him must be another version. The game he played was produced by Sony, and the storyline diverged somewhat from the original. Thus, this individual might very well be the original. In essence, it was the distinction between Miles and the fourth Miles, akin to a parallel universe counterpart. If this was indeed the original Miles, he would possess knowledge of this world and the identity of the deceased Spider-Man. Earth, 1610, the Marvel Ultimate Universe. And the fallen Spider-Man was the Ultimate Spider-Man. His knowledge stemmed from a moment of curiosity when he discovered that this Spider-Man was, in fact, a person of color, prompting him to research Miles' background. The abilities of this little black spider diverged from those of most Spider-Men. He possessed a unique bioelectric attack capability that amplified his offensive power when charged with bioelectricity. Additionally, his abilities included armor penetration and paralysis effects, making them quite formidable. Furthermore, he had a gifted skill, invisibility. This ability could even evade infrared detection in the game. As a parallel counterpart of the fourth Miles, it was reasonable to assume that this version could achieve similar feats, wouldn't he? Chapter 14. The truth. Bade had no intention of withholding information. He shared everything he knew about the little black spider. After all, this character was not only one he had controlled in the game, but also one of their allies in confronting Kingpin. It was only logical and just to assist him. Moreover, revealing this intelligence bore no cost. However, the others were left in astonishment after hearing Bade's description. After a while, middle-aged Peter Spider nudged the shoulder of the little black spider with his elbow. "Miles, did you hear that? You are actually that remarkable." The little black spider, somewhat dazed, nodded. "Yes, I really am that impressive." Meanwhile, when Spider scrutinized the little black spider before turning to Bade, "Can he truly become invisible?" "He should be able to," Bade replied, somewhat uncertain. After all, his understanding was limited to information from Baidu and the game, while this was now reality. The phrase "images for reference only" was not merely applicable to instant noodle containers. Just then, middle-aged Peter Spider wrapped his arm around the little black spider's shoulder, affirming, "I can attest to this. He can indeed become invisible." The little black spider nodded with a sense of innocence, exclaiming, "Yes, indeed. I can truly become invisible." The middle-aged Peter Spider encouraged him, "Quick, demonstrate it for them." "All right, I shall make myself invisible." The little black spider appeared to be swept up by the middle-aged Peter Spider's enthusiasm, brimming with boldness. He extended his hands and spread his feet apart, adopting a stance reminiscent of a martial artist, or perhaps akin to a tragic tower preparing to transform into a super scion. "Ah!" The little black spider growled as he performed the action. At this moment, he seemed to embody the concept more vividly. Peter felt somewhat speechless, wanting to tease him. Yet fearing to interrupt the little black spider's fervor, he chose to watch in silence. After a considerable time, the little black spider dejectedly lowered his head, stating, "I cannot simply vanish at will." His voice was somewhat hoarse, likely a consequence of his earlier exertion. Peter kindly handed him a cup of water, suggesting, "How about we take a break and share your stories? We haven't had the chance to do so yet." "Thank you," the little black spider replied as he accepted the cup and drank it in one gulp. Subsequently, starting with him, the three shared their experiences in turn. The little black spider, now 17, was a senior at Vision High School in New York City. This has been slightly adjusted. In the original work, both he and Gwen were set at 15. For certain reasons, they have both been aged to 17. Last weekend, he visited his uncle Aaron, only to be accidentally bitten by a spider. Upon awakening the next day, he discovered that he had acquired spider-like abilities. After spending a few days at school, his curiosity became overwhelming, leading him to retrace his steps to the subway tracks where he had been bitten. However, he failed to locate the spider that had bitten him and instead stumbled upon a fierce battle between the ultimate spider and the Green Goblin, alongside an operational particle collider. During the fray, the ultimate spider was caught off guard and was thrust into the particle stream emitted by the collider by the Green Goblin. At that moment, the collider erupted violently, resulting in the Green Goblin's immediate demise and grave injuries to the ultimate spider. Following this, he was brutally murdered by Kingpin. The little black spider, who had been observing from the shadows, inadvertently revealed his presence and was pursued by the pursuer. After a narrow escape, he learned of the ultimate spider's death. Soon after, he encountered the middle-aged Peter Spider, though they were initially unaware of each other's identities, leading to some conflict. Once they resolved their misunderstandings, they agreed to head to Kingpin's research facility in the southern suburbs, where they managed to steal a computer containing data on the particle collider. Subsequently, they were pursued by Kingpin's henchmen and, during their flight, encountered Gwen Spider. With her assistance, they successfully evaded their pursuers and arrived at this location. Is this the computer you brought back? Splendid. With the data inside, I can expedite my research on how to combat the particle collider. Penny interjected eagerly, her spider mech trailing closely behind her. This chapter is not yet complete. Click the next page to continue reading. Peter, the middle-aged spider, gazed at Penny and, feeling somewhat awkward, inquired, "Are you serious about your research on methods to counter that particle collider?" "Of course it's true," Peter replied with a chuckle. "Penny is a brilliant young genius." Penny tilted her head and proudly straightened her delicate nose, exclaiming, "Haha, I am indeed a genius beauty." "Well then, by all means. Carry on, genius beauty," Peter shrugged, appearing somewhat skeptical. This reaction was entirely understandable. Anyone would find it difficult to reconcile a 14-year-old girl with the high-tech domain of particle colliders. A typical 14-year-old is usually engrossed in middle school, perhaps just beginning to grasp the concept of linear equations. What is a particle collider? Not even Peter, a college graduate, could claim to fully understand it. Penny, however, took no offense. She was accustomed to such looks, a frequent burden of genius. Behind her, the spider mech lifted the chassis for her. "I will first decrypt it and extract the data inside," Penny said eagerly as she approached a computer and began her work. Peter patted the middle-aged spider and the little black spider, reassuring them, "Stay calm. This is the world of geniuses. We mere mortals need not concern ourselves." The middle-aged spider replied, "Thank you for your comforting words." The little black spider added, "You certainly know how to comfort." Suddenly, the little black spider exclaimed, pulling out a disc-like object and placing it on the table beside Penny. "What is this?" Penny inquired, puzzled. "It's a little gadget that Peter entrusted to me," the little black spider explained. "He said it can completely shut down the particle collider." Penny's eyes brightened. "Wonderful." The shadow spider questioned, "Why didn't you mention this sooner?" The little black spider scratched his head. "Well, actually, it got damaged." "What? Damaged?" Wong Defa, the shadow spider, Spider Pig, and Peter all exclaimed. The little black spider lowered his head in shame. Penny waved her hand dismissively. "No worries, I can fix it. It's far simpler than creating a new one. Miles, you've done well." The little black spider felt even more embarrassed, knowing he had accidentally broken it. Unbeknownst to them, Gwen had approached and asked, "Do you have a plan?" Spider Pig replied, "The plan is straightforward. Fix the gadget, locate the particle collider, insert the gadget, and destroy it." The shadow spider then asked, "But how do we return to our own world?" A profound silence fell over the group. Suddenly, a series of anguished cries erupted within the spider's lair. Except for Peter and the little black spider, vibrant distortions appeared on the bodies of the others. It felt as though this world was repelling them. Chapter 15. The purpose of Kingpin. After a considerable amount of time, the group gradually regained their composure. Peter assisted the shadow spider, Gwen Spider, and Spider-Ham in rising to their feet, while on the other side, little black spider helped Penny and middle-aged Peter Spider. Peter's expression grew grave as he remarked, "This is the second occurrence. It seems this phenomenon cannot merely be attributed to acclimatization." Penny nodded in agreement, saying, "I have delved into the realm of quantum physics. From that perspective, our current predicament can be interpreted as follows. We are each constituted of quantum particles from our respective worlds, and these particles ought not to exist in this realm. Consequently, this world instinctively exhibits a repulsive force towards us outsiders." The shadow spider exhaled heavily, his voice low as he inquired, "What will happen to us?" "We will perish," Penny asserted with unwavering conviction. as our time in this world extends. The pressure exerted upon us will intensify, ultimately leading to our annihilation. What are we to do? Spider-Ham's expression shifted, for though he was not one to fear death, this was not the manner of demise he envisioned. Meanwhile, middle-aged Peter Spider placed a hand on Little Black Spider's shoulder and suggested, "As long as we devise a means to return to our world, we can avert this calamity, correct?" Little Black Spider, filled with trepidation, asked, "But how will you return? We do not even understand how you arrived here." "No, we have indeed unraveled that mystery," Penny countered, shaking her head. "It is the particle collider of Kingpin." Peter nodded, his thoughts crystallizing with clarity. "I suspect it is indeed connected to the particle collider, for we all materialized in this world following the experiments conducted at that facility." Penny continued, "No, the crux of the matter is that I have unearthed evidence." As she spoke, she gestured towards the computer screen before them, which was filled with intricate data. The group leaned in to examine it, while Penny provided explanations to ensure their comprehension. The particle collider comprises a 30-kilometer-long superconducting magnet ring and thousands of diverse magnets, including 232 dipole magnets, each measuring 15 meters in length, used to confine the particle beams, and 392 quadrupole magnets, each reaching 57 meters, employed to focus the particle flow. To facilitate this colossal apparatus, Kingpin leveraged his influence to acquire several abandoned subway stations beneath Brooklyn, transforming them into a suitable environment for this immense installation. Within the computer, they also discovered a project document that, when combined with the clues left by the Ultimate Spider, finally elucidated the sequence of events. They comprehended the extensive efforts and resources Kingpin had mobilized to construct this grand machine and the underlying purpose behind it. It turned out that this world's Kingpin, during a confrontation with the Ultimate Spider, had inadvertently been witnessed by his wife and son. His wife and son had always believed him to be a successful entrepreneur and philanthropist, but that day marked their first encounter with his true nature. Unable to bear the revelation, Gene Bean's wife fled with their son, only to meet with a tragic car accident en route, resulting in her untimely demise. Overwhelmed by grief after losing his wife, Gene Bean sought the assistance of a mad scientist in the realm of quantum physics, known as Lady Octopus, Olivia Liv Octavius, the female counterpart to the famed Dr. Octopus. With Gene Bean providing the funding, Lady Octopus contributed her expertise, and together they constructed a particle collider. Gene Bean's intention was to utilize this machine to open quantum channels to parallel universes, in hopes of locating the counterparts of his wife and son in alternate realities and bringing them to his world. An unexpected turn of events occurred during a battle between the Ultimate Spider and the Green Goblin, as noted by the Little Black Spider. The Ultimate Spider was inadvertently captured by the Green Goblin and thrust into the particle stream emitted by the collider. To identify parallel counterparts, the collider required genetic samples to be introduced as retrieval criteria. This chapter is not yet complete. Click the next page to continue reading. Originally, Gene Bean's wife and son's genetic samples were meant to be inserted, but instead, Spider-Man's samples were used, inadvertently bringing over various Spider-Men from different parallel dimensions. This highlights a significant flaw in Gene Bean's particle collider. The genetic sample retrieval method was evidently unreliable. Otherwise, the diverse array of Spider-Men, men and women, young and old, of various ethnicities, would not have emerged. The success in opening a quantum channel to parallel universes seemed purely coincidental. All those involved became unwitting victims of this mishap. Spider-Pig rolled his eyes, nudging with his snout. "So we are all just accidental participants in this calamity. Can I ask Gene Bean if he offers after-sales service?" Shadow Spider contemplated seriously. "He might provide after-sales service, like capturing you for dissection to study the differences between this universe and the parallel one." At that moment, middle-aged Peter Spider shuddered slightly. "What's wrong with you?" Peter inquired. Middle-aged Peter Spider forced a strained smile. Nothing at all." Would he confess about the recent escapade with Miles where they attempted to steal data from Gene Bean's lab, nearly getting caught by Lady Octopus? The group continued to peruse the material while Penny elaborated on the findings. Suddenly, Peter felt a gaze lingering upon him. It was from Gwen Spider. Initially, he thought it was merely a figment of his imagination. However, Gwen was actually focused on the computer screen, fortuitously positioned at that angle. Yet now, he discovered that this could not merely be an illusion. Gwen Spider had indeed been observing him intently. But why? He wasn't so self-absorbed as to believe that Gwen Spider had fallen for him at first sight. Although there existed a peculiar connection among spiders, akin to that between Peter Parker and Cindy S. Webb, which would induce the secretion of certain hormones when they were in close proximity, leading to overwhelming emotions. He was certain that no such strange hormonal bond existed between him and Gwen Spider. However, as he turned his head, he immediately beheld Gwen Spider's face. "What is the matter with you?" Peter inquired, touching his own face, which seemed free of any substance. Gwen Spider furrowed her brow, scrutinizing Peter closely, and remarked, I have been pondering why you Haven T exhibited this phenomenon. Aren't you also from another world? Peter paused, momentarily taken aback, before realizing, indeed. I also hail from another world, but why have I not experienced any rejection symptoms? He had arrived in this world around the same time as Shadow Spider, who had encountered 2 instances of rejection, yet he had not experienced a single one. How utterly peculiar. Chapter 16. You are also a Karami Spider. Ham circled around Peter, stating, but you don't seem to differ from us in any significant way. Peter retorted, no, while I may not be dissimilar from them, I am certainly quite different from you. Spider-Ham. Suddenly, he leapt onto Peter's shoulder, nudging his cheek with his snout. What do you mean? Are you implying that I am a pig? Peter responded, aren't you? Shadow Spider shrugged from beside them. Spider-Ham. His smile gradually faded, his hands slackening as he slid down Peter's arm. Peter quickly caught him, but Spider-Ham remained unresponsive, his antenna-like ears drooping. Oh my. Do you realize how damaging such words can be to a charming anthropomorphic spider? I implore you, cease the jest. Penny could no longer contain herself. Her gaze was piercing as she scrutinized Peter. Upon reflection, you truly seem rather different from us. In your world, there exists a game featuring Miles? Peter nodded earnestly. Indeed. Not only is there a game with Miles, but also a series of games, movies, animations themed around Spider-Man, and I believe there are comics as well. Shadow Spider. Penny Parker. Spider-Mech. Middle-aged Peter Spider. Little Black Spider. Gwen Spider. Spider-Ham, looking around. Am I not shocked, thus not fitting in? Then I shall join in. What is your world like? It sounds exceptionally unique. Gwen Spider exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Could it be that in your world, there are individuals capable of traversing time and space, journeying to other realms, which enables them to learn about those worlds? Her tone suggested a deep fascination with the concept of time travel. However, Peter was oblivious to her intrigue and simply shared what he knew. He spoke of the original Tobey Spider's Spider-Man trilogy, Andrew Spider's Amazing Spider-Man duology, and the more recent trilogy featuring Holland Spider, Homecoming, Far From Home, and No Way Home, along with the Marvel Spider-Man and Marvel Spider-Man, Miles Morales video games, as well as the animated Spider-Man that premiered in 1994. These were the facets he was familiar with, supplemented by various anecdotes gleaned from online commentary. The tales of Spider-Man and web-slinging, and the stories involving Black Cat, were truly astonishing. Middle-aged Peter was the first to process this information, remarking, the story of Tobey Spider bears a striking resemblance to my own, albeit it transpired over a decade ago. There were indeed many issues between Mary Jane and me. It's been a long time since we last met, and I have no idea how she is now. As he spoke, a hint of nostalgia flickered in his eyes, his gaze inadvertently drifting to a nearby table. There, a picture frame held a photograph of Mary Jane from this world, the wife of Ultimate Spider. Yet she bore an uncanny resemblance to his own Mary Jane. It was akin to the only difference between him and this world's Spider-Man being the color of their hair. Parallel universes are indeed wondrous. The chapter is not yet finished. Click the next page to continue reading. Shadow Spider suddenly realized, no wonder when we first met. You referred to me as Shadow Spider-Man and mentioned that some Spider-Men have barbs on their hands. Peter chuckled, recalling his startled reaction upon their initial encounter, finding it rather amusing. Little Black Spider approached with anticipation, asking, can you help me train my abilities? Peter replied with a sigh, though I've played the games, it doesn't mean I'm adept at it. My understanding of your powers is limited to what I've shared with you previously. You might consider exploring those avenues. Little Black Spider nodded, somewhat disheartened. All right, I understand. Nevertheless, I appreciate your guidance. Having a direction is certainly better than wandering aimlessly. He then turned to middle-aged Peter. After a moment's hesitation, middle-aged Peter said, while I genuinely want to assist you, Miles, time may not be on our side. Our immediate priority is to return home, otherwise, we all risk perishing. Little Black Spider felt another wave of disappointment, yet he recognized the gravity of their situation. Penny extended her hand, shaking a small gadget. Everyone, I have some good news. What good news? Penny remarked, the true name of this little gadget is the reload key. It can format the particle collider, restoring everything to its original state. And then? Spider-Ham inquired, perplexed. Penny shot him a glance. Then we can return home. Realization dawned on Peter. So this has been our ticket home all along. Shadow Spider interjected, that is indeed splendid news. I now acknowledge your title of Genius Girl. Henceforth, the plan is as follows. The Genius Girl will repair this reload key and then hand it over to me. Wait, why should it be given to you? Peter interrupted. Shadow Spider cast him a glance. Because I promised Aunt May that I would assist this world's Peter in dismantling the collider. Peter vehemently shook his head. No, that is not solely your pledge. Allow me to handle this. Spider-Ham, poised to speak, caught Peter's gaze, who then turned to Penny, stating, "You cannot either, Penny." Among all present, aside from Miles and myself, everyone else exhibits a rejection response. So during the upcoming operation, you all must enter the particle collider. As for the task of shutting it down and destroying it, leave that to me. Black Spider voiced, "Why should it be only you? What about me?" Peter looked at him and slowly shook his head. "Miles, I am aware of your situation. Although I recognize your potential, it has yet to be fully realized. With your current state, it would be too perilous to join this battle recklessly." Black Spider exclaimed, "But didn't you say you just activated your abilities?" "I've had mine for several days. I'm surely stronger than you." Peter shrugged, "Yet I have recently undergone rigorous training under both of them. Thus I possess a modicum of combat capability." Spider-Ham nodded. "I can attest to that. Peter has effectively become a competent fighter." Shadow Spider, however, shook his head slightly. To call him competent is a bit premature. Peter stared at him in surprise, not expecting Shadow Spider to undermine him. Shadow Spider remarked, "Without real combat experience, how can one be deemed a competent warrior?" Upon hearing this, Black Spider felt a hint of schadenfreude. You look down on me. Yet it turns out you are also a novice." End of chapter 17. Practical assessment. At that moment, Gwen, who had been silently listening from the sidelines, interjected. "If that is the case, why not test him in real combat?" "Real combat? How would we do that?" Gwen pointed to the sky. "We do what we normally do. He should do the same." "Are you suggesting we send him out onto the streets to handle some emergencies for practice?" Shadow Spider queried. "That seems the best way to assess him. Hasn't everyone gone through this?" Gwen stated. You make a valid point. But surely we lack the time for such an endeavor?" The Shadow Spider furrowed his brow, steadfast in his belief that staying behind was the most prudent choice. This, of course, was not a reflection of any suicidal thoughts. Rather, it was simply a matter of necessity. Someone had to undertake this task. Penny interjected, "There is still time. Since we are set on dismantling the collider, I plan to incorporate additional elements into my little device." "Additional elements? What sort of elements?" Spider-Ham inquired with curiosity. Penny elaborated. "When the particle collider is activated, two beams of high-energy particles will emerge from the accelerator, traveling through distinct beam tubes in opposite directions at speeds approaching that of light. Under the influence of a powerful magnetic field, these high-energy particle streams will be confined within the acceleration ring, undergoing successive stages of acceleration until they ultimately collide. To achieve such high speeds, the conditions are exceedingly stringent. Firstly, the environment within the beam tubes must reach a state of ultra-high vacuum to minimize the presence of matter, thereby reducing particle loss during motion. Secondly, the strong magnetic fields required to confine the particle streams necessitate a considerable quantity of superconducting electromagnets, which must be cooled to approximately -271 degrees Celsius to achieve superconductivity. Thus, we require an immense and sophisticated cooling system for this purpose, namely the liquid helium distribution system." Penny spoke with enthusiasm, yet the others listened with growing confusion. Shadow Spider could not restrain himself, exclaiming, "All right, genius girl. Why not just tell us what you plan to do and approximately how long it will take?" Sighing, Penny seemed to lament the inherent gap between the academically inclined and the less studious. After gathering her thoughts, she replied, "I intend to build upon the original overload program within my device and introduce a Trojan virus to infiltrate and sabotage the liquid helium distribution system. When the superconducting electromagnets fail to cool down, the accumulated heat will transform into a bomb, thereby allowing us to obliterate the collider with a single command. To accomplish this, I would need roughly a day." Middle-aged Peter Spider raised two fingers, stating, "So essentially, there are 2 points. First, you need to create a foolproof detonator to ensure that Peter can operate it with ease. Second, we have half a day to train and demonstrate our capabilities." You're right," Penny pouted, resembling an adorable inflatable fish. Peter suppressed the urge to reach out and pat her, saying, "So, that means until tomorrow afternoon. I can use this time to prove my worth, correct?" "Indeed," Penny nodded, adding, "Rest assured, I just calculated that based on the degree of anomaly reactions, our bodies can endure for at least another 2 weeks. However, it would be best to return within a week to avoid any adverse effects on our health." The group nodded in understanding. Gwen Spider furrowed her brow slightly, her expression somewhat troubled, yet she remained silent. The others were oblivious to her unease. Little Black Spider exclaimed, "So, does that mean I can also begin my training? Please do as you wish, but do not disturb me, for I must devote my full attention to crafting my gadgets." Penny's small face was taut, her demeanor serious, likely still incensed by the actions of those underachievers. To mitigate any adverse effects on her health due to rejection reactions, it would be prudent for us to return as soon as possible. "Very well. Let us plan to act tomorrow evening," the Shadow Spider remarked. "We shall convene here tomorrow afternoon." The middle-aged Peter Spider placed an arm around the shoulders of the little black spider, saying, "So, Miles, are you ready to undergo specialized training?" "Really?" The little black spider's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Of course," replied the middle-aged Peter Spider. The spider pig leapt down from Peter's hands, adding, "If you don't mind, I could lend a hand as well." The shadow spider's gaze flitted between the little black spider and Peter, seemingly hesitating over something. Just as he was about to speak, Gwen Spider interjected, "Then I shall supervise Peter's practical training assessment." The shadow spider exhaled, relieved. "That would indeed be a great help. To be honest, I am not particularly fond of venturing out during the day, especially in such a vividly colorful world." Peter regarded Gwen with a quizzical look, sensing something amiss but unable to articulate it. However, even with a plan in place, the late hour rendered any urgency unnecessary. Thus, the dawn of the following day arrived. The Spider-Men were action-oriented. With a plan established, they each commenced their respective tasks. After breakfast, Penny and her spider mech remained in the underground spider lair, working on enhanced gadgets. Meanwhile, the middle-aged Peter, Spider Pig, and Shadow Spider trained the little black spider in the lair's training ground. Peter donned his spider suit and, alongside Gwen, departed Aunt May's house, heading towards the bustling city center. Although Queens was within the bounds of New York City, it was still somewhat distant from the most vibrant downtown area. Thus, they intended to first reach a nearby subway station and take the train. Throughout the journey, Peter occasionally stole glances at Gwen, still somewhat perplexed about her intentions. Although he certainly admired her beauty, who wouldn't? He had not yet developed the audacity to approach her merely out of infatuation. Nor was he so self-absorbed as to believe that Gwen had orchestrated this opportunity for the two of them to be alone due to her own feelings for him. Indeed, from previous encounters, it was evident that Gwen had actively sought to create this moment of solitude. However, the question remained, why? Peter found himself utterly baffled. He had expected Gwen to elucidate her thoughts once they were outside. Yet, even as they reached the subway station, entered, and found a seat, Gwen remained silent. Consequently, Peter could no longer contain his curiosity. He glanced around their surroundings. At this hour, when the rush of commuters has subsided, the subway is not particularly crowded. The two individuals closest to them are separated by a distance of approximately 7 or 8 meters. "Gwen, may I address you as such? Do you have something you wish to share with me?" Peter inquired directly. He sensed a subtle air of melancholy surrounding Gwen, a stark contrast to the vivacious girl he remembered. There is a story. Yet, in response to Peter's inquiry, Gwen remained poised on the brink of revelation. Her lips poised but silent. Observing her reticence, Peter could only shrug in resignation. Thus, enveloped in an eerie silence, the two sat side by side on the same bench, separated by a mere half-meter, as they journeyed towards the city. Chapter 18. A world for two. With Gwen beside him sat a captivating beauty, yet she preferred silence, withholding even the identity of her quietude. Bored and restless, Peter soon found himself captivated by the imagery displayed on the LCD screen before him. The figure on screen was Mary Jane, whom he and Shadow Spider had glimpsed from a distance the night prior, near Aunt May's residence. This was presumably footage from her interview the previous day. A faint sorrow lingered on Mary Jane's face, indicating she had yet to recover from the shadow of Peter's loss. She appeared weary. According to Aunt May, since the revelation of the Ultimate Spider's true identity and the news of his demise, Mary Jane had been besieged by various individuals. Some were fans of the Ultimate Spider, expressing their concern, while others, villains he had previously confronted, sought to exact revenge. Fortunately, the New York police had arranged for her protection, averting numerous potential troubles. However, a greater number comprised reporters from various media outlets. For the tragedy of Spider-Man's death had become a sensational topic. Even Aunt May's residence frequently attracted crowds, which explained why Shadow Spider and others lingered in the underground lair. It was only in the early hours, when no one else was around, that Peter and Gwen could stealthily slip away. In truth, had it not been for Mary Jane drawing the majority of attention, the throng surrounding Aunt May's home would have likely multiplied. At that moment, Mary Jane's voice resonated through the screen. "My husband, Peter Parker, was once an ordinary man. He often said that anyone could be the person behind the mask. He merely happened to be bitten by a spider. It was never his intention. Yet, he chose to become Spider-Man. What I cherish most about Peter is that he instilled strength within all of us. Each of us possesses our own power. We embody Spider-Man in our unique ways. We need you." For reasons unknown, Peter felt a stirring within him upon hearing these words. Unconsciously, he recalled the oft-quoted phrase that accompanied Spider-Man: "With great power comes great responsibility." This passage presents a heartfelt admonition from an elder to a younger individual on the brink of departure from this world. Before his journey, he observed many who, in their self-importance, misinterpreted this sentiment. Some asserted that it signified that greater power entails greater responsibility. However, Is this truly the essence of the elder's character? Is this the counsel an elder ought to impart to a junior? If it were so, the elder would cease to be himself, and Peter Parker could never embody the beloved Spider-Man. To speculate without context, detached from the surrounding narrative, is nothing short of folly. Certainly, Peter lacks this elder, and his upbringing diverges significantly from that of Spider-Man. Yet, this does not impede his pursuit of the deeper significance behind his abilities. Is it the possession of power that defines the individual one aspires to be? Or is it the aspiration to become a certain person that drives one to study and improve? Anyone can don the mask of that individual. Peter softly repeated this to himself, feeling as though he had discovered the direction of his efforts. Should he transform into a creature of strength that has lost its way, or become a Spider-Man guided by his true self? The choice lies within his grasp. While he lacks the elder's presence, perhaps the ultimate spider serves as his guiding figure, steering him to master his power without straying from his path. Anyone can embody the person behind the mask. At that moment, a whisper broke through Peter's contemplation, interrupting his epiphany. It was Gwen's voice. Peter was taken aback, for this was the first utterance from Gwen after her prolonged silence. You know, I actually know another Peter. We grew up together, childhood friends. My nature is rather reclusive, and he has always been my closest and only friend. Yet, I realize I do not know him well, having remained ensconced in my own world until it was too late. Gwen's voice was low, imbued with a sorrow that tugged at the heartstrings. Upon hearing this, Peter began to grasp the situation. Much like in The Amazing Spider-Man, where Garfield's Spider-Man lost his Gwen, Gwen had evidently lost her Peter. Indeed, her subsequent narration confirmed Peter's suspicions. In Gwen's universe, it was she who was bitten by the spider and acquired her extraordinary abilities, while Peter Parker continued to lead an ordinary existence. At times, he was bullied by Ned, prompting Gwen to intervene on his behalf. Her intention was to protect her dear friend from the torment of others. However, such goodwill sometimes morphed into a psychological burden. Peter Parker, unwilling to accept his mediocrity and tired of being shielded by Gwen, sought a biological agent to mutate into a lizard. Upon consuming this serum, his body underwent a tremendous transformation, even affecting his mind. He became a monster, a colossal lizard. Lizard Peter. The lizard, consumed by madness, harbored only vengeance within his mind. He stormed into the gathering of his classmates, seizing Ned, who had frequently tormented him, intent on enacting his revenge. However, when the spider intervened just in time, unbeknownst to her at that moment, this immense lizard was her dearest friend. After a fierce struggle, she triumphed over Lizard Peter. It was then that the effects of the mutagenic lizard serum waned, revealing Peter's frail form. His weakened body, irrevocably ravaged by the serum, ultimately perished in her embrace. From that moment on, she resolved never to seek friendship again, transforming entirely into a solitary wanderer. Upon hearing this, Peter experienced a moment of clarity. No wonder Gwen had always appeared so aloof since the first time he encountered her. What he had assumed to be coldness was, in fact, a manifestation of her psychological scars, leading her to self-isolate. He extended his hand before Gwen, who, roused from her reverie, turned to him with a look of surprise in her eyes. They were both unmasked now, revealing their true selves. After all, they were not of this world, and there was nothing to conceal. As for why no one sought them out, it was due to the surge of Spider-Man fervor following the passing of the Ultimate Spider. Particularly in this New York City, where one could encounter 3 or 4 individuals clad in Spider-Man attire within just 10 paces. And the remaining 6 or 7 either donned masks or carried various related paraphernalia. Whether or not they were fans, it seemed that everyone had tacitly decided to wear something associated with Spider-Man to express their mourning for this silent guardian of theirs. Even within the subway car they occupied, several similar figures could be spotted. Before displaying their spider abilities, others likely assumed they were merely 2 ordinary individuals. Meeting Gwen's gaze, Peter spoke earnestly. I am deeply sorry for your friend's fate. However, we have an ancient saying in our culture: the deceased has departed, yet the living remain. It signifies that we should seek to mend the unbridgeable regrets of the departed through those who still breathe. The living must live fully. As he uttered this proverb, Peter spoke in Mandarin. Gwen, momentarily taken aback, instinctively repeated in clumsy Mandarin, the deceased has departed, yet the living remain. A radiant smile spread across Peter's face. If you do not mind, may I be your friend? End of chapter. Chapter 19. The male and female spider duo arrives. Have you reached the city? As the subway began to decelerate, approaching the urban center, the voice of Shadow Spider came through the built-in headset of Peter's suit. Regrettably, Peter noticed that Gwen did not reciprocate his overture of friendship. However, it is evident that Peter has been earnestly contemplating this issue. Thus, he remains unhurried, allowing Gwen to sort things out at her own pace. Shadow, we have arrived, Peter replied. Shadow is the code name for Shadow Spider. as there are numerous Peters in this vicinity, leading everyone to assign affectionate nicknames to several of them. Shadow Spider is simply referred to as Shadow. The middle-aged Peter is known as Mr. Parker. Peter had intended to call him Long Johns, but was met with a stern refusal from the middle-aged Peter, who threatened to go on a hunger strike by skipping a delicious hamburger if Peter persisted. What a pity. Spider Ham is affectionately called Ham, as his code name literally translates to ham, making his true name Spider Ham. Thus, calling him Ham is hardly an issue. Indeed, Spider Ham himself expressed his discontent, feeling that despite having mutated due to a pig bite, he fundamentally remains a humanoid spider. Alas, the majority prevails, rendering his protest ineffective. As for his hunger strike, he could not bear to go without food. It is better to call him Ham. This is Ham, or rather, the words of Spider Ham himself. Meanwhile, Peter retains his identity as Peter, albeit with a tone more reminiscent of Mandarin, thus sounding distinctly different. Before their departure, Shadow Spider indicated he would be training Miles in the underground spider lair while assisting Peter in investigating any ongoing cases. Could there be a case unfolding so soon? Peter queried, somewhat astonished. Shadow Spider retorted, so soon? Do wrongdoers consider the time of day? All right, you make a valid point. So, where might the friendly neighborhood Spider-Man lend his assistance? Peter inquired, donning his costume and, with newfound resolve, naturally immersed himself into the role of Spider-Man. Well, there has been a robbery at a jewelry store on 16th Street in Flushing. The robbers have taken hostages and are currently cornered inside by the police, having been in a standoff for quite some time. Perhaps you could lend a hand, Shadow Spider suggested. How many assailants are there? How many firearms? How many hostages? Peter asked. Regrettably, we do not know. The assailants have kept a low profile, attempting to coerce the police into preparing a getaway vehicle for their escape. The officers are deliberating whether to launch an assault or to hold their position for the time being. In short, the situation is currently in a stalemate, Shadow Spider explained. All right, I understand. I wonder if these officers would be amenable to allowing a humble novice spider to assist? Peter shrugged, placing the spider mask over his head. His vision immediately became somewhat constricted, akin to a person who suddenly dons glasses after having not worn them. There was a slight discomfort. Additionally, the mask covering his entire face altered his breathing slightly. Fortunately, the materials used were sufficiently breathable, and when Penny initially crafted this suit for him, she had taken the issue of ventilation into account, employing mask-like fabric around the mouth and nose area. Not only does it filter out larger particles of dust to a certain extent, but it also possesses commendable breathability. Of course, there is an initial period of unfamiliarity. However, he quickly acclimated to this sensation. Subsequently, he turned his gaze towards Gwen, who was equipped with a communicator, and since they were on the same communication channel, she naturally heard the voice of the Shadow Spider. I will not intervene, but once I do, it signifies your failure in the assessment task, Gwen stated, her tone neutral, rendering her current emotions indistinguishable. The chapter is not finished. Click the next page to continue reading. Peter nodded in acknowledgement. At that moment, the subway came to a gradual halt. Both individuals rose simultaneously and made their way outside. As they approached the escalator, a passerby initiated a conversation. A blond young man inquired of Peter, Hey, this spider suit you're wearing has quite an impressive texture, almost rivaling that of Spider-Man's. Where did you get it? Peter pondered for a moment. Beside him, Gwen urged, Don't waste time. Let us proceed directly. With that, she leaped gracefully, landing atop the escalator's upper platform, swiftly ascending. Seeing this, Peter shrugged and replied to the blond youth, What if I told you this isn't merely a costume, but rather a battle suit? With that declaration, he exerted a slight force with his legs, propelling himself into the air, landing on the platform with both hands and feet. However, he had not yet mastered the skill to run freely backward like Gwen. Thus, he had to climb up using all fours to keep pace. Before departing, he extended a hand, gesturing downwards to the young man. The blond youth could not help but exclaim a phrase he had learned from a gaming friend. No way. Spider-Man. It's Spider-Man. Impossible. Spider-Man is dead. I attended his memorial just yesterday. So who was that? Clearly not the original Spider-Man. The voice and physique are entirely different. How wonderful. Could that be the new Spider-Man? Did you notice there was a girl in a spider suit before him? Could the new Spider-Man be part of a team? Perhaps a Spider-Man duo? What a ridiculous name. It would be better to call them the Spider Hero couple. Your suggestion is equally unoriginal. I propose a name like Gwen and Peter's exploits have stirred quite a commotion in the subway station. However, at this moment, Peter had already traversed several streets with Gwen. Arriving near their destination, clinging to the wall of a building over 20 meters high, Peter gazed down. Not far across the street, several police cars were stationed. 2 vehicles flanked the street to prevent onlookers from inadvertently entering and being harmed, or to deter the gang of robbers inside from mingling with the scene and causing chaos. The incident occurred at a shop named Kurgent's. Before the arrival of Peter and Gwen, a fierce exchange of fire had likely transpired here. The glass windows of the Kurgan shop facing the street were marred by several shattered spots, each adorned with deformed bullet heads. Yet, due to its bulletproof nature, the glass remained steadfast, creating a stark division between the worlds inside and outside the store. The sole significant damage was inflicted upon the shop's entrance. The double glass doors, seemingly of inferior quality, had one side shattered extensively. Two police cars, positioned at an angle near the entrance as makeshift cover, bore several bullet holes, and bloodstains marred the ground. Faced with such a situation for the first time, Peter found himself momentarily stunned. He had envisioned numerous scenarios along the way, even devising a set of suave entrance moves, but now he felt utterly at a loss. Chapter 20. Mr. Spider. A soft hand unexpectedly rested upon his shoulder. The warmth of the hand penetrated through the thin fabric of his suit to his skin. At the same moment, Gwen's voice echoed in his ear, "Do not worry. Just do your best." Peter nodded in affirmation. Taking a deep breath, he leaped without hesitation, plunging from the height of the building. As he neared the ground, he extended his right hand and pressed the trigger of his web shooter, unleashing a strand of web that rapidly solidified. Simultaneously, he released the trigger and deftly grasped the web in his hand. A pendulum-like formation emerged between him and the web, wherein his arm temporarily became an integral part of this pendulum. Due to the nature of the simple pendulum effect, the tension on the web was surprisingly minimal. Consequently, the burden on his arm was also far less daunting than he had anticipated. This insight stemmed from his recent training with Shadow Spider and Spider-Ham, coupled with his own practice. From an outward perspective, he appeared indistinguishable from the other Spider-Men. His actions swiftly attracted the attention of passers-by. During the time Peter and Gwen had taken the subway, the streets had filled with people, commuters, students, and shopkeepers alike. New York City truly deserved its reputation as one of the world's 3 major financial hubs, brimming with life. "Hey, look, is that Spider-Man?" "No way. It really looks like Spider-Man. The suit seems different. Is he the new Spider-Man? Mr. Parker's successor?" "Hey, new Mr. Spider, what's your name?" Voices calling out to him resonated from below. Alas, our rookie, Peter, was too preoccupied with his landing calculations to heed their greetings, realizing that his estimated landing point was slightly off. Just a tad. Boom. A thunderous crash echoed as Spider-Man descended from the heavens. He landed with a thud on the door of a police car, causing it to shift slightly. The officer, alerted by the distant cries of the onlookers, halted mid-greeting, his expression frozen in astonishment. With a slight shake of his head, Spider-Man gently pushed against the police car and stood up, feeling as if a horn had sprouted atop his head. Surely, this was a rather auspicious beginning, except for the excruciating pain. The officer, having mentally prepared himself, found his words stifled once more by Spider-Man's self-talk. There was an impression that this new Spider-Man might not be the sharpest tool in the shed. Officer, do you need assistance from your friendly neighborhood Spider-Man?" he inquired, rubbing his head. "Actually, I would like to ask you if you are all right," the officer replied earnestly, gazing at Spider-Man. "Well, to be honest, I was just playing a little prank." "Do you believe that?" Spider-Man said, lowering his hands with a serious demeanor. "What do you think?" Cough. "I reckon you should appreciate this kind of humor," he continued, reluctant to dwell on a topic that might lead to his social demise. "By the way, what should I call you?" "My last name is Orlando. And you, Spider-Boy?" Officer Orlando responded. Please call me Spider-Man or simply Spider." "But refrain from Spider-Boy. It sounds rather juvenile," Spider-Man insisted. Officer Orlando shook his head. "That won't he do. In my mind, Spider-Man is Mr. Parker. Therefore, if we are to interact, I would prefer a different moniker." Realization dawned upon Spider-Man. This Officer Orlando was evidently a devoted fan of the Ultimate Spider-Man and held him in high regard. Given this, he felt it necessary to establish a distinction. What should he be called? Spider Sage? A vision of a spider spinning silk from its navel flashed through his mind. No, that wouldn't he do. Countless thoughts raced through his head, and ultimately, he declared, "Then, you may call me the Temporal Spider-Man." The term temporal did not imply that he wielded the powers of time manipulation, but rather indicated that he hailed from a reality distinct from any known Spider-Man in the Marvel Universe, a realm of reality. Even now, he struggled to comprehend why he had ended up in this place. He harbored a lingering suspicion that even if he were to join the likes of the Shadow Spider and venture into the particle collider, activating the overload key, he might not return to his world. Perhaps this was why he did not experience the same rejection as Shadow Spider and the others. If that were the case, he would be a drifter traversing the Marvel multiverse. Thus, the term temporal not only conveyed his unique identity, but also expressed a fond remembrance of his past world. Temporal Spider-Man? Officer Orlando repeated the term with a hint of surprise at the name offered by Peter. However, he soon regained his composure. After all, Spider-Man is indeed a rather extraordinary superhero. Thus, he suggested, "How about we call you Mr. Spider?" Sounds fitting, doesn't it, Mr. Spider? It seemed reminiscent of a rather special designation. Peter felt a twinge of exasperation, yet dismissed it. Well, he indeed was there to handle special situations, so that sufficed. Now, Officer Orlando, could you enlighten Mr. Spider about the current circumstances inside? The atmosphere appears rather peculiar. Observing the scene, it was evident that a gunfight had transpired, and there were injuries, suggesting a tense situation. Yet, the fact that Officer Orlando was able to converse so freely left Peter bewildered, increasingly unclear about the reality. Perhaps these individuals were simply too thick-skinned due to their experiences? When it came to the matter at hand, Officer Orlando seemed less inclined to continue the casual banter. His expression turned serious as he stated, "The situation inside is indeed somewhat complex." "I see," Peter responded earnestly, not finding it particularly troublesome. He had mentally prepared himself. Regardless of the circumstances, he would find a way to resolve the issue. Officer Orlando continued, "There are 3 robbers inside, each armed with a handgun. They have taken a hostage, Mrs. Kirkley, the owner of this jewelry store." Peter surveyed his surroundings with curiosity, asking, "It appears there was a gunfight moments ago. Are there casualties?" Officer Orlando's demeanor shifted to one of slight embarrassment, as though struggling to articulate the truth. "Actually, that was not a gunfight. When we attempted to storm the premises, the bullets we fired struck the bulletproof glass and ricocheted back, injuring one of our officers. In this chapter, 3 clumsy bandits." It was evident that Officer Orlando was quite frustrated by the situation. Who could have anticipated that the jewelry store's bulletproof glass would possess such formidable strength? While standard bulletproof glass does provide some protection, it has its limits, and they are not particularly high. Typically, with their Glock handguns using 919 parabellum ammunition, a few well-placed shots would shatter the glass, preventing any further transmission of kinetic energy from the bullets, thereby nullifying its protective function. This method had proven effective in the past. However, this store had installed remarkably thick and superior bulletproof glass. Caught off guard, an officer tasked with breaking the window was injured by the ricochet. Of course, the New York police are not to be underestimated. After sustaining an injury to one officer, they finally identified the weakest point, the main entrance of the jewelry store. Regrettably, due to the obstruction of the bulletproof glass, the element of surprise had been lost. Upon discovering the situation, the robbers immediately threatened the hostages, declaring that should any similar incidents occur, they would not hesitate to eliminate the hostages without remorse. Left with no choice, they remained in a standoff until now. "What should I do?" asked Peter, earnestly seeking guidance. If it were merely a group of robbers inside, he would dare to charge in, even with firearms present. During previous training, the Shadow Spider had utilized his revolver to conduct coordination exercises involving Peter's spider sense and physical responses. In this regard, both Shadow Spider and Peter concurred that he had met the requisite standards. Thus, he did not harbor an excessive fear of guns. The effectiveness of his spider sense in evasion was not to be taken lightly. However, with hostages involved, he felt somewhat apprehensive. Should he inadvertently harm a hostage, he would become akin to a second iteration of Dream Beast. "What have you protected?" he jested, chuckling lightly. Yet, Peter genuinely worried that if he were to forcefully intervene, the robbers might retaliate by harming the hostages. As far as he knew, the Eagle Country did not impose the death penalty. This meant that even if these robbers killed someone, they would likely face only a few additional years in prison. It would be prudent to devise a more suitable strategy to prevent the adversaries from becoming desperate and resorting to such extremes. Officer Orlando remarked, "We were initially in doubt, but since you are here, perhaps we need not hesitate any longer." "Huh? What do you mean?" Peter inquired, puzzled. "We have decided to comply with the robbers' demands, providing them with a vehicle to leave the Kurgan store. At that moment, we can seize the opportunity to eliminate them," Officer Orlando stated. "Wait, you mean to kill them?" Peter was taken aback. Officer Orlando solemnly nodded. "They are armed criminals and may pose a threat to the lives of officers, unless they surrender their weapons. We have no alternative but to resort to lethal force." Peter was momentarily at a loss for words, suddenly recalling that he was in Eagle Country, not in a land he was familiar with. The laws here diverged significantly from those he knew. Officer Orlando, undeterred by Peter's surprise, continued, "When the time comes, you will need to intercept their vehicle as best you can. This is Spider-Man's forte, is it not?" Peter slowly nodded, contemplating when he had ever intercepted a vehicle. However, Officer Orlando seemed to possess more confidence in him than Peter did in himself. After concluding his conversation with Peter, he communicated the situation via radio. Shortly thereafter, a vehicle was parked in front of the Kurgan store, while police cars that had been obstructing the road symbolically cleared the way. At least in the vicinity, an escape route had indeed been established. Yet, further away, several police vehicles and numerous officers lay in wait, ready to open fire and neutralize the robbers at a moment's notice. This audacious maneuver left Peter utterly astonished, exclaiming, "Goodness! The robbers within the jewelry store appeared to be pondering their next move. After assessing the situation outside, they surprisingly exited the establishment. Peter finally caught sight of the three assailants. Two were black and one was white, all seemingly in their late 20s. Each of them brandished a handgun. Moreover, the leading black robber had one arm draped around a middle-aged woman's neck while brandishing his weapon at her. This woman was unmistakably Mrs. Kirkley, the proprietor of the jewelry store. The robber holding Mrs. Kirkley appeared to possess a measure of caution, deliberately concealing himself behind her. The two young robbers trailing behind, one black and one white, not only held their guns but also carried a rather heavy bag, presumably filled with the stolen gold jewelry. After all, this was a jewelry store. The trio cautiously surveyed the distant police cars and officers before swiftly diving into their vehicle. "Madam, thank you for your generous contribution." Upon entering the car, the leading black robber roughly shoved Mrs. Kirkley aside. Simultaneously, the engine roared to life, and the vehicle sped away. "Ah!" Mrs. Kirkley gasped, stumbling and nearly falling to the ground. Peter, quick on his feet, shot out a web, catching her just in time before swiftly moving to support her. Thank you, Mrs. Kirkley stammered, still shaken. "Spider-Man." Yes, I am Spider-Man, but not the one you know," Peter casually explained. "All right, madam. I shall now go teach those fellows a lesson. Until we meet again." With that, he exerted a slight force against the ground, leaping over 10 meters high. Simultaneously, a series of webs shot forth, propelling him swiftly forward. Below, the robber's actions heralded the commencement of a bustling day in New York City. As if orchestrated, police sirens blared from every direction, echoing through the streets and alleys. The bumbling thieves had fortuitously timed their escapade with the shift change of local officers. At this moment, with no other cases at hand, all officers were in a state of readiness. 1, 2, 3. Wow, to apprehend 3 robbers. At least 20 officers are mobilized. What a display of vigor. Peter mused as he rapidly pursued them. Swinging through the streets was considerably more complex than indoors, as he had to account for unforeseen circumstances. Moreover, the robber's vehicle, in its frantic bid to evade capture, sped through the city, taking sharp turns, further complicating the chase. After a while, Peter sensed that the distance between himself and the robber's car seemed to be widening. This inevitably reminded Peter of the exhilarating moments he experienced while playing the Spider-Man game, where chase missions often required seizing opportunities to leap onto vehicles. "Oh, this method seems promising. I shall give it a try." Chapter 22. A triumphant beginning. Peter suddenly halted, pressing his body against the exterior wall of a building. Not far behind, Gwen Stacy, who had been following him, came to a stop as well. What was he planning to do? Why had he ceased his movement? Was he contemplating giving up? Gwen felt a twinge of disappointment towards Peter, her earlier thoughts beginning to fade. At that moment, Peter sprang into action. He abruptly changed direction and swiftly ascended the building's faade. When he was about 20 meters from the rooftop, Peter shot out strands of webbing from both hands and yanked sharply. Employing the classic web sling, Peter's speed surged dramatically. He quickly vaulted over the rooftop and leapt several times until he reached another building on the opposite side of the street. Below, the getaway vehicle sped towards him. 3, 2, 1. Peter leaped directly off the rooftop, landing squarely on the roof of the rapidly moving getaway car. This was, of course, part of his meticulously crafted plan. Earlier, from his vantage point on the rooftop, he had observed that police cars were positioned on both sides of several upcoming intersections the robbers would traverse. Thus, he deduced they would not dare head towards the police and would inevitably choose the route he anticipated. Consequently, he took a shortcut from above. Traversing from the sky eliminated concerns about road conditions and turns, rendering him swifter than the vehicle below. "Damn it, what is that?" A voice of exasperation erupted from inside the car, yet none dared to peek out. After all, with police in pursuit behind them, they could not risk exposing themselves to potential gunfire. Peter reached down and secured himself firmly onto the car's roof, then leaned over to tap on the window. "Hey, could you roll down the window? I have something to discuss with you." "Fuck." The African-American robber seated next to him, who was pulling out a large gold ring from his pocket, was startled. However, when he caught sight of Peter's visage, he was taken aback even further. "Spider-Man. I thought you were dead." "I am not the Spider-Man you are familiar with. This is a long story, but if you could kindly stop the car, we could discuss it at length," Peter suggested earnestly. "Not a chance. Even if you are the real Spider-Man, we're not getting out of the car," the African-American robber retorted. The white robber beside him murmured, "This is Spider-Man. Perhaps we should just surrender?" The African-American robber shot back angrily, "Surrender? Didn't you hear him? He is not the Spider-Man we know. Why should we surrender?" "Excellent. A commendable spirit for a robber," Peter remarked, raising his fist. "In that case, I shall resort to reason." Bang! A crisp sound echoed. The car window was shattered by a powerful punch from behind, the kinetic energy from his fist scattering shards of glass across the back seat. causing the two robbers seated there to scream in agony. At that moment, the vehicle suddenly came to a screeching halt. The African-American robber at the wheel had noticed the chaos unfolding behind him and attempted to shake Bite off. Indeed, Bite's body was momentarily propelled by inertia. However, the force of bioelectricity was not to be underestimated. He had become quite adept in harnessing this power, achieving a level of control that allowed him to remain steadfast. A mere sudden break, indeed, even if the car were to flip, would not dislodge him against his will. Nonetheless, the abrupt action had its effects. With only one hand gripping the vehicle, his body remained otherwise free. Caught off guard, he was slightly tilted and flipped, causing his back to crash against the sharp edge between the door and the roof, denting it severely. "Oh, my back!" Bite cried out. His anguished wail elicited an involuntary smirk from the driving robber, who accelerated the car again, turning back to boast to his two injured companions, "See? This rookie Spider-Man, who just popped up out of nowhere, is quite easy to deal with." Before he could finish his sentence, a knock resonated against the driver's side window. Bite's had appeared at the window. "My back. Did you think I would say that it hurts? In truth, it's not that painful. It pales in comparison to the punches I endured during my training with Shadow Man. However, my friend, your behavior is not only impolite, but also constitutes reckless driving. I believe you deserve not only imprisonment, but also revocation of your driving privileges. Damn it, go die," the irate driver shouted, grabbing a handgun from the side and firing 2 shots directly at Bite's face. The car was merely a standard vehicle with ordinary glass, which shattered upon impact. Yet, that wretched Spider-Man merely tilted his head twice, effortlessly evading the bullets with ease. "Damn it," the driver roared, pulling the trigger repeatedly in an attempt to empty the entire magazine. "Too dangerous, my friend," Bite retorted, not accommodating him at all. A strand of web shot forth, latching onto the robber's wrist and knocking the gun from his grasp, effectively binding his hand to the seat. He then shot another web that secured the steering wheel. "Damn it, why aren't you two taking him down?" The driver barked at his accomplices in the back seat. "How terrifying it is to be threatened with death," Bide mused as he shifted his body, pressing his hand against the back door of the car. Channeling his bioelectricity, he yanked forcefully. With a resounding crash, the door was wrenched off its hinges. "Now, will you get out voluntarily, or shall I assist you?" Bide asked, shaking the detached door as he leaned forward to inquire. Get out of the car, we surrender. Mom, I am no longer afraid." His actions utterly shattered the psychological defenses of the 3 bumbling robbers. Ripping the car door apart, who could withstand such a display? They feared that if they did not comply, that very hand would soon find its way to their bodies, tearing them asunder. With a screech, the robber's vehicle came to a sudden halt, leaving a long skid mark on the ground. The 3 robbers exited the car in an exceedingly obedient manner. As Peter released his grip, the car door crashed to the ground, startling them once more. "Hands on your heads, crouch down, quickly," Peter commanded. Under the physical intimidation, the 3 robbers complied without hesitation. Soon, Officer Orlando chased up from behind. Peter had no intention of continuing the conversation this time. He raised his gaze and quickly spotted Gwen's silhouette atop a nearby building. "How did I perform? Was it satisfactory?" Peter asked, a hint of anticipation in his voice. This was his first experience in such a situation, and it was only natural to feel a surge of excitement. Strangely, he felt more exhilarated now, having resolved the matter, than when he was actively engaged in the event. He pondered for a moment. Could it be that banter truly was Spider-Man's passive skill? Did it help alleviate tension? Thank you to the generous supporters. 5,000 starting coins from Wandering White, 1,500 starting coins from Icebound, and to book friends 20210107211031009, Cold Rain and Winter, Gotham Detective, Brother Tao selling rice cakes, and book friend 20220501123723503 for their starting coin donations. End of the chapter. Chapter 23. A post-war summary. Gwen looked at him and said calmly, "Not bad. On a scale of 100, I would give you 70. What? So low?" Peter felt a hint of dissatisfaction. He believed he had performed admirably. Gwen explained, "In fact, you could have intervened when the robbers were getting into the car outside the jewelry store. There was no need to chase them all the way. And you almost lost them." Peter considered this for a moment and realized the truth in her words. He had indeed been hiding behind a sign at an angle from the jewelry store. But when he saw Miss Cleavy about to fall, he instinctively rushed to assist her first. Had he acted directly against the robbers, he could have subdued them in mere seconds. Wait, if I had intervened then, the robbers might have still harmed Miss Cleavy. Peter defended himself. At that moment, the robber's car was still at the jewelry store entrance, aligned with Miss Cleavy in the back seat. From that angle, it was indeed plausible that the robbers, in a moment of desperation, could have shot at Miss Cleavy. "You could have overturned the car," Gwen remarked coolly. In this operation, Peter suddenly realized that the vehicle weighed approximately 2 tons. With his strength, not only could he flip it over, but he could easily lift the entire car. Once the vehicle was overturned, an ordinary person would undoubtedly be disoriented by such a jolt, rendering the robbers inside incapable of firing their weapons. However, was it truly reasonable for such a violent method to be proposed by a delicate young girl? Contemplating this, Peter cast a peculiar glance at Gwen. Sensing the meaning behind his gaze, Gwen remarked, "Isn't it better to resolve issues in the most direct and effective manner?" "Indeed, you've taught me much, Gwen. I am grateful to have a friend like you," Peter replied earnestly, gazing into Gwen's eyes. She met his gaze for a fleeting moment before quickly looking away. "All right, take a break and then continue searching for the next target," she said. Peter nodded, feeling a twinge of regret. He sensed that Gwen had more to say, thoughts that transcended the stories shared in the subway. Yet, she chose not to voice them, and he could not press her. To put it plainly, they had not yet reached a level of intimacy where nothing was taboo. However, he wondered what could be more difficult to express than the tale she had already shared. The stories Gwen had recounted indicated that she regarded him as a companion. Yet, this companionship stemmed merely from their shared abilities and the fact that they both found themselves in a foreign land, which created a bond of sorts. This connection, however, still fell short of genuine friendship. Peter awaited the day when Gwen would voluntarily unveil her innermost thoughts. In truth, he hadn't expended much energy in the previous endeavor. After resting for a few minutes, he felt rejuvenated. Subsequently, he exchanged greetings with Gwen and resumed their activities. The remainder of the morning did not present any significant cases. He managed to save a child from an impending car accident, assisted an elderly lady across the street, and provided a quick delivery service for a delivery person whose order was about to exceed the time limit due to traffic congestion. Though the chapter was not yet concluded, there were indeed rewards. The elderly lady, whom he had helped, insisted on treating him to a meal as a token of gratitude for his contributions to the community. Peter understood that she mistook him for the ultimate spider, yet, unable to refuse her kind offer, he silently expressed his gratitude to the ultimate spider while accepting her invitation for meat pies. Flushing is a neighborhood in New York, home to many Asian immigrants. The meat pie shop was run by a Chinese immigrant, blending Western flavors with traditional meat pies, making it quite popular among the locals. "Mr. Spider, our entire family adores you." As they waited for the meat pies to bake, the elderly lady held Peter's hand, beaming with warmth as she engaged him in conversation. "Ha ha, that's truly wonderful," Peter exclaimed, feeling a warm glow within. To have one's efforts recognized by others is the greatest affirmation and the best reward. After exchanging a few words, the elderly lady abruptly shifted the topic, expressing her indignation. "Yesterday, the television reported that Spider-Man has died. I inquired with Gillard, and he claimed that those unscrupulous journalists were merely spreading falsehoods. It infuriated me so much that I hardly touched my dinner. How could they make such baseless claims? Such heartless reporters." Upon hearing this, Peter found himself at a loss for words. For indeed, the news was accurate. Spider-Man had truly perished. Yet, he could see that the elderly lady genuinely cherished Spider-Man. Gillard, it seemed, was a family member living with her, perhaps hence the decision to withhold the truth from her. For reasons unknown, he recalled Aunt May's sorrowful expression during her moments of grief. Smiling slightly, Peter placed his other hand atop the elderly lady's hand, cheerfully saying, "Grandma, see, I'm right here and perfectly fine. What they say is inconsequential. Ah, it's so wonderful that you're well." The elderly lady beamed with delight. Soon after, the meat pie was ready. After expressing his gratitude to her, Peter returned to the rooftop, where Gwen was waiting for him. Gwen had not donned her mask, likely due to the discomfort it caused. In fact, Peter himself preferred not to wear his mask during leisurely moments. Yet, he sensed an air of envy in Gwen's gaze towards him. Envy of what? The meat pie? He was somewhat puzzled, but, being generous in spirit, extended his hand, saying, "Here, would you like some? It smells delightful." I want to eat it. You should have it." Gwen hesitated, shaking her head, and added, "It's a gift from the grandmother. But this meat pie is quite substantial, and I had a hearty breakfast. I can't possibly finish it," Peter lamented. "Wasting food is a disgraceful act, Gwen. Surely, you wouldn't want me to become a villainous, wasteful person, would you?" Gwen was taken aback that such a matter could be associated with villainy. With a hint of annoyance, she retorted, "Do you think I'm a child? What do you mean with that condescending tone?" "Hee," Peter chuckled, unabashed. He couldn't resist teasing Gwen, especially when she appeared so closed off, as if to ward off strangers. Yet, he was not merely jesting. With a swift motion, he tore the meat pie, along with its wrapper, in half and offered one piece to Gwen. "Consider it a reward for helping me complete my assessment." "Well, I suppose I'll reluctantly accept," Gwen said after a moment's hesitation, taking the half pie and taking a bite. Her expression suggested she was somewhat thrilled. "Curious," Peter mused, "is it truly that delicious?" And took a bite of his own meat pie. End of chapter. To speak candidly, The flavor of this meat pie is indeed quite delightful. It retains certain elements of a summer festival while also being adjusted to better suit the palate of the people of Eagle Country. Its immense popularity is certainly justified. However, to label it as a culinary masterpiece would be an exaggeration. It simply reaches the level of being enjoyable, in my opinion. He could not comprehend why Gwen was so excited. Unbeknownst to him, Gwen's enthusiasm stemmed not from the taste of the meat pie itself, but rather from what it represented. The meat pie, modest in size, was merely the size of a palm. Half of it was quickly consumed. After crumpling the paper that wrapped the pie into a ball, Gwen seemed to arrive at some sort of decision. "Would you care to hear my story?" Gwen inquired. Peter was taken aback for a moment. But then a flicker of joy ignited within him. He had awaited this moment for quite some time. "I am all ears," he replied. Subsequently, Gwen began to recount her tale. In her world, becoming Spider-Woman was not a source of joy. Prior to acquiring her powers, her life was far from idyllic. Her father served as the chief of police in New York City, a position of great influence, yet this left him with little time to attend to her needs. Consequently, she developed a passion for music, forming a band with a few friends and becoming the drummer. Her academic performance was dismal, and her social relationships were tragically poor. Even after gaining her abilities, her circumstances did not improve significantly. In fact, they worsened. She endeavored to use her powers to assist others, but they regarded her as a masked figure and treated her with disdain. Occasionally, in her battles against villains, she inadvertently caused damage, and this was held against her, branding her as a destroyer. Gradually, Spider-Woman became an unwelcome presence in her world. However, it was not until a later incident that Gwen truly faltered. Her childhood friend, Peter Parker, who had long been a victim of bullying, developed a desire for revenge. He concocted a mutagenic serum, and upon injecting it, transformed into the lizard. To prevent the lizard from harming anyone, she resolutely intervened, only to discover his true identity. Tragically, when the effects of the serum waned, Peter succumbed to severe injuries in her arms. This heartbreaking scene was witnessed by her father, who prematurely concluded that Spider-Woman had murdered Peter Parker, subsequently issuing a warrant for her arrest. From that moment on, Spider-Woman became a figure of public vilification, a suspected murderer. No one acknowledged her any longer, nor did anyone understand or appreciate her. Even she began to perceive herself as a harbinger of misfortune. Yet, she did not surrender. She gleaned from the death of her dear friend Peter the profound truth that with great power comes great responsibility, ultimately convincing herself to embrace a dual existence as a vigilante of the night. This transformation demanded considerable sacrifice. In her pursuit of justice against crime, she frequently arrived late to band rehearsals, leading to a rift with her bandmates, and ultimately, her departure from the group. In that moment, she felt as though the entire world had forsaken her, rendering her the most solitary of souls. Even when wounded, she could only silently tend to her injuries in the shadows. Her double life gradually began to feel like a singular existence. As both Gwen Stacy and Spider-Woman became forgotten entities in the world, loneliness enveloped her like a colossal hand, constricting her breath and suffocating her spirit. The chapter remains unfinished. Click the next page to continue reading, until she inadvertently stumbled into this new realm, where she encountered a group of kindred spirits, each possessing similar abilities. This encounter rekindled within her the feeling of companionship. However, the shadows of her past experiences instilled a deep-seated fear of this newfound connection. She dreaded that her own misfortune might bring calamity upon these hard-won companions. Thus, she maintained a respectful distance from Peter and the others. Watching them laugh, she joined in their mirth from afar, and as she observed their playful antics, envy stirred within her heart, yet she could not muster the courage to join them. Peter suddenly comprehended the situation. No wonder Gwen had been acting so peculiarly. However, he empathized with her sentiment, albeit not through personal experience. Rather, he recalled the 1994 animated series of Spider-Man, where the titular hero often found himself unjustly blamed. For instance, when Morbius had stolen his blood sample for experimentation, resulting in his vampiric transformation, it was Spider-Man who was falsely accused of abducting Morbius, subsequently becoming the target of the Punisher. Merely contemplating such a predicament evokes the struggle and internal torment one must endure. Unlike the seasoned adult that the 1994 Spider-Man was, with the support of Aunt May, Mary Jane, Dr. Connors, and Dr. Maria, Gwen was all alone and merely 17 years of age. Reflecting on this, Peter was filled with compassion for Gwen. He gazed at her profile, and at that moment, she turned to meet his eyes. Their gazes locked, creating ripples in an otherwise tranquil pond. Gwen inched closer to Peter and softly requested, "May I borrow a shoulder?" After a moment of hesitation, Peter nodded, "Of course." A faint, delicate fragrance wafted between them. Yet Peter's mind remained unclouded. "Gwen, from now on, I shall be your friend. Okay, starting now, you are my first friend." Why is it the first? Because I will take you to witness more of the world, to behold more beautiful landscapes, and to forge more friendships. Gwen's face flushed slightly, and she smiled radiantly. I am looking forward to it. Observing the girl's bashful demeanor, Peter's heart raced wildly. Oh no, this is the sensation of infatuation. At that moment, as if sensing Peter's unusual reaction, Gwen's face visibly reddened. Witnessing this scene, Peter couldn't help but reflect. True words in this world are scarce. Yet a woman's blush surpasses a lengthy dialogue. The two remained silent, locked in gaze for what felt like an eternity. Ultimately, Peter felt he could no longer endure the tension. If this stalemate continued, he might inadvertently commit an indiscreet act. Ahem, have you rested enough? Perhaps I should resume my patrol? Peter retracted his hand, speaking awkwardly. Yes, you go ahead. I will be watching over you. Although Gwen's face was flushed, she appeared surprisingly composed. This was influenced by her personality, as well as the surrounding environment. Nevertheless, the earlier flutter in his heart had stirred an unusual feeling towards Gwen within Peter. Moreover, he sensed that Gwen felt similarly. Chapter 25, Gwen's Thoughts and Truth. Despite Gwen not explicitly stating it, Peter had already discerned the reason for her proximity to him. She sought to escape. From Gwen's descriptions, it was evident that her existence in her own world was far from pleasant, even exceedingly dire. He found himself questioning whether, if Gwen continued along this path, there might come a day when she could no longer bear it. Gwen herself was likely aware of her predicament. Originally, she felt powerless against the entirety of her world. However, this unexpected incident had transported her from her dark existence to this unfamiliar realm, and it had occurred just a week prior. During this week, Gwen had been both investigating the occurrences surrounding her and eagerly relishing the rare tranquility of life. Here, even when she occasionally donned her spider suit and was seen by others, she was not met with insults or slander. Compared to her original world, she discovered this place to resemble paradise, so splendid. This unconscious affection for her new surroundings perhaps explained why, despite having arrived a week earlier than Peter and the others, she waited until they arrived before seeking a way back. Deep down, she harbored no desire to return. Regrettably, however, they, the visitors from another world, faced instinctive rejection from this realm. Thus, she found herself compelled to return. Thus, when she inadvertently discovered that Peter seemed to possess a certain ability to evade such rejection reactions, she felt an overwhelming rush of emotions. However, Gwen Stacy was evidently at a loss for how to broach the subject. As for Peter himself, he was equally bewildered by his current situation. He had no idea why he was unaffected by the rejection response. The only explanation he could conjure was that he hailed from the real world. While this realm belonged to the Marvel Universe, perhaps he was indeed a unique entity. Consequently, his existence, for the time being, was irreplicable. Yet, he was reluctant to experiment with this irreplicability, even if it stemmed from a desire to comprehend his own circumstances. He felt compelled to unravel the mysteries surrounding him, such as the reasons behind his transdimensional journey, the origin of the spider that had bitten him in the real world, and the source of the Spider-Man abilities he had acquired. Moreover, if his existence truly was extraordinarily special, it would imply that he would not be rejected by any world. In that case, the moniker he had adopted for himself as the Spider-Man of time and space, in order to deal with Officer Orlando, would take on an additional layer of significance. A Spider-Man capable of traversing different timelines and parallel universes. The Marvel Universe was vast, and he refused to believe he could not discover a way to travel freely alongside others. Therefore, he boldly promised Gwen that he would show her more worlds, more beautiful vistas, and help her make more friends. As for his motives, one aspect stemmed from his compassion for Gwen, a person who wished to treat the world with kindness and should not be met with darkness in return. On the other hand, he candidly admitted his attraction to her, acknowledging his own base desires. Perhaps he had not intended this from the outset, but after conversing with Gwen, he found himself genuinely captivated. It is a rarity in life to encounter someone one admires, who does not harbor aversion, and might even reciprocate those feelings. Since fate had brought them together, it was only natural for him to strive earnestly for this connection. At this juncture, he silently resolved that if he were to ascertain he could not return to his original world, then he might as well accompany Gwen to hers. After all, it mattered little in which world he resided. Her universe seemed delightful. Following more profound exchanges with Gwen, the atmosphere between them significantly improved. Most noticeably, Gwen's smile blossomed more frequently. The girl's smile resembled a clear spring, a sight that sweetened his heart. Peter felt invigorated. Over the next few hours, he continued to address various mundane matters, yet he encountered none of the peculiarities from that morning. Today, New York City felt quieter than usual. Lunch was resolved at a roadside burger joint. As they set out in the morning, Aunt May had discreetly slipped each of them a $10 bill, sufficient for their midday meal. It felt somewhat uncomfortable to accept money from an elder, yet they had no choice. After all, they were penniless for the week. Gwen had been using the funds she had brought from her own world, but those were nearly depleted. This awkward situation prompted Peter to contemplate that if he intended to reside in any particular world for an extended period, he ought to find a stable job or perhaps venture into entrepreneurship. In any case, achieving financial independence and self-sufficiency in daily life was essential. While donning the mantle of Spider-Man, he must also manage his personal life effectively, avoiding the pitfalls that Tobey had faced, where the inability to balance both identities led to a chaotic existence, culminating in regret only after the losses were incurred. Although this predicament was Tobey's, it served as a poignant reminder for Peter. He pondered whether joining the Avengers would come with a salary. However, he swiftly dismissed this thought, recognizing that associating with the S.H.I.E.L.D. was inevitable, and he had little affection for that organization. It would be best to devise his own means of addressing his financial concerns. As Peter silently strategized, he navigated swiftly through the city, with Gwen trailing beside him. The clock now read 3 in the afternoon. Not long ago, following Gwen's confirmation, Shadow Spider and Spider-Ham had acknowledged that Peter had successfully completed his practical assessment. Simultaneously, Shadow Spider had informed them that Penny and the Spider-Mech had completed their gadget. Thus, he and Gwen were currently en route back to Aunt May's home in Queens. What are you thinking about? Gwen would occasionally glance at Peter during their subway ride, observing his pensive demeanor until her curiosity finally got the best of her. Upon seeing her expression, Peter couldn't resist the urge to tease her. He turned to meet her gaze and stated earnestly, "I'm contemplating our future." Gwen's face flushed crimson, and she quickly turned away, unable to meet his eyes again. Peter stifled a laugh and clarified, "Ahem, just kidding. In truth, I was considering a different matter." What matter?" Gwen inquired. Peter analyzed seriously. New York can be considered the stronghold of Kingpin. Given that we've been active around here all morning, do you think Kingpin has taken notice of us? The chapter concludes. Then why have they not come to trouble us? Peter inquired. Gwen was momentarily taken aback by Peter's question. Indeed, why had Green Goblin not sought them out? Logically, he and Spider-Man were arch-nemesis, especially since middle-aged Peter Parker and Spider-Gwen had infiltrated his laboratory and stolen a computer containing crucial collider data. Moreover, Gwen had even dealt a blow to Dr. Octopus. With old grievances and new enmities combined, the animosity surely reached its zenith. Furthermore, Green Goblin's purpose for creating the collider was to search for his wife and son from a parallel universe. Yet, based on his repeated experiments, it was evident that the collider technology remained immature. Now, however, they were in possession of several viable test subjects, who had been successfully transported to this world by the particle collider. If captured, perhaps they could provide the insights necessary to refine the collider and fulfill his goals. Yet, Green Goblin had not taken that course of action. Even now, there was no indication that he intended to pursue them. You mean? Gwen pondered, her mind racing with speculation. As she turned back to Peter, Peter met her gaze, his expression grave. I was initially hesitant to believe it, but after this morning's events and further reflection, I suspect that Green Goblin has fully mastered the particle collider. Perhaps today or tomorrow, he will conduct his next collider experiment. Gwen nodded in agreement, their thoughts aligned. Thus, he has no time to concern himself with us. First, he is preoccupied with his experiments and does not wish to expend energy searching for us. Second, he has likely achieved his objectives and sees no need to involve himself with us. Peter grinned. He may not want to seek us out, but unfortunately for him, we are determined to find him. After all, there are still debts to settle. Indeed, Gwen affirmed with a decisive nod. Meanwhile, in Queens, at Aunt May's house, the Spider-Men were relishing the tranquility before the impending storm. Shadow Spider reclined on the sofa, diligently attempting to solve a Rubik's Cube. The Spider-Mech, adorned with a cheerful smiley face, stood behind the sofa, observing Shadow Spider's efforts. Spider-Ham was indulging in snacks, a true gourmand who spent his days feasting. Middle-aged Peter Parker cradled a cup of tea, sipping leisurely while gazing at the coffee table, seemingly lost in thought. In reality, his mind was a blank canvas, adrift in daydreams. Penny sat alone on a small couch, rubbing her shoulders like a small adult. Aunt May approached with a tray bearing freshly baked cookies, offering them to Penny. "Little Penny, you've worked so hard. Come, try one." "Thank you, Aunt May," Penny exclaimed, taking a cookie and beaming with delight. Aunt May returned her smile warmly before inviting the others to partake in the treats. Gazing at the multitude of tiny spiders in the room, she felt an overwhelming sense of healing envelop her. Suddenly, a figure dashed frantically from the street, bursting through Aunt May's door and into the house. Middle-aged Peter Parker was startled, nearly toppling the teacup he held. The chapter is not finished. Click the next page to continue reading. He turned to see the small black spider, breathless and leaning against the doorframe, and reproached, "Miles, what is all this commotion about?" The shadow spider and others ceased their activities, turning their attention to Miles. "Uncle," the small black spider gasped, urgency etched across his face. Yet he struggled to articulate his thoughts. "Uncle?" Middle-aged Peter Parker was taken aback. "Well, I suppose my age does allow for that title, though personally, I am not inclined to have children. However, taking on an inexpensive nephew is not out of the question." Aunt May set the tray down on the coffee table, casually picked up a glass of water, and approached the small black spider. "Miles, no need to rush. Sit down and speak slowly." Receiving the water from Aunt May, he gulped it down, feeling somewhat revitalized. With a sense of urgency, he exclaimed, "My uncle, he is a wraith." Didn't T. Peter inform you of this already?" The shadow spider inquired, puzzled. Peter had indeed mentioned this revelation when he introduced the game version Miles. The small black spider momentarily faltered, realizing this fact only now. Earlier that morning, after training diligently, he had essentially grasped his newfound abilities, managing to consistently shoot webbing, move swiftly in tandem with it, and even become invisible. Feeling sufficiently prepared, he abandoned his plans for further training that afternoon. He requested a leave of absence from his head coach, middle-aged Peter Parker, intending to visit home during the interim. After all, he was still a child, participating in such a significant battle for the first time, and felt considerable anxiety. Moreover, having witnessed the demise of the ultimate spider had left him with a psychological scar. Furthermore, the primary personnel responsible for shutting down and destroying the collider were still Peter. Training the small black spider was merely a precaution. With these considerations in mind, middle-aged Peter Parker approved his leave. Thus, the small black spider departed Aunt May's residence and returned to Brooklyn. He first visited his home, secretly observing his mother from the shadows. He then intended to check on his father at the police station, but unfortunately, his father was on duty and unavailable. Consequently, he proceeded to his Uncle Aaron Davis's house. He shared a close bond with Uncle Aaron, almost to the extent of being confidants. Naturally, he did not intend to reveal his newfound spider abilities to his uncle. He simply sought to engage in conversation to ease his anxiety before the impending battle. However, upon arriving at his uncle's home, he encountered the wraith. To his astonishment, the wraith was none other than his Uncle Aaron. In a state of panic, the little black spider fled from his uncle's house. Although he was cloaked in invisibility at the time, the gust of wind he stirred upon his departure alerted the seasoned wanderer immediately. The wanderer promptly gave chase. The two engaged in a fierce pursuit down the street, enacting a battle akin to a familial conflict between a father and son. Ultimately, the little black spider managed to evade the wanderer's relentless pursuit, daring not to linger outside any longer, and sprinted fervently to Aunt May's residence. Upon hearing the little black spider's account, the middle-aged Peter Spider's expression shifted. "You came straight here like that?" Penny exclaimed, "You fool. Did you not consider that he might have deliberately let you go to follow you here?" The shadow spider, more resolute, tucked the cube into his embrace and stood up directly. "Peter, Gwen, where are you? There has been some trouble here. You must remain vigilant on your end." Spider-Ham glanced at the bewildered little black spider, leaped off the sofa, and headed towards the kitchen. "I shall wash my hands. It's a matter of combat etiquette. After all, I am a spider of refinement." Thanks to the generous support of 100 Chidian coins from Wandao Ziobawan. End of chapter 27. Peter and Gwen's battle. Meanwhile, in the subway, Peter and Gwen Spider had also gleaned the situation. However, the subway was the fastest mode of transportation available to them at that moment. There was no alternative. Peter glanced up at the station signs, silently calculating. At that moment, Gwen Spider remarked, "We have approximately 10 to 13 minutes left." Peter looked at her in surprise. He had believed that since the passing of his friend Peter, she had not focused much on her studies and performed poorly, thinking her to be a lackluster student. Little did he know that her self-deprecation regarding her academic prowess was merely modesty. "You must also exercise caution, given Kingpin's nature. He would not limit his actions solely to us." The shadow spider interjected. Peter and Gwen Spider nodded in unison. "We will be careful. If all goes well, we will return promptly." A few minutes later, as Peter and Gwen Spider disembarked from the subway, the spider sense began to blare with urgency. Without a moment's hesitation, they swiftly dodged and quickly located the source of the alarm. A gang of ruffians, clad in gaudy attire and wielding an array of weapons, surrounded them from all sides. Recalling the earlier intel from the shadow spider, Peter and Gwen quickly deduced that this was undoubtedly the handiwork of Kingpin. As the underground ruler of New York, commanding such a group of miscreants would be a trivial task for him. Their intent was glaringly obvious, to hold them back. Concerned for the situation at hand, Peter and Gwen Spider did not hesitate and immediately engaged in combat. Throughout the morning's practical assessment, although most of the actions were executed by Peter while Gwen merely observed, a certain degree of synergy was nonetheless cultivated between them. With a powerful leap, Peter approached a nearby thug and delivered a swift kick that sent the man soaring several meters before crashing against a central pillar, where he finally came to a halt. Peter's strike was measured, designed to incapacitate the assailant without causing fatal harm. Following this, he landed gracefully, quickly ducking to evade incoming blows from both sides. Wielded by knives and baseball bats, with his arms crossed before his chest, he unleashed a pair of web strands. Crack! Crack! The strands struck the faces of two adjacent thugs simultaneously, exploding into a web that severely obstructed their vision. The impact of the web was painful, prompting both assailants to instinctively reach for their faces to dislodge the sticky strands. In that moment, Peter pulled downwards, shooting out two additional strands that adhered to one of their feet. He leapt slightly, exerting a forceful tug. Bang! The unfortunate thugs collided with each other violently, creating a comical yet painful scene. Peter almost fancied he could hear the sound of eggs cracking in midair. The two incapacitated thugs curled up like boiled shrimp, discarding their weapons and groaning in discomfort. Meanwhile, 3 or 4 more thugs brandished their weapons, encircling Peter. They watched as he hung in the air, descending without any avenues for escape. With 4 against 1, they felt assured of their advantage. Yet, at that moment, Peter shot a web strand from his right hand, anchoring it to the ceiling of the subway station, halting his descent. He swung, tracing an arc in the air. Thud, thud, thud. 3 heavy thuds echoed as 3 thugs were sent flying, collapsing to the ground. As for the last one, Peter decided to offer a minor reprieve. He landed beside the thug, delivering a punch to his gut that left him retching, then deftly wrapped the other end of the web around him several times. With a gentle release, the thug was hoisted 2 meters off the ground. Just as Peter was making progress, a sudden exclamation from Gwen caught his attention. He turned swiftly to see an array of colorful, mottled squares appearing on her body. It was a rejection reaction. It had flared up at this critical moment. Gwen must have approached a thug, poised to strike. However, due to the adverse reaction, her movements came to a complete halt, causing her to plummet from the air and crash to the ground. The young thug, after a brief moment of shock, swung his knife towards Gwen's neck. In a moment of desperation, Peter even uttered a melodious phrase in his native tongue. Without hesitation, he abandoned his current position, launching himself forward and colliding violently with the thug. This blow was fueled by Peter's pent-up rage. Although he subconsciously moderated his strength, it still exceeded what an ordinary person could endure. The thug was sent flying at least 10 meters away, skidding and tumbling before collapsing to the ground, unconscious and possibly lifeless. Even if he were to survive, he would likely be left severely incapacitated. Yet, at that moment, Peter could not afford to dwell on such matters. Had he not intervened, Gwen might have met her demise at the hands of that blade. Nevertheless, the knife still sliced through her arm, leaving a gaping wound. As blood gushed forth, staining Gwen's combat suit, Peter felt a surge of panic. He had never learned any first aid techniques, and even with Spider-Man's remarkable physiology, excessive blood loss could lead to dire consequences. Just then, a flash of inspiration struck him. He suddenly recalled a scene from a movie where Garfield's Spider-Man dealt with a wound. In The Amazing Spider-Man, he was accidentally injured by his clueless father-in-law's henchman, resulting in a wound on his foot. To prevent the injury from hindering his movements, he used webbing as a makeshift bandage to temporarily seal the wound. Upon reflection, this approach made a certain degree of sense. Earlier, in his quest to create his own web formula, he had inquired about the composition from everyone he met. Among them, Penny, who utilized advanced technology to synthesize web fluid, had informed him that the web solution was essentially an artificially manufactured nanomaterial, typically in liquid form. However, aside from those who lacked the technological means, some Spider-Men, such as a certain unnamed genius girl, opted to further compress the web solution using high-tech methods, reducing it to subatomic levels. Subsequently, during use, the web shooter would emit a variable frequency current to activate the web container, releasing the nanomaterial. The nanomaterial would then transform from subatomic to atomic form, subsequently combining into a gaseous state, and the web gas would rapidly collide with the atmosphere at high speeds, generating heat that would convert the nanomaterial from gas to liquid, and then solidify into webbing. In truth, the web solution compressed to atomic levels was more than sufficient. Most Spider-Men utilized this liquid web solution. The chapter concludes here. However, if further compressed to the subatomic level, it would not only allow for a reduction in physical size, enabling it to fit into a compact container akin to a coin for convenient portability, but it would also enhance reuse rates and prolong usage time, eliminating the need for frequent replacements of the web fluid, among other advantages. The mastery of this technology is held by Spider-Man, including the Spider-Mech girl Penny, the late Ultimate Spider-Man blonde Peter Parker, and the Holland Spider, who, after receiving support from Iron Man, transitioned the originally small beaker-produced liquid web solution into a coin-sized web container, which effectively contains the subatomic web solution. Though merely the size of a coin, it can rival the efficacy of 4 to 5 vials of liquid atomic web solution. Peter's suit was crafted using ultimate Spider-S equipment in the secret base, with Payne's assistance, ensuring that the web shooters and web fluid he uses are of a high-tech variety. The webs formed rapidly at the subatomic level are theoretically safer, non-toxic, and sterile compared to the atomic webs utilized by Garfield's Spider-Man. They are perfectly suited for temporarily dressing wounds. Consequently, Peter sprayed a few bursts of webbing onto Gwen's wound, and the results were immediate. The bleeding ceased as the wound was effectively sealed. Yet, he recognized this as a mere stopgap. After all, the wound had not been disinfected, and it merely halted the blood flow for the moment. Contemplating this, Peter lifted Gwen and leaped onto a ceiling panel, swiftly weaving a large web at the angle between the panel and a support column, placing Gwen atop it. Roughly estimating, over 30 thugs had arrived. He and Gwen had already dealt with 15, leaving about half remaining. Gwen's injury incited Peter's ire, causing him to strike with greater force. Previously, his blows were intended merely to incapacitate, inflicting minor injuries to teach these thugs a lesson for better behavior in the future. However, now, every punch he delivered could result in lost teeth or fractured ribs, likely ensuring that some would require months of recovery in a hospital. After all, these individuals were part of a gang, and Peter felt little moral burden in inflicting a bit more harm. Clearly, while undergoing training with the Shadow Spider, he had also been influenced to some extent by their fierce sense of justice. The title of Punisher among Spider-Men is not given lightly, and it aptly reflects his approach. Fortunately, Peter had not yet reached the same level of ruthlessness as the Shadow Spider, lacking both their upbringing and their resolve. Under Peter's nearly full-throttle assault, the remaining dozen or so thugs were subdued within minutes. He bound them all together with webbing and left them discarded on the ground. The news of Spider-Man's confrontation with the gang at the subway station has already spread throughout New York City. Soon, officers will arrive to take over the situation. Although these individuals are unarmed, their brawling and attempts to harm innocent civilians will undoubtedly land them in jail. Peter decided to disregard them for the moment. He returned to the web he had spun and, upon ascending, found a pair of beautiful eyes fixed upon him. "Gwen, how are you?" Peter inquired with genuine concern. Gwen, the spider, blinked and replied, "I'm completely healed. It's evident you possess quite the skill in treating wounds. Moreover, your combat prowess has significantly improved," she boasted, playfully swinging her arm. Peter leaned in to examine the injury on Gwen's arm, confirming that it had ceased to bleed. He furrowed his brow, uncertain whether this was good news or bad. Given the regenerative abilities of spider genes, rapid healing from a superficial wound is quite normal. However, the injury was inflicted by a blade and had not been sanitized. Left untreated, the risk of tetanus loomed. "Gwen, wait here, I'll fetch some alcohol for disinfection," he said. "Hey." Gwen wished to call him back, but before she could utter a word, Peter leapt down from the web and departed. Watching his figure vanish on the escalator, Gwen felt an overwhelming warmth envelop her heart. A sweet smile graced her lips. The sensation of being cared for was truly delightful. Peter returned shortly, carrying an emergency medical kit he had acquired from the subway station staff. Initially, he intended to request only some antiseptic iodine, alcohol, and a few bandages. However, upon recognizing him as Spider-Man, the staff offered him the entire kit without hesitation. They even inquired if he needed assistance, as they had received training in emergency wound care. After a moment's contemplation, Peter politely declined. He was uncertain whether Gwen would be comfortable with someone else tending to her injuries. Although accepting help and experiencing kindness might provide some healing for her spirit, Peter understood that some matters must unfold at their own pace. It was essential for Gwen to gradually emerge from her self-imposed isolation. Furthermore, upon inspecting her wound earlier, he noted that it was not as deep as he had initially feared. He merely wished to disinfect it to mitigate the risk of infection. Besides, they were still in the subway station, and should the need for assistance arise, bringing Gwen along would not be an issue. Peter returned once more to the web at the corner, locking eyes with Gwen. An ethereal blush seemed to linger in the air, emanating from the subtle flush on Gwen's fair visage. Upon closer inspection, one might discern that her aquamarine eyes were filled with reflections of Peter's figure. However, Peter remained oblivious to this detail. He gently encouraged Gwen to raise her injured arm, meticulously detaching the strands of webbing. For an ordinary person, handling such webs would be quite challenging. Yet, Spider-Men possess the ability to utilize bioelectricity to adhere the strands to their hands, a force far superior to the adhesive nature of the web itself. Concerned about Gwen's potential pain, Peter cautiously used a single fingertip to peel away the strands. Bit by bit. "Gwen, does it hurt?" he suddenly inquired, lifting his gaze. Gwen instinctively averted her eyes, reminiscent of a startled fawn. However, she quickly regained her composure and replied, "No, it's fine." Please, go ahead. Chapter 29. Cleaning the wound. As Gwen spoke, Peter suddenly exerted force, yanking the entire web away. It turned out that a portion of the web had adhered to the blood, and removing it gradually would only prolong her agony. Thus, he resolved to act decisively. A brief pain is preferable to a prolonged one. Gwen cast him a reproachful glance, yet refrained from voicing any reproach. Though she had long secluded herself and struggled with social interactions, she was far from foolish. On the contrary, her astute mind quickly deduced Peter's intentions. At that moment, Peter successfully removed all the webbing. Consequently, the wound beneath was fully revealed. The first sight was that of congealed blood. Peter retrieved a sterile gauze from the medical kit, moistening it with iodine before gently wiping away the bloodstains. Their skin, separated only by a thin layer of gauze, pressed closely together, allowing them to feel each other's warmth. As Gwen felt his warm fingers delicately gliding over her skin, her face grew increasingly flushed. She gazed down at the man earnestly tending to her wound, noting his clumsy yet careful technique, as he controlled his strength to spare her from further discomfort. Her heart swelled with a sweetness akin to being immersed in honey, enveloped in an unprecedented sense of happiness that made her forget the pain of her injuries. Throughout the process, Peter occasionally applied too much pressure, inadvertently affecting the wound. Yet, apart from her earlier involuntary gasp, Gwen made no further sounds of distress, leaving Peter to feel both guilty and marvel at Gwen's resilience. He sensed that Gwen's current state was somewhat peculiar, though he couldn't quite pinpoint what was amiss. Little did he know that his actions, stemming from concern, had quietly opened a door to her heart, which had previously been enveloped in layers of protective barriers. At this moment, this heart's door served as the nexus between the girl and the world, with his figure standing at the threshold. As articulated in the 2003 film Love You Forever, directed by Yang Saimiao, true love allows you to see the entire world through one person, while misguided love compels you to forsake the world for that individual. At this juncture, Gwen was unequivocally convinced that she had encountered genuine love. The boy before her had suddenly appeared, illuminating her path in the darkness, and with a smile, he reassured her, "I will show you more of the world, more beautiful landscapes, and help you forge more friendships." Thus, the world became vibrant. For he was a beacon of light. After the nearby bloodstains began to congeal, Peter discarded the soiled gauze and retrieved saline solution. He understood that while iodine or alcohol could be used for disinfecting around the wound, these substances should never be directly poured onto it. He recalled watching a film titled The Nameless, where the clumsy character Lee Hae-jin nearly caused his brother to faint while attempting to disinfect his glasses with alcohol, which piqued his curiosity. He had always heard that alcohol possesses sterilizing properties, but had never understood the pain associated with it. Upon further research, he learned that standard disinfectants are primarily intended to suppress bacteria on the skin surrounding a cut, while saline solution is necessary for cleansing the wound itself. However, he remained uncertain about the level of irritation that saline would induce on the injury. Gwen observed him intently and quickly deduced his concerns from his sudden pause. "Don't worry about me. Just tend to the wound. We still need to assist Aunt May." Peter nodded, feeling a tightening sensation in his chest. Since earlier, the earpiece had remained silent, causing his anxiety to escalate. Nonetheless, the opposing forces were formidable, comprising the seasoned middle-aged Spider-Man and Shadow Spider, the powerful Spider-Ham, and the astute Spider-Mech girl, Penny. Logically, they should not encounter any unforeseen complications. In simpler terms, Jean was merely a street fighter. Compared to the truly fierce adversaries like the purple sweet potato monster, the goddess of death, and Uncle Venom, he was insignificant. Nevertheless, he hastened his actions. First, he placed a piece of gauze beneath to prevent the saline from leaking into his suit. Subsequently, he looked up and saw that Gwen was prepared, prompting him to commence the cleansing of the wound. As the saline solution was poured over the wound, he could feel the muscles of Gwen's spider form involuntarily quivering. Clearly, there was considerable stimulation involved. Yet, she remained silent, unwilling to add unnecessary psychological burdens to Peter. Each spasm of her muscles tugged at his heartstrings. Fortunately, although the wound appeared deep and extensive, it did not seem to be gravely serious. In a short while, it was cleansed, and fresh crimson blood began to seep forth. This was a positive sign, as it would help expel any bacteria that might have accumulated prior to treatment. Peter swiftly wiped it all away, and after cleansing the wound, its true nature finally came into view. At the arm of her battle suit, there lay a gaping gash approximately a finger's length and 2 fingers wide, revealing the ghastly injury within. The wound extended about 5 centimeters deep, a result of Peter's earlier intervention that had shifted its position. It was hard to fathom the consequences had the blow landed squarely. Despite having gleaned the extent of her experiences over the years from Gwen's own descriptions, it was still difficult to envision the brutal environment that had forged such strength and bravery in a 17-year-old girl. A typical girl would likely weep and wail at the mere sight of a cut on her hand. Yet, Gwen remained stoic, watching him tend to her injury without a single tear or complaint, silently enduring it all. Peter felt an involuntary surge of compassion for the girl before him. The bright red granulation stood out starkly against her fair skin. However, perhaps due to Spider-Man's enhanced physiology, some of it had already begun to adhere. After inspecting it closely, he breathed a sigh of relief and looked up with a smile, remarking that the injury was not as severe as he had initially feared. Gwen nodded, her face lighting up with a smile in response. Peter retrieved a clean piece of gauze from the medical kit and swiftly placed it over the wound, subsequently wrapping it with a bandage. As he struggled with the knot, he realized that tying it correctly was an art. Too tight would impede circulation, while too loose might lead to further bleeding. Thus, he opted to spray a few strands of webbing over it instead. The webbing, with its mesh structure, was breathable yet snug, likely providing just the right amount of pressure. "How does it feel?" Peter asked eagerly, gazing at Gwen. Her cheeks flushed a deep crimson, and feigning nonchalance, she moved her arm slightly, responding, "You did a great job. Thank you, Peter." In response, Peter couldn't help but smile, feeling a sense of fulfillment. "I'm glad to help. I'll head back now. You should rest here for a bit." End of chapter. Chapter 30. Returned to the battlefield. By the time they had finished tending to everything, nearly 10 minutes had elapsed since they had disembarked. He felt a twinge of concern for the situation on the other side. Initially, a communication device should have been provided for everyone, which would have alleviated the current predicament. Regarding prior communication, it was directly linked to the computer in the ultimate spider's lair. The two existing devices were allotted to Peter and Gwen, facilitating their contact. Hence, without anyone stationed by the computer, communication was impossible. Moreover, nearly 20 minutes had elapsed, and they had yet to receive any updates from that side, leaving them in uncertainty about the situation. Given that Gwen's condition had stabilized, Peter was eager to return and assist. However, Gwen shook her head, declining Peter's proposition, asserting her desire to join him. She reasoned that having been Spider-Woman in her own realm for many years, she was accustomed to facing challenges alone, braving storms and injuries alike. She dismissed the notion of being a delicate damsel. A mere wound was inconsequential once treated. Besides, she reminded him, she was his senior in experience. He ought not to underestimate her. With a leap from the web, she looked up at Peter. From his vantage point above, he had a clear view of Gwen's stature. He quickly reminded himself to avert his gaze, then descended from the web with a medical kit in hand. "If that is the case, let us proceed," he said, not wanting to appear overly sentimental. Gwen was right. Her tenure as Spider-Woman vastly exceeded Peter's. A minor injury was unlikely to hinder her combat efficacy. Hesitating would only make him seem foolish. He could simply be more cautious once they engaged in battle. After returning the medical kit to the staff at the subway station and expressing his gratitude, Peter and Gwen exited the station. The entrance was less than a kilometer from Aunt May's house, and given their rapid web-swinging speed, they would arrive in mere seconds. Indeed, upon emerging, they witnessed a slender figure clad in a black spider suit being pursued by a figure in purple. "It's Miles," Gwen exclaimed. "I know, I will save him," Peter replied, swiftly darting forward. Simultaneously, he shot a web towards the little black spider and pulled with force. At that moment, a gunshot rang out. Someone had been shot. However, it was not the little black spider who had been hit, but rather the wraith. By a twist of fate, Peter's action inadvertently seemed to save the wraith. He immediately turned his gaze toward the source of the gunfire and spotted a burly man in a white suit, resembling two doors, standing beside a stretch limousine. Kingpin, Peter thought in bewilderment. The wraith was not one of Kingpin's subordinates. Why would he attempt to kill her? Time rewound to just over 10 minutes earlier, at Aunt May's doorstep. Bang! This chapter remains unfinished. Click the next page to continue reading. A slender figure descended from the sky, crashing heavily onto the concrete ground at Aunt May's doorstep, fracturing the surface beneath. Upon closer inspection, what stood on the ground was not a human leg, but a pair of soft, tentacle-like appendages reminiscent of an octopus. As these appendages slowly retracted, the figure gradually settled onto the ground. It was a woman with an explosive hairstyle, clad in a high-tech, teal-colored armored suit. To facilitate movement, her hair was secured at the back of her head with a hair tie. A pair of goggles obscured her eyes, rendering her gaze unreadable. This was the Octopus Lady, Olivia Leaf Octavius, the female counterpart of the notorious Dr. Octopus in this universe. Unlike most iterations of Dr. Octopus, who typically manifests as male, this version was unequivocally female. Nonetheless, whether male or female, Dr. Octopus was still Dr. Octopus, a brilliant and deranged scientist endowed with advanced technology and intellect. What a splendid location. It will be easy to locate them, the Octopus Lady mused, her eyes hidden behind the goggles as she peered through the window at middle-aged Peter Parker and his companions. A sinister smile crept across her lips, reminiscent of a cat toying with a mouse. Oh, how delightful. So many Spider-Men. Apologies for intruding. The appearance of the octopus lady instilled a sense of dread in middle-aged Peter Parker and his allies, particularly in him and Black Spider. They had previously encountered her while attempting to steal data from a company in the outskirts of the city, and she had pursued them relentlessly. Guys, we're in for a show, exclaimed Spider-Ham, emerging from the kitchen with damp hands raised in excitement. His spider sense was indeed perceptive, alerting him to the imminent arrival of the octopus lady outside. Peter, how much longer until you arrive? We have a guest, Shadow Spider inquired. Meanwhile, Peter and Gwen were still on the subway, gradually grasping the situation unfolding at Aunt May's home. However, the subway was currently their fastest option for transportation, leaving them with no alternative. Peter glanced at the station signs above, silently calculating their remaining time. At that moment, Gwen remarked, "We have approximately 10 to 13 minutes left." Peter looked at her with surprise. He had assumed that after the death of her dear friend Peter, she had not focused much on her studies and was performing poorly, thinking she was a slacker. To his astonishment, her self-deprecating remark about her academic struggles was a modest understatement. Gwen paid little mind to his surprise. Her gaze flickered as she added, "It seems there's a third point." Returning to Aunt May's residence, middle-aged Peter Parker responded, "There's only one of them. Should we confront her directly?" Before he could finish his sentence, the sound of a helicopter whirred above them, prompting a resurgence of his spider sense. Above the residence of Ms. May, a helicopter descended slowly from the sky. It was evident that Ms. Octopus had previously leaped from this very aircraft. Surely, she was not the sole occupant. As the helicopter lowered its altitude, a figure emerged from the open door on one side. A man clad in a black suit, his skin a silvery gray reminiscent of steel, made his appearance. His name was Lonnie Thompson Forrest, one of the most notorious mob bosses in New York and a trusted subordinate of Kingpin. Once an African-American, he had suffered from albinism since childhood, often becoming the target of ridicule from those around him. The harshness of his upbringing molded his ruthless character. Initially, he extorted his classmates at school, leveraging his physically imposing stature. However, his actions were discovered by a classmate named Robbie Robertson. Despite Robertson's intentions to expose him, he was intimidated into silence. Consequently, he spiraled deeper into a life of crime, adopting the moniker Tombstone and engaging in nearly 3 decades of illicit activities. In a dramatic turn of events, Robbie Robertson, driven to the brink, gathered substantial evidence against him, resulting in Tombstone's imprisonment. However, Robertson himself found his fate intertwined with the law for various reasons. Later, in a bid to protect Robertson, Tombstone was confined in a room filled with a preservative gas known as 3. This unique chemical agent mutated his body, granting him impervious skin, remarkable speed, and the ability to withstand extreme temperatures, significant impacts, and even the assault of large-caliber bullets. His formerly pale skin transformed into a metallic silver-gray hue. With a thunderous crash, Tombstone leaped from a height of over 20 meters, creating a massive crater upon impact. Undeterred, he brushed off the dust from his suit and emerged from the pit, casting a cruel smile at the Spider-Men within the house. "I could crush each of you like insects and bury you in the ground," he taunted. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Following closely behind Tombstone, another figure clad entirely in green leapt from the helicopter. This was a peculiar individual adorned in a vibrant green scorpion battle suit. His lower body transformed into 4 mechanical legs reminiscent of a scorpion, complete with a long mechanical tail stinger. The glinting tip of this stinger indicated not only its sharpness, but also its likely venomous nature. This character was named MacDonald Gargan, initially a private investigator hired by the proprietor of the Hornet Daily to uncover Spider-Man's true identity. He faced repeated setbacks, which not only left him disheartened, but also ignited his competitive spirit. Thus, utilizing his connections, he procured a high-tech scorpion battlesuit from a certain laboratory. However, it was unforeseen that this battlesuit bore a flaw akin to the tentacles of Dr. Octopus. It was directly linked to the human spinal cord's central nervous system, and consequently, any malfunction would directly impact the wearer. The scorpion suit profoundly affected MacDonald's psyche, transforming him from a private detective into a criminal. His moniker became Scorpion. In the natural world, scorpions are considered one of the archenemies of spiders. For Spider-Man, Scorpion poses a formidable challenge. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed from a distance, as a purple motorcycle, radiating a dazzling violet light, raced forth. A peculiar figure clad in a purple high-tech battle suit materialized before the crowd. This individual was none other than the enigmatic uncle of Little Black Spider, Aaron Davis. At this moment, the 4 formidable warriors under Kingpin had gathered. Judging by their stance, it appeared they aimed to ensnare Spider-Man and his allies in one fell swoop. "Well, what shall we do?" Shadow Spider inquired. glancing at the adversaries outside before turning to middle-aged Peter Spider with a mischievous glint in his eye. Perhaps I should engage Liv in a cordial conversation. I possess considerable confidence in my masculine allure, replied middle-aged Peter Spider. Shadow Spider nodded in agreement. The two exchanged a knowing glance. Middle-aged Peter Spider opened the door and stepped outside. Mr. Parker. Little Black Spider reached out to grab middle-aged Peter Spider. He raised a hand to fend him off and gently patted his head, saying, Miles, stay inside. I shall return shortly. With that, he ventured out. This chapter is not yet complete. Click the next page to continue reading. In truth, he had emerged to buy time. Although the room housed 4.5 combatants, middle-aged Peter Spider, Shadow Spider, Spider-Ham, and Spider-Mech Girl, with Little Black Spider being the half, their understanding of Kingpin suggested that his involvement meant there was a hidden agenda. Thus, to safeguard against any unforeseen complications, they resolved to delay as much as possible until Gwen and Peter returned. Yet, no other effective means of stalling presented itself. Reluctantly, middle-aged Peter Spider decided to sacrifice his dignity. After descending a few steps, he did not approach Kingpin's formidable quartet too closely. He extended a hand toward Lady Octopus and greeted her. Hello, Liv. How do you fare? Lady Octopus regarded him with a smirk, replying, Liv is a name reserved for friends. Do you believe you are familiar enough with me, you rotund Spider-Man? Middle-aged Peter Spider clutched his heart dramatically, feigning a pained expression. Oh, how can you say that? Have you forgotten we are still in your laboratory? Upon hearing these words, both the spiders inside and Aunt May, as well as the three formidable warriors outside, displayed expressions of astonishment. In that moment, there was no distinction between friend and foe, for everyone was merely a spectator. Madame Octopus's face tensed, a vein throbbing at her temple. It seems you are quite nostalgic, aren't you? Then why did you flee back then? How about we conduct a thorough medical examination right now instead? Middle-aged Peter Spider vigorously shook his head. Let's not go down that path. However, if you don't mind, I could invite you out for dinner, or perhaps a movie. Are you asking me out on a date? Madame Octopus's face revealed a bashful expression. Indeed, indeed. Middle-aged Peter Spider affirmed earnestly. Oh, really? Madame Octopus lowered her head slightly, as if genuinely contemplating the proposal. In an instant, she raised her head abruptly, her 4 white mechanical tentacles responding in kind. Her expression darkened ominously. But I don't want that. I merely wish to capture you, bind you in my laboratory, and meticulously uncover the secrets that lie within you. With that, a tentacle shot towards middle-aged Peter Spider. The material of Madame Octopus's mechanical tentacles was extraordinary. It could retract completely into the armored container on her back, rendering her appearance indistinguishable from that of an ordinary person. When extended, they could reach over 20 meters. This was an active nanometal synthesized through her research on deep-sea octopuses, possessing the remarkable ability to rapidly morph in a short time, allowing for swift reshaping of her equipment. Yet, it was genuinely metallic, exhibiting strength and durability. Even bullets could not pierce it. Madame Octopus's sudden assault was fierce. However, to Spider-Man, it seemed rather mundane. Middle-aged Peter Spider merely sidestepped to evade the strike, unconcerned with the wall being crushed by the mechanical tentacles, and instead turned to greet Shadow Spider and others. It appeared the negotiations had collapsed, prompting everyone to prepare for battle. Shadow Spider remarked, somewhat exasperated, your conversational skills are truly exceptional. Too kind, too kind. Middle-aged Peter Spider responded, though awkwardly. This chapter was composed overnight. Gratitude is extended to all for your generous support through tips, monthly votes, and recommendations. Chapter 32. The Battle of the Spiders. At that moment, the mechanical tentacle beside him suddenly retracted, attempting to ensnare him. Middle-aged Peter Spider extended his hands, gripping the bifurcated end of the tentacle. To his astonishment, the split of the mechanical tentacle was surprisingly soft and pliable, moving as if it were a genuine octopus's limb. Ah! Exclaimed the middle-aged Peter Spider, a shiver running down his spine, expressing disdain. This contraption is far more unsettling than the esteemed Dr. Octopus I am acquainted with. Upon hearing this, Lady Octopus was incensed, her temper flaring. Although a mad scientist, she was still a woman. To be deemed repulsive and unpleasant was intolerable. Suddenly, another mechanical tentacle shot forth. This time, the middle-aged Peter Spider did not dare to underestimate the situation. After all, in his realm, Dr. Octopus was a formidable adversary. He regarded the present opponent with utmost seriousness. With a swift leap, he evaded the dual onslaught of tentacles, landing several meters away. The two soon engaged in a fierce battle. Meanwhile, after Lady Octopus made the first move, the others swiftly followed suit. Tombstone crossed his arms before him and charged towards the wall facing the street with a resounding crash. Good grief, you're not seriously considering yourself a tank, are you? Exclaimed Spider-Pig, appearing beside Tombstone and delivering a powerful kick that sent him flying. Blast it, my hoof. Ugh, my foot feels like it's swollen. This guy is too tough. Yet, despite his words, Spider-Pig's actions were swift. He shot out a web, propelling himself towards Tombstone with great speed. Let us see how this unfolds, Scorpion declared, shaking his head as his mechanical scorpion tail rose high. A yellow-green venomous orb erupted from the tail, crashing into the wall and instantly dissolving a large hole. The acrid scent pervading the room. Shadow Spider's nostrils flared slightly as he frowned. Be cautious. That venomous orb contains aqua regia, which is highly corrosive. Quite knowledgeable, aren't you? Scorpion retorted smugly. But it's not merely aqua regia. I've added my special neurotoxin to the mix. My exclusive recipe. Neurotoxin? Shadow Spider gasped, quickly grasping Aunt May's hand and retreating towards the backyard. This is my responsibility. Take her with you. Transforming into a spider mech girl, Penny controlled her mechanical form, snatching a small object from the coffee table and tossing it to Little Black Spider. Little Black Spider hurriedly followed Shadow Spider towards the backyard. The spider mech girl assumed a combat stance, one hand morphing into a sharp cutting disc aimed at Scorpion. In the backyard, a series of gunshots rang out. 2 bullet holes appeared before them just as Shadow Spider, holding Aunt May's hand, was about to step outside. The spider's senses flared intensely, prompting him to halt immediately. Aunt May, stay here, he instructed, releasing her hand and turning to Little Black Spider. Miles, protect Aunt May. Okay. Little Black Spider replied nervously, clutching the small object. Shadow Spider nodded, drawing his revolver, and swiftly exited the house. To speak frankly, engaging in a gunfight with Spider-Man is akin to seeking death by lighting a lamp in a restroom. The Shadow Spider, guided by his spider sense, swiftly located the positions of the 2 gunmen. With a roll, he darted out of the yard and fired 2 shots midair. Crack! Crack! 2 bullets erupted from his revolver. It is likely that even Wilson Fisk, who orchestrated the deployment of these gunmen, would never have anticipated that a Spider-Man would wield firearms as a weapon. The Spider-Man of the Ultimate Universe has operated for a considerable duration, primarily relying on webs and physical prowess. He has only ever engaged in minor enhancements to his webbing and has never been seen using a gun. After all, in modern America, armed thugs are met with a different approach than their unarmed counterparts. When dealing with armed assailants, law enforcement first assesses the level of threat before deciding whether to neutralize or negotiate. The degree of threat is often determined by factors such as skin color, darker skin often correlating with a heightened perception of danger. Though this notion may be grim, it rings true. Of course, this is a diversion from the main point. In addition, wearing a mask elevates one's perceived threat level similarly to the aforementioned factors. Thus, to avoid confrontations with law enforcement, Spider-Man typically refrains from carrying dangerous weapons. Even his 20-ton fists can be perilous. Moreover, as a good neighbor, Spider-Man strives to avoid actions that would incite fear. A masked assailant armed with a firearm is certainly less benign than an unarmed counterpart. However, the situation for Shadow Spider is different. His understanding of this world is not profound, and thus he harbors no reservations. The 2 gunmen were swiftly dispatched. Nevertheless, the ominous alert of his spider sense lingered. Shadow Spider quickly realized that Fisk must have stationed more than 2 gunmen nearby. To prevent the conflict from endangering Aunt May, he hastily fled down the street. Indeed, those threats pursued him relentlessly. In Aunt May's backyard, only the small black spider and Aunt May remained. Observing the trembling legs of the small black spider, Aunt May shook her head slightly. Grabbing a baseball bat from the side, she boldly declared, I shall see who dares invade my home. This is a grievous violation of the law, and should they come, I shall strike them down. Suddenly a low, ominous hum resonated above them. In the next instant, a large hole was torn in the roof, and a purple figure lunged downward. Its target was none other than the small black spider. Ah! The small black spider screamed in terror. Aunt May, with remarkable agility, swiftly pushed the little black spider aside while forcefully hurling the baseball bat from her shoulder. The resounding thud echoed as the bat collided with the metallic uniform. The figure, whether struck by the bat or simply reconsidering its course, veered slightly to the side midair. Consequently, Aunt May, having exposed herself to the impending attack by pushing aside the little black spider, narrowly evaded the blow. However, the floor bore the brunt of the impact. With a thunderous crash, the wanderer plummeted into the ground, creating a substantial crater. Yet, as if unfazed, he quickly regained his footing. The grotesque cloak he wore, drenched in oppressive shades of purple, coupled with the ominous rumble of the engine within his uniform, rendered the wanderer a terrifying apparition, akin to a demon clawing its way from the depths of hell. Step aside. I have no desire to engage with an elderly woman. A deep voice resonated from beneath the wanderer's mask. Yet, who was Aunt May? She was the steadfast supporter of her nephew, Peter Parker, a seasoned Spider-Man who had valiantly confronted villains for over a decade in the spirit of the 21st century. How could she possibly be intimidated by the wanderer? Without a moment's hesitation, she seized the baseball bat once more, swinging it fiercely at the Wanderer. The Wanderer frowned, extending his left hand to firmly grasp the bat with his steel claws. "If you insist on learning a lesson, I would be more than willing to let you experience it," he declared, yanking the bat toward him with force. "Run." Aunt May clung tightly to the bat, allowing herself to be pulled forward by the Wanderer's strength, seemingly embracing her fate with tranquility. This scene profoundly stirred the heart of the little black spider. In a sudden surge, he sprang forth, darting to the front of the Wanderer, and with a clenched fist, struck him squarely in the face. "Let go." The Wanderer was propelled backward but obediently released his grip on the bat. Aunt May tumbled to the ground. The Wanderer stood again, a fleeting sense of familiarity washing over him from the voice he had just heard, though he could not place where he had encountered it before. He dismissed the thought, turning his attention to the little black spider. "Isn't this better? You know, my target is you, only you." The little black spider remained silent, torn between a desire to acknowledge Uncle Aaron and the fear of revealing his hidden identity. He helped Aunt May to her feet, shot a provocative gesture at the Wanderer, and then smashed through the glass to escape outside. "Huh." The Wanderer let out a cold laugh, promptly following him through the shattered window. Uncle and nephew, round 2, begins. The scene shifted back to the main battlefield. "Hey, Liv, to be honest, should we take a break? Aren't you tired? Liv, did you create those tentacles yourself? How did you make them? I mean, they look truly magnificent, simply splendid." "Wow, Liv, that move you just executed was incredibly impressive. Though it doesn't quite align with your persona, I believe you could be a tad gentler." The middle-aged Peter Parker maneuvered gracefully nearby, continuously provoking Lady Octopus with his banter, effectively diverting her ire towards himself. His incessant verbal jabs made Lady Octopus, who was typically composed, increasingly agitated. Though she remained silent, the ferocity of her tentacles escalated, each strike delivered with precision and lethal intent. Anything struck by her appendages was annihilated instantly. Slabs, bricks, even a street lamp, which she seized and hurled towards the middle-aged Peter Parker. In the midst of his agile movements, the middle-aged Peter Parker felt a certain discomfort, primarily stemming from his pronounced belly. Following his separation from Mary Jane, he succumbed to a prolonged spell of despondency, indulging in excessive eating and neglecting exercise, which had markedly diminished his physical prowess and agility, placing him in precarious situations. Fortunately, his combat experience was extensive. Having lived longer than the late Ultimate Spider-Man, he had donned the Spider-Man mantle for a full 22 years, facing countless adversaries throughout his life, and found this current encounter merely challenging. However, the middle-aged Peter Parker had little desire to engage in combat with Lady Octopus, not out of any infatuation with her beauty, but rather because he regarded himself as a visitor from a parallel universe, reluctant to interfere with the affairs of this world. This chapter is not yet complete. Click the next page to continue reading. Regarding traversing parallel universes, he had encountered such phenomena before. In his youth, he visited a universe in the year 2099, where he met an arrogant Spider-Man known as Spider-Man 2099. Oh, that fellow was insufferably conceited. His suit was crafted from anti-gravity material, enabling him to fly, while Peter's own suit lacked such capabilities. But he hardly cared about flying. It seemed absurd for Spider-Man to soar through the skies. How envious he felt, tears of envy welling at the corners of his mouth. His numerous experiences of traversing parallel universes had imparted a crucial lesson: to minimize his impact on the original universe whenever possible. The influence of visitors from alternate timelines could severely disrupt the stability of the original universe, potentially resulting in dire consequences. Thus, his approach towards Lady Octopus was one of avoidance. He would delay confrontation and refrain from striking, for she posed no threat to him. The two combatants appeared to be engaged in a fierce battle, yet in reality, it was the surrounding ground and structures that sustained the injuries, while the combatants themselves emerged virtually unscathed. On the other side, Spider-Pig did not contemplate the situation as deeply as middle-aged Peter Parker. However, his lack of focus was evident during his skirmishes with Tombstone. Perhaps it was due to Tombstone's formidable physique that each strike from Spider-Pig forced him to grimace and leap about as if in pain. Nevertheless, his movements remained swift and unimpeded, driving Tombstone to retreat in a state of frustration and helplessness, devoid of any means to retaliate. In fact, he even found time to snack, puzzlingly pulling numerous items from seemingly nowhere within his battle attire. The confrontation between the Spider-Mech girl and the Scorpion appeared more evenly matched. The Scorpion, rather cunning, opted to maintain his distance upon realizing he was outclassed in close combat by the peculiar mech before him, resorting instead to launching venom from the mechanical stinger he wielded. At this juncture, Penny had only recently assumed the mantle of Spider-Mech girl and was still in the throes of learning. Thus, she found herself momentarily overwhelmed by the Scorpion's attacks. As he fought, the Scorpion's eyes darted about, contemplating whether to maintain his current strategy or to await a blunder from the others to impress his employer. The former seemed the more prudent choice, for he understood that their presence was intended merely as a warning to the Spider-Men, rather than an outright confrontation. The latter, however, entailed a degree of risk. Casting a glance at the other battles, he noted that his peers faced formidable opponents, while the one before him appeared hesitant and timid. He was perplexed by the oddly round mech, which emitted a feminine voice. "Hey, what are you doing? Dispose of your opponent and assist Dr. Octavius." Just as the Scorpion hesitated, his employer, Kingpin, communicated through his earpiece, his tone laced with displeasure. Recognizing the urgency in Kingpin's voice, the Scorpion quickly responded, "Yes, boss," he declared, promptly launching another ball of venom before pivoting his target and stealthily attacking middle-aged Peter Parker. Thanks to the generous 10,000 point donation from the bald-headed guru. Allow me to put in some extra hours. I should be able to post another chapter in the morning. Chapter 34. Uncle's kindness and nephew's filial piety. Middle-aged Peter Parker was enjoying a pleasant conversation with Lady Octopus when suddenly his spider sense began to tremble violently. Instinctively, he attempted to evade to the side. However, Lady Octopus had already received the alert about the Scorpion's ambush through her earpiece. She swiftly extended two mechanical tentacles, one sweeping across to block middle-aged Peter Parker's path, while the other seized his ankle with a firm grip. The emerald-green venomous sphere soared past the mid-aged Peter Spider's back, its highly corrosive aqua regius swiftly dissolving his battle suit. Fortunately, he had managed to dodge just in time, evading the brunt of the assault. Had he not, the consequences would have been dire. However, the neurotoxin within the venomous sphere began to penetrate his skin upon contact, causing a slight lethargy to envelop his body. Thud! The mechanical tentacle was raised high and brought down with tremendous force. A cry erupted from mid-aged Peter Spider as he made intimate contact with the ground. Hearing his anguished voice, Lady Octopus felt a surge of both old and new grievances and violently slammed him into the ground several more times, leaving him seeing stars. Release him. The Spider Mecha Maiden was engulfed in guilt. Had she not been careless and allowed the enemy an opening, Mr. Parker would not have been injured. She recklessly lunged forward, the metallic gears in her hands spinning at high speed, slicing into the mechanical tentacle and igniting bursts of flames. "Is that all you've got?" Lady Octopus scoffed, extending another mechanical tentacle towards the Spider Mecha. "Is this truly appropriate?" A peculiar cry suddenly echoed from a distance. Moments later, a silver-gray figure was hurled forward, sending the Scorpion Man, who was poised to launch a sneak attack from behind the Spider Mecha, flying away. Simultaneously, Spider Pig lunged forward, seizing the mechanical tentacle and, with a swift motion, kicked Lady Octopus squarely in the face. "Ah!" Lady Octopus screamed as her form was sent reeling. Her mechanical tentacles, linked to her nervous system, also released their grip as a result. The Spider Mecha Maiden caught mid-aged Peter Spider, urgency flooding her voice. Mr. Parker, how are you?" Mid-aged Peter Spider clutched his waist, exclaiming, "Ouch! My back! This fiend is truly venomous. My back is on fire." Spider Pig assessed mid-aged Peter Spider's injuries and turned to the Scorpion Man. "You, sir, are exceptionally ruthless and despicable, given your actions. Don't blame me for introducing my hefty hoof to your forehead." With that, Spider Pig charged forward, looking exceedingly serious this time. Meanwhile, on another front, Little Black Spider found himself nearly cornered in a desperate plight. This was hardly surprising, as he had only recently acquired his abilities without any combat experience. Moreover, he was up against his closest uncle, with whom he had no desire to be adversarial, coupled with the Prowler's vast combat experience, which allowed him to predict Little Black Spider's movements. It was only a matter of time before the latter was pursued to a rooftop. After exchanging a few blows, he found himself seized by the Prowler, who hoisted him aloft by the throat. Gazing down at this young man resembling his nephew, the Prowler spoke with chilling indifference. "This was originally none of your concern, but the boss has issued a death order. Your demise is non-negotiable. Blame your fate on your knowledge of too much." Gazing upon the menacing mask of the Wraith, the Little Black Spider seemed to glimpse the cold eyes of his uncle Aaron within. A profound sense of panic surged within him. He had intended to conceal his identity further, yet at this moment, he could no longer afford such pretenses. The chapter remains unfinished. Turn to the next page to continue reading. He reluctantly raised his hand to his head and forcefully pulled the mask atop it. With a click, the Wraith slowly lifted his hand, poised to end the life of the Little Black Spider, but suddenly halted in midair. Miles, even through the mask. The shock within the Wraith was palpable, causing the grip around the Black Spider's throat to loosen slightly. "I am Uncle Aaron," the Little Black Spider managed to utter with difficulty. The Wraith tore off his mask in astonishment, exclaiming, "But Miles, no. How could it be you? How can this be?" Why are you? The little black spider gazed at the familiar and cherished visage, his heart gradually easing as he replied. This is a long story, but Uncle Aaron, could you please release me? All right, the wraith acquiesced. Just as he prepared to lower the little black spider, a voice crackled through the earpiece. Wraith, what are you doing? Kill that little brat now. Mr. Fisk. The wraith momentarily froze, his expression shifting rapidly. How could you? The coldness in Fisk's tone was unmistakable. That brat has seen everything. If he speaks, it will ruin me. You must eliminate him. Otherwise, I will kill you and then finish him myself. You know I am quite capable of fulfilling my threats. The wraith remained indecisive. After years of working for Fisk, he was acutely aware of the man's ruthless nature. Once, he was not merely a kingpin in New York's underworld. He emerged amidst fierce competition, unifying the entire underground realm of New York through sheer intellect and an iron fist. Opposition had existed, but some were crushed into mere pulp before him, while others were unceremoniously discarded into the sea to feed the fish. From that moment onward, New York's underworld was left with but a single figure of authority, Fisk. He was indeed the undisputed king of New York's underbelly. No one could refuse him, nor could anyone overlook his threats. The wraith understood that to defy Fisk's demand at this moment could result in the deaths of his dear brother Jefferson Davis, his sister-in-law Rael Morales, and his nephew Miles by Dawn. Do not doubt it, this was precisely the extent of Fisk's capabilities. Yet how could he bring harm to the very person standing before him? This individual was none other than his beloved nephew Miles. The wraith was engulfed in inner turmoil, remaining frozen in his stance. In the distance, a car lingered in the shadows. Though it is indeed an extended version, it is not the Lincoln limousine that the public is familiar with. The reason lies in the fact that this particular vehicle is not associated with any notorious deeds. And today, Gene Bing has no desire to link his public persona with any criminal acts. As for why he prefers an extended model, having fought throughout his life, he believes he deserves a bit of comfort. Primarily, his imposing physique renders ordinary sedans too confining. Only an extended version can accommodate his stature. At this moment, Gene Bing gazes through the car window, observing the distant figures of the Wanderer and the little black spider on the rooftop, his expression as cold as ice. He never anticipated that the once obedient Wanderer would now defy his commands. Could that little imp be connected to him? He had intended to compose this in the morning. Yet by 7 o'clock, he had scarcely written anything. Chapter 35. Gene Bing executes the Wanderer as thoughts whirled in his mind. His hands moved with unyielding speed. He casually retrieved a handgun from a nearby compartment, rolled down the window, and aimed at the rooftop in the distance. Since that individual dares not take action, I shall do it myself. First, I shall eliminate you, then him. Gene Bing's resolve was unwavering, and he regarded the little black spider with disdain. This was hardly surprising, as he had observed the recent skirmish between the little black spider and the Wanderer in its entirety. The adversary's combat reflexes and tactics were akin to those of a novice. Such a presence was hardly worthy of his attention. A few hired guns could easily resolve the matter. From the opponent's physique, it was evident that he was merely a child of around 16 or 17. Had he not witnessed Gene Bing executing Spider-Man, the latter might have deemed him unworthy of extermination. Gene Bing steadied his custom handgun, a high-tech modification based on the Desert Eagle, enhancing its power and precision. However, this also increased its recoil. For an ordinary person, firing it could shatter their wrist. But Gene Bing was no ordinary individual. As a superhuman with muscles comprising 90% of his being, he could wield this formidable sidearm with one hand and even fire it with ease. Moreover, the ammunition was specially crafted armor-piercing rounds, designed specifically for combating the masked troublemaker who had previously harassed him. The creation of these rounds took into account the materials left behind during their confrontations and the armor's protective ratings revealed in surveillance footage. It could be said that the armor-piercing bullets fired from this weapon could penetrate even high-quality bulletproof vests. Even Spider-Man would find it excruciating to endure a hit from one of these rounds. Upon the rooftop, after a brief moment of hesitation, the Wanderer reached a resolution. He resolved to shoulder the burden alone. Perhaps, once this endeavor concluded, he could entirely align himself with Gene, thereby earning his understanding and acceptance. Contemplating this, the Wanderer pulled down the headgear of the little black spider, completely shrouding his face. His expression was a tumult of emotions, leaving him at a loss for words with his nephew. Once, they had shared an intimate bond, yet now they stood divided, representatives of light and dark in opposing factions. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion reverberated, and a burst of flames erupted in the distance. Immediately after, a specially designed armor-piercing round shot forth from the barrel, hurtling toward the rooftop. The target was unmistakably one of the two individuals atop the roof. The little black spider, alerted by the sound, turned to gaze in that direction. In that instant, time seemed to slow to a crawl. He could vividly see a slender bullet speeding toward Uncle Aaron, yet he found himself powerless to intervene. Move. The little black spider screamed inwardly, desperately attempting to control his body. However, the bullet was not aimed directly at him, and his spider sense did not trigger at an instinctual level, rendering his reaction slower than his perception. He could only watch helplessly as the bullet drew nearer to Uncle Aaron. At that moment, a swift strand of webbing shot in from an unseen location, striking the little black spider. A tremendous force surged along the thread, causing him to shift slightly. The little black spider was grasped by the Wanderer, and under the influence of this force, he too was pulled aside. The armor on the Wanderer's chest shattered as the specially designed armor-piercing round spiraled into his body. In an instant, a violent spray of blood erupted, staining his chest a deep crimson, layered upon the purple hue. The Wanderer's mind was engulfed in chaos. In truth, the initial reaction to being shot is often a lack of response. The bullet travels at such incredible speed that before the pain receptors in the body can relay the sensation to the brain, it has already penetrated elsewhere. Thus, being shot may feel akin to a mere mosquito bite. Though the veracity of this is uncertain, I specifically consulted educational videos, and it appears to be the case. However, this bite can trigger a muscular reflex, inducing a state of rigidity in the body without conscious awareness. Moments after being shot, the pain surges into consciousness in an instant. Those with weaker willpower may even faint from the agony on the spot. The Wanderer was experiencing precisely this. His will was already remarkably strong. Yet the specially designed armor-piercing round fired from the customized Desert Eagle shattered not only his protective armor, but also his bodily defenses in an instant, fracturing his ribs and likely penetrating his left lung. At that moment, the Wanderer was nearly incapacitated by the force of the shot. His limbs rendered helpless as he slumped down the slanted rooftop. Meanwhile, the little black spider, ensnared by webbing, was yanked off the roof after a brief struggle. Tumbling to the ground. After a hard fall, he instinctively grasped the web behind him, tearing it away before quickly sprinting back toward the rooftop. Uncle Aaron! He cried out in panic. Just before plummeting, he had witnessed his uncle being shot. From a distant rooftop, two figures suddenly leapt into view. One was a man clad in a red and blue suit, adorned with a prominent white spider emblem on his chest, while the other was a slender, agile woman dressed in black and white. It was none other than Peter and Gwen, returning from their patrol. Upon assessing the dire situation, Peter swiftly made his way toward the little black spider. He vaulted onto the roof and found the boy cradling the Wanderer's head in his arms, pressing down on the injured chest and weeping. Peter sighed deeply. Regardless of the Wanderer's true nature, he was undeniably the little black spider's uncle. Applying his knowledge, Peter gently pried the boy's hands away, deploying strands of webbing over the wound to temporarily staunch the bleeding. At least on the surface, it appeared that blood would no longer spurt forth. As for the internal damage and the possibility of survival, that was a matter of fate. Peter urged Miles, "Quickly call for an ambulance. The bleeding has stopped for now. There may still be hope. But if we delay, it could be too late." Startled, the little black spider exclaimed, "Right. The ambulance. Thank you, Peter." He scrambled down to borrow a phone from Aunt May. Although Peter had a phone from his own world, the incompatible service between the two realms rendered it useless, even lacking emergency calling privileges. Thus, he found himself powerless to assist. Cough, 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 cough. Suddenly, the Wanderer on the rooftop began to cough violently. Peter noticed that his eyes seemed to flicker open slightly. The Wanderer opened his mouth, uttering a simple sound. Peter understood immediately. He crouched down and reassured, "Don't worry, Miles is fine. He has gone to call for help. If you don't want him to be sad, you need to hold on and stay alive until the ambulance arrives." Through the narrow slit of his eyelids, the Wanderer gazed at Peter. He opened his mouth, but could not formulate any words. However, Peter had already risen, choosing to leave him be. He had lingered only out of consideration for the little black spider. Otherwise, he would have had no inclination to engage with this individual. He swiftly approached the edge of the rooftop. Below, on the street, Gwen Spider had unwittingly found herself embroiled in a fierce battle with Kingpin. Chapter 36. Kingpin undeniably deserves the title of the strongest man in the world, non-mutant. His iron fists, when swung, create a formidable wind. One punch against a lamppost even bent the metal. Although the lamppost was hollow, it was still made of metal. What normal person could bend it with a single blow? Observing Kingpin's extraordinary physique, Peter began to suspect he might be some kind of mutated being. After all, mutants theoretically exist within the Marvel Universe, as evidenced by their appearance in Spider-Man 94. The possibility of Kingpin being a mutant could indeed clarify how he managed to condition his body to such a formidable stature. Although Gwen Spider feigned nonchalance, claiming she was unscathed, her injured arm hindered her movements, diminishing her agility significantly. After all, web-slinging relies on the hands. and utilizing webs in combat is a primary tactic among the spider heroes. Currently, it would be more accurate to say she was being pursued and struck by Kingpin rather than the other way around. Fortunately, even without webs, her agility remained remarkably high. Coupled with her extensive combat experience, she moved with the grace of a nimble cat. Kingpin's onslaught appeared as ferocious as a descending tiger. Yet aside from wreaking havoc on the terrain, he had achieved little. Recognizing the situation, Peter no longer hesitated. Seizing the opportunity, he swiftly shot 2 strands of webbing, ensnaring Kingpin's raised fists from either side. With a sudden forceful tug, Kingpin's massive form was flipped over. Peter was uncertain if he had reached the standard strength of 15 to 20 tons typical of most spider heroes, but even at the minimum value, having it would yield a formidable 7.5 tons. In contrast, while Kingpin appeared robust, he was merely an ordinary man, possessing a maximum strength of about 700 pounds, or 0.7 tons. The disparity in strength was akin to a chasm. Under such immense force, Kingpin could only be dragged toward Peter. However, the dragging did not last long. Peter's figure shot forward, his right leg bending slightly as he drove his knee into the fallen Kingpin with considerable force. Kingpin's extraordinary physique, capable of bending lampposts, prompted Peter to amplify his strength, doubling the force he had previously exerted against the small thugs. He estimated that even if Kingpin absorbed this blow fully, he would sustain significant injury. Yet, just as Peter's knee was about to collide with Kingpin's chest, suddenly, Kingpin's massive hands reached out, seizing Peter's legs midair. "You little brat, that's not how you fight," he snarled, lifting his enormous frame and forcefully slamming Peter into the ground. Peter, Gwen, not far off, exclaimed in alarm as she rushed towards them. "Don't come over. I'm fine," Peter shouted, but was met with another violent blow from Kingpin. The sheer power of Kingpin was indeed formidable. The damage inflicted upon Peter surpassed the cumulative injuries he had sustained earlier that morning. However, truth be told, it was not as dire as it seemed. Kingpin hoisted Peter upside down, seemingly intent on reveling in his misery. Yet, Peter defiantly raised 2 middle fingers at Kingpin, retorting, "Is this all you've got, Kingpin? You're far weaker than I anticipated. Perhaps you should abandon the underworld and open a massage parlor. Your strength is only fit for scratching backs. Humph. Let us see how long you can keep that bravado." Kingpin scoffed, tightening his grip on Peter's legs, preparing to slam him down once more. But this time, the sound was markedly different. Previously, Peter's upper body had thudded against the ground with a dull thump, akin to a ripe melon. Now, however, the noise was faint, reminiscent of an unripe fruit. It was evident that Peter had braced himself with his hands to halt the impending blow. Before Kingpin could react, Peter leveraged his arms, arching his body and launching a powerful kick. With a resounding crash, Kingpin was sent soaring through the air, crashing into a nearby wooden fence and demolishing it. Peter advanced towards Kingpin, ready to strike. Even if he couldn't slay him, he intended to render him incapacitated, ensuring he could never live independently again. All to avenge the ultimate demise of Spider-Woman in this world. At that moment, Kingpin rose from the ground, spitting blood, and sneered, "You think you can kill me? You'll never return." Peter's hand abruptly froze in midair. His own return was of little consequence. He had long accepted that he was unlikely to return to his own world. However, Gwen, Shadow Spider, Painey, Spider-Ham, and middle-aged Peter, each of them would suffer from rejection. Among them, Gwen was the most vulnerable. Peter had only just realized this. The others had only traversed into this realm a few days ago, but Gwen had arrived a week prior. According to Painey, the adverse effects of crossing over would not be severely detrimental for 2 weeks, but after that, they would intensify, potentially leading to death. This meant that Gwen only had 1 week left. As Peter hesitated, Gwen suddenly exclaimed, "Peter, do not heed him. Remember the promise you made to her." Since Kingpin was present, she refrained from explicitly mentioning Aunt May. Nevertheless, Peter understood that Gwen was referring to his prior vow to defeat Kingpin for Aunt May's sake. Yet, Peter found himself wavering. His decision was a matter of life and death for 5 of his friends. Kingpin perceived Peter's indecisiveness and chuckled, "How about we make a wager, Mr. Spider from another world?" Peter narrowed his eyes slightly. "What kind of wager do you propose?" A glimmer of cunning flashed in Kingpin's eyes as he declared, "Let the current battle rest. I shall take my people and depart. At 9 o'clock tonight, I will activate my collider beneath Fisk Tower. Then, I will set a trap, and we shall see if you dare to come." Peter grasped the implications of this so-called wager. The stakes for Kingpin were the activation of the collider and permitting Peter and his companions to enter. Conversely, Peter's wager was the path home, with the peril being the trap Kingpin had mentioned. This signified that their conflict would be brought from the shadows into the light. "How can I trust that you will honor your word?" Peter scoffed. "I am fully aware of who you are, Wilson Fisk." "Oh," Kingpin replied, slightly taken aback. Peter continued, "In my world, there exists another Wilson Fisk, whose father was a minor mob boss, killed in a shootout. His father's death did not evoke sorrow in Wilson. Rather, it made him acutely aware of the law of the jungle. As Peter spoke, Kingpin's countenance visibly darkened. This chapter concludes here. In truth, Peter was recounting the narrative of Kingpin from the 1994 version of Spider-Man. He too was gambling, betting that the essence of Kingpin from both worlds would bear striking similarities. After all, their achievements appeared comparable at present. An individual's upbringing shapes their character, which in turn influences their success. Conversely, one could infer a person's character and background from their accomplishments. Of course, this reasoning applied only to the present peculiar circumstances. Peter was well versed in the complete story of the other Kingpin and aware of his achievements, allowing him to deduce insights about this Kingpin based on that knowledge. From Kingpin's expression, it was evident that Peter's conjecture was quite accurate. Meanwhile, a tempest of emotions surged within Kingpin. Many of the past events Peter recounted were ones Kingpin himself might have long forgotten. Yet at this moment, they were all vividly brought to light. Kingpin was astounded by the wonders of parallel universes and became firmly convinced of this Spider-Man's ability to have triumphed over a version of himself. It was indeed remarkable how much one could understand about an opponent, something only a deeply respected rival could achieve. Thus, Jean Bing suppressed some of his inner thoughts. He initially intended to present a facade of agreement with Peter regarding this wager while secretly maneuvering elsewhere. For instance, he contemplated leveraging certain connections to cause trouble for those spiders with the New York City police. These spiders originated from parallel universes, and they evidently harbored identity issues. Creating complications for them from this angle would be quite effortless. However, it became apparent that the opposing party's understanding of him far exceeded his expectations. It would be far better to engage openly in this confrontation. As a formidable figure ruling over the underworld of New York, Jean Bing possessed the requisite audacity. He reached into his pocket, a gesture that heightened the vigilance of both Peter and Gwen. Yet, in the next moment, he retrieved a gilded invitation. With a flick of his wrist, he threw the invitation in a manner reminiscent of a boomerang. Peter, unfazed, extended his hand to catch it. Upon opening it, he found the following inscription: "Dear Sir or Madam, we are honored to invite you to the memorial service for our esteemed Spider-Man, to be held on December 16th at Fisk Tower." The date indicated was yesterday, and it was signed by Wilson Fisk. Clearly, this was an invitation issued under Jean Bing's guise as a prominent businessman. The content echoed the memorial Peter and Shadow Spider had heard about when they encountered Jean Bing a few days prior. Peter clenched the invitation tightly, his expression darkening as he queried, "Are you challenging us? Inviting the spiders to attend the memorial for Spider-Man? And hosted by you, the true perpetrator? Challenge? No, certainly not." Jean Bing retorted, feigning indignation. "In truth, whether you believe it or not, I hold Spider-Man in high regard. Oh, and yet you personally took his life? Do you think I would believe your deceitful words?" Peter replied coldly, his irritation even inciting a flicker of murderous intent within him. Unfinished, the chapter beckoned readers to continue. Observing Jean Bing's disingenuous countenance, Peter felt an overwhelming urge to strike him with his fist. The lives of his friends hung in the balance, tethering his reason. Jean Bing laughed heartily, declaring, "I admire him, but that does not mean I will tolerate his repeated interference in my affairs. All who obstruct me shall be crushed beneath my iron fist." His laughter carried a tinge of mockery, as if deriding Peter's naivety. Peter regarded him with a cold stare. At that moment, Gwen approached and placed her hand gently over Peter's clenched fist. He paused, glancing at her, and instinctively relaxed his grip. Gwen Spider gently pried open his fingers, taking the invitation into her grasp. After a brief glance, she lifted her gaze to Kingpin. "So, Mr. Fisk, tonight at 9 o'clock at Fisk Tower, let us not be absent." Peter looked at her in confusion, perplexed by her agreement. Kingpin's words were not to be trusted, not even punctuated. Yet, Gwen Spider remained silent, merely gesturing for him to remain calm, before continuing to focus on Kingpin. Tonight at 9, let us not be absent. Miss Spider-Man, Kingpin remarked, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes as he regarded Gwen Spider. However, she chose to ignore him, taking Peter's hand and heading directly towards Aunt May's house. Behind them, Kingpin observed the two figures retreating, his mind racing with thoughts, yet still unable to comprehend Gwen Spider's sudden acquiescence. Moments later, he pulled out his phone and stated flatly, "Wrap it up, we are leaving." With Kingpin's command, the other skirmishes that had been fiercely contested abruptly came to a halt. Nevertheless, in this battle, Kingpin had suffered significant losses. In terms of high-level combat, the Prowler had been personally shot by him and now lay on the rooftop awaiting rescue. Even if he were to survive, he would no longer serve Kingpin's interests. Additionally, in the battlefield involving Spider-Ham, middle-aged Peter Spider, and Spider-Mech Girl against Lady Octopus, Scorpion, and Tombstone, there had also been casualties. Lady Octopus and her companions were thoroughly beaten by the relentless onslaught from Spider-Ham. Among them, Scorpion had his mechanical tail stinger severed, while Lady Octopus nearly lost a mechanical tentacle. Tombstone had been knocked to the ground, utterly unconscious. Spider-Ham and his allies intended to leave him on the street for the New York police. Tombstone was a long-established figure in the criminal underworld, with numerous offenses to his name. Being sent to prison would likely result in severe repercussions. Even if Kingpin wished to extricate him, it would require considerable effort. Thus far, the 4 formidable warriors brought by Kingpin had one severely injured, one unconscious and apprehended, while the remaining 2 fled in disarray. On another front, Shadow Spider single-handedly dealt with 4 snipers armed with rifles, along with over 10 handgun wielders. His strikes were ruthless, with the snipers falling to 1 fatal shot each. Several handgun wielders survived but bore varying degrees of injury, necessitating a trip to the hospital. Furthermore, there were the 30 or so gang members that Peter and Gwen Spider had defeated at the subway station. Overall, the results were remarkable. Of course, the Spider-Men also incurred some injuries. The most severe was middle-aged Peter Spider, who had been contaminated by Scorpion's venom, leaving a burn mark on his back. The venom's principal component was aqua regia, a potent mixture of concentrated hydrochloric acid and concentrated nitric acid, capable of dissolving metals, truly formidable in its potency. Middle-aged Peter Parker recounted that many years prior, he had sustained an injury to his back, leaving behind a lingering affliction. Although he had sensed it, he was a fraction too late in addressing it, thus falling victim to its repercussions. Chapter 38. A calculated move. Gwen Stacy suffered a cut on her arm. Fortunately, Miles Morales attended to her injury promptly and effectively, and thanks to Spider-Man's remarkable healing abilities, she had almost fully recovered by dinner time, merely a few hours later. Nevertheless, Miles, still feeling uneasy, unwrapped the bandage to inspect the wound, discovering that it had yet to begin scabbing. He proceeded to sanitize the area around the injury and re-bandaged it with fresh gauze. While Gwen considered Miles's actions somewhat excessive, she nonetheless welcomed the feeling of being cared for, even deriving joy from it. The shift in their dynamic did not go unnoticed by the other Spider people, though no one commented on it. What truly concerned Miles and the others was the absence of the young Black Spider. At that moment, he was no longer part of their small collective. Shortly after the battle's conclusion, his uncle had been rushed to the hospital, and naturally, the young Black Spider had followed. Whether his uncle was saved remained uncertain. However, it was tacitly accepted that the young Black Spider would miss the evening's mission. Fortunately, their original plan had designated him as Miles's support. Despite his absence, given Miles's performance throughout the day, Shadow Spider and the others unanimously agreed that he was capable of handling the task independently. After a thorough discussion, they formulated the final plan for the night's operation, which consisted of 4 steps. The first step involved Miles, Gwen, Penny, and middle-aged Peter Parker, who would take the invitation from Kingpin and proceed to Fist Tower to attend the memorial service for the Ultimate Spider. Based on their, primarily Penny's, investigations over the past few days, they had discovered that the control room for Kingpin's particle collider was situated directly beneath Fist Tower. The invitation Kingpin had extended to Miles undoubtedly lent further credibility to this finding. The second step entailed locating Kingpin and closely following him. Kingpin's particle collider experiments aimed to retrieve his wife and son from a parallel universe, filling the void within his heart. Thus, it was inevitable that he would attend the collider's activation. By shadowing him, they could effortlessly uncover the true location of the particle collider, alleviating any need for further searching. This was also the rationale behind when accepting Kingpin's wager. The third step involved Shadow Spider and Spider-Ham. One excelled in stealth, while the other was quick to act. They would enter the vicinity of the particle collider's main section via the subway tracks, a route provided by the young Black Spider. Prior to these events, he had simply been an ordinary boy. The Wanderer provided a sanctuary for Kingpin's operations within an abandoned underground warehouse near the particle collider. This locale served as both a temporary refuge during work hours and a vigilant watch post to prevent outsiders from uncovering Kingpin's secrets. After all, revealing such secrets could lead to dire consequences, and the identity of the victim remains unspoken. On one occasion, Little Black Spider was brought here by the Wanderer, drawn by the vast blank walls that awaited his artistic expression. It was during this visit that he was bitten by a spider, thus acquiring his newfound powers. Subsequently, in pursuit of the very spider that transformed him, Little Black Spider returned to this place. Following the subway tracks, he was drawn to the sounds of combat. As he traced the source of the clamor, he unexpectedly stumbled upon an epic clash between the Ultimate Spider-Man and the Ultimate Green Goblin. Thus, this path led directly to Kingpin's particle collider. Upon learning these details, Peter instructed Little Black Spider to mark the route on their map. Originally, their plan was to traverse this very path. However, it bore an inherent risk, Little Black Spider had previously been discovered by Kingpin and his associates, leading to a relentless pursuit by the Wanderer, who was unaware of his true identity at that time. Ultimately, it was the timely arrival of a subway train that afforded him his escape. Hence, it was prudent to assume that Kingpin would implement necessary precautions along this route. The strategy of combining the second and third steps into a feigned distraction was conceived for this very reason. Peter and his companions would enter boldly, creating chaos to draw attention, while Shadow Spider and Spider-Ham would stealthily infiltrate through an alternate route to further undermine Kingpin's power. In this manner, they aimed to seize control of the particle collider. The final step, naturally, would involve returning home and shutting down the particle collider, a task designated solely for Peter. He had already resigned himself to the possibility of remaining forever in the Ultimate Spider world. Perhaps inheriting the mantle of the Ultimate Spider-Man would not be so bad after all. Thoughts of the comical yet serious Officer Orlando and the kind grandmother who offered him distinctive meat pies danced through Peter's mind. In his past world, he felt inconsequential. Returning might even risk the censorship of this very narrative. Thus, staying here seemed preferable. Of course, this was merely a fleeting thought. Should Little Black Spider prove capable of shouldering the responsibility of shutting down the collider, Peter was open to the possibility of attempting to return to his original world. Unfortunately, he knew well that Little Black Spider was likely preoccupied with the battle at hand, and no one would demand his participation at this moment. However, considering the possibility that they might not meet again after tonight, at the suggestion of middle-aged Peter Parker, they decided to join together to bid farewell to Little Black Spider. After all, they had shared a brief acquaintance, albeit only for a few days, and leaving without a word felt rather improper. Brooklyn Community Hospital. The lights in the operating room were still aglow. Seated on the bench outside the operating room were Jefferson Davis and his son, Miles Morales. Jefferson Davis had not yet shed his police uniform. Upon receiving Miles's call about Aaron Davis's gunshot wound, he rushed over immediately. Miles, however, had removed his spider suit, as he was reluctant to reveal his identity to his family. The expressions on both father and son were identical, marked by deep concern. Aaron Davis, the Prowler, was evidently in a more precarious condition than anticipated. The surgery had been underway for 2 hours, with no sign of conclusion. Jefferson rested his elbows on his knees, cradling his forehead in his hands, sweat beading on his brow, his anxiety reaching a near-breaking point. When he arrived, Aaron had already been taken into the emergency room, but he gleaned the location of the gunshot wound from Miles's description. It was likely that the bullet had struck the lung, a dire situation indeed. At that moment, Little Black Spider was engulfed in regret. He pondered that if it had not been for him, Uncle Aaron would surely not have been shot. He even entertained the thought that if he had not inadvertently intruded, Spider-Man might not have had to perish. Had he been the cause of Spider-Man's demise? And now, was he about to cause Uncle Aaron's death in a similar manner? Chapter 39. The notion of fate. A peculiar sound resonated from the window at the end of the corridor. The noise was faint, and the window was situated over 10 meters from the seats. An ordinary person would hardly have heard it, especially Jefferson, who was immersed in sorrow. Yet, Little Black Spider, enhanced by spider genes, heard it distinctly. He instinctively lifted his gaze towards the source, catching a fleeting glimpse of a hand, red, adorned with a web-like pattern. It was Mr. Parker's hand. Little Black Spider glanced back at his father and then walked towards the window. Behind him, Jefferson noticed his son rising but assumed he was merely going to the restroom, saying nothing. As Little Black Spider approached the window, he barely had time to survey the outside before a hand reached out from a nearby storage room and pulled him inside. The door was gently closed behind them. This was a hospital, where loud noises were forbidden. It was a place of recuperation. Middle-aged Peter Parker placed a hand on Little Black Spider's shoulder and inquired, "Hey, Miles. How is your uncle?" The Little Black Spider, dejected, said, "They are still trying to save him." Peter placed a comforting hand on his shoulder, reassuring him. "Do not dwell on such thoughts. He will be all right." "Thank you, Peter," the Little Black Spider replied, looking at him with gratitude. "If you hadn't pulled him away at that moment, Uncle Aaron would have been shot in the heart, and there would have been no chance for rescue." Peter sighed softly and remarked, "If you wish to express your gratitude, let your uncle treat me to a drink once he recovers." Despite his words, he felt a twinge of pessimism within. He pondered whether, had he exerted more effort at that moment, the current situation might have been vastly improved. Alas, hindsight is invaluable. Now, all he could do was to fulfill his duties and leave the rest to fate. Before his journey through dimensions, he had encountered a concept regarding Spider-Man's fatalism, which posited that every Spider-Man must lose a loved one or someone close to them. For instance, among those present, the Shadow Spider had lost his uncle. The middle-aged Peter had also lost his uncle. Gwen had lost her best friend, Peter Parker, and Penny had lost her father, from whom she inherited her mech abilities and responsibilities. The only two exceptions were Peter and Spider-Ham. Spider-Ham had lost nothing, as he was a character in a comedic narrative aimed at children, devoid of tragic embellishments. As for Peter, he hailed from the real world. Perhaps this so-called fatalism would not affect him, or perhaps it had yet to reach him. In truth, whether before or after his traversal, Peter was entirely skeptical of fatalism. This skepticism stemmed not only from the age-old belief that human determination can triumph over fate, but also from the perspective that everything in the Marvel Universe was merely a narrative constructed by editors. This is what is referred to as fate. Thus, as an entity existing beyond the confines of destiny, does it imply that he can disregard all of this? At this moment, Peter fervently hoped that the Prowler could be saved, for if that were to happen, it would signify that this world was free from the constraints of fatalism, at least in his presence. The little black spider managed a faint smile, seemingly revitalized, and nodded yes. I will tell him. He then turned to the others, inquiring, what are you all doing? The shadow spider replied, we came to see you and bid farewell. With that, he leaped out through the window behind him. Spider-Ham and Penny also exchanged brief goodbyes before departing. The little black spider exclaimed anxiously, why are you saying farewell here? We could have said our goodbyes at the collider. Peter's hand applied a gentle pressure as he squeezed Miles' shoulder. No, your uncle needs you more. As for the situation over there, I will handle it, all right? Gwen nodded in agreement. Rest assured, Peter is quite dependable. You can stay here without worry, Miles. Yet, the little black spider hesitated, casting a peculiar glance at Gwen. Peter tightened his grip slightly and turned to Gwen. Gwen, you should leave now. Gwen shot him a disapproving look, bid farewell to the little black spider, and leaped out of the window. Miles, I must warn you, don't harbor any thoughts about Gwen, Peter threatened. The little black spider looked bewildered as he watched Gwen depart, then glanced at Peter, ultimately casting a pleading gaze towards the middle-aged Peter. The older Peter shrugged. The matters of young love are not my concern, but I suggest you give up sooner rather than later, Miles. He comfortingly patted the little black spider's shoulder. Then he turned to Peter. Hey, Peter, let him be. He's already suffered a double blow. Peter grunted, relaxing his grip. Although he and Gwen were merely in the early stages of mutual affection, it was still advantageous to eliminate a rival. Why complicate matters when they could be enjoying each other's company? Peter was not one to make things more difficult for himself. All right, I understand, the little black spider mumbled, his head drooping in disappointment. He indeed had feelings for Gwen, but that budding flame was snuffed out by Peter. Peter grinned and reached out. Hand over that little gadget. The little black spider instinctively checked his pocket but stubbornly replied, the gadget isn't with me. I left it in my suit pocket. I'll go get it now. He pretended to leave. Whoosh. A strand of web shot from Peter's hand, ensnaring the little black spider. What are you doing? He exclaimed, finally realizing what had happened as he attempted to pull at the web. However, Peter had already closed in, sweeping him off his feet with a swift kick. Consequently, the web wrapped around him, binding his hands. Peter leaned down, rummaging through the little black spider's pants pocket. See, I told you, you're not prepared yet. With that, he leaped out of the window. He had no farewells to make, for according to his plan, he would ultimately remain in the Ultimate Universe. Though it was not his desire, he had no choice but to accept how events unfolded. He had already resolved that if he stayed, he would inherit the mantle of the Ultimate Spider and continue being Spider-Man. As for the future, he could balance being Spider-Man while searching for his path. Chapter complete. Chapter 40. A belief in the storage room. The middle-aged Peter Spider observed the small black spider, who had been knocked to the ground in an instant. He had to concede that, although the small black spider had possessed his abilities for a longer duration, 7 days, his combat prowess was vastly superior to that of the small black spider. This disparity became even more apparent after a morning filled with practical assessments, revealing a chasm between their performances. Such a gap extinguished the thoughts that lingered in the middle-aged Peter Spider's mind. Initially, he had intended to propose his faith in the small black spider, believing it would allow him to return home. However, it was now evident that the small black spider was not yet ready to bear such a responsibility. Reluctantly, he abandoned the idea. He bent down to assist the small black spider by removing the silk that ensnared him. The small black spider, irked, made to dash out the window in pursuit, but was firmly restrained by the middle-aged Peter Spider. Enough, Miles. You are not prepared, let it go. The small black spider retorted angrily. What do you mean I'm not prepared? I am fully ready. I can do this. The middle-aged Peter Spider grasped the fabric of his clothing, pulling him close and commanding, if you are truly ready, then shock me with your electricity. Or cloak yourself and pass by me unseen. Make it happen. After all, he was the first individual the small black spider had encountered in this world. If possible, he wished to grant him another chance. The small black spider hesitated, clenched his fists, and began to concentrate. Yet, it was evident that the mere hours of training, compounded by the emotional turmoil stemming from his uncle's injury, had left him doubting himself. All of this rendered him incapable of freely controlling his abilities. No matter how hard he tried, nothing transpired. Neither electricity nor invisibility manifested. Perhaps you should spend some time with your uncle, Miles. I believe you wish to receive news of his recovery as soon as possible, the middle-aged Peter Spider suggested, releasing his grip on the small black spider's attire. The excitement that had once surged within the small black spider was quelled by these words. Memories of his uncle Aaron resurfaced, along with the haunting image of him lying in his arms, gravely injured. The light in his eyes gradually dimmed. The middle-aged Peter Spider felt an increasing sense of disappointment. Extinguishing his final flicker of hope, he gently patted the small black spider's shoulder, saying, "Farewell, Miles." "Farewell," the small black spider replied, raising his hand only to find that the middle-aged Peter Spider had vanished through the window. He rushed to the window and shouted, "How will I know when I am ready?" The figure clad in the red and blue spider suit paused against the wall and responded, "You will never truly know. It is a matter of belief." With that, he resumed his movement. The small black spider stood frozen in place, gazing at the distant street, where a figure clad in a red and blue spider suit swung gracefully on a web, gradually retreating until it vanished around the corner. Finally, he murmured, "Farewell, everyone." The night in New York possesses a multifaceted nature. For the common areas, it is a paradise of revelry and crime. For the affluent districts, it serves as a conclusion to a splendid day. This chapter is not yet complete. Click the next page to continue reading. Today, within the towering Fisk Tower, arrangements were underway for a final tribute to a well-known hero. We gather here to honor our beloved Spider-Man. The event is hosted by the city's eminent philanthropist and magnate, Mr. Wilson Fisk. Fisk Tower, an edifice exceeding 30 stories and nearly 200 meters in height, stands as one of the rarer structures amidst the urban sprawl of New York City. Yet, no one knows precisely how much illicit money was funneled into its construction. Of course, few are concerned with such matters. Those aware of the truth remain silent, while those oblivious may never learn it. This is evident from the numerous celebrities and socialites disembarking from their vehicles, adorned in gold and silver, their attire extravagant, and their faces wearing congenial smiles. Clearly for them, this so-called memorial service and charity gala is merely an opportunity to satiate their social cravings, leveraging Spider-Man's name as a facade. It bears no distinction from previous events. Suddenly, four figures emerged from the throng. A rotund man, a muscular individual, a woman of graceful form, and a small girl seated atop a rotund mech. Each bore either a spider suit or a similar insignia. These four stood in stark contrast to the crowd entering the tower. "Are they also waitstaff?" a dapperly dressed man inquired. "I heard tonight's servers would be dressed as Spider-Man." "Indeed, but those outfits are quite hideous. I hope they don't approach me," retorted his companion, a woman in an evening gown, with a hint of disdain directed towards the group. Another man, impeccably attired in a tailored suit, who had overheard their exchange, curiously remarked, "Isn't tonight a memorial for Mr. Parker, our Spider-Man? Why would they dress the servers in his likeness?" The woman giggled, responding, "Isn't Spider-Man our friendly neighborhood hero? Isn't it only natural for him to serve us?" Those scoundrels, Peter clenched his fists. Though he had never laid eyes on the ultimate spider, he had learned much about the battles fought for this city against villains over the past decade. He had, on numerous occasions, saved this city, and indeed the world, from peril. He is a true hero, yet he is treated in such a manner after his passing. At that moment, a gentle hand grasped Peter's arm. Gwen softly remarked, "Do not mind them. We have our own tasks to attend to." The middle-aged Peter added, "It is impossible for everyone to like us, and that is perfectly all right, Peter. Are you not at all upset?" Peter inquired. Gwen shook her head, responding, "In my world, things can be far more unpleasant. If I were to become angry over such trivial matters daily, I would exhaust myself. Indeed, when frustration arises, one can reflect on those who bring joy into their lives." The middle-aged Peter patiently advised. For him, both Peter and Spider-Gwen were his juniors. Hence, as a mentor, he wished to smooth their paths and spare them from the trials he had endured. "Understood," Peter nodded. "Here, Peter Oni-san, have one of these. It's sweet and will dispel all your unhappiness." Penny chimed in, offering him a treat. After Peter ate it, he indeed felt a surge of comfort within. "Thank you, everyone. Let us make our mark and show Kingpin the consequences of disrespecting the departed." Chapter 41. Arrival at the venue. Please present your invitation. Peter and his companions were halted at the entrance of Fisk Tower by two large security guards clad in black suits and dark sunglasses. Their imposing demeanor hinted at a concealed identity. They were likely enforcers of Kingpin's underground organization. Peter produced his invitation and slapped it into the guard's hand. "May we enter now?" The imposing guard pointed at the spider-mech, stating, "You may enter, but this cannot." "Oh, why not? We are special guests of Mr. Fisk. Are you certain you wish to impede us?" Peter emphasized the phrase special guests, casting a knowing look at the guard. The guard's expression remained unyielding as he replied curtly, "No means no. Vehicles are not permitted inside." Peter chuckled, saying, "Then I shall personally speak with Mr. Fisk and send my regards from here," allowing them to come in later. Before he could finish, a somewhat familiar voice crackled through the guard's earpiece. Gwen snickered, leaning towards Peter. "Kingpin's ego is quite fragile, indeed." Peter nodded in agreement, finding her observation astute. If they had extended an invitation, they should graciously allow entry. A confrontation could ensue. But there was no need for such petty maneuvers in this setting. This only diminished their respect for Kingpin. However, it was also possible that Kingpin had orchestrated this to lower their psychological defenses. Unfortunately, such tactics were destined to fail. Pushing open the door and stepping into the hall, a cacophony of sounds immediately flooded their ears. The heightened senses, augmented by spider genes, caused a dull buzzing in Peter's head. Taking a deep breath to clear his mind, he found the noise became less overwhelming. Gwen's voice resonated beside him, and as he inhaled deeply, the clamor gradually subsided. The other three seemed unfazed. They were evidently accustomed to such environments, surveying his surroundings with trepidation. Peter mused that he never anticipated feeling his heart race from the sheer number of people, an experience reminiscent of childhood horror films. "Haha, you simply haven't experienced enough. You'll grow accustomed to it. Trust me, buddy," chuckled middle-aged Peter. Penny whispered, "The spider has scanned the building and generated a 3D map. According to estimates, at the end of the left rear corridor in the hall, there is an elevator leading underground, likely the route to the particle collider." Her voice emanated from the earpiece. In light of the afternoon's events, Peter suggested that Penny and middle-aged Peter quickly retrofit their suits with communicators for better coordination. Although this feature might only serve its purpose once, it would enhance their synergy and serve as a memento, which held significant meaning. "Shall we proceed directly?" Gwen Spider proposed. "Yes, let's move swiftly. Delay could lead to complications." Peter concurred with a nod. However, he inquired, "Penny, can you scan the corridor for any high-energy materials?" Penny responded, "Are you suspecting that Gold might have planted explosives in the corridor?" "Indeed. There are two types of individuals one must never trust in this world, and Gold is one of them." "And the other?" Penny asked curiously. In mid-sentence, Peter replied, "Mr. Parker, what's wrong?" At that moment, middle-aged Peter suddenly stirred, moving towards a corner of the hall while remaining silent. Gwen glanced over and pointed to a table. "Look, that's Mary Jane, isn't it?" "Mary Jane?" Peter followed her finger and spotted a familiar figure. She was clad in a black off-shoulder gown, her burgundy hair cascading over her shoulders, her expression pained, and her eyes slightly swollen, a vision of endearing beauty. It was indeed this world's Mary Jane, the beloved of the ultimate spider. Peter hurried a few steps forward and grasped middle-aged Peter's hand. "Mr. Parker, she is not your Mary Jane. We have more pressing matters at hand." Middle-aged Peter Parker continued to move forward, the strength in his legs gradually intensifying, which compelled Bede to exert more effort. The two, one in front of the other, unexpectedly began to vie for strength. "Oh no, I believe we need not rush this moment. Let me pass and take a look, just a glance will suffice." Realizing he could not overpower Bede, middle-aged Peter resorted to verbal persuasion. Bede shook his head, signaling Gwen to assist him. Gwen quickly approached middle-aged Peter, saying, "Hey, concentrate. Trust me, I've been through this, but you must look ahead. Just once, truly, I merely wish to be with her," middle-aged Peter implored, his tone bordering on desperation. "Excuse me, what are you all doing?" A sultry voice interjected. The trio turned in unison to find Mary Jane unexpectedly beside them. Perhaps their movements had drawn her attention. Hello, middle-aged Peter stammered, fully aware that she was not the person he yearned for, yet rendered speechless by nervousness. Bede and Gwen silently took a step back, remaining close enough to intervene should middle-aged Peter react impulsively. Mary Jane, having waited in vain for a response, inquired with curiosity, "Could you, bring some bread to table 12? It dawned on her that she had mistaken middle-aged Peter for a waiter, as all the servers in the hall were dressed in Spider-Man attire. Taking a deep breath, middle-aged Peter replied, "I must apologize. I truly am sorry." Mary Jane, perplexed, responded, "No need to apologize, it's just bread. When you needed me, I was absent. I didn't even try my best," middle-aged Peter lamented, ensnared in his own tragic musings. Mary Jane awkwardly replied, "It's fine, but I think I should take my leave. I know I can do better, if given another chance." "I will," he continued. At that moment, a heavy cough echoed in his earpiece, startling him to reality. He corrected himself, "The bread you deserve. Are you all right?" Mary Jane asked, bewildered by the peculiar waiter's strange remarks. Bede stepped forward, grasping middle-aged Peter, and said, "All right, enough, go fetch the bread." With that, he unceremoniously pulled middle-aged Peter away, who, this time, offered no resistance. Meanwhile, Mary Jane observed Bede, and in her previously sorrowful eyes, a flicker of obscure light shone through, as if she were contemplating something profound. She couldn't shake the feeling that this spider suit resembled one she had seen in her husband's basement, though he seldom wore it, leaving most people with little memory of it. At that moment, Gwen approached and said, "I apologize, madam. The bread will be delivered shortly." In the distance, the middle-aged Peter, nearly being dragged away by Bede, muttered, "For you, they ought to cover this place with fresh bread." Bede, utterly speechless, quickened his pace. Nearby, Penny spoke up, "Mina-san, I have completed my survey. There are no abnormalities detected in the elevator." As she spoke, she projected an image into Bede's battle suit. This was a video module integrated within his suit, functioning not only for real-time video calls but also capable of transmitting footage from the mini-spider scouts. However, with Penny present, he no longer needed to operate these functions. "Let us proceed," Bede declared, releasing his grip on the middle-aged Peter. "Mr. Parker, have you calmed down?" "I am completely fine," the middle-aged Peter replied, hunched over and dejected. "Bede, Gwen, Penny, you certainly do not appear to be fine." Nonetheless, they refrained from further comment. As the most experienced elder among them, the middle-aged Peter surely understood the gravity of the situation. Suddenly, a faint tremor resonated from the depths below. Recently, the officials had reported occasional seismic activities in the Brooklyn underground. However, the epicenter was deep enough not to pose significant danger to anyone. Thus, the people in the hall exhibited no signs of panic, continuing to drink and chat. This was also a piece of information disseminated after Kingpin had colluded with the television station. Yet, Bede and the others were immediately struck by a sense of urgency. The middle-aged Peter, who had been hunched over, straightened his back. They all realized a critical point. The particle engine had begun its activation. "Let us move." Meanwhile, deep within Fisk Tower, dozens of meters underground, a technologically advanced laboratory bustled with numerous staff members. Initializing primary ignition sequence, two colossal particle nozzles began to extend slowly. The earlier tremor was a result of their movement. In the control room, Kingpin stood before a large screen filled with grid-like surveillance footage. Among the videos, the figures of Bede and his companions appeared. Observing this, Kingpin's lips curled into a cold smile. "Our delightful audience has arrived. Let us commence." "Yes. Upload the genetic sequences of Vanessa Fisk and Richard Fisk. Initiate spatial matching." In the control room's server room, Madame Octopus also received Kingpin's notification. Juggling multiple tasks, her mechanical tentacles swiftly adjusted the data preparations for the collider's ignition. The particle accelerator began to operate at an extraordinary pace. Two streams of particles, imbued with immense energy, surged forth from a distant coil, constrained by powerful surrounding magnets, advancing forward until they reached the collision point of the collider. As the countdown for ignition commenced, the atmosphere grew electric. With the conclusion of the countdown, two brilliant streams of particles erupted from their respective accelerators, colliding spectacularly. The entire expanse of Brooklyn trembled in response. On the streets, streetlights, buildings, skyscrapers, and bridges all contorted in a reaction akin to rejection. Bede and his companions boldly traversed the banquet hall, entering a predetermined passageway. Ultimately locating the elevator, two armed henchmen stood vigil at the elevator entrance. Without hesitation, Bede and the middle-aged Spider-Man struck decisively, incapacitating the two men and binding them to the ceiling with webs. Subsequently, Penny, having donned her Spider-Mech suit, lifted her foot and forcefully kicked open the elevator doors, embodying the archetype of a violent yet graceful heroine. Under ordinary circumstances, Bede and his companions might have teased her. Yet the frantic warnings of Spider Sense drowned out any thoughts of jest. Without a moment's pause, they leapt into the elevator shaft. Caution! As they plummeted several dozen meters. Nearing the exit, the middle-aged Spider-Man suddenly shouted. Simultaneously, he extended his arms, weaving an expansive web that enveloped the entire elevator shaft. Meanwhile, Bede's spider sense intensified, prompting him to instinctively turn and embrace Gwen, pressing both against one side of the wall. On the opposite side, the middle-aged Spider-Man also pressed himself against the wall. Only Penny, the Spider-Mech girl, was unable to evade, given her considerable size. Yet she possessed her own arsenal of defenses. With a swift motion, she extended her arms and legs forward, deploying several metal plates that combined to form a shield-like barrier. A cacophony of gunfire erupted as bullets converged from the elevator below, creating a metal storm that raged toward them. "Is that all?" the Spider-Mech girl scoffed. In the next instant, the mech transformed again, her hands morphing into two rapidly spinning gears, plunging into the elevator below. With a flash of sparks, the elevator was sliced cleanly in two. Bede and Gwen exchanged a knowing glance, resolutely following suit. Inside the elevator below, aside from one unfortunate soul who appeared to have been crushed by the descending mech, no bodies remained. Clearly, Kingpin's henchmen possessed commendable combat prowess. As the trio of Peter, Gwen, and Ben found themselves ensnared within the confines of the elevator, the spider-mech maiden had already burst forth. At the entrance lay a considerable ambush of gang gunmen, all armed with automatic rifles. For the underground emperor of New York, and indeed the entire Eagle Nation, acquiring such weaponry was a trivial endeavor. However, despite the gunmen wielding automatic rifles and armor-piercing rounds, they proved to be woefully inadequate against the might of the mech. The bullets ricocheted off the spider-mech's exterior, creating a cacophony of metallic clinks, and the gunmen were swiftly sent sprawling by the mech's formidable strikes. In truth, everyone had underestimated Penny. This girl, emerging from a parallel world, possessed not only a genius intellect, but also formidable strength and a wealth of grim experiences. The only element she had previously lacked, resolve, had been fortified earlier that afternoon, following an incident where her miscalculation led to the injury of middle-aged Peter. Now, she was undergoing a transformation, stepping into her role as the true pilot of the spider-mech. Chapter 2735 underwent some modifications, primarily concerning the sequence of events. Otherwise, there were no significant changes. This chapter concludes here. Chapter 43, Belambo. Naturally, Peter, Gwen, and Ben were not idle. Taking advantage of the cover provided by the spider-mech maiden, they swiftly exited the cramped elevator and dispersed. After several hours of recuperation, the injuries sustained by middle-aged Peter and Gwen had largely healed, allowing them to resume their activities without hindrance. Thus, Peter felt confident enough to permit Gwen to operate independently. In truth, this revealed Peter's lack of clarity regarding his own role. Facing such a grand spectacle for the first time, Peter felt an undeniable sense of anxiety. Who could understand the plight of a mere struggling author just 2 days prior, now thrust into a maelstrom of gunfire? Tasked with carving a path through a hail of bullets, anyone in his position would be overwhelmed with trepidation. Even he himself was oblivious to how transparent his anxiety had become. This nervousness bore both advantages and disadvantages. The advantage was that his spider sense and physical reflexes seemed to have been heightened. For instance, while in the elevator shaft, as the gunman fired from the elevator below, with bullets barely having left the barrels and not yet penetrating the iron ceiling, Peter had already reacted, initiating evasive maneuvers. The drawbacks were equally apparent. His reactions were exaggerated, bordering on neurotic. Consequently, among all participants in this operation, he was the one most in need of concern from his comrades. Meanwhile, Gwen and middle-aged Peter continued to battle, while periodically casting glances towards Peter, who remained blissfully unaware that he had inadvertently become the object of their collective protection. He forcefully pushed off the ground with his feet, propelling himself along the wall and swiftly ascending to the ceiling. Behind him trailed a series of bullet holes. The gunman aiming at him attempted to predict his position, yet his speed was astonishingly rapid, rendering their efforts futile. Furthermore, as he ran, Peter indiscriminately launched his web shooters. The so-called web bullets were a technique that propelled strands of webbing at an astonishing speed, without Spider-Man to absorb the force from behind. They retained nearly all their kinetic energy. Although not lethal, an unprotected ordinary person struck in the face by a web bullet would be rendered disoriented on the spot. At that moment, several unfortunate souls were struck by Peter's errant shots, collapsing to the ground, motionless. Upon reaching the ceiling directly overhead, Peter pushed off again, diving straight into the midst of 4 or 5 armed men. "Hey guys, is shooting fun? Can I join in?" Peter, feeling a surge of nervousness, began to chat lightheartedly to ease his own tension. One of the gunmen cursed angrily but hesitated to fire, opting instead to swing the butt of his gun at Peter. Without flinching, Peter extended his hand to catch the gun stock and pushed it forward. Crack! The rifle rebounded and struck the gunman's face, the force, hampered by his own anxiety, sending him careening several meters away, crashing out of the small outpost. The other gunmen, realizing the situation, began to react. Some swung their weapons, while others drew their knives. However, to Peter, their movements appeared painfully slow. In a flurry of motion, he deftly evaded their attacks, activating his own hands, and within moments had bound the remaining assailants together. Subsequently, he delivered a swift blow to each of their heads, knocking them unconscious. "Well, since you weren't keen on letting me join, I suppose I'll seek out the next group," Peter shrugged, glancing at the large, incapacitated figures. He bent down to retrieve an automatic rifle. He had long desired to experience the sensation of wielding a real firearm, and now, the opportunity had finally arrived. He squeezed the trigger, and immediately, a burst of bullets erupted forth. This chapter is not yet complete. Click the next page to continue reading. His exceptional physical prowess steadied his hand, minimizing the recoil to an almost negligible degree. Excited, he approached the cover and unleashed a volley of bullets toward another group of gunmen in the distance. Rat-a-tat-tat. The sound of anguished cries promptly followed. Listening to the cries, Peter felt no burden of guilt. His previous restraint against killing stemmed from the discomfort of using his fists. However, with a firearm, he could not witness the consequences of his actions directly. Moreover, these weapons were originally wielded by his enemies. It was merely a matter of reciprocity. Besides, they were all armed. It was simply unfortunate for whoever fell. You suggest that I can dodge bullets? Then why are you unable to? If you cannot evade the bullets, do you expect them to avoid you? Peter resembled a child who had discovered a new toy, gripping the trigger without any intention of releasing it. The automatic rifle fired at an astonishing rate, depleting dozens of rounds in mere seconds. Peter examined the firearm, but due to his lack of prior knowledge, he could not decipher how to reload it. Time was not on his side to delve into its mechanics. However, he remained unfazed, as there were still several other guns available. He subsequently picked up 2 firearms at a time, transforming into a Rambo-like figure, unleashing a frenzied barrage towards the nearby gunner's position. The ammunition from several guns quickly ran out. After feeling the warmth of the barrels, Peter reluctantly discarded them onto the ground. If only he had a means of storage, he could have taken them with him, potentially selling them for a substantial sum. Indeed, desperation was taking its toll on him, and his thoughts began to scatter in the heat of the moment. He then maneuvered past this position and charged towards another side. Thanks to his earlier display of ferocious firepower, the nearby gunners hesitated to expose themselves. Consequently, he managed to infiltrate the next position with ease. Once more, he executed a straightforward operation, incapacitating the adversaries, binding some, and rendering others unconscious, replicating his earlier tactics. After he had subdued a third position in a similar manner, the voice of middle-aged Peter echoed through his earpiece, jolting him back to reality. Do not linger in battle. Our objective is not them. We need to push forward. Peter chuckled sheepishly, realizing he had become overly engrossed. He promptly dismissed the idea of assaulting the next position and sprinted toward the side ahead. There, dazzling light erupted, clearly the result of particle streams colliding from the particle collider. It was then that Peter noticed that Gwen and the other 2 had already arrived. You finally made it. Gwen was about to go back to find you, middle-aged Peter remarked. Peter glanced at Gwen, offering an awkward smile. Sorry, I got a bit carried away. No worries. We understand, middle-aged Peter replied. Shadow and Ham have emerged from that side and are currently scouting for a place to set up our little gadgets. Are you 2 on your way? The intermittent voice of Shadow crackled through the earpiece. Middle-aged Peter's eyes brightened. It seems they have found a location. Let us hurry over. All right. Chapter 44. The ultimate Green Goblin seizing the opportunity while the gunners behind them had yet to catch up. The group engaged in a brief exchange before departing towards the deeper recesses. From Penny's prior descriptions, they had formed a rough conception of the immense scale of the particle collider. Yet, it is only when one stands here in person that the true magnitude of its awe becomes palpable. Merely the framework beside the collider stretches over 100 meters, ample enough for a person to traverse with ease. Similar pathways are visible in every direction, evidently designed to facilitate the construction and routine maintenance for the staff. The particle collider itself is even more colossal. The protruding nozzle alone measures several meters in diameter, and as one gazes further back, the circumference expands dramatically, culminating in a staggering width of over 100 meters. This, indeed, reflects the vastness of this subterranean expanse. It is likely that those residing above in Brooklyn could scarcely fathom that beneath their everyday lives lies a cavernous void, housing a machine potent enough to obliterate the world. Only when they approach this site do they realize the gravity of the situation exceeds their wildest imaginations. A formidable beam of particle flow is relentlessly tearing through the surrounding space, giving rise to bizarre phenomena manifesting all around, specters of alternate realities. Penny exclaimed, "We must shut it down swiftly. Otherwise, these voids created by the particle stream will collide, leading to total annihilation." Rejection response. Peter inquired loudly amidst the cacophony of the collider's roar. Due to the spatial fluctuations and resultant magnetic disturbances, their communication devices were rendered utterly ineffective. They had no choice but to resort to primal shouting. "No, it's quantum collapse." Penny shouted. "Where are Mr. Shadow and Mr. Ham?" Gwen Spider called out. Middle-aged Peter Spider, who had been observing intently, declared, "There seems to be a commotion over there. They must be in that direction. Let us proceed." With that, he deftly shot out his web and swung ahead. All right. Peter and the others promptly followed suit. However, before they had ventured too far, the spider sense began to alert them. Buzzing sounds filled the air as they quickly scattered. In the next instant, a barrage of bullets rained down upon the very spot they had just vacated. From the corners of the pathways below, numerous gunmen emerged. "Damn it, Kingpin. How many henchmen has he summoned against us?" Middle-aged Peter Spider shouted. 300? 500? Perhaps even 1,000, Gwen Spider responded. "What should we do?" Should we fight? Peter asked. No, that's unnecessary. Our priority is to locate Mr. Shadow and Mr. Ham. Provide cover while you insert the device, and then we can make our escape. Middle-aged Peter Spider replied. So what are we waiting for? Let us move. I doubt they'll be offering us a meal. Peter pointed towards the encroaching gunman. Indeed, they wouldn't mind serving us a bullet, Gwen Spider retorted. The group spread out slightly, maintaining a distance of about 4 to 5 meters between each other, as they advanced toward the direction indicated by middle-aged Peter Spider. The intricate surroundings provided them with substantial cover against their pursuers. After all, these pursuers lacked the ability to swing away using webs as they did. To chase the spiders, they had no choice but to sprint along the corridor. However, the shrewd Jinbing undoubtedly possessed more than just these rudimentary tactics. As they rounded a corner, the spider mech was suddenly ambushed. The assailant had been plotting for quite some time. The spider mech barely evaded the attack, and a significant portion of the cockpit's glass was melted away. Immediately afterward, a vibrant green mechanical scorpion tail lunged fiercely toward it. With a swift motion, Peter dashed forward, simultaneously shooting webs from both hands to deflect the mechanical tail. As he pulled, the identity of the assailant was finally revealed. It was a scorpion man, clearly. With the aid of Jinbing's device, he had reattached the mechanical scorpion tail that had been removed by Spider Pig earlier that afternoon. You treacherous fiend, Peter shouted in anger, advancing to deliver a punch. This dishonorable creature had ambushed him earlier, nearly causing a recurrence of his old injuries. Do you have any idea how crucial the back and waist are for a middle-aged man? He seized the scorpion man, delivering 2 powerful blows. The scorpion man was taken aback. He had merely sought an opportune moment to strike, but was forced to flee. Although his sneak attack had yielded some success, he had barely begun to escalate his gains before being captured and pummeled by 2 burly figures. The anxious voice of Spider Penny, tinged with a hint of tears, reached their ears, prompting Peter and middle-aged Peter to intensify their actions. You bully our genius girl. Peter seized one of the scorpion man's mechanical legs and forcefully bent it at the joint until it snapped off. You should also strike, young lady. I disdain you. Middle-aged Peter likewise broke off another mechanical leg, wielding it to deliver several harsh blows. All right. You're about to beat him to death, Gwen protested, unable to watch any longer. In a mere 20 seconds, the scorpion man had lost 3 of his 4 legs, and the recently repaired mechanical scorpion tail was yanked off once more by middle-aged Peter. His face was bruised and battered, his eyes glazing over, clearly on the brink of defeat. Mr. Parker, Brother Peter, let us go. The spider is not seriously harmed, Penny urged, tugging at their clothing. Peter gasped for breath. Let us spare him for now, but I'll bind him up first. After we return you home, I'll hand him over to the authorities. Yes, Penny nodded vigorously. Subsequently, Peter and middle-aged Peter secured the scorpion man with webs, affixing him backward to a pipe to prevent their pursuers from discovering and rescuing him. After completing this task, they set off once more. After yet another turn, they finally caught sight of the Shadow Spider and Spider Ham. It was Mr. Ham. Good heavens, who is he battling? Is that Godzilla? Penny exclaimed. Before them, at one of the particle collider's nozzles, Spider Ham was engaged in a fierce struggle with a colossal beast. This creature stood an astonishing 13 to 14 meters tall, making the already diminutive Spider Ham appear even more petite by comparison. Its body was adorned with rock-like muscles, and its skin was a deep shade of green. Most astonishing of all, this monster had a pair of wings sprouting from its back. Wait, could this be the Green Goblin? Peter gasped. Despite the significant transformation, he could still discern some resemblance to the Green Goblin he remembered. Furthermore, the earlier mention by Little Black Spider indicated that the Green Goblin of this world was a hulking creature. But hadn't Little Black Spider stated that the Green Goblin was killed by the particle collider during its battle with the Ultimate Spider? How could he still be alive? The chapter concludes here. Chapter 45. The Final Battle. Seeking continued reading. The Green Goblin? Norman Osborn? Prompted by Peter's remark. The middle-aged Peter Spider also recognized some familiar traits in the massive Green Goblin before him. Indeed, it was him. Those elongated, shoehorn-like features. And those goblin-like ears. It could only be the Green Goblin. The ultimate Green Goblin of the Ultimate Universe? So, must his physique be equally ultimate? There's no need to be so absurdly meticulous in this context, Peter quipped. It certainly appears quite ultimate, Gwen Spider concurred. I believe we should assist Mr. Ham, Penny suggested. No, I think Mr. Ham can handle him quite well. We should focus on finding where the little gadget should be inserted, the middle-aged Peter Spider replied, shaking his head. Given the current situation, the issues with the collider are only going to escalate. Shutting it down must be our top priority. Spider Ham was indeed more than capable of confronting the ultimate Green Goblin. He appeared quite small, likely less than 1/20th the size of the ultimate Green Goblin. However, when power reaches a certain level, a smaller stature can become an advantage. In an instant, He darted to the side of the ultimate green goblin, whistled, and tripped him. The ultimate green goblin staggered off balance. At that moment, Spider-Ham pulled a small wooden hammer from his pocket. Just as Peter and the others wondered what he was about to do, the hammer suddenly transformed into a massive mallet. Indeed, in the blink of an eye. It grew from mere centimeters to several meters in size, larger than the ultimate green goblin. Wham! The ultimate green goblin was struck down to the ground by a single blow. Subsequently, Spider-Ham stowed away the small hammer, whistled, wiggled his pig nose, leapt high into the air, and landed squarely on the ultimate green goblin's back. Ark! The ultimate green goblin let out a wail of despair. The relaxed and carefree demeanor of Spider-Ham made it seem as though he was not engaged in battle, but rather enjoying a leisurely vacation. By the way, where's Mr. Shadow? Peter surveyed the surroundings. Spider-Pig and Shadow Spider had infiltrated to locate the main control panel of the particle collider. The little device needed to be plugged into the control panel to function. However, they only saw Spider-Pig and not Shadow Spider. In truth, Shadow Spider was right across from them, within a straight line distance of no more than 100 meters. Yet, the eruption of particle streams obscured their senses. Accompanying Shadow Spider was another figure clad in a similar all-black suit, Miles Morales, the little black spider. And the one currently engaging them was none other than Dr. Octopus. To think he would come after all, Shadow Spider remarked as he seized one of Dr. Octopus's tentacles and hurled her away. Laughter emerged from beneath the mask of the little black spider. Of course. We are a team. As he spoke, he positioned himself at the spot where Dr. Octopus had soared past and threw a punch. However, Dr. Octopus, reacting swiftly, caught him and slammed him to the ground. How is your uncle? Shadow Spider freed little black spider from the clutches of Dr. Octopus's mechanical tentacle and inquired. The surgery concluded 2 hours ago. He was out of danger an hour ago, little black spider replied. Wow, that is splendid. My Uncle Benjamin didn't he make it? Shadow Spider lamented while evading a series of rapid attacks from Dr. Octopus. I'm sorry, Mr. Shadow, little black spider apologized. It's not your fault. Where are Peter and Mr. Parker? I wish to express my gratitude to Peter. The doctor mentioned that if the bullet hadn't deviated by that 1 centimeter. My uncle, they are coming from the other side, Shadow Spider interjected. Why don't you leave this to me? Go find them and take care of that thing behind you first. There are so many colors that it's almost blinding, though I can't distinguish them all. There are certainly more than what I have. All right, just be careful, little black spider said as he exited the fray. However, Dr. Octopus was unwilling to let him escape so easily. The chapter is not yet complete. Turn to the next page to continue reading. Yet, Shadow Spider unleashed a barrage of powerful strikes, compelling Dr. Octopus to engage him with all her might, leaving no room for complacency. She felt a mix of urgency and confusion. The situation had unfolded beyond her expectations. For this evening's gamble, she had summoned 300 armed men from various corners of New York, all equipped with firearms, strategically positioned at several critical nodes. This was still due to time constraints. Otherwise, the numbers could have increased several-fold, due to the absence of the tombstone and the Prowler's combat capabilities. She had also expended considerable resources to rescue the gravely wounded and near-death Ultimate Green Goblin. Thus, with herself, Scorpion, and Ultimate Green Goblin, 3 high-caliber combatants, paired with 300 gunmen. She should have been secure. Yet, to her astonishment moments ago, news arrived that both the forward and rear interception lines had been breached. The central area, once under the guardianship of the Scorpion, had received no updates from them as of yet. To make matters worse, their highly anticipated Ultimate Green Goblin was being delayed by a ludicrous cartoon pig. This left her, a solitary woman, to fight alone in this dire predicament. Lady Octopus even contemplated surrender, realizing that exhausting herself was futile. Her alliance with Kingpin was merely a temporary collaboration, devoid of strict hierarchical structure. Kingpin provided funding for research, while she directed the research content, both parties benefiting from the arrangement. Furthermore, after several experiments, she had amassed considerable data from the particle collider, yielding preliminary results. Thus, there was no need for her to engage in a futile struggle here. With this thought, Lady Octopus's aggression diminished significantly. Meanwhile, Little Black Spider leaped and hung with one hand from the rotating nozzle of the particle collider. Utilizing the nozzle's rotational force, he propelled himself upward, reaching the top panel. At this moment, there were no obstacles between him and Peter and the others. Hey, Mr. Parker, Peter, Gwen, Penny. Little Black Spider waved at them. Miles. Gwen Spider exclaimed in surprise. How did he get here? Middle-aged Peter Spider felt a slight uplift in his spirits. He has finally arrived. I am not disappointed. Peter called out loudly. Have you seen Mr. Shadow? Little Black Spider pointed behind him, saying, Mr. Shadow is over there battling Lady Octopus. He told me to bring you all to deal with this thing. He gestured toward the particle stream below. It seems everything is proceeding smoothly, the middle-aged Peter Spider remarked. Then let's assign some tasks. Peter, you and Miles go plug in the little device and overload the collider. Gwen, assist Shadow in defeating Lady Octopus. Do not let her obstruct our path home. Penny, let us join forces to help Ham defeat this hulking green menace. All right. The group immediately dispersed. Peter shot a web and leaped toward Little Black Spider. Miles, I am relieved you could come, he said upon reaching him. Little Black Spider beamed with joy. I owe you my gratitude. Peter, you saved my uncle's life. It's nothing. We are partners, are we not? Indeed. Let us bring this to an end together, partner. As they conversed, they rapidly ascended toward the collider's upper space. At that moment, the situation around them had grown increasingly dire. Dark voids emerged in succession around the particle stream, with various objects even flying out from within. Bede even caught sight of a handle, though he could not discern from which realm it had drifted. Yet, all these occurrences served as a harbinger that the multiverse was under immense pressure, and the quantum space was on the verge of collapse. Unbeknownst to them, chaos had already unraveled in the Brooklyn neighborhood directly above. Waves of tremors relentlessly battered the ground of Brooklyn, causing numerous structures to teeter precariously. Simultaneously, quantum particles surging from other universes began to overflow. The phenomenon intensified as one approached the collider. On the streets, several streetlights fused with those from alternate realities, while phone booths had been overwhelmed and shattered by their counterparts from different universes, alongside stretches of pavement drawn towards them. Some individuals were nearly swept away by these anomalies, leaving everyone in a state of fear and confusion. The streets echoed with the blaring of sirens. However, even the police were baffled, unable to ascertain the cause, scurrying about like headless chickens or attempting to soothe the frantic citizens. What on earth was happening here? The entrance. When Bede and Little Black Spider arrived at the previously elevated entrance, Little Black Spider suddenly gasped. The entrance remained, yet the green safety button, which was meant to activate and deactivate the collider, had vanished. Unlike Little Black Spider, Bede did not succumb to panic. Instead, he surveyed his surroundings. Having emerged from the recent tumult, he had undergone a profound transformation, embodying the essence of a mature Spider-Man. The turbulent flow of particles had spiraled entirely out of control, transforming the vicinity into a realm awash with dazzling and bizarre colors. Remarkably, in the short time they had been here, only a small area remained intact, suspended amidst the vibrant void like a solitary island in the sky. What had transpired? Little Black Spider could not help but inquire. Bede gestured toward the distance, where a subway train was hurtling towards them at great speed. This subway was familiar to him. It belonged to the same model he had traveled on earlier that day with Gwen. Oh my, how did this subway end up here? And why is it floating in the air? Little Black Spider exclaimed. Bede pondered aloud. The particle flow from the collider temporarily opens portals to other worlds, causing the space-time continuum of this realm to become disordered. Thus, this subway, originally hundreds of meters away, has materialized here. This is dire, Miles. If this continues, in mere minutes, the opened worlds will intertwine, leading to their complete annihilation. He retrieved a small device from his pocket and inserted it into the entrance. No time to waste. Let us initiate the overload protocol to open the portal and allow them to return to their respective worlds. All right. The Little Black Spider was influenced by Peter's composure, and her previously frantic heart gradually regained its tranquility. No, it wasn't just them. Peter, you must return as well. I cannot go back. Peter shook his head. My world exists in a form that is entirely different from theirs. But isn't it worth a try? The Little Black Spider retorted. Peter fell silent for a moment, then nodded. Very well, I shall give it a try. But can you handle the conclusion alone? The Little Black Spider raised her fist confidently and assured him, do not underestimate my determination. I can manage. All right, I will now convey this news to them, while you seek out the insurance button. Seeing her resolve, Peter did not press further. Indeed, the Little Black Spider seemed to have grown considerably. She should be reliable. The chapter is not yet finished. Click the next page to continue reading. Keep it up. Keep it up. Peter and the Little Black Spider bumped fists before parting ways once more. Peter retraced his steps to find Gwen and the others, while the Little Black Spider sought the area where the insurance button was hidden amidst the chaotic rifts of space. Peter leaped onto a skyscraper that had drifted in from an unknown world, crouching in a corner with his limbs on the ground, eyes closed. In that moment, his spider sense transformed into a magnificent web. The intricate temporal and spatial chaos around him became an ally rather than an obstacle. Within the turbulence, a peculiar order seemed to emerge. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide. Here, Peter exclaimed, leaping into free fall from the skyscraper. After descending several dozen meters, he spotted a building standing before him, facing him directly. He shot out webs with both hands, propelling himself forward at an even greater speed. In such a convoluted environment, his movements remained unaffected. On the contrary, they seemed to be enhanced. As he navigated through the turbulent streams of time and space, Peter felt an odd sense of comfort wash over him. It was as if this chaotic realm was his true domain. In this state, his spider sense, strength, and speed appeared to be on the rise. Before long, he once again caught sight of several comrades. The octopus lady had long since vanished, likely retreating at the first sign of danger. Meanwhile, several other Spider-Men were engaged in a fierce battle against the ultimate Green Goblin. The extent of the ultimate Green Goblin's power was unclear, but his durability was undoubtedly exceptional. Despite being surrounded by so many Spider-Men, he had managed to hold out for quite a while, which was truly remarkable. In the face of urgency, Peter had no time for idle chatter. Thanks to the multiple accelerations he had experienced earlier, his current speed was nothing short of terrifying. Gwen and the others could only perceive a streak of red and blue lightning suddenly hurtling toward them from the distance. Following that, the ultimate Green Goblin, who had been struggling under their relentless assault, was suddenly sent flying away. In midair, countless droplets of blood rained down. Thud! Peter's figure heavily landed on the ground. Peter. Wow, Peter Oni-san. Was that move learned from Tetsuar Madam or Aral? Well done. His companions generously showered him with praise for this stunning strike. Yet, Peter simply replied, "The reload program has been completed. Everyone, swiftly enter the particle flow." "What about Miles?" inquired the middle-aged Peter Parker. The situation was urgent, leaving no room for elaborate explanations. In short, the safety switch and the interface had been severed, and Miles was now searching for the safety switch. "I will stay back to assist him. However, before that, I must ensure all of you return safely, so that after locating the safety switch, I can directly destroy the collider." Peter's expression grew solemn. The chaotic particle flow, the tilted buildings, and the erratically flying subway cars presented a catastrophic threat to multiple worlds, making him acutely aware of the heavy responsibility that accompanied his newfound power. Chapter end. As Peter's expression conveyed the gravity of the situation, the others began to realize the seriousness of their predicament. "All right then, I shall take my leave first." Spider-Ham decisively clapped his hands. Just as he was about to leap from the edge, he turned back and retrieved a familiar small wooden hammer from his pocket. Offering it as a keepsake, Peter accepted the little hammer, vividly recalling how Spider-Ham transformed it into a large mallet and struck down the ultimate Green Goblin. "Can I also make it bigger to smash someone?" he asked. Probably not. It's just a memento," Spider-Ham shrugged before jumping into the particle flow. Shadow Spider was the next to approach Peter, placing a hand on his shoulder. "Good luck, Peter. I sense a different aura in you. One that holds infinite possibilities for your future." "Aura?" Peter questioned. "What aura?" "I don't know. Just a feeling, the instinct of a spider detective." Shadow Spider nodded at his own head before leaping down as well. Penny stepped forward, pulling out a handful of various items. "Peter Oni-san, if you want something from Penny." Peter nodded, affectionately ruffling her hair, and then the spider mechs, saying, "I will miss you all." After Penny departed, the middle-aged Peter Parker approached, embracing Peter briefly. "Please send my regards to Miles." "Yes, I will," Peter nodded. "Mr. Parker, when you return, perhaps you should look for Mary Jane. I believe she has been waiting for you." "Thank you. I will," the middle-aged Peter Parker replied. "To be honest, seeing Miles and Penny makes me curious about the feeling of having a child. It should be quite wonderful, right?" Peter chuckled. "Then I wish your child possesses the intellect of Penny." At last, only Gwen remained. She walked a few steps toward Peter, but said nothing, seemingly struggling to find the right words. Peter extended his hand with utmost seriousness, declaring, "Gwen, I promised you that I would show you the breathtaking beauty of this world and help you make countless friends. I will surely discover a way to traverse time and space to find you in your realm. I believe in you." Gwen Stacy stepped forward and embraced Peter tightly. He paused momentarily before reciprocating her embrace. After a few seconds, they released each other. "All right, Gwen, you must return now." Peter spoke gently. "Remember, in your world, I am still with you." Gwen nodded emphatically. Her world had once been shrouded in darkness, but at this moment, a ray of light began to illuminate it. Just as she was about to leap from the edge, Gwen suddenly turned around and placed a light, fleeting kiss on Peter's cheek. "Gwen." Peter stood frozen for a moment, then jolted awake, realizing what she had just done. However, when he rushed to the edge to look down, he found that Gwen's figure was gradually vanishing into the stream of particles. He touched the spot on his cheek where her kiss lingered, feeling the warmth of her tenderness still present. At that moment, Peter wished he could leap into the particle stream without hesitation to follow her into her world. He closed his eyes and took several deep breaths. "Gwen, I will find you. Just wait for me," Peter murmured. The increasingly intense spider sense in his mind was guiding him towards a specific direction. Remarkably, his physical abilities were also rapidly enhancing at that moment. He was uncertain whether this was temporary or permanent, but he did not care. At that instant, one thought consumed his mind: to locate the safety button. to end this chaos, and then find a way to travel through time and space to reach Gwen's world. This chapter is not yet complete. Click the next page to continue reading. No, if he could resolve everything here as swiftly as possible. Perhaps he could enter the particle collider before it was destroyed and reach Gwen's world directly. In the next moment, a web shot forth, and Peter's figure swiftly navigated through the chaotic currents of time and space. Before long, he spotted the silhouette of Black Spider amidst the tumultuous flow. However, at that moment, Black Spider was not near the safety button. Instead, he was engaged in a battle with a hulking figure that resembled a double-door refrigerator. Goldwing. That guy again. Peter had not seen him during their previous skirmish and assumed Goldwing, like Lady Octopus, had been frightened away by the chaotic currents. He was taken aback to discover that Goldwing was still present and actively preventing Black Spider from reaching the safety button to end this turmoil. That wretched fiend. Do you wish for all these worlds to be obliterated? Peter, already feeling discontent from his earlier farewell with his companions, now viewed Goldwing as a convenient outlet for his frustrations. He let out a furious roar, and his form transformed into a flash of lightning, darting forward. Goldwing, however, was devoid of spider sense. Originally, the confrontation with the Black Widow was rather effortless for him. The Black Widow's abilities and combat experience were still quite immature, leaving him vulnerable to severe bullying by Kingpin. This encounter restored a measure of confidence to Kingpin. However, the sudden roar jolted Kingpin back to the haunting fear of being dominated by a fist the size of a sandbag. Just as he uttered a single syllable, "You," he was sent flying by a punch from Biter. His massive frame prevented him from soaring through the air. Instead, he rolled across the ground multiple times. "Thank you, Biter, for saving me once again," the Black Widow said as he rose from the ground. When Biter arrived, he had been pinned to the ground by Kingpin, who had one hand clasped tightly around his neck while the other mercilessly pummeled his face. Each brutal punch to his visage made him forget that he possessed greater strength than Kingpin. Breaking free from Kingpin's grasp was not particularly challenging. "Have you found the safety button?" Biter inquired. The Black Widow pointed in a direction and replied, "It's over there. But I was just intercepted by Kingpin, and couldn't he get through?" "Then let us proceed now," Biter declared, preparing to move. Kingpin had already been reduced to the ground by Biter, who had transformed into a figure reminiscent of a superhero, thus eliminating the final obstacle. "No, Biter. You should leave now." The Black Widow shook his head. Biter turned to him, and the Black Widow earnestly stated, "I am grateful for everything you have done for this world, but I belong to this world. The time has come. I shall handle the rest. In truth, I was waiting for your departure before I pressed the button." "Very well, then, farewell, Miles." Biter nodded and embraced him lightly. "By the way, Mr. Parker and the others asked me to convey their goodbyes to you." "Goodbye, Biter, and thank you," the Black Widow replied, visibly moved. Biter released him, shooting a web and soaring towards the direction of the particle stream. Suddenly, a shout from the Black Widow rang out behind him. "Before you leave, I want to ask, what exactly do you do? It seems you understand some profound matters." He referred to the time-space continuum Biter had previously mentioned. Biter smiled gently. In truth, much of his knowledge was based on speculation, yet the reality was not far from the truth. "Me? I'm merely a writer of science fiction novels." Gratitude is extended to the following supporters: 201-807-1820-4701016, Little Thief, and 202-212-27014131475 for their generous contributions of starting coins. The chapter concludes. Chapter 48, Awakening. Special abilities. As Biter entered the particle stream, an immediate sense of tranquility enveloped him. The surrounding particles continued to leap violently, an array of chaotic entities appearing and vanishing in the blink of an eye. This phenomenon was due to the connection of several worlds, allowing them to traverse through various parallel universes, and at that moment, Biter found himself within one of those universes, occasionally catching glimpses of their chaotic dance. However, this situation will not endure for long. Soon, several parallel universes will collide, and just as there exists a rigid body Roche limit between celestial bodies, two excessively close parallel universes will attract and disintegrate each other, ultimately transforming into the most primordial quantum state, completely annihilating one another. Peter first attuned himself to his circumstances. According to Penny, when individuals enter the particle stream, due to the overloaded program, the particle flow will read the quantum information inherent in each individual, thereby opening a quantum passage to the parallel universe that corresponds to their unique quantum signatures. Thus, as long as one navigates through the particle stream, following their instincts, they can retrace their steps back to their own world. However, upon sensing, Peter discovered he felt nothing at all. He had no way home. Indeed, Peter was not surprised, for deep down, he was already aware that his journey through dimensions differed fundamentally from that of Gwen and the others. This was merely a confirmation of his suspicions. Subsequently, he attempted to move his hands and soon realized he could swim through the particle stream. Could this be my unique ability? It is not uncommon for certain Spider-Men to possess distinctive powers. For instance, the Black Spider's invisibility and electric discharge, Penny piloting her mech, the Shadow Spider's stealth, and Gwen's enhanced speed at the cost of strength, among others. These were the various traits he had come to understand over the past few days. Yet, what puzzled him was that, like the middle-aged Peter, the spider genes in his body appeared quite orthodox, possessing only basic enhancements without any unique abilities. After many fruitless experiments, Peter accepted this outcome. Although lacking peculiar additional powers, possessing spider genes was already a divine blessing. One must learn to be content and find joy in that. However, he now felt he might have discovered his unique ability. The particle stream? No, it was quantum. He recalled the indescribable euphoria he experienced when entering the tumultuous realm of the particle stream. At the time, he had not paused to contemplate it. But now he realized that it was due to his cellular structure absorbing the quantum energy within the particle flow. As the absorbed energy exceeded what his cells could withstand, it was inadvertently released, resulting in a comprehensive augmentation of his body. Peter attempted to control his body, refraining from further absorption of energy from the particle stream. Initially, it was somewhat challenging to manage, but soon, he found it as effortless as moving his own limbs. He could autonomously activate and deactivate the quantum switch within him. When activated, it continuously consumed quantum energy, allowing him to opt for a temporary all-encompassing augmentation or to enhance a specific aspect. Conversely, when deactivated, he would revert to his normal state. This revelation illuminated his understanding. Indeed, this was his inherent ability. The powers of Spider-Man are predominantly passive skills, deeply embedded within his being, intrinsically linked to his essence. Thus, once unearthed, mastery could be attained swiftly. Clearly, this ability harbors substantial potential for further exploration. However, Peter had pressing matters at hand. Gwen, since returning to his own world was not an option, he would naturally venture into Gwen's universe. His aspirations were not grand. If he could forge a partnership with Gwen as a duo of spider heroes, living out their days together would suffice. In the particle stream, he was unburdened by concerns of energy consumption, propelling his quantum energy to its zenith, wholly dedicated to enhancing his spider sense. 100 meters, 200 meters, 400 meters, his spider sense expanded rapidly outward. Visions of parallel universes materialized in his mind. There was Tobey, robust and clad in the iconic red and blue spider suit, Garfield, tall and adorned in the extraordinary spider attire, and the six-armed Spider-Man, with numerous eyes and bristles, Spider-Witch. The particle collider's impact on parallel universes was intensifying. However, since a moment ago, these visions of parallel universes had been vanishing, signifying that the Black Spider had successfully deactivated the collider. Peter now found himself at a nexus of numerous parallel universes. Why had he not yet located Gwen's universe? As he sensed the disappearance of parallel realms, a mix of joy and anxiety surged within him. Just then he found it. Peter's eyes flew open, a look of elation crossing his face. A familiar silhouette stood atop a dark skyscraper, gazing into the distance. It was Gwen. He channeled quantum energy to his limbs and dashed toward her. Yet, before he could cover half the distance, his spider sense faltered. Damn it, Peter cursed. The sensation of success being just a step away was infuriating. But he had no time to linger on his frustration. Only one path lay ahead. Find a quantum tunnel to traverse. Otherwise, once these opened quantum channels converged, he would be forever trapped in the crevice of this parallel universe. Unless someone else could open a quantum passage in the future, he would be doomed to languish here. Peter once more heightened his spider sense to its maximum capacity. This time, he refrained from seeking distant quantum channels and focused solely on the three closest to him. He was confident he could slip through one of them in an instant. But which one to choose? The first appeared to be a Lego universe. The thought of his real self appearing in a Lego realm was intoxicating. No, that wouldn't do. The second one appears to be from a prehistoric era. Wait, why is there a Tyrannosaurus Rex clad in a spider suit? And how are you carrying Pingroo's wardrobe? Bide decisively eliminated this option. Spending time in this world would likely turn him into a primitive man. Was he destined to become the ancestor of humanity in that realm? The third is a real universe. This is the one. Without further contemplation, Bide dashed forward and plunged into it. Meanwhile, in another real universe, within a building, a peculiar passage reminiscent of an oversized shrinking tunnel, radiating an extraordinary luminescence, was continuously emitting strange light. In the room outside the tunnel, three individuals, two clad in red and one in white, were engaged in an intense battle. One side featured a woman dressed entirely in white, her body intermittently swaying, her condition appearing exceedingly unstable, as if she might vanish from this world at any moment. The other two alternated between enlarging and shrinking, adding to the bizarre scene. Just as the three were locked in a fierce struggle, the tunnel suddenly erupted with dazzling light. A figure emerged from within. "Dad!" The three combatants turned their gazes toward the voice, one woman exclaiming, "Huh." End of chapter. Chapter 49. Intrusion from Ant-Man 2? No, it's Avengers 3. Finally emerging from the quantum passage, Bide felt a sense of solid ground beneath his feet. Just as he was reveling in this sensation, he suddenly heard someone seemingly calling him Dad. For a moment, Bide was taken aback. "No, Hope, that's not your father." The man grasped the woman who had called out. "Hey, buddy, who are you? Why did you come out of there? Wait, are you that little boy?" The man stepped forward, inquiring. Bide followed the voice and furrowed his brow as he recognized the identity of the individual before him. "You are Ant-Man." Scott made an exaggerated expression of surprise. "Wow, looks like I'm quite famous. But, buddy, how about we first discuss who you are?" Bide's gaze swiftly scanned behind Ant-Man, immediately recognizing the identities of the other two individuals. Hope Van Dyne, the biological daughter of the original Ant-Man Hank Pym, and also the second Wasp, the official partner of Ant-Man. The other one, clad in a white suit, was Ghost, originally named Ava Starr, the daughter of the villainous Egghead. Elias Starr. During one of Egghead's quantum experiments, an explosion occurred, resulting in the immediate deaths of both him and his wife, while Ava's body was affected by radiation, rendering her in a state of extreme molecular instability. SHIELD attempted to harness her unique abilities, thus creating a suppression suit and training her as an invisible operative, codenamed Ghost. After the fall of SHIELD, Dr. Hank Pym's friend, Professor Bill Foster, a quantum physicist, took her in and endeavored to heal her. "So, have I been transported into Ant-Man and the Wasp?" "Wait, no, that's not right." Suddenly, Peter recalled that this was not a film set. As a superhero installment featuring Ant-Man, Ant-Man and the Wasp appeared devoid of other superheroes to enhance Ant-Man's prominence. However, in reality, the timeline of Ant-Man and the Wasp coincides almost perfectly with that of Avengers: Infinity War. Perhaps, right now, in the distant cosmos. Aboard a refuge ship from Asgard, Thor and Hulk are engaged in battle with Thanos. Goodness, Peter could hardly contain his frustration. Now, there exists both good news and bad news. The good news is that he has arrived in his most familiar Marvel Cinematic Universe, teeming with numerous beloved superheroes: Iron Man, Hulk, Thor, Captain America, Black Widow, Hawkeye, Black Panther, Captain Marvel, and Doctor Strange, to name just a few. Oh, and let us not forget that seemingly eternally youthful Spider-Man, who never seems to grow up regardless of the trials he faces. The bad news, however, is that Thanos is about to snap his fingers. Damn it. He merely sought a suitable world to take refuge in, yet he has inadvertently stumbled into a hellish scenario. Though he had just resolved a crisis with other Spider-Men that could have led to the annihilation of the multiverse, that challenge was not particularly daunting. The foes he faced were merely at a Street Fighter level. However, this time, the stakes are higher, as they confront a crisis involving the potential destruction of half of a universe. But who are the adversaries? Thanos, who has likely already gathered 2 or 3 Infinity Stones. The formidable General of the Blade, who is said to be indestructible as long as his weapon remains intact. The astute Ebony Maw, possessing an array of telekinetic abilities. The brawny Black Dwarf, with unparalleled defenses. The skilled combatant Proxima Midnight, wielding a spear that may carry deadly attributes. And not to mention the seemingly endless Dark Legions. How on earth can they prevail? Peter felt utterly overwhelmed. Gradually, his focus sharpened as he turned his gaze toward Ant-Man and the Wasp before him. It was reassuring to note that this world possesses the technology to open quantum portals, signifying that his chances of returning to Gwen's Spider-Verse remain quite promising. The key, however, lies in the hands of these two individuals. Dr. Hank Pym's quantum tunnel is one of only 2 known capabilities in this universe that can traverse parallel dimensions. The other is the character America Chavez, who appeared in Doctor Strange in the Multiverse of Madness. However, setting aside the fact that her ability is fundamentally uncontrollable, she herself is unaware of which universe she might find herself in. Mr. Bede is equally in the dark regarding Miss America's current whereabouts in the multiverse. If one were to await her return, it would be at least 5 years hence. Meanwhile, the quantum tunnel devised by Dr. Pym lies tantalizingly before him. The choice is rather clear. As prospective suitors to the daughter of Hank Pym, the original Ant-Man. And given that they are merely collaborators at this juncture, fostering a cordial relationship with them could yield fruitful opportunities to utilize the quantum tunnel in the future. Bede swiftly solidified his intention within his mind. Though it may seem lengthy, these thoughts flitted through his consciousness in mere seconds. To Ant-Man and the Wasp. This sudden intruder appeared momentarily dazed before approaching them with a warm smile. Greetings. I am Bede, a Spider-Man hailing from a parallel universe. I was nearly trapped in the quantum realm, and I am immensely grateful to you for opening the quantum tunnel and rescuing me. Bede's words were laced with a measure of calculation. They bore a blend of truth and embellishment. Indeed, he originated from a parallel universe. After vanquishing the Green Goblin and dismantling a particle collider, he had, by all accounts, earned the title of Spider-Man. While it was also true that he had narrowly escaped being ensnared in the quantum realm, it was he who had intentionally traversed through the quantum tunnel. His reasoning for framing his identity in this manner stemmed from two considerations. Firstly, in this world, the character of Spider-Man is regarded as a paragon of virtue. The timeline from Captain America, Civil War to Ant-Man and the Wasp spans approximately 2 years, during which Ant-Man was under house arrest for 2 years. With only 3 days remaining until his release, Spider-Man had been summoned by Iron Man to become a trainee Avenger during this period, allowing ample time for the perception of him as a hero to solidify. By revealing his identity as Spider-Man, he could elicit a natural affinity from the likes of Ant-Man, despite their lack of familiarity. Secondly, there exists a notion known as the Franklin effect, which posits that individuals who have previously assisted you are more inclined to offer their help again compared to those you have aided. This principle embodies a social acumen. When one realizes that their seemingly minor gesture has significantly impacted another, they derive a sense of recognition and respect, thereby bridging the emotional gap between them. In this instance, as Bede expressed his gratitude, the vigilance of Ant-Man and the Wasp toward him diminished considerably. Ant-Man stepped forward and extended his hand, introducing himself. Hello, Bede. I am Scott, and this is Hope. Oh, and this individual here is our adversary. She has stolen our laboratory, and we are currently engaged in a struggle to reclaim it. That is all. The chapter concludes. Chapter 50. The Phantom Woman. Greetings, Scott. Hello. Hope. It is a pleasure to meet you, said Peter, acknowledging the two individuals before turning his gaze towards the Phantom Woman. Since her initial appearance, she had refrained from attacking Ant-Man and the Wasp, merely standing aside with her intense gaze fixed upon Peter. Naturally, Peter did not entertain the notion that she was infatuated with him. Rather, it was the energy that captivated her. His unique spider abilities endowed him with the capacity to store quantum energy within his being, and thanks to the particle flow from the collider, his cells brimmed with a copious amount of quantum energy. The unstable molecular state exhibited by the Phantom Woman bore a striking resemblance to the well-known rejection phenomenon, formerly termed quantum collapse, which Gwen and her compatriots encountered in the Ultimate Universe. The manifestation of quantum collapse in Gwen and others stemmed from the quantum energy intrinsic to their respective universes, with the existence of parallel universes being fundamentally rooted in their inherent differences. The greater the disparity, the more pronounced the quantum differences that constituted the universe, resulting in a more evident quantum collapse phenomenon, and vice versa. A prime illustration of this can be found in Spider-Man: No Way Home, where Tobey's Spider-Man and Andrew's Spider-Man, both hailing from their distinct parallel universes, arrived in this world. However, due to the relatively minor differences between their worlds and this one, both being live-action universes and temporally close, the quantum collapse phenomena they experienced were not severe. Moreover, given their brief stay, they did not manifest any significant quantum collapse. Yet, over an extended duration, such occurrences would likely ensue. The unstable molecular state of the Phantom Woman mirrors this situation as well. When Doc Ock's quantum device exploded, it likely momentarily opened a portal to parallel universes, allowing the influx of quantum energies from other realms into Ava, the Phantom Woman. The mingling of diverse quantum energies from multiple universes caused her body to oscillate between several different parallel realities. When she oscillated into another universe, she became invisible within this universe's perception. Due to the incompleteness of her abilities, she was unable to receive information transmitted from other parallel universes and could not perceive her transitions to those realms. In truth, she had not genuinely traversed them. Rather, it could be said that portions of her quantum essence briefly returned to those universes before swiftly returning to her form. Resolving this predicament is, in essence, rather straightforward. Stabilizing the molecular structure of her body with quantum energy would liberate her from this condition. Her intrusion into Dr. Pym's laboratory and confrontation with Ant-Man and the Wasp stemmed from her desire to utilize the quantum tunnel within the lab to extract quantum energy for her healing. The Phantom Woman, gazing at Peter, uttered a single word before suddenly staggering backward, leaning against a laboratory table and collapsing onto the ground. Her body began to manifest countless phantoms. Some stood, some sat, some gazed skyward, and some wept bitterly. These were manifestations of her from various parallel universes or divergent timelines, symptoms of the quantum distortion occurring within her. Peter sighed and approached, Crouching down, the ghost gazed at him with wide eyes, enduring her pain while observing his presence. Peter extended a finger. Hey, buddy, what do you think you're doing? I suggest you keep your distance. She's a bit peculiar and quite dangerous. Came Ant-Man's well-meaning caution from behind. Peter did not respond, placing his finger gently on the ghost's forehead while simultaneously activating the quantum switch within himself. His fingertip began to emanate a faint glow, invisible quantum energy surging into the ghostess body, repairing her damaged molecular structure. As this restoration unfolded, her form gradually stabilized, and the peculiar and eerie phantoms surrounding her vanished entirely. Behind them, Ant-Man and Wasp exchanged glances, realization dawning upon them that this Spider-Man from a parallel universe was, astonishingly, healing the girl. Does the Spider-Boy you know possess such abilities? Wasp elbowed Ant-Man, inquiring. Ant-Man shrugged. Perhaps. I'm not well acquainted with him. That kid seems scarcely older than my daughter. How could I have spent time with him? All right, your body should no longer present any issues. Peter finally stated after a considerable pause, rising to his feet. He felt no particular fondness for the ghost in the original narrative. She had nearly descended into madness in her desperate quest for self-cure, showing little regard for the lives of Dr. Pym and the original Wasp still trapped within. She had even uttered the reckless sentiment that if he died, so be it. While one could empathize with a gravely ill individual's willingness to go to any lengths to survive, her predilection for appropriating the efforts of others and endangering their lives was indeed hard to admire. The desire to live is not inherently wrong, but doing so at the expense of others' lives is fundamentally misguided. Moreover, this other happened to be her benefactor. If she were truly healed by the quantum tunnel, Dr. Pym, who had researched the quantum tunnel, was indeed her savior. Was this not a classic case of the shepherd and the wolf? As for why he chose to save her now, there were two reasons. First, to dissuade her from pursuing the quantum tunnel, as he needed it to open a quantum pathway to locate Gwen. Second, as long as the quantum tunnel existed, his quantum energy could be replenished at will, making any expenditure negligible. Additionally, his internal reserves were substantial, having absorbed plenty from the particle stream. Healing the ghost accounted for less than 1/10 of his total reserves, thus exerting minimal impact on him. Lastly, it served as a minor experiment. If he can harness his quantum energy to stabilize Ghost Spider, does that imply he could similarly use it to stabilize Gwen's form? If so, he would truly be able to whisk Gwen away to traverse the myriad parallel universes. Meanwhile, Ghost Spider sat on the ground, astonished as she regarded her own body. Steady hands, a stable physique, everything was in harmony. Since the accident at the tender age of 7, she had endured over 2 decades of torment, suffering the agony of her cells being torn apart and sewn back together, a torment that had nearly driven her to madness. Yet now, that suffering had vanished entirely. The world had transformed into a place of beauty. She reached out to touch the leg of the table beside her, finding that her body did not pass through it. This ability to feel the tangible reality at any moment filled her with elation. Not far away, a tall, robust black man observed her, an involuntary smile of relief spreading across his face, and he cast a grateful glance towards Peter. Suddenly, a brilliant light erupted from the nearby quantum tunnel. A sleek vehicle rapidly enlarged as it shot forth from within. Immediately following, there was a thunderous explosion as the quantum tunnel detonated. Peter exclaimed, "Where did my massive quantum tunnel go?"